Up. Wang Lin bolted upright from the bed, his t-shirt soaked through with cold sweat. He gasped for air, his pupils violently contracting, both hands gripping the sheets so tightly that the fabric was dampened with perspiration. Didn't I die? His voice was hoarse, the echoes of desperate roars from the zombie horde still lingering in his throat. Brother, sorry, your supplies are all used up. Then let your life trade for ours to survive. It's worth it. Zhang Wei's hypocritical smiling face, Li Mingyu's indifferent gaze. The two held hands and disappeared without looking back at the end of the zombie horde. And the excruciating pain of being torn apart by the undead swarm. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and only after a long while managed to calm down. He opened his eyes and looked around. The familiar bedroom, the tidy desk, sunlight squeezing through the curtains, warm and blinding. Is this my fucking house? I'm alive. He abruptly threw off the covers, staggered to the living room, and snatched up the phone from the coffee table. July 1st, 2030, a Wednesday. 9:47 a.m. Wang Lin stood frozen, the phone nearly slipping from his hand. Rebirth. Had he actually been reborn? Back to 30 days before the apocalypse erupted. His mind raced, key timeline nodes from his past life flashing like a movie reel. July 31st, temperature soaring to 70 C, power grid collapses, the heat apocalypse descends. 30 days. I have 30 days to prepare. Wang Lin murmured to himself, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by wild elation. In his past life, he had struggled through 2 years of the apocalypse, living like a dog, only to be betrayed and killed by the brother he trusted most and the woman he loved most. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Once a saint in the previous life, now he would be a cold-blooded avenger. He glanced down at his phone screen. Several unread messages popped up. All notifications from shopping platforms. The item you saved is on sale. Flash sale last day. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, his fingers swiftly tapping open the shopping app and entering the cart. Inside the cart lay over a dozen items: a limited edition lipstick from a major brand, a light luxury handbag, a Swarovski necklace, a SKI facial treatment set, totaling 32,800 yuan. All of them were gifts he had scrimped and saved for Li Mingyao before the apocalypse. Birthday gift. Without hesitation, Wang Lin selected all and deleted. The cart instantly emptied. Just then his phone rang. Caller ID Mingyao baby. Wang Lin stared at the screen, a sarcastic curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, it was this baby who had caused his death without even a burial. He took a deep breath, answered the call, and pressed the record button. Hello, baby. Wang Lin's voice was eerily calm. Wang Lin, what are you doing? Li Mingyu's voice was sickly sweet, laced with deliberate coquetry. I miss you. Wang Lin almost threw up. Fighting back the disgust, he used the sycophantic tone of his past life. Just woke up. What's up, baby? Do you even know what date it is, eh? Li Mingyao pretended to be mysterious. July 1st. Oh, then do you remember what day it is in 3 days? Of course Wang Lin remembered. July 4th was Li Mingyu's birthday. In his past life, he started saving 2 months in advance, bought bags and necklaces, and was still criticized for being not classy enough. I remember, of course, baby's birthday. I've already prepared everything. What do you want? From the other end of the line came a rhythmic slapping sound accompanied by a steady creaking like a bed rocking. Wang Lin's pupils contracted sharply. This sound was all too familiar. Before the apocalypse, his rented apartment had poor soundproofing, and it was exactly the noise from the couple next door when they were intimate. I want that Gucci Dionysus bag, the one we saw at the counter last time, the medium-sized 28,001. Li Mingyu's voice came with slight panting, though she tried to hide it. Tell me yes, Wang Lin. Okay, no problem. They'll go buy it this afternoon. Wang Lin agreed verbally, but in his mind, he was raging, damn, asking for gifts while rolling in bed with your lover. Li Mingyao, you're something else. Wang Lin, you're so good, moi. Love you. Li Mingyu's voice suddenly rose a pitch. Well, then I'll hang up now, I have to go to work soon. Alright, you go ahead. Just before the call ended, Wang Lin clearly heard a man's voice, low and mocking. Baby, your acting is quite good. Studying physiology while calling that idiot exciting, huh? Annoying. Don't move. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wang Lin gripped his phone, veins bulging on his forehead. He closed his eyes, struggling to suppress his murderous urge. It took a long while before he managed to quell the rage surging to his head. Zhang Wei. That voice was all too familiar. In his past life, that man was his most trusted brother, a comrade, who fought alongside him through zombie hordes. So long before the apocalypse, those two had already gotten together. Alright, you filthy pair. What you owe me in the past life, it'll make you repay 100-fold in this one. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze cold as ice. He turned off his phone, walked into the kitchen, and opened the refrigerator door. In the freezer lay several boxes of frozen dumplings. In the fridge were some eggs, milk, and a bag of bread nearing its expiration. He rummaged through the cupboard and found 3 cups of instant noodles, 5 packets of ramen, 2 cans of cola, and a bag of sausages. That's all. Wang Lin looked at these items he would have scorned before the apocalypse, and his eyes suddenly stung. In his past life during the apocalypse, he had eaten rotten meat, drank filthy water, and even fought bloody battles for half a steamed bun. He tore open a cup of instant noodles, poured hot water, and after 3 minutes lifted the lid. The rich aroma surged toward him. Wang Lin's eyes reddened. He picked up the fork and shoveled the noodles into his mouth. The hot noodles made him gasp, but he couldn't stop. In a few mouthfuls he finished one cup and tore open a second. Damn, this is so good. Wang Lin ate while tears streamed down his face. In 2 years of the apocalypse he had never had a full meal. The disgusting mutated beast meat, moldy compressed biscuits, even the dark moments of cannibalism. The memories of his past life flashed through his mind like a lantern. After finishing 2 cups of noodles, he opened a can of cola. The pst sound of fizzing bubbles was as beautiful as celestial music. He tilted his head and took a big gulp, the carbonation stimulating his throat, sending a shiver of pleasure through his body. So good. Damn good. Wang Lin leaned back on the sofa, patted his bloated belly, and burped. Staring at the ceiling, he began to calmly plan for the next 30 days. Money, supplies, shelter, weapons. In his past life, he knew the timeline of every disaster, knew where supplies were, who to trust, and who were scumbags. This was his advantage. He had to make good use of it. If only I had a system, Wang Lin muttered to himself. Isn't that how it always goes in novels? Rebirth plus a system, instant success. Or even just a spatial storage. With a thought I could store things away. How convenient. He casually picked up the remaining can of cola on the coffee table and toyed with it. Space, oh space, why don't you appear? Just before he could finish, the cola in his hands suddenly vanished. Wang Lin was stunned. He stared blankly at his empty palm, his mind a complete blank. What the hell? He sprang up from the sofa and looked at the floor. Nothing. The can of cola had vanished without a trace. Impossible. I was holding it just now. Suddenly a thought struck Wang Lin, and his heart began to pound. He closed his eyes, trying to perceive with his mind, sinking his consciousness into his body to find the power hidden. He saw it a vast space, gray and hazy, without any sense of up or down, but its area was terrifyingly huge. The can of cola lay quietly there. Wang Lin's eyes snapped open, his whole body trembling. He closed his eyes again, and with a thought the cola reappeared in his hand. With another thought it vanished once more. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears came out. Space. It's really space. Ha ha. He forced himself to calm down. In his past life, he had seen spatial ability users, but at most they had storage spaces of 10 or 20 cubic meters. The powerful ones might have 100 or so. But his space. Wang Lin carefully probed it with his mind, and his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Nearly 10 million cubic meters. To be precise, its total area was equivalent to 10 standard football fields, and its height comparable to a 30-story building. This is damn huge, isn't it? Wang Lin gasped. In his past life, the strongest spatial ability user he had heard of had at most 10,000 cubic meters, which was already top tier. His 10 million cubic meter space was simply absurd. No. Wang Lin forced himself to. He sat back down on the sofa and reviewed everything in his mind. Rebirth, 30-day countdown, spatial ability, 10 million cubic meters. This is no coincidence. His gaze sharpened. In his past life, he died too unjustly, carrying too much resentment. Even the heavens couldn't stand it, so they gave him a second chance along with such a massive space. Since heaven has favored me, if I, Wang Lin, still can't make it, then I deserve to die. He stood up, walked into the bedroom, and pulled out an old backpack from under the bed. He unzipped it. Inside were all the savings he had accumulated over the years, 3 passbooks, 2 bank cards, and a few thousand in cash. The passbooks didn't hold much, just over 200,000 in total. He worked 3 jobs a day, so his income wasn't low, but he spent money lavishly, especially in pursuit of Li Mengyao. Almost every month's salary went on luxury goods and trendy restaurants. Over 200,000. Not enough, nowhere near enough. Wang Lin frowned. In the 30 days before the apocalypse, he had too much to do, buying supplies, weapons, upgrading shelter, stockpiling energy, and medicine. This amount of money was barely enough to cover a toothpick. Where would the money come from? Suddenly, he recalled a news report from his past life. July 15, 2050, in the northeast of Huaxiao, a ginseng hunter accidentally fell into a cave that was filled with supplies left behind by the Sakura country during their retreat. There were countless gold antiques and many still usable machine guns, bullets, sniper rifles, and more. He still had a few days to prepare. The gold left by Sakura country, plus my past life memories. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. If I don't pull off something big this time, I'd be wasting this rebirth. He picked up his phone, opened the memo, and began to list a plan. Wang Lin looked at the plan and nodded with satisfaction. Then another thought struck him. He had spatial ability, but he still needed combat power. In his past life, he had awakened lightning-type ability, the strongest attribute against zombies. But he couldn't remember exactly when or how he had awakened it. I think it awakened after absorbing crystal cores. But in the early stages there are no crystal cores, so I have to rely on physical combat and cold weapons. He opened his phone contacts and found a number saved as Taizhu. Li Tiezhu, a retired Special Forces soldier. In his past life, he had saved Wang Lin 3 times. The last time, to cover his retreat, he was torn apart by a mutated zombie. That was Wang Lin's greatest regret in his past life. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello, Bro Lin. Li Tai's voice sounded tired with noisy background sounds, as if he was at a construction site. Kyeju, where are you? At the construction site, where else? What's up, bro? Missing me? Wang Lin took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Kyeju, listen to me. Quit your job. Right now, immediately. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Bro Lin, are you serious? I'm serious. Wang Lin's tone brooked no argument. That security captain job you have now, 5,000 a month, it's not worth it. Come work for me, and he'll give you 50,000 a month. 50,000. Li Tai's voice changed. Bro Lin, are you running a fever? Where did you get that much money? Don't worry about where I got it. Just tell me if you trust me. There was a long silence on the phone, so long that Wang Lin thought the signal had dropped. Bro Lin, to be honest, we grew up together. You're sometimes unreliable, but you never brag. Li Tai's voice turned serious. Alright, I trust you. He'll go quit right now. Good, come straight to my place after quitting. You know the address. Got it. After hanging up, Wang Lin let out a long breath. Li Taiju was the person he trusted most. In the past life, he had died for him. In this life, he would never let his brother down again. He walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and sunlight streamed in warm on his face. In my past life, I was an ant trampled underfoot. In this life, I will stand above everyone else and become the king of this wasteland. He clenched his fist, a cold smirk curling at his lips. His phone rang again, a WeChat message from Li Mingyao. Wang Lin, don't forget the Dionysus bag. I want the pink one. Love you, miss you, moi. Attached was a selfie of her wearing a sexy spaghetti-strap dress with a clear hickey on her collarbone. Wang Lin looked at the photo, his cold smirk deepening. He typed a line and sent it. Buy it, definitely buy it. Not just a bag. I've prepared a bigger surprise for you. Li Mingyao replied instantly, what surprise? I can't wait. Wang Lin put down his phone, his gaze as cold as a blade. The surprise is on the day the apocalypse comes. I will personally send you and your lover into the zombie horde. Wang Lin hung up the phone and rummaged through the depths of his bedroom cabinet, pulling out a red file bag. Inside lay a property certificate. He gazed at the embossed gold letters on the cover that read real estate ownership certificate, and a cold smile crept across his lips. This house was the only inheritance left to him by his mother, located in a prime area of the city center with 3 bedrooms and a living room covering 120 square meters worth $5 million on the market. In his past life, this house was occupied by a group of marauders just 3 days after the apocalypse broke out, and everything valuable inside was looted. When he found the property certificate in the ruins, it was already soaked in blood. Mom, you guarded this house your whole life, never willing to sell it, even until death. Now your son wants to use it to exchange for something that could save his life. You won't blame me for this, will you? He stuffed the property certificate into his backpack, opened his laptop, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Online loans. This was something he had never dared to touch in his past life. Just the thought of those collection calls and violent debt collection news made his scalp tingle. But now there were 30 days until the apocalypse, and whether those online loan platforms could survive the extreme conditions was uncertain. How could they expect him to repay? In 30 days, you won't even have a server left. Collections. Go to hell. Wang Lin sneered as he opened the first online loan app and tapped on the loan agreement. Registration, real name, authentication, facial recognition. A complete process, and the system prompted your borrowable limit is 200 yuan. Without hesitation, he chose to borrow 200 yuan for a term of 6 months. Ding. The notification of the text message sounded and 200 yuan arrived. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he opened the second app for a white loan. The limit was 150 yuan, which he borrowed. The third, fourth, and fifth. An hour later, the text message notifications on Wang Lin's phone hadn't stopped. His notebook was filled with loan records: a loan agreement for 200, a white loan for 150, a happy loan for 180, a familiar wallet for 180, an installment loan for 200, a leech finance for 200, a microloan for 150, consumer finance for 200, a microcredit for 1000. He counted 11 platforms totaling 1.9 million. I still need another 100 to reach 2 million. Wang Lin furrowed his brow and opened another platform. He had never heard of an emergency loan. The limit was only 500. 50,000 is 50,000. Even a fly's leg is meat. The final amount arrived, totaling 1.95 million. Wang Lin leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Adding the 20,000 in his savings book, he now had approximately 2 million in cash at his disposal. 2 million, still not enough. He stared at the ceiling, quickly calculating in his mind. Buying a villa needed over 100 million, renovations would cost another sum, and stockpiling supplies required tens of millions. This amount was barely a fraction. To get a large sum of money, he would have to take a wild route. Usury. Wang Lin's eyes sharpened. In his past life, a colleague had borrowed from loan sharks to pay for his father's medical expenses and ended up forced to jump off a building. Such predatory lending was something normal people wouldn't dare to touch. But now he was no longer a normal person. He was a demon returned from hell. Wang Lin pulled out his phone's contact list and found a number saved as Little Rascals. The person was named Akuin, a spirited young man hanging around internet cafes distributing various small flyers for certificates, loans, and high-interest loans, anything that brought in quick cash. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. Hello, who is this? Akun's voice was thick with the smell of smoke, and the background noise was chaotic as if he was in an internet cafe. It's me, Wang Lin. I previously applied for a credit card through you. Oh, Brother Lin. I remember. Akun's tone immediately became enthusiastic. What can I do for you, Brother Lin? I want to borrow money, a large amount. Who do you know that lends the most? The line fell silent for 2 seconds, and Akuin lowered his voice. Brother Lin, how much do you want to borrow? 3 million. Hiss. Akuin gasped. 3 million. Brother Lin, what big thing are you planning? Just focus on whether you know someone. I do know. Wang Bo from Haishi, our area's biggest financier, with lending amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Akun's voice grew excited. When are you free, Brother Lin? He'll take you to see Wang Bo. Now. Akuin paused for a moment. All right, where shall we meet? At the South City Internet Cafe. See you in 20 minutes. Wang Lin hung up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left the house. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the South City Internet Cafe. A lanky young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed in what could be called dark clothing and wearing shiny shoes of an unknown brand, was squatting on the steps smoking. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he immediately stood up, grinning widely. Brother Lin, over here. Wang Lin glanced at Akuin, who was dressed like a typical street punk with a few acne scars on his face, looking barely over 20. He had no desire to deal with such a person, but now. Lead the way. Akuin rode a shabby electric bike, taking Wang Lin through winding alleys until they finally stopped at the entrance of an old-style tea house. Brother Lin, we're here. Wang Bo is on the 3rd floor. Wang Lin looked up. The tea house's facade was already worn with half of the characters on the sign missing, looking quite dilapidated. 2 burly men stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Akuin, they nodded, their eyes warily scanning Wang Lin. Just one of us. Akuin quickly added, this is Brother Lin here to talk business with Wang Bo. The burly men searched Wang Lin, confirming he wasn't carrying any weapons before letting him in. On the 3rd floor was a luxuriously decorated office, a stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior. Genuine leather sofas, a rosewood coffee table, a massive crystal chandelier, and a painting of a ferocious tiger descending the mountain hung on the wall. A man in his 40s sat in a boss chair, sporting a buzz cut. Around his neck hung what appeared to be a jade pendant, and his fingers bore 3 gold rings. A string of red sand beads adorned his wrist, and he was idly playing with 2 nicely shaped walnuts, a cigar clenched in his mouth as he checked his phone. Wang Bo, this is Brother Lin. He wants to borrow money from you, Akuin said, bowing and scraping. Wang Bo lifted his head, sizing up Wang Lin with a scrutinizing and disdainful gaze. How much do you want to borrow? 3 million. Wang Bo raised an eyebrow, holding the cigar between his fingers and exhaling a smoke ring. 3 million. Brother, what do you do? How will you repay? Manager of a Hejiawan supermarket with a monthly salary of 30,000. Wang Lin replied, neither humble nor arrogant. 30,000 a month, borrowing 3 million. Wang Bo laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. Brother, did a PE teacher teach you math? Or did you drink fake liquor? You'd have to live on air for 8 years to repay 3 million, not including interest. My money doesn't come from the wind. I know the rules, it's 9 out and 13 back. Wang Bo narrowed his eyes, re-evaluating Wang Lin. The kid looked to be in his late 20s, dressed plainly, but there was a steadiness in his eyes that belied his age, even bordering on ruthlessness. 9 out and 13 back, borrowing 3 million, you'll receive 2,700,000, and after 3 months you'll owe 390,000. Are you sure you can repay? I have collateral. Wang Lin pulled out the property certificate from his backpack and placed it on the coffee table. Wang Bo picked up the property certificate and flipped through it, his eyes lighting up. Located in a prime area of the city center, 120 square meters, valued at over 5 million. This was worth much more than 3 million. The house is nice. Wang Bo tossed the property certificate back onto the coffee table, feigning nonchalance. But I Wang Bo deal in unsecured loans. Using a property certificate as collateral is called pawning. It wouldn't look good for my reputation. Wang Lin sneered inwardly. This was a negotiation tactic. Having spent 2 years in the apocalypse, he had seen all kinds of people. He could see through this kind of false pretense immediately. Wang Bo, let's not beat around the bush. Wang Lin stared directly into Wang Bo's eyes. If you lend this money, you'll be lucky to recover 5 out of 10. But with this loan, you will definitely get your money back. The house is here. The monk can run, but the temple can't. If I can't repay in 3 months, the house is yours. Wang Bo took a puff of his cigar and remained silent. Wang Lin continued, moreover, Wang Bo, we share the same surname. 500 years ago, we were of one family. Huh. 500 years ago, one family. Wang Bo was amused. You really know how to talk. He stood up and began to pace back and forth in the office, finally stopping in front of the window, turning his back to Wang Lin, and saying, all right, I'll lend you the money. But let me make it clear, it's 9 out and 13 back. Not a day late. If you can't pay by the due date, whether you sell a kidney or blood, you must come up with the money. I want the house and I want the money. Understand? Understood. Akuin, go get the contract. Akuin scampered off, returning shortly with a stack of contracts. Wang Lin glanced at them. They were filled with onerous clauses, some of which were written in such fine print that they were nearly illegible, with exorbitant penalties for breaches and an additional 100,000 for just 1 day of delay. But he had no intention of repaying. Wang Lin picked up a pen and quickly signed his name, pressing his fingerprint. Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction and picked up his phone to make a call. Old Ma, transfer 3 million to my account. Yes, that account. Deduct 30,000 for interest, transfer 270,000. Hurry up. 10 minutes later, Wang Lin received a text message on his phone too. 7 million had arrived, including the previous 2 million. He now had a total of 9 million in cash. Wang Bo, thank you. Wang Lin stood up and extended his hand. Wang Bo shook his hand, his palm rough and scarred. Brother, see you in 3 months. See you in 3 months. Wang Lin turned to leave, the cold smile on his lips blooming fully the moment he stepped out of the tea house. 3 months later. Whether Wang Bo would be alive or dead by then was uncertain, and he still expected to collect. The apocalypse, truly a wonderful thing. Akuin chased after him, rubbing his hands and asking Brother Lin about the intermediary fee. Wang Lin counted out 1,000 yuan from his bag and tossed it to him. Take it. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Akun's eyes lit up, bowing repeatedly. Brother Lin, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Wang Lin ignored him and hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver asked. In the city center at the Wannan shopping mall. 40 minutes later, Wang Lin stood in the luxury goods section on the first. Now he strode into the Gucci boutique. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? The sales assistant approached with a professional smile, but her gaze subtly swept over his ordinary t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, clearly judging him as someone who couldn't afford luxury. Do you have the medium-sized pink Dionysus bag? The sales assistant paused for a moment. Yes, we do. I'll get it for you. As she turned to fetch the bag, Wang Lin overheard 2 other sales assistants whispering nearby. Another one here to take pictures for social media, probably a poor soul. Definitely, just look at his outfit, it can't be worth more than 500 yuan. Last time a guy came in wanting to buy a bag, tried on 8, and then said he'll think about it, which almost made me roll my eyes right then and there. Wang Lin paid no attention. The sales assistant brought the bag over, and Wang Lin glanced at it. How much? 28,000 yuan, sir. Wrap it up. Huh. The sales assistant thought she misheard. I said wrap it up. Wang Lin pulled out his bank card. And that scarf, that wallet, those sunglasses, and that belt, wrap them all up too. You, sir, if we wrap all these up, the total will be. No need to calculate, just swipe the card. The sales assistant trembled as she took the bank card, her expression shifting from shock to sheer joy. The 2 nearby sales assistants gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap. He's really buying, isn't he? All of it. That person bought it all. Wang Lin sat on the sofa, legs crossed, watching the sales assistants flustered as they packaged his items, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just then a familiar voice came from the entrance. Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned his head and saw a woman in a Chanel outfit carrying an LV bag and wearing 10-centimeter high heels standing at the door, her expression shifting from surprise to disdain. It was Su Qing, a friend of Li Mengyao. In his past life, this woman often spoke ill of him in front of Li Mengyao, saying things like, Wang Lin doesn't deserve you, and what future can a worker have? Oh, Su Qing. Wang Lin greeted with a smile. Out shopping. Su Qing's gaze scanned the shopping bags in his hands, then flicked over his outfit, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Wang Lin, did you max out your credit card to buy a bag? Does Mengyao know? No, it's a surprise for her. A surprise. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. Wang Lin, let me put it bluntly, you earn 30,000 a month buying a 28,000 yuan bag for Mengyao. Do you think she can carry that? Her friends on social media all carry Hermes and limited edition Chanel bags. Yours just can't hold its own, can it? Wang Lin smiled instead of getting angry. Then what kind of bag do you think would hold its own? At least it should be an Hermes Birkin starting at 200,000. Su Qing rolled her eyes. Of course you definitely. That's why I say you and Mengyao really are not suited for each other. She deserves better. Like who? Like her current boyfriend Zhang Wei, Su Qing said smugly. His family runs a company worth over 100 million. Last month, he gave Mengyao a Porsche. What about you? A bag just drained your wallet, didn't it? Wang Lin laughed. He stood up, walked in front of Su Qing, looking down at her. Su Qing felt uneasy under his gaze and took a step back. What are you doing? Su Qing, let me make a bet with you. What bet? Within a month you'll come looking for me, begging me to take you in. Huh? Su Qing looked at him as if he were crazy. Wang Lin, are you out of your mind? Me begging you? What are you even worth? Just tell me, are you in or out? All right, I'm in. What are we betting on? If I lose, all these bags go to you. If you lose. Wang Lin paused. You'll have to kneel and call me daddy from now on. Su Qing's face turned red with anger. Are you insane? Fine. I'll take your bet. I want to see how you end up in a month. She angrily turned around, her high heels clacking loudly. Wang Lin watched her retreating figure, the smile on his face slowly fading, replaced by a cold mockery. A month later, the apocalypse will descend. Forget about Hermes and Porsches, the question will be whether they can survive. At that time, whether she kneels to call him brother or even daddy will depend entirely on his mood. Sir, your items are all wrapped up, the sales assistant said cautiously. Deliver them to this address. Wang Lin wrote down the address of the villa, also from every luxury store in this building. LV, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior. Give me 10 of each new bag, clothing, and shoes. Deliver everything to this address. The sales assistant's eyes widened. All of it. All of it. Wang Lin pulled out another bank card. The budget is 20 million. Is that enough? Enough. The sales assistant's hands trembled even more. Wang Lin walked out of the mall looking up at the In 30 days this place will turn into a living hell. The items in these luxury stores will become worthless trash. But for now he needs these things to accomplish a significant task. His phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Li Mengyao. Wang Lin, did you buy the bag? I'm so excited. Love you lots. Wang Lin typed a reply. I bought it, and I have a super big surprise prepared for you. After sending it, he turned off his phone and hailed a taxi. To the real estate agency. Which real estate agency are you going to? What's the exact location? The nearest one, the largest and most reputable. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his expression somewhat subtle. Sir, are you heading to the Haidong Trading Center? The one in the city center, it's just 10 minutes away. Let's go there. The taxi driver pulled his sunglasses down from his forehead and said, young man, hold on tight. Didi Chuxing is at your service. Wang Lin was speechless for a moment, turning to gaze at the bustling city outside the window, truly beautiful. But he had little time to admire it. The taxi driver said, young man, are you selling a house? There's no hurdle that can't be crossed. Everything will be fine. Wang Lin turned back, glanced at the driver and teased, Master, are you wearing sunglasses to sneak a look at passengers without being noticed? The driver was instantly speechless, showing little interest. It seems you're not selling a house because you lost a gamble. I've encountered several cases where people sold their homes not from gambling debts, but from stock market losses, selling houses to reinvest. Wang Lin perked up at this. Come on, master, tell me more. Saying this, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. The driver shook his head, saying, young man, you can get fined for smoking while driving. Don't get me into trouble. Wang Lin asked, can I smoke? The driver nodded, opened the car window, and began recounting the incidents he had encountered before. Just as the conversation was heating up, the taxi stopped in front of an office building. Wang Lin looked up the Haidong Trading Center, 3 golden letters shimmering in the sunlight, luxury cars parked at the entrance, and people in suits coming in and out looking affluent. The driver, still eager to talk, asked, young man, do you need me to wait for you here? Wang Lin scanned the payment and waved his hand. Thanks, master, I'll wait a bit, you go ahead. Wang Lin pushed the door open and walked in. The lobby was well air-conditioned, and several salespeople in professional attire were chatting around the front desk. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter, someone glanced his way, but quickly averted their gaze, continuing their own conversation. Hey, did you hear? Sister Lu from the next group closed 2 deals this month, earning a commission of 200,000. What's that? They all have major clients. The cheapest unit starts at 8 million. When will we ever close a deal? Wang Lin stood at the front desk for 2 minutes, and no one paid him any attention. Hello, I want to buy a house. The young lady at the front desk looked up, sizing him up with a smile that faltered slightly. Sir, we primarily deal in second-hand housing, and the average price is over 5 million. You. I know. Wang Lin placed the shopping bag on the floor and pulled out the property certificate from his backpack, slamming it onto the front desk. I'm here to exchange it for a house. The sound attracted everyone's attention in the lobby. The young lady at the front desk was startled, glancing at the property certificate, her eyes widening. City center. 120 square meters. Are you selling this? Call your manager. I not only want to sell the house, I also want to buy a house. Okay, sir, please wait. The young lady dashed inside, almost tripping over her high heels. In less than a minute, a woman in her 30s hurried out. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, her hair neatly styled, she had a golden name tag hanging in front. Business manager Zhou Min. Hello, sir, I'm business manager Zhou Min. How may I address you? Zhou Min smiled broadly while bending down to pick up the shopping bag from the floor. Xiao Wang, quickly bring some fruit platters. Xiao Lu, brew some tea. Get that can of Long Jing from my cabinet. My surname is Wang, Wang Lin said flatly. Mr. Wang, come sit here. Zhou Min eagerly led Wang Lin towards the VIP area, turning around to shout, bring some cherries and strawberries, choose the best ones. The VIP area was a separate small room featuring leather sofas, marble coffee tables, and a wall-mounted L. As soon as Wang Lin sat down, a young girl hurried over with a fruit platter filled with cherries, strawberries, and blueberries. Another girl carefully poured a cup of Longjing tea, its fragrance filling the air. Zhou Min sat opposite, taking the property certificate with both hands, smiling. Mr. Wang, may I take a look at this Sure. Zhou Min opened the property certificate, her eyes growing brighter. A prime location in the city center, 120 square meters, 3 bedrooms, and a living room, well ventilated, and it's in a top school district. Such a property would sell easily in the market. However, her professional instincts quickly made her compose herself, sighing as she began to express her concerns. Mr. Wang, this property is indeed well located, but the market conditions. You know, housing prices have been falling. And to be honest, houses in older complexes have outdated layouts, and young people don't want to buy them. Nowadays, everyone is pursuing large flats of 200 square meters for spacious living. Wang Lin leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs leisurely, as he popped a cherry into his mouth and spat out the pit. Don't talk about irrelevant matters. He looked Zhou Min in the eyes, speaking calmly. For million full payment, I can give it now. I'm selling it right now. Zhou Min's pupils contracted sharply. 4 million. This property was priced at least 5 million, and he only wanted 4 million. The price difference alone would yield a significant commission. She quickly calculated in her mind, selling a 5 million property for 4 million would allow her to find a buyer easily. Selling it for 5 million would earn her a 1 million difference. Including the commission, she could earn over 120,000 from this deal. Okay. Zhou Min's tone changed, her worried expression vanishing, replaced by uncontainable joy. Mr. Wang, I'll handle the paperwork for you right now. She sprang up, turning to dash towards the office. Wait a moment. Zhou Min halted, turning back with a slightly nervous expression. Mr. Wang, is there anything else you need? Find me another house. No problem. What kind do you want? A villa in the hillside area close to the mountain top, the higher the better. Wang Lin ate a strawberry. Ideally, it should overlook the entire city. Zhou Min was taken aback. The hillside villa area was the most prestigious, affluent area in Haishur. The cheapest unit started at 20 million, not to mention those close to the mountain top, with good views costing at least 30 million. She re-evaluated Wang Lin, dressed in the most ordinary attire, holding several luxury shopping bags, looking like a shopping agent or errand runner. But to sell a 4 million property without blinking an eye. Is he an invisible second-generation rich kid? Or a young master from some big family experiencing life? Mr. Wang, Zhou Min cautiously spoke. The prices for hillside villas are quite high, and the developers have a strict requirement of at least 30% down payment, and it must be financed. If you don't finance, they won't sell. Zhou Min smiled. How about we go check out some listings first? Wang Lin waved his hand. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and find one. I'll come to handle it tomorrow. Make it quick. If it can't be done by tomorrow, I'll go to another agency. He stood up, grabbed the shopping bag, and walked out without looking back. Zhou Min grew anxious, chasing after him and shouting, Mr. Wang, rest assured, I will get it done for you tomorrow. I will contact the developer right now. I guarantee to pick the best location for you. Wang Lin had already exited the door, and the hall erupted in chaos. What the hell? A 5 million house sold for 4 million. The key point is that he also wants to buy a villa on the hillside. That place costs at least 20 million for one unit. Who is this person? He doesn't look like a wealthy individual. What do you know? Real wealthy people are all low-key. Didn't you see that he was carrying Gucci and LV bags? Those are just out from shopping. That's true. I thought he was a purchasing agent just now. Can a purchasing agent sell a 4 million house in one go? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Min stood at the door, watching Wang Lin get into the taxi. She turned back and slapped the front desk, saying, everyone get to work. Xiao Wang, pull up all the listings for the hillside villas. Xiao Lu, call the developer and just say there is a big client who wants to buy a standalone house on the mountaintop. She took a deep breath, her eyes shining with excitement. If this deal goes through, our team won't have to worry this year. Wang Lin sat in the back seat of the taxi, and his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Li Mingyao. Wang Lin, did you buy the bag? I'm eager to see it. Wang Lin curled his lips into a cold smile and typed back, I bought it. I'm delivering it to you right now. Are you at home? Yes, I'm home. Hurry up. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Wang Lin turned off his phone and said to the driver, master, change the route to the hillside community. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a community outside a hillside villa. Wang Lin carried bags and climbed upstairs, standing in front of a door, taking a deep breath to adjust his expression. The icy mockery on his face disappeared, replaced by a fawning expression as he knocked on the door. The door opened and Li Mingyao stood at the entrance in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, her hair still damp, with a face mask on, seemingly just having taken a shower. Seeing Wang Lin, she subtly frowned, her eyes flashing a hint of impatience. Why are you here? Didn't I say to come after I finish my makeup? Wang Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Makeup? Go put on makeup for a date with Zhang Wei. But he smiled even more fawningly. I just couldn't wait to deliver the gifts to you. Look. He raised the bags in his hands, the Gucci, LV, Chanel, and Hermes bags jingling. Li Mingyao's eyes instantly lit up. These are all for me. Of course, who else deserves these things? Li Mingyao snatched the bags, pulling out the pink Gucci Dionysus bag, cradling it in her arms, and stroking it, her face mask crinkling with a smile. She pulled out a scarf, wallet, sunglasses, and belt. With each item she uncovered, her eyes shone brighter. Wang Lin, did you strike it rich? How could you buy so much? Wang Lin glanced around mysteriously and lowered his voice. Let's talk inside. He pulled Li Mingyao into the room, locked the door behind them, and led her towards the bathroom. Li Mingyao was baffled, showing an impatient expression on her face. Wang Lin, what are you doing? Acting all mysterious. Wang Lin turned on the bathroom faucet, and water flowed noisily. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes. Are you crazy? Why are you turning on the faucet? You wouldn't understand, walls have ears. Wang Lin leaned close to her ear speaking in a very low voice. I have a friend who works in the stock market. He has insider channels and can get hold of inside information. Li Mingyao was initially annoyed by his mysterious demeanor, but upon hearing this, she paused in her actions. Wang Lin took out his phone, opened the banking app, and held the screen up to her. Balance, 18,000 yuan. Li Mingyio's pupils dilated, and she snatched the phone, staring at the number on the screen, her fingers trembling. 180,000. Her voice changed pitch. Where did you get so much money? Didn't I tell you? I made it from... How much was the principal? How long did it take? Wang Lin lowered his voice even more, almost inaudibly. 80,000 in principal. In 2 weeks it turned into 180,000. A million profit in 2 weeks. Li Mingyio's eyes widened. How is that possible? I told you my friend hasn't... Wang Lin pretended to be very excited. I also pieced together 80,000. I was worried about losing it, but my friend's information was spot on. Whatever I bought it went up. Li Mingyao stared at the phone screen, her eyes flickering. Is that friend of yours reliable? Of course he's an insider. How could he not be reliable? Then, Li Mingyao bit her lip. Can you let me buy in too? No, Wang Lin shook his head repeatedly, looking troubled. My friend said it can't be shared. That would be insider trading. If caught, you go to jail. Li Mingyao grew anxious. Then help me buy? They'll give you the money, and you can invest it for me. Wang Lin laughed coldly. Inside, the fish had taken the bait. Yet he looked troubled. This isn't it bad? What if you lose? Didn't you say you have insider information? How could it lose? Li Mingyao grabbed his arm, her voice turning sweet and sticky. Wang Lin, please help me. It's not easy for me to save money. Can you help me earn a little pocket money? Wang Lin pretended to hesitate for a long time before reluctantly nodding. Well, okay, but my friend said it's best to gather a total of 10 million for maximum profit. He said with 10 million in it could triple in a month. Triple? Li Mingyio's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Yes, 10 million turns into 30 million. Li Mingyao was so excited her face reddened, but she quickly calmed down, looking suspiciously at Wang Lin. Wait a minute, this wouldn't be a scam, would it? It won't. Wang Lin waved his hand. My friend will transfer the ownership of his hillside villa to me tomorrow as collateral. Once we make money, he'll give him 10% commission and return the house to him. He just can't gather the money. He originally wanted to sell the house, but he was worried that if he sold it, he wouldn't be able to buy it back later, so he came up with this plan. He wants to earn a bit while keeping the house and getting some cash. Li Mingyao was stunned. The hillside villa? Is that the one over there? She pointed towards the slope to the south. Yes, the ownership will be transferred tomorrow. Wang Lin looked sincere. When the time comes, you can come with me to take a look, and you'll know, won't you? Li Mingyao stared at him for several seconds, seemingly judging whether he was lying. Finally, she gritted her teeth. Fine. He'll trust you this once. I have over 2 million on hand. I'll invest it all with you. Wang Lin was overjoyed inside, but maintained a serious expression. Don't worry, I guarantee you will make money. He walked out of Li Mingyio's house, paused in the hallway, and glanced back at the door, his smile completely vanishing. Over 2 million. Not enough. He muttered to himself, I need to make her mortgage the house too. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Akuan, help me find someone who can forge documents named Li Jiaming with a Hong Kong ID. Make it quick. Got it, brother Lin. He'll arrange it right away. Right away. Wang Lin hung up the phone with Akuan and immediately flipped through his contacts, finding Li Taiyi's number to dial. Lin Gu. Li Taiyi's voice was a bit out of breath, and there were sounds of moving things in the background. I just quit my job and am packing up in the dormitory. I really took your 50,000 monthly salary seriously. I don't try to default later. I won't default, Wang Lin chuckled, but before that you need to help me put on a show. A show? Li Taiju was taken aback. What kind of show? Listen to me. Wang Lin lowered his voice and laid out the plan. There was silence on the other end for a dozen seconds, then Li Taiju gasped. Lin Gu, are you trying to scam that Li Mingyao out of money? Not a scam, Wang Lin corrected, it's a collection. She owes me much more than this. Li Taiju hesitated. Lin Gu, I know about you, and that woman, she really isn't a good person. But if we do this, what if something goes wrong? Nothing will go wrong. Wang Lin's voice was chillingly calm. Taiju, do you trust me? I do. This time Li Taiju didn't hesitate. What do you want me to do? Now take out all the money you have, including the 300,000 military retirement pay, and transfer it all to me. All of it. Li Taiju said painfully. Lin Gu, that's what I'm saving to marry a wife. Trust me. Wang Lin's tone was unyielding. A month later, I will return you 3 million. There was a long silence on the other end. All right. Li Taiju gritted his teeth. I'm all in. After all, if I'm full, the whole family won't starve. If I lose 30,000, it'll just be a write-off. Is there anything else I need to do? Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, wait for me at the entrance of the Half-Mountain Villa. Dress nicely, act like you belong. You are a securities investment elite returning from Hong Kong, and my university classmate visiting High City on business. Remember, your surname is Li, and your name is Li Jiaming. Li Jiaming. Li Taiju was both amused and exasperated. Lin Gu, are you asking me to change my name? Just for one day, if you perform well, I'll treat you to a big meal. Sure, I guarantee to complete the task. Li Taiyi's military demeanor kicked in, and his voice became serious. By the way, Ling, how do I give you that 30,000? Transfer, or transfer right now. Okay, I'll do it immediately. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lin leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The phone dinged with a text message indicating that 30,000 had been deposited. With the money from selling the house tomorrow, he now had a total of 5,200,000. Still not enough, Wang Lin muttered, but it's also sufficient. The next morning, Wang Lin changed into a new outfit he had casually bought at the mall last night, an Armani casual suit for 18,000, Gucci shoes for 6,000, and a Mont Blanc belt for 3,005. Dressed to the nines, he looked like a completely different person in the mirror. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. In my past life, I lived on scraps in the apocalypse. In this life, I should enjoy myself properly. At exactly 9 o'clock at the Haidong Real Estate Transaction Center, Wang Lin pushed the door open and found many people already in line in the lobby. He walked straight to the VIP counter where Zhou Min had been waiting. Upon seeing him, her smile was radiant enough to bloom a flower. Mr. Wang, you're here. Zhou Min approached, grasping Wang Lin's hand and shaking it up and down. I've been waiting for you for a while. Come this way, please. I've arranged a dedicated counter for you. No need to line up. She was dressed in a bright red professional outfit, her hair styled in big waves with sparkling earrings hanging from her ears, looking radiant and transformed from yesterday. She was dressed in a bright red professional outfit, her hair styled in... Oh, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Wang, Zhou Min said, beaming widely as she walked. After you left yesterday, I communicated with the developers overnight. I've reserved the best 3 standalone villas at the mountaintop just for you. Once we finish the paperwork, I'll personally take you to see them. When they reached the VIP counter, Zhou Min pulled out a chair for him, then turned to shout, Xiao Lu, get Mr. Wang a cup of coffee. It should be freshly brewed. There's mineral water and juice over there, Mr. Wang. What would you like to drink? Coffee. Wang Lin sat down, taking out the signed sale contract, ID card, and bank card from his bag, placing them one by one on the table. Zhou Min stood beside him, her hands clasped in front of her, her posture respectful, like a servant. The staff inside the counter was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She took the materials, flipped through them, looked up at Wang Lin, and then glanced at Zhou Min with a somewhat subtle expression. Sir, your property sold for 4 million. Has the full payment arrived? Yes, Wang Lin replied, pulling out his phone and opening the banking app showing a balance of 5,200,000. The middle-aged woman glanced at it, nodded, and asked, which villa do you want to buy at the half-mountain area? The down payment is 30% with 70% financed. For a 20 million property, the down payment is 6 million and the loan is 14 million. 6 million. Wang Lin frowned. Zhou Min hurriedly leaned in. Mr. Wang, the 4 million from selling your house plus your savings. If it's not enough, I can help you contact the bank for a loan. It's enough. I still have some, just enough for the down payment, Wang Lin said lightly. Zhou Min's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Then there's no problem. I've already communicated with the bank and the loan procedures can be completed today. Don't worry, I've secured the lowest interest rate for you, she said, pulling out a stack of documents from her bag, flipping to the last page and pointing at the signature line. Mr. Wang, just sign here. Wang Lin took the pen and quickly signed his name. Zhou Min watched the signature, her smile so wide that her eyes turned into slits. In her mind, she quickly calculated a profit over 1 million from selling the house, 60,000 for the brokerage fee, plus the commission from the loan. She could earn at least 2 million from this deal. Mr. Wang, you are truly my benefactor, Zhou Min remarked with emotion. I've been in this industry for 8 years, and I've never encountered a client as straightforward as you. Those rich people take forever to buy a house, fussing over feng shui and orientation. They can't settle on a house even after looking for 6 months. But you managed to finalize everything in 2 minutes. Because they don't lack time, Wang Lin stood up. And what I lack most is time. Huh? Zhou Min didn't understand. Mr. Wang, are you in a hurry? Do you want me to drive you to see the house? No need, I'll go myself, Wang Lin replied, picking up the property deed and walking out without looking back. See you at 2 in the afternoon at the entrance of the half-mountain villa. Okay. I'll be there on time. Zhou Min chased to the door, calling out to Wang Lin's back, Mr. If you need anything, just call me. Wang Lin exited the transaction center and hailed a taxi. Driver to the half-mountain villa area. Sure. The taxi drove through the city center, winding up the mountain road. The scenery outside transformed from towering buildings to lush greenery, and the air became much fresher. The half-mountain villa area is situated at the highest point of High City, providing a panoramic view of the entire city with a breathtaking vista that refreshes the soul. The taxi was stopped at a checkpoint at the foot of the mountain. Sir, this is a private residential area, though outside vehicles cannot enter. The security guard peeked at the taxi, then at Wang Lin, his gaze filled with scrutiny. I'm here to view the property, Wang Lin said as he got out of the car, adjusting his collar. The security guard took a quick glance at him, noting the Armani suit and Gucci shoes. Though they were both designer brands, arriving in a taxi to look at a villa in the hills seemed out of place. Is this really too shabby? The guard asked. Sir, do you have an appointment? Yes, manager Zhou Min, 2 o'clock. The guard picked up his walkie-talkie and muttered a few words before nodding. Please wait a moment while I verify. Wang Lin stood next to the guard booth, checking his watch. 140, just 20 minutes to go. At that moment, another taxi drove up from the foot of the mountain and stopped in front of the booth. The car door opened, and Li Taiju climbed out of the back seat. Wang Lin almost didn't recognize him. Li Taiju was dressed in a deep blue suit today with a burgundy tie, his hair slicked back, and wearing gold trim. He looked considerably refined, but his height of 185 meters and the unmistakable stature of a former soldier could not be concealed. Lin. Brother Lin. Li Taiju exclaimed, rushing over and lowering his voice. Am not late, am I? Not at all, just in time. Wang Lin took a good look at him, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, Taiju, you clean up well. Of course. Li Taiju puffed out his chest. I specifically went shopping last night. It cost me 2 months' salary. This suit was 880, the shoes 200, the tie 500, the glasses 300. All right, stop lamenting about it. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. I'll reimburse you tenfold after we finish our business. Really? Li Taizu's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied to you? Just then the security guard peered out of the booth again, scanning Li Taiju from head to toe, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Another taxi passenger. The guard asked suspiciously, are you two together? Are you here to view the property? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. Then, the guard hesitated. May I ask what industry you are in? Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with viewing the property? Well, the guard felt a bit awkward. It's just that our owners have high standards for the community environment, and the developer has regulations that clients viewing properties need to provide proof of assets. Proof of assets. Wang Lin chuckled as he pulled out the property deed he had just obtained, slapping it on the booth's counter through the window. Does this count? The guard looked down at it, his eyes widening in shock. A property ownership certificate. In the hillside villa area, a standalone building on the mountaintop with an area of 380 square meters. Thighs. The guard stammered, Sir, are you already an owner? Just obtained it. Wang Lin replied, putting the deed away. Can I go in now? The guard's face turned red as he quickly ran out of the booth, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I'm so sorry, sir. Please come in. As he spoke, he grabbed the walkie-talkie, his tone changing, gate calling the patrol team. Owner of Unit 3 on the mountaintop has arrived. Please send a golf cart for pickup. Li Taiju watched in astonishment, giving a thumbs up secretly. Brother Lin, impressive. So you bought it just like that? It's a small matter, Wang Lin replied nonchalantly. Before long, a golf cart came down from the mountain, driven by a young man in uniform who jumped out with a big smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Xiao Zhang from Property Management Manager. Zhou sent me to pick you up. Please get in. Wang Lin and Li Taiju hopped onto the cart and drove up the winding road. The greenery on both sides was well maintained, with various precious trees arranged beautifully, and every 50 meters there was a European-style street lamp. The road was so clean it could reflect a person's shadow. Brother Lin, this place is extravagant. Li Taiju exclaimed, looking around. How much does a unit here cost? 20 million. 20 million. Li Taiju almost jumped out of his seat. Brother Lin, are you insane? Didn't you say you were coming to the apocalypse? Once the apocalypse hits, won't this just be a pile of broken bricks and tiles? Wang Lin glanced at him and lowered his voice. It's precisely because the apocalypse is coming that I want to buy it. Think about it, before the apocalypse erupts, we need to build a safe house. Li Taiju nodded in understanding. That makes sense. But I still feel bad about the 30 million. Feel bad about what? Wang Lin laughed. When the apocalypse comes, money will just be waste paper. Rather than letting the bank take it, it's better to exchange it for something that can save lives. The golf cart stopped in front of a villa at the mountaintop. This was a 3-story European-style building, its facade clad entirely in marble, with 2 Roman columns supporting a huge portico at the entrance. In the yard, there was a small swimming pool alongside a neatly trimmed lawn and a few ginkgo trees. Looking down from the entrance, the entire coastal city lay before them, the skyscrapers stacked like building blocks below, and the distant sea sparkled. Wow. Li Taiju swallowed hard. This place is extraordinarily grand. Mr. Wang, a woman's voice called from inside the villa. Zhou Min came running out, followed by 2 people carrying toolboxes. Today she wore a champagne-colored suit, her hair styled up and adorned with a delicate platinum necklace, looking both capable and exquisite. Mr. Wang, you're here. Zhou Min greeted him with a bright smile. This is my friend Li Jiaming from Hong Kong Island, Wang Lin introduced. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Min quickly extended her hand to shake Li Taizu's, her attitude as warm as if she were meeting her own father. Mr. Wang's friends are indeed extraordinary. Mr. Li is quite the talent, obviously destined for great things. Li Taiju felt a bit bashful from the praise, clearing his throat. Manager, Zhou, you flatter me. Zhou Min turned around, leading the 2 inside while introducing Mr. Wang. This villa has the best view among the 3 on the mountaintop. Standing on the 3rd floor terrace, you can see the entire coastal city and bay. With a built area of 380 square meters and a garden area of 200 square meters, it comes with a swimming pool and garage. I've already negotiated with the developer for you, offering the most favorable price of 200. Let's just say it's 20 million flat. Alright, I'll take this one. Wang Lin said after inspecting the villa and being satisfied with the layout and decor. That's wonderful. Zhou Min clapped her hands excitedly. They'll get the paperwork started. By the way, Mr. Wang, do you need any renovations for this house? I know a few top designers. No need. Wang Lin interrupted her. Just keep it as it is. Also, I have a request. What is it? I want to expand the basement of this villa. Dig down 3 levels with full waterproofing and moistureproofing. The outer walls need to be reinforced, the windows replaced with bulletproof glass, and a deep well installed in the yard with a clean water system. I also need a standalone solar power system and a geothermal heat pump installed. Zhou Min listened wide-eyed. Mr. Wang, are you planning to? I'm someone who places great importance on safety. Wang Lin stated lightly. Can you handle these renovations? Yes. Zhou Min nodded vigorously. I know a team specializing in high-end private home renovations specifically for wealthy clients. Safe houses, their skills are top-notch. But the costs might be quite high. Money isn't a problem, but the safe house I want must withstand. Wang Lin pulled out a bank card. They'll pay a deposit of 500 now and 10 after 3 days, but I need it done quickly, okay? Zhou Min took the bank card with both hands, shaking with excitement. Sure. Mr. Wang, rest assured I'll keep a close eye on it and ensure everything is finished by the end of the month. By the end of the month. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Can you get it done by July 20th? The 20th. Zhou Min calculated the time. There are still over 10 days. That's a bit tight. It might require extra funds. I understand money is not the issue. 3 days later, I'll give you the initial payment of 10,000 and the rest will be paid in full a month later. Zhou Min's smile was as hard to suppress as the AK-47, forcing back laughter. All right, I'll have the team work overtime. It shouldn't be a problem. Then I'll leave it to you, Manager Zhou. Wang Lin nodded. Additionally, I have some supplies that need to be procured, and they will be sent here in batches. Please help me receive them. No problem. Leave it to me. Zhou Min assured as Li Tieju's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression subtly shifting towards Wang Lin. Brother Lin, it's your wife. Oh no, it's Li Mingyao calling. Wang Lin took the phone, stepped aside, and answered. Hello. Wang Lin. Didn't you say you were going to view the villa today? Why didn't you take me along? Li Mingyao's voice was both sweet and a bit sulky. Is it that you don't want me to see it? How could that be? Wang Lin's voice immediately softened. I was just worried you'd be busy. Plus today is just for signing the contract. There's nothing much to see. Signing the contract is even more reason for me to go. I want to see what the villa looks like with my own eyes. Li Mingyao pouted. Where are you now? I'll take a taxi over. Wang Lin glanced at Zhou Min, then at Li Tieju, a slight smile forming on his lips. All right, come on over. Call me when you arrive at the foot of the mountain, and I'll have someone come down to pick you up. After hanging up, Wang Lin said to Zhou Min, Manager Zhou, my girlfriend will be coming soon. Could you arrange for someone to pick her up? No problem. Zhou Min nodded quickly, then quietly asked Mr. Wang, what does your girlfriend like to drink? I can prepare something. Anything she drinks, whatever. Wang Lin walked to the terrace, lit a cigarette, and gazed down at the city at the foot of the mountain. Li Taiju followed, lowering his voice to ask, Brother Lin, what exactly are you planning? To deceive that woman into coming to see the villa, and then what? Then, Wang Lin exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze chilling like ice. Then I'll make her believe that I truly have insider information and can really make money. When she pours all her money in, I'll let her know what it means to lose everything. Li Taiju looked at Wang Lin's back, a chill running down his spine. He had never seen Wang Lin with such an expression, cold, nearly cruel indifference. Brother Lin, Li Taiju cautiously asked, isn't this too harsh? Harsh? Wang Lin turned around, a bitter smile on his face. Tieju, you have no idea how she treated me before the apocalypse in my past life. He did not continue. Li Mingyao hung up the phone, crawling out from under Zhang Wei, hurriedly adjusting her disheveled nightgown. Where are you going? Zhang Wei lay on the bed, bare-chested, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. I haven't finished here yet. That Wang Lin actually bought a house in the hillside villa area? Li Mingyao said while tying her hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I need to check it out. If it's true, we can pool some money together to invest, and once we earn 30 million, we can kick that poor loser out. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, uninterested, and murmured, Go ahead, hurry up and leave. Li Mingyao grabbed her bag and ran out, her high heels clicking loudly against the floor. The door slammed shut, and Zhang Wei's expression shifted from lazy to sinister. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiaoqin, come over. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhang Wei, wrapped in a bath towel, went to open the door. At the entrance stood a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a cream-colored business suit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing black-framed glasses, and holding a briefcase. This was his secretary Chunya, who had been with him for 3 years, efficient and discreet. Mr. Zhang, you called for me. Chunya walked in, habitually opening her briefcase to take out a notebook. Help me gather some funds. Zhang Wei sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. Transfer the liquid funds from the company account. Gather as much as you can. I need it for 3 months. Chunya frowned. Mr. Zhang, the liquid funds currently available in the company account are about 800,000, but if we withdraw everything, the turnover for this quarter. Just 3 months. Zhang Wei interrupted her. He'll pay it back with interest in 3 months. Then, he'll do my best. Xinya took out her phone, made a few calls, communicated with the bank and several partners, and finally calculated on her notebook before looking up and saying, Mr. Zhang, we can gather 600,000. 600,000 is fine. Zhang Wei nodded. Transfer it to my personal account and do it quickly. All right, Mr. Zhang. Xinya closed her notebook and stood up. He'll head back to take care of it now. As she turned to leave, Zhang Wei grabbed her wrist. What's the rush? Zhang Wei's voice turned low and ambiguous. That BTCH Li Mingyao spoiled my mood. You need to make it up to me. Xinya stiffened for a moment, adjusted her glasses, and calmly replied, Mr. Zhang, it's working hours. Well, Zhang Wei pulled her closer and pressed her down onto the sofa. Come keep me company. Xinya struggled a couple of times, but then stopped moving. The following 1,000 words are omitted. Li Mingyao had no idea that the backyard was already on fire. She hurriedly hailed a taxi, heading straight for the hillside villa area. The taxi stopped in front of the booth at the foot of the hill. Li Mingyao got out, adjusted her skirt, and walked in her high heels. Stop! The security guard poked his head out from the booth, sizing her up. Who are you looking for? I'm here to... Li Mingyao raised her chin, speaking haughtily. The guard looked her over again. In her Chanel suit and carrying an LV bag, she seemed somewhat credible. However, he recognized most of the residents in the hillside villa area, and this woman looked unfamiliar. Which building are you the owner of? Do you have an appointment? My boyfriend bought a house here. His name is Wang Lin. He just bought it. The guard flipped through the registration list. Indeed, building No. 3 at the top of the hill had just been sold, and the owner was Wang Lin. But this woman... What's your name? Li Mingyao. The guard shook his head. Your name is not on the registration list. You cannot enter. Li Mingyao's smile froze. I'm his girlfriend. How can I not go in? I'm sorry, we have regulations here. Non-owners and unregistered visitors are not allowed inside. The guard's tone became formal. If you want to enter, please have the owner call the property management to confirm, or you can present an authorization letter signed by the owner. You... Li Mingyao turned red with anger. Do you know who I am? I'm an owner in the hillside community. We are under the same property management company. The guard twitched the corner of his mouth, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The hillside community. Isn't that just the ordinary residential area at the foot of the hill? Although it has hillside in its name, it is entirely different from the hillside villa area. The houses over there are only 2 to 3 million, while the cheapest here starts at 20 million. One is a slum, the other is a wealthy area. How can they be the same? Ma'am, the guard's tone turned slightly sarcastic. We don't manage the owners of the hillside community, but this is the hillside villa area, not the hillside community. If you want to enter, either have the owner confirm or bring an authorization letter. Otherwise, I cannot let you in. Li Mingyao was provoked by the distinction between hillside community and hillside villa area, her face alternating between red and pale. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'm not looking down on you. I am just following the regulations. The guard remained expressionless. Ma'am, if you continue to make a scene, I will call the police. Go ahead. Call them. Li Mingyao exploded, her voice rising by 8 degrees. Let's see who the police will side with. A property owner like me is being stopped outside. Is there no law left? Her voice attracted a lot of attention. Several passing residents stopped to watch the commotion. Isn't that Li Mingyao from the hillside community? A middle-aged woman carrying a vegetable basket recognized her. I heard she found a rich boyfriend. It turns out he's... What rich boyfriend? The security here in the villa area doesn't even recognize her. A man in sportswear sneered. She probably came to climb the social ladder. TSK tisk, doesn't she know her own status? Coming from the hillside community to cause a scene in the villa area, isn't that just self-humiliation? The voices of discussion pierced into Li Mingyao's ears like needles. Her face flushed crimson, and her eyes... She pointed at the security guard's nose and scolded. Just wait. He'll have my boyfriend fire you. What are you even worth? A mere doorman earning a few thousand a month dares to stop me. The security guard's expression changed, and his voice turned cold. Madam, please watch your words. I will say it again, either let the owner confirm or leave. As the two were at a standoff, an electric scooter came down from the hill. Wang Lin, sitting on the scooter, saw this scene. Li Mingyao was jumping and shouting like a shrew in front of the booth, surrounded by a crowd watching the commotion, while the security guard's face darkened like a pot bottom. He curled his lips into a cold smile, had the driver stop at the roadside, took out his phone, and snapped a picture from a distance. Then he leisurely had the driver move the car forward. What happened? Wang Lin got out of the car, pretending to have just seen Li Mingyao, with a surprised expression. Mingyao? Why are you standing here? Seeing Wang Lin, Li Mingyao looked like she had found her savior, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Wang Lin, you finally came. She rushed over, grabbing Wang Lin's arm, her voice a mix of crying and whining. This security guard bullied me. He wouldn't let me in. He even said he would call the police to arrest me. Look at his attitude. The security guard, seeing Wang Lin, immediately changed his expression to one of respect. Mr. Wang, this lady claims to be your girlfriend, but she has no appointment or authorization. I am following the regulations. She is my girlfriend. Wang Lin interrupted him, saying, I asked her to come. I forgot to inform the property management earlier. The security guard quickly bowed. I'm sorry, mister. Wang, I didn't recognize the mountain. This lady, I apologize for the offense earlier. Li Mingyao, feeling triumphant, raised her chin and scoffed. Umph. It's good you know. You lowly creature with dog eyes. The security guard's face twitched, but he dared not say anything with Wang Lin present. Wang Lin gently patted Li Mingyao's hand, his tone soft. All right, don't be angry anymore. Let's go, I'll take you to see our new home. The words, our new home, made Li Mingyao instantly smile through her tears, and she linked her arm with Wang Lin's, proudly raising her head as they walked past the security guard, deliberately bumping her shoulder against him. The electric scooter drove up the winding road, and Li Mingyao's eyes widened more and more. Oh my gosh! The greenery here is amazing. How much do these trees cost each? That over there, is it a tennis court? Can the owners use it freely? Wow, that swimming pool is so big. Wang Lin sat beside her, smiling and answering each question like a diligent tour guide. The electric scooter stopped in front of Villa No. 3 at the top of the hill, and as Li Mingyao got off the scooter, she was stunned. A 3-story European-style building with marble exterior walls, Roman column porches, a yard with a swimming pool, lawn, and ginkgo trees. Standing at the door and looking down, the entire city of Haishur was in full view, with the distant sea shimmering under the sunlight. Is this ours? Li Mingyao's voice trembled. Yes, over 20 million, nearly 30 million. Wang Lin said lightly. Come on, let's go in and take a look. He took Li Mingyao's hand and walked inside, where Zhou Min had been waiting at the door. Seeing the two come over, she quickly greeted them. Mr. Wang, this is your girlfriend, right? Oh, she's so beautiful. A match made in heaven. Zhou Min's words were as sweet as honey. Hello, Miss Li. Zhou Min, Mr. Wang's real estate consultant. You are indeed fortunate. When Mr. Wang bought this house, the first thing he said was, my girlfriend likes a good view. Li Mingyao, flattered, tightened her grip on Wang Lin's arm even more. The villa inside was even more impressive than the outside, with crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, wooden floors, and marble coffee tables. The living room alone was 70 or 80 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city below, sunlight pouring and making the whole house golden and brilliant. This living room is too big. Li Mingyao turned around, her eyes dazzled. Is this sofa really leather? How much does this coffee table cost? She was like Lu Lao entering a grand garden, wanting to touch and ask about everything. Wang Lin stood by, wearing a gentle smile, but his heart was coldly mocking. Taking you to see the house is merely bait for fishing. After touring the first floor, Wang Lin took her up to the second floor. The master bedroom was larger than her entire current home, complete with a walk-in closet and bathroom. The walk-in closet was already filled with various luxury items, Gucci, LV, Chanel, Hermes. These were just the belongings left by the previous owner, who hadn't moved out yet. Li Mingyao rushed into the walk-in closet, her eyes widening. Are these all for me? Yes, didn't you like? Wang Lin leaned against the door frame, his tone indulgent. From now on, this entire walk-in closet is yours. Li Mingyao hugged a Hermes Birkin bag, her excitement nearly bringing her to tears. She turned around and threw herself into Wang Lin's arms, her voice choked. Wang Lin, you're so good to me. How did I never realize how great you are? Wang Lin gently patted her back, his gaze as cold as ice. Let's go, let's check out the third floor. He released her, his tone gentle. The third floor had a huge terrace furnished with rattan chairs and umbrellas. Standing on the terrace, the entire city of Haishur was in full view, with skyscrapers and bustling traffic and a few cargo ships slowly sailing on the distant sea. So beautiful. Li Mingyao leaned on the railing, mesmerized. Wang Lin stood beside her, lighting a cigarette. Mingyao, how are you considering the money matter? My friend said that if you invest by the end of this month, you can catch the final wave of the market. Li Mingyao came back to her senses, her eyes flickering. I need to think more. All right, no rush. Wang Lin flicked the ash from his cigarette. But my friend is going back to Hong Kong Island the day after tomorrow. If you want to invest, it's best to transfer the money to me in the next couple of days. After he leaves, this channel will be gone. Li Mingyao bit her lip. How much can we make? I told you it triples in a month. Wang Lin looked at the city below, his tone flat. If you invest 2 million, it will become 6 million in a month. If you invest 5 million, it will turn into 15 million. If you invest 10 million, it will become 30 million. 30 million. Li Mingyao's eyes lit up. She took out her phone, walked to the corner of the terrace, and dialed Zhang Wei's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. Hello. Zhang Wei's voice was a bit hoarse, and the background was very quiet. Brother Wei, have you gathered the money? Li Mingyao lowered her voice. Yes, I've gathered 6 million. How about you? Is the villa real? It's real? A super big villa. On the mountaintop. Over 30 million. Li Mingyao's excitement made her voice rise, then she quickly lowered it. Brother Wei, we need to invest quickly. Wang Lin said his friend is going back to Hong Kong Island the day after tomorrow, and after this village there won't be this shop. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. Okay, I will transfer the money to you. Keep an eye on it and don't let that Wang Lin kid swallow the money. Don't worry, he doesn't know our relationship. Once he helps us earn enough money, we can kick him to the curb, and then this villa will be ours. You handle it as you see fit. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyao opened her mobile banking app, saw the 6 million in her account, and her eyes sparkled like light bulbs. She walked back to the terrace and transferred all 6 million to Wang Lin's account. Wang Lin, I gathered 6 million. Adding my own 2 million, that's a total of 8 million. All of it invested. Wang Lin glanced at the text message on his phone, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. All right, don't worry, I promise you will make money. Li Mingyao wandered around the villa again, checking every room and every corner, growing more and more fond of it, wanting to claim it as her own. Wang Lin, is this house really ours? She leaned against Wang Lin's shoulder, her voice sugary sweet. Of course, the title deed is in my name. Wang Lin chuckled. Once we make money, we can decorate it nicely. What style do you like? I like European style, the kind that is particularly luxurious. All right, whatever you like. Li Mingyao lingered in the villa for over an hour before reluctantly leaving. As she sat in the taxi looking back at the villa on the hill, her eyes were filled with unmasked greed. 30 million. The villa. It's all mine. She murmured to herself. Wang Lin, oh Wang Lin, once you help me earn enough money, you will be of no use to me. She took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, the villa is real super beautiful. Once we earn the money, we will kick Wang Lin out, and this villa will be our love nest. Zhang Wei replied instantly. All right, I'll listen to you. Li Mingyao happily put her phone away, leaning against the car window, already planning how to spend that 30 million. What she didn't know was that Wang Lin was standing on the terrace of the 3rd floor, watching her taxi disappear, with his smile fading little by little. He took out his phone, glanced at his bank balance, and saw 8 million had arrived. This was part of his startup capital. Li Taiju stood on the terrace watching Li Mingyao's taxi disappear at the end of the winding mountain road. He turned around, his expression somewhat complex. Lingu, what should we do next? Wang Lin extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray his gaze sharp. Did you bring your money? I brought it. Li Taiju took out a bank card from his suit pocket. 300,000 is all here, not a cent left behind. Good. Wang Lin accepted the card and patted his shoulder. Next, we need to turn this villa into the safest safe house. He took out his phone and dialed Zhou Min's number. The phone rang once before being answered. Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? Zhou Min's voice was as warm as reuniting with a family member. Manager Zhou, help me find a custom home renovation company. I want the best, the more luxurious the better. I need to completely renovate the villa. No problem. Zhou Min paused. What kind of renovation do you have in mind? This will help me communicate with the renovation. Wang Lin leaned against the railing, his tone calm, as if discussing a menu. It must withstand temperatures of -100 degrees and not fear 70 degrees of heat. It should have a toxic gas filtration system and an independent underground water purification system. All windows must be replaced with aviation bulletproof glass that is resistant to radiation, temperature changes, and bullets. The entire community must be covered by surveillance with a solar power system and a diesel generator system. The basement's waterproofing must withstand flooding for 3 months. The other end of the line fell silent. Zhou Min was internally complaining, does this nouveau riche have a persecution complex? -100 degrees. 70 degrees of heat. Bulletproof glass. And radiation protection. Is this for living or building a military bunker? But outwardly she maintained another line. Mr. Wang, is this request of yours a bit too high, eh? There are very few renovation companies on the market that can meet this level. That's why I'm asking you to find the best. Wang Lin interrupted her. Money is not an issue. Well, all right then. Zhou Min bit her lip. I know a few that do high-end private residences. There's one team that specifically builds safe houses for top-tier wealthy clients, and they are quite renowned in the circle. The sooner the better. After hanging up, Wang Lin turned to Li Taiju and said, let's go wait downstairs. The two took an electric cart down to the foot of the mountain. In less than half an hour at the community's clubhouse, Zhou Min hurried in with a man in his 50s. The man wore a deep gray Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He walked with an air of authority, clearly a person of stature. Behind him were 2 young assistants. One carried a briefcase, and the other held a laptop. Mr. Wang. Zhou Min jogged up to greet them, beaming. This is Zhao Qianqing, the owner of the best custom home company in Haishi, specializing in high-end private residences. People in the circle say that houses built by Mr. Zhao are more comfortable than presidential suites. Zhao Qianqing extended his hand, scanning Wang Lin with his gaze. He looked young and dressed plainly, yet his eyes held a maturity beyond his years. Hello, Mr. Wang, it's an honor to meet you. Zhao Qianqing smiled and shook hands. Manager Zhou mentioned your requirements, and I have a rough idea. Could you elaborate? Let's discuss inside. The 4 entered the VIP room of the clubhouse, and Zhao Qianqing's assistant opened a laptop to take notes. Wang Lin sat down and repeated the requirements he had discussed with Zhou Min item by item, as clearly as reading from a checklist. Zhao Qianqing's expression changed from calm to serious as he listened. Mr. Wang, your requirements. He considered his words carefully. To be honest, I have been in the high-end private residence business for 20 years and have built safe houses for many wealthy clients, but your standards are the highest I've ever encountered. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. Zhao Qianqing nodded. But this project is quite extensive and some materials will need to be imported. For instance, the aviation bulletproof glass you requested is not available domestically and needs to be ordered from Germany. As for the toxic gas filtration system, it typically requires military-grade materials which are hard to acquire in the civilian market. I will need to pull some strings. How long will it take? Zhao Qiansheng counted on his fingers. Material procurement will take 2 months, construction 4 months, plus additional time for adjustments and acceptance. Conservatively estimating it will take at least a year before you can move in. A year is too long. Wang Lin shook his head. Mr. Wang, this is already the fastest timeline. The items you want are not easily obtainable. No more than 25 days. Wang Lin interrupted him. 25 days it must be completed. Zhao Qiansheng was taken aback, thinking he misheard. Mr. Wang, what did you say? 25 days. Yes, everything must be settled before July 31st. Impossible. Zhao Qiansheng nearly jumped out of his seat. Mr. Wang, aren't you making this difficult for me? Just the shipment of that batch of glass from Germany will take over 10 days, and adding installation and adjustments, we wouldn't even be able to gather the materials in 25 days. That's your concern. Wang Lin's tone was unyielding. I only care about the results. Zhao Qiansheng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Mr. Wang, I know you have money, but some things cannot be solved by money. This timeline is truly impossible. What about the price? Wang Lin held up a finger. 150 million. Zhao Qiansheng forced a smile. Mr. Wang, it's not about the money. 300 million. The room fell silent instantly. Zhou Min gasped and the two assistants exchanged wide-eyed glances. Zhao Qiansheng's expression froze on his face, the difficulty in his eyes replaced by shock. 300 million. This villa itself costs nearly 30 million and the renovation costs 300 million. 10 times the property price. Zhao Qiansheng was bewildered. He swallowed hard. Mr. Wang, you. 310 million. Wang Lin added another 10 million, stood up, adjusted his collar, and said 10 million is my gift to Mr. Zhao for our first meeting. Whether we proceed or not is up to you. If not, I'll find someone else. He turned to leave. Zhao Qiansheng suddenly stood up, his hesitation swept away. Yes, I will do it. Zhao Qiansheng hurried over in 3 steps, grasping Wang Lin's hand. Mr. Wang, rest assured, within 25 days, I will turn your villa into the safest safe house in all of Huaxia. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Zhao. Wang Lin smiled, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. This is a 10 million deposit. Once it's done, the rest will be paid in full. Zhao Qiansheng took the bank card with both hands, his hands trembling with excitement. He quickly calculated in his mind. 310 million projects, subtracting material costs and labor, he would at least earn 100 million. 100 million in 25 days, such a business is hard to find even with a lantern. Mr. Wang, do you have any other needs? Zhao Qiansheng's attitude was 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely get it done. Wang Lin thought for a moment, extended his hand, and made a gun gesture. Zhao Qiansheng's smile froze. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Get some of these. Wang Lin lowered his voice. Do you have any connections? Zhao Qiansheng's face turned pale with fear, quickly pressing down Wang Lin's hand, his voice extremely low. Mr. Wang, this thing is not to be touched. You know how strict Huaxiao is on firearms. If caught, you could lose your head. What about crossbows? Wang Lin withdrew his hand. Powerful compound crossbows, that should be fine, right? Zhao Qiansheng breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. As for crossbows, although they are not as sensitive as firearms, they are still controlled items. However, I have a few friends in the military supply circle. I can ask a master craftsman to customize a few high-end compound crossbows. That should not be a problem. All right, make me 10. The more arrows, the better. 10. Zhao Qiansheng was taken aback again. Mr. Wang, why do you need so many? Even for hunting, you wouldn't need 10 crossbows. I have many friends, 1 for each person. Wang Lin smiled and continued, additionally, make me a few mo knives and tang sabers. They need to be heavier with good toughness, and they must be sharpened. Zhao Qiansheng's expression changed again. Mo knives, tang sabers, and sharpened. Mr. Wang, what do you intend to do? These items, while not strictly controlled, but sharpened long knives, are considered controlled knives and can be confiscated and fined if discovered. Don't let me get into trouble. Oh, Mr. Zhao, you're overthinking it. Wang Lin waved his hand, smiling lightly. I just suddenly became wealthy and can't adapt quickly. I'm afraid others will rob me. So I want to keep some things for self-defense, just to feel secure. Zhao Qiansheng inwardly criticized. Do you need mo knives for self-defense? That thing is over a meter long and weighs over 10 kilograms. Do you think you're an ancient general? And to feel secure, why not just set up 2 cannons in your yard? But he said, all right, Mr. Wang, rest assured I will find the best knife maker for you. Mo knives and tang sabers, I guarantee they will be sharp and sturdy. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Wang Lin extended his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. Zhao Qiansheng left with his 2 assistants, leaving only Wang Lin and Li Taizhu in the room. Li Taizhu frowned, looking worried. Brother Lin, did you give him all your money? Just 10 million, not all of it. But you still owe him 300 million. Li Taizhu became anxious. If you can't pay after the renovation, that Mr. Zhao is not someone to be trifled with. Who in Haishur can do high-end private residences without some background? Wang Lin laughed. Do you really think I would give him 300 million? What you just said? Li Taizhu was stunned. What I meant was once it's done, the rest will be paid in full. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. But the question is, after the apocalypse, is money still money? Paper money has become waste paper. What can I give him? Li Taizhu suddenly understood, giving a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you're pulling a fast one. This is called reasonable utilization of the rules. Wang Lin said lightly, before the apocalypse he was the boss and I was the client. After the apocalypse, whoever has the resources is the boss. By then he'll be begging me for shelter and still wants the rest. The two walked out of the clubhouse and Wang Lin stopped, looking at the city at the foot of the mountain. Keju, I need to invest the remaining hundreds of thousands into the stock market. I will be going on a trip soon. You stay and keep an eye on Mr. Zhao, oversee the renovation project. A trip? Where to? Northeast. Northeast. Li Taizhu frowned. What are you going there for? Wang Lin lowered his voice. I received news that during the Sakura Nation's defeat and retreat 100 years ago, a stash of gold was hidden in the northeast. It's quite substantial. Ooh, I need to go dig it out. Li Taizhu's eyes widened. Is that true? Why have I never? Of course you haven't heard. Those who knew about this in the past life are all dead. Wang Lin's gaze deepened. This stash of gold is my lifeline for a comeback. Without it, all my future plans cannot be executed. Li Taizhu paused for a while and nodded heavily. All right, Brother Lin, you go ahead. I'll handle things here, you can rest assured. There's one more thing. Wang Lin took out a piece of paper from his pocket, densely filled with a list of supplies. These are the supplies I need. Contact the suppliers according to the quantities on the list. When I return, we'll start stockpiling. Li Taizhu took the list, glanced at it, and his eyes widened. 5,000 boxes of compressed biscuits. 30,000 cans. 200 tons of diesel. 100 boxes of antibiotics. Brother Lin, are you opening a supermarket or preparing for war? Both. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. You don't need to worry about the money. When I come back from the northeast, I will have money. All right. Li Taizhu folded the list and stuffed it into his pocket. Brother Lin, when are you leaving? Wang Lin took out his phone and sent a message to Li Mingyao. I will be on a business trip for a few days tomorrow to handle some matters. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Li Mingyao replied immediately. Business trip. Where to? How long will you be gone? Northeast, probably a week. Be good and wait for me at home. Just be careful and stay safe on the road. I miss you, moi. Wang Lin looked at the words, I miss you, moi, on the phone screen and smirked coldly. He put his phone away and gazed towards the northeast. The gold of the Sakura Nation. In his past life, he learned this secret from a dying old man during the apocalypse. That stash of gold was hidden in an abandoned mine deep within Changbai Mountain, undiscovered for a century. After the apocalypse, that place became a no-man's land. But Wang Lin knew the exact coordinates. 100 tons of gold, he muttered. At the current gold price, it's worth at least 400 billion. Li Taizhu nearby nearly lost his balance upon hearing this number. How much? 400 billion. 400 billion. Li Taizhu's voice pitch changed. Brother Lin, are you out of your mind? 100 tons of gold. How many trucks would that take? That's why I need you to keep an eye on the renovation. Wang Lin smiled. When I return, we'll start buying up everything. What Wang Lin didn't mention was that there were also firearms and antiques in that mysterious cave. In the apocalypse, firearms are crucial. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the greatest fear is people. A powerful compound crossbow cannot resist those who are starving mad. Those people can no longer be called human. They eat other humans and are worse than beasts. Only with guns can one be truly safe. At 6 in the morning, with the sky barely brightening, Wang Lin stepped out of the hotel, carrying a large mountaineering backpack, and took a taxi straight to Zhao Qiansheng's company. When Wang Lin arrived, Zhao Qiansheng was in the office enjoying tea. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he quickly rose to greet. Zhao Qiansheng, beaming with a smile, personally poured a cup of tea for Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, come try the freshly arrived Mingqian Longjing tea. The tea was served, and Wang Lin took a sip. Is everything ready? Everything is ready, follow me. Zhao Qiansheng led Wang Lin through the corridor to a heavy security door. He entered a password and scanned his fingerprint, and with a click the door opened. Inside was a storage room of over 50 square meters with the walls adorned with various bows, crossbows, and cold weapons. Compound bows, recurve bows, crossbows, knives, swords, and spears, a veritable mini arsenal museum. Wow, Mr. Zhao has quite a collection here, Wang Lin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he scanned the room. These are all collected over the years. Zhao Qiansheng, smiling, walked to a wall and took down 2 imposing-looking compound bows. These 2 were specially customized from the United States, part of Hoyt's high-end series, with a draw weight of 70 pounds and an effective range of 120 meters. The bow is made of carbon fiber, lightweight, yet strong. The pulley system uses top-grade components, allowing for a very smooth draw. Wang Lin took one bow, weighing it in his hands. It was indeed light, but the limbs showed exceptional resilience, clearly a premium item. What's the draw weight? 70 pounds, Zhao Qianxing replied. For an average person, pulling this weight can be a challenge, but I see Mr. Wang is quite sturdy, you should manage just fine. Want to give it a try? There's a shooting range over here. Zhao Qianxing led Wang Lin into the adjacent room, which housed an indoor shooting range about 50 meters long with a few straw targets set up at the far end. Wang Lin drew a carbon arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the bowstring, spread his feet apart, and stood sideways. He took a deep breath, pushing with his left hand and pulling the string with his right. The 70-pound compound bow was indeed heavy for an ordinary person. However, Wang Lin had survived 2 years in the apocalypse, experiencing hardships beyond imagination. Delivering takeout, lifting bricks, working as a security guard, the stamina he developed from juggling 3 jobs combined with the daily life-and-death struggles in the apocalypse had sharpened his strength and precision beyond the average person. The bowstring creaked as it was drawn back slowly. Wang Lin squinted his eyes, aiming at the target 50 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle, hitting the bullseye with a thud, embedding halfway into the straw. Zhao Qianxing was stunned, as were his 3 bodyguards. This? Zhao Qianxing walked up to the target, staring at the arrow that struck the center, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mr. Wang, have you practiced before? I practiced for a few years, Wang Lin replied calmly, drawing another arrow. This time he did not aim. Instead, he simply raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh! Again it hit the bullseye. For the 3rd arrow, Wang Lin stepped back to 70 meters, drew the bow, and released the arrow. Thud! 3 arrows clustered at the same bullseye, their fletching still trembling slightly. Zhao Qianxing inhaled sharply, turning to look at his 3 bodyguards. All 3 former special forces had been hired at great expense. At this moment their expressions were remarkably synchronized, filled with shock. Mr. Zhao, this Mr. Wang is an expert. The lead bodyguard lowered his voice, hitting the bullseye with a 70-meter compound bow. This level of accuracy is rare, even in the army. Moreover, his bow-drawing motion is incredibly smooth, clearly a product of extensive training. Another bodyguard added, the key is his strength. Most people would tremble after drawing a 70-pound bow twice, but he shot 3 arrows without even changing his breath. Zhao Qianxing nodded, his gaze toward Wang Lin, filled with a newfound respect. Mr. Wang, with your skills, it's a shame you aren't competing in the Olympics. Wang Lin lowered the bow and chuckled. The Olympics can't compare to the thrill of hunting. Mr. Zhao, I'll take these 2 bows and have 200 arrows to go with them. Not a problem. Zhao Qianxing took down several military knives from the rack. These were brought back from Germany. They are Boke tactical knives made of D2 steel, high hardness and excellent retention. This one is a survival knife equipped with a fire starter and whistle. This one is a combat knife with a blade length of 15 centimeters, suitable for close combat. Wang Lin took the knife, flipping it in his hand, the blade glinting coldly under the light. He lightly scraped the edge with his thumb, leaving a white mark on his nail. Good knife. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. He'll take them all. Zhao Qianxing produced a long knife, sheathed in black nylon, nearly a meter in length. Mr. Wang, the Tangheng knife you requested, I've had a prototype made in a hurry. The blade material is spring steel with a hardness of HRC 58 after heat treatment, also possessing good toughness. The total length is 92 centimeters with a blade length of 68 centimeters, weighing 1.2 kilograms. Would you like to give it a try? Wang Lin drew the knife, its blade shimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the light. He gripped the handle tightly and casually performed a flourish, the sound of the air being cut through buzzing sharply. Good knife. Wang Lin's eyes sharpened as he stepped forward, decisively executing a diagonal slash that made a piercing sound through the air. The 3 bodyguards instinctively stepped back, the momentum reminiscent of ancient battlefield swordsmen. Zhao Qianxing swallowed hard. Mr. Wang, your knife skills. Have you practiced before? Just some random practice. Wang Lin sheathed the knife. Mr. Zhao, I'll take this knife, and please have 3 more made to the specifications of the Tang dynasty, with a blade length of 120 centimeters, a handle length of 40 centimeters, and a total weight of around 30 kilograms. No problem, I'll have someone wrap it up for you. However, Zhao Qianxing hesitated. Mr. Wang, isn't it inconvenient to take these things on the train? It won't pass the security check. Wang Lin smiled. That's why I came to find you, President Zhao. You have connections, help me think of a solution. Zhao Qianxing thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right. I'll have my driver take you. You're heading to the northeast, right? My company has business there as well, it's on the way. Thank you. Half an hour later, a black Toyota Alphard commercial vehicle drove out of the city and onto the highway. The driver was old Ma, Zhao Qianxing's dedicated driver, a man in his 40s, a veteran, silent, but an excellent driver. In the passenger seat sat one of Zhao Qianxing's bodyguards named Ah Yong, also a veteran responsible for safety along the way. Wang Lin sat in the back seat. Beside him was a long black bag containing a bow and a knife. The car drove north, and Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes. The scenery outside the highway transformed from urban landscapes to farmlands, then to hills, and finally to rolling mountains. After a full day of driving, the car finally arrived at a small town at the foot of the Xing'an Mountains in the evening. The town was small, with only one main street lined with low brick houses. There were few pedestrians and occasionally a few stray dogs wandered along the roadside. In the distance, the rolling mountains were covered in dense coniferous forests, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Mr. Wang, we've arrived. Old Ma parked the car in front of a guest house at the town's entrance. This is the best guest house in town. The conditions are average, please bear with it. Wang Lin got out of the car and stretched his limbs. After sitting in the car for a day, his back and waist felt stiff. All right, let's stay here. Old Ma, you both stay to rest for the night and head back to Haisha early tomorrow. Old Ma was taken aback for a moment. Mr. Wang, aren't we going into the mountains with you? No need. Wang Lin waved his hand. I need to find a friend, and once I do, we'll head into the mountains to hunt. It's not convenient for you to follow. Old Ma hesitated, then nodded. All right, Mr. Wang, please be careful. There are many wild beasts in the mountains and snakes, as well. Stay alert. Rest assured. The three checked in, and the conditions of the guest house were indeed average, but fairly clean. Wang Lin brought the bag containing the bow and knife into the room, locked the door, and opened the curtains to take a look outside. The sky darkened, and the distant mountains loomed like giant beasts lurking in the twilight. Wang Lin took out his phone and sent a message to Li Tieju. I've arrived at the destination. Everything is smooth. How about you? Li Tieju replied immediately. The renovation team has already arrived, Mr. Zhao's people are working hard. I'm contacting suppliers for the material list, and I've negotiated prices with a few of them. Good, keep an eye on it. I should be back in about a week. Understood. Lin Gu, please be safe. Wang Lin turned off his phone, laid back on the bed, and closed his eyes. In the adjacent room, Old Ma was on the phone with Zhao Qianqing. President Zhao, we've arrived. Mr. Wang wants us to return tomorrow. He'll stay in the town to find a friend to hunt in the mountains. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. Do you think he's really going hunting? Old Ma lowered his voice. President Zhao, I don't think so. Think about it. Does one really need such a good compound bow for hunting? And he's also carrying a military knife and a tang saber. Such equipment is enough for a battle. Moreover, he didn't mention hunting at all on the way here. Once we arrived, he just let us leave, clearly not wanting us to follow. I suspect he might be planning to do something illegal in the northeast, possibly getting himself into trouble. Zhao Qianqing responded. You've observed well. But from my interactions with him, I feel this person is not simple. He spends money lavishly, but he is very methodical in his actions, not like a reckless youth. Old Ma, listen to me. Don't get involved, don't ask too many questions, and don't help him transport anything. Protect yourself, stay in the town, and watch from a distance to see what that Wang is really up to. Understood, President Zhao. After hanging up, Old Ma said to Ayong. President Zhao said we should stay in the town for a few days and observe the situation. Ayong nodded, not saying much. On the other side, Wang Lin came out of his room shouldering a backpack and heading downstairs. The young receptionist was playing with her phone and didn't even look up. Wang Lin exited the guest house and walked along the main street. The town wasn't large, and he reached the end after walking for 10 minutes. By the roadside, there was a general store with a few tables outside piled with various mountain goods, mushrooms, black fungus, pine, nuts, deer antler, and several bottles of liquor with things soaking inside. An old man in his 60s sat on a small stool at the door smoking dry tobacco. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his skin was tanned from years of living in the mountains. Old man, are you busy? Wang Lin approached, pulled out a box of cigarettes, and offered one to him. The old man looked up, took the cigarette, sniffed it under his nose. Good smoke. Young man, are you from out of town? Yeah, from Haisha. Wang Lin squatted down and lit one for himself. Old man, I'd like to ask you something. Go ahead. I want to go into the mountains, but I need a guide. Do you know anyone familiar with the mountain paths nearby? The old man looked him over from head to toe, climbing shoes, a windbreaker, a backpack. His equipment was quite complete, but his skin was clean and fair, clearly not someone who had spent years in the mountains. Young man, are you here for tourism or for something else? For something else. What do you mean? Wang Lin feigned ignorant. It means going into the mountains to collect herbs, hunt, and look for mountain goods. The old man exhaled a puff of smoke. There are many good things in the Xing'an Mountains, but it's also dangerous. Wild boars, black bears, venomous snakes, encountering them can be life-threatening. You coming from the city, don't joke about your life. Wang Lin smiled, took out a pack of unopened Zhonghua cigarettes from his backpack, and handed it to the old man. Don't worry, old man, I'm not reckless. I just want to experience it. You just need to point me in the right direction. The old man looked at the Zhonghua. In his hand, his eyes lit up. He opened the pack, took one out, lit it up, and enjoyed a couple of deep puffs with squinted eyes. You're a sensible young man. The old man's attitude became noticeably warmer. If you want to go into the mountains, just having cigarettes isn't enough. You need this. He made a gesture indicating money. Money is not a problem. Wang Lin pulled out his wallet, took out a stack of red bills around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. As long as you give me the right directions, this is yours. The old man's eyes lit up even more, but he still pretended to decline. Oh, how can I accept this? Take it, old man, buy some good cigarettes and liquor. The old man quickly took the money, stuffed it into his pants pocket, and his face wrinkled into a smile. He pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it to reveal a hand-drawn map. This is a map I drew when I was young, and I've revised it over the years. It's much better than the one sold outside. The old man pointed to the markings on the map. Look, this is where the wild boar den is. This is where the bears often appear, and this is the old spot for harvesting ginseng. Wang Lin studied the map closely, silently noting the coordinates. The gold hiding spot he had heard about from that old man in his past life was deep within these mountains in an abandoned mine. Old man, can I buy this map from you? So, no way. The old man shook his head. This is my livelihood. What would I use if I gave it to you? Then could you draw me another one? The old man pondered for a moment. All right, you give me 500 yuan, and I'll draw you one overnight. 1,000, I'll come to pick it up tomorrow morning. Deal. The old man grinned widely. Wang Lin stood up and noticed a few bottles of liquor soaking on the table nearby. Deer whip liquor, ginseng liquor, snake liquor, with red paper labels stuck on the glass bottles scrawled with words. Old man, how much for this liquor? Deer whip liquor is 150 per bottle, ginseng liquor 80, snake liquor. The old man stood up and pointed to the bottles of liquor. These are all brewed by me. The deer whip is from a stag hunted in autumn. The ginseng is 5-year-old forest ginseng, and the snake is a black-striped snake caught in the mountains. Good stuff. I'll take them all. Wang Lin took out his phone to scan the payment. How much? The old man counted a total of 8 bottles, 1,050. He waved generously. Just give me 1,000. Wang Lin transferred 1,000, putting the 8 bottles of liquor into a snakeskin bag. He also bought 50 jin of beef jerky, 30 jin of cured meat, 20 jin of dried mushrooms, and a bag of fried noodles from the general store. The items piled up on the ground, and the old man helped him stuff them into the backpack. The backpack couldn't hold it all, so Wang Lin bought a woven bag as well. Young man, why are you buying so many things? How long are you planning to stay in the mountains? The old man looked puzzled. There are more people, will share the food. Wang Lin casually brushed him off. Once everything was packed, Wang Lin carried the woven bag and the backpack and returned to the guest house. He closed the door, locked it, and drew the curtains. Then he closed his eyes, and with a thought, the backpack, woven bag, and the long black bag containing the bow and knife all vanished from the room, entering the space. The 100,000 cubic meters of space now occupied less than a corner. This space thing is really useful. Wang Lin muttered to himself, a smile creeping across his lips. The next morning, Wang Lin went to the old man to pick up the hand-drawn map, then bought a heap of dry food and drinking water in the town, stuffing everything into the space. At 9 in the morning, he appeared at the town entrance with his backpack half empty. Old Ma and Yong were smoking outside the guest house. When they saw Wang Lin coming, they hurried to greet him. Mr. Wang, are you really going into the mountains alone? Old Ma frowned. The Xing'an Mountains are no joke. There are indeed bears and wild boars inside. Why not bring Yong along? He was a reconnaissance soldier before retiring and has rich experience in wilderness survival. No need. Wang Lin waved his hand. My friend is already waiting for me in the mountains. The 2 of us will suffice. You all should return to Haishir today, and please thank President Zhao for me. Then, Mr. Wang, please stay safe. If anything happens, call, and if there's no signal in the mountains, find a high place. Got it. Wang Lin turned around, walking briskly along the small road at the back of the town towards the mountains. Old Ma stood there watching his fading silhouette and took out his phone. President Zhao, Mr. Wang has gone into the mountains alone, and he didn't let us follow. Understood. You all come back. Zhao Qianqing sounded somewhat helpless. This person I can't see through. But it's no concern of ours. I'll let him do as he pleases. Understood. Old Ma hung up the phone, got into the car with Yong, started the engine, and turned around towards the highway. Wang Lin walked along the mountain path with trees growing denser on both sides. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was cool, carrying the scent of resin and earth, and occasionally bird calls echoed from a distance. He walked for about an hour. The mountain path became narrower and eventually disappeared altogether. Ahead lay dense thickets and towering trees with no visible path. Wang Lin stopped, took out the hand-drawn map, and checked the direction. The abandoned mine is approximately in the northwest direction, a straight-line distance of 60 kilometers. He muttered to himself, at this speed, I can cover 20 kilometers by dark. 3 days should be enough to reach it. He put away the map, retrieved a military knife from the space, and fastened it to his belt. He also took out the compound bow and quiver, slinging them over his shoulder. In my past life during the apocalypse, I walked tougher paths than this. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. This little mountain path is nothing. Wang Lin traversed through the dense forest for 3 whole days, walking along the ridge for about 20 kilometers, and the path beneath his feet became increasingly treacherous. The thickets were dense, and thorns left his pant legs riddled with tears. He had no choice but to use his military knife to clear a path, leaving several cuts on his arms from the branches. On the second day, a light rain began to fall. The mountain path became muddy and slippery, and Wang Lin stumbled 3 times, getting covered in mud. He took shelter under a large tree for half an hour until the rain lessened before continuing on his journey. By evening, he found a natural crevice beneath a cliff that barely accommodated him, kindled a fire, and roasted 2 pieces of beef jerky for dinner. After the rain stopped, a thick fog rolled in, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. Wang Lin pulled out his hand-drawn map and repeatedly confirmed his direction against the compass. Although the map drawn by the old man was rough, all the key landmarks were quite accurate: a giant rock resembling an eagle's beak, a dried up stream, and 3 old pine trees standing side by side. After passing the 3 old pine trees, a red cross appeared on the map. Next to it, 4 crooked characters were scrawled: "Beware of wild beasts." Wang Lin folded the map and tightened his grip on the compound bow in his hand. The terrain ahead began to change, with gentle slopes turning into steep inclines and the forest transforming into a pile of rubble. The stones were covered in moss, making them extremely slippery. Wang Lin climbed up using both hands and feet, digging his fingers into the crevices of the stones, his nails getting split. Upon reaching the top of the slope, he finally saw the collapsed cave. Before him lay a massive depression created by the mountain's collapse after a day of heavy rain. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, making it impossible to see how deep it was, but the edges of the cave had obvious signs of human intervention. Several rusted I-beams were slanted into the debris along with a half-decayed wooden door frame. This was the entrance to the abandoned underground fortress. Wang Lin had learned from the news in his past life that this location was one of the secret fortresses built by the Sakura Nation's Guangdong army during World War II. During their retreat after defeat, they hid the supplies they could not transport and the plundered wealth deep inside the fortress, then blew up the entrance with explosives. Over 80 years had passed, and the blasted entrance was covered with dirt and vegetation, nearly blending into the mountainside. Without this heavy rain causing the ground to collapse, it would have been nearly impossible to find. Wang Lin walked down the slope, his feet surrounded by gravel and fallen leaves. As he neared the bottom of the pit, he caught a strong foul odor, the stench of animal feces, and it was quite fresh. His footsteps slowed, his hand resting on the bowstring. The bottom of the pit had a cave entrance over 3 meters high, mostly blocked by collapsed concrete blocks, leaving only a gap less than a meter high. On the ground outside the cave entrance lay many black, granular objects scattered about, densely packed like a layer of black beans. Wild boar droppings. Wang Lin's pupils dilated sharply. From the quantity and freshness of the droppings, it was clear that more than just 1 or 2 wild boars lived in this cave. It was a family group. Adult boars, sows, and piglets, at least a dozen. Wild boars were even more troublesome than bears. With tough skin, thick flesh, and sharp tusks, when provoked, even tigers would avoid them. He crouched down, listening carefully. Faint grunting sounds came from inside the cave, accompanied by the soft suckling of piglets. The mother boar was nursing while the male boar was likely foraging outside, but he didn't know when it would return. Wang Lin took a deep breath, crouched low, and squeezed through the gap of less than a meter. The space inside the cave was larger than he had imagined. It was a sloping corridor about 2 meters wide and 1.8 meters high, with rough rock on both sides, and the ceiling and the floor covered in gravel. The deeper he went, the more wild boar droppings he encountered, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. After walking about 50 meters, the corridor suddenly widened into an area of about 20 square meters. In the corner lay a pile of dry hay, and a huge mother boar was lying on her side with 5 or 6 piglets crowding underneath her to nurse. The mother boar's ears suddenly perked up, and she emitted a wary huffing sound. Wang Lin immediately pressed against the rock wall, held his breath, and turned off his flashlight. The mother boar turned her head towards him. Although she couldn't see anything in the dark, her nose was sniffing continuously. Wang Lin could hear her getting up, the sound of her hooves crunching on the gravel. Time passed slowly, and Wang Lin's palms were sweaty, his bow-holding hand trembling slightly. A 70-pound compound bow could pierce through the skin of a wild boar at this distance, but if he didn't kill it in one shot, the injured boar would become even more ferocious. In this narrow corridor, he had no place to run. The mother boar turned in the dark a few times, sniffed the ground with her nose, and lay back down. The piglets continued nursing, and the grunting sounds gradually became rhythmic. Wang Lin waited for a long time, confirming that the mother boar had settled down again before slowly moving his feet, inching deeper into the corridor while sticking to the rock wall. His feet crunched on the gravel, each sound felt like a thud against his heart. After painstakingly maneuvering past that space, the corridor continued to extend downwards. Wang Lin quickened his pace, secretly relieved that he had finally made it through. Crack! A crisp sound echoed like thunder in the silent corridor. Wang Lin looked down to see that he had stepped on a bone. It was unclear what animal it belonged to, and it had been crushed with fragments scattered everywhere. Before he could react, an angry scream from the mother boar erupted from the space behind him. Huff! The sound was sharp and piercing, filled with warning and hostility. Wang Lin's scalp tingled, and he bolted. Heavy hoofbeats and labored breathing followed behind. The mother boar was charging out. Immediately, the calls of wild boars echoed deeper within the corridor, the sounds of several adult boars, deep and heavy. They were surrounding him. Wang Lin's mind raced, the beam of his flashlight wildly swaying in the corridor. He noticed a narrow side passage to the left with an entrance less than half a meter wide. There was no way a wild boar could squeeze in. He almost lunged into it, squeezing sideways into the side passage, scraping skin off his shoulder against the rocks. Behind him, the mother boar charged to the entrance of the side passage, her massive body colliding with the rock wall, producing a dull thud. Her tusks gleamed in the darkness less than 2 meters away from Wang Lin. He raised his compound bow, aiming for the mother boar's eyes. But the mother boar did not charge forward. She stood there breathing heavily through her snout, her red eyes fixed intensely on Wang Lin. From deeper in the corridor, the calls of the male boars grew closer. Without hesitation, Wang Lin turned and ran deeper into the side passage. The side passage grew narrower and lower. He had to nearly crawl on the ground to advance. The sounds of the wild boars behind him gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Wang Lin crawled for about 20 minutes. When the side passage suddenly widened, he stood up, and the beam of his flashlight illuminated a rusty iron door ahead. The iron door was half ajar, its paint almost entirely peeled off, revealing dark red rust underneath. The concrete wall above the doorframe had several indistinct characters written in the language of the Sakura nation. Wang Lin pushed open the iron door, the hinges creaking loudly, echoing in the silent underground space. Behind the door was a wide corridor, much more spacious than the outside passage, 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. The floor was covered with concrete, cracked, but far easier to walk on than the gravel path. On either side of the corridor, every few meters there was a door, marked with numbers, rusted and worn. Wang Lin stood in the corridor, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the way ahead with no end in sight. He walked forward along the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. Behind the doors on both sides were empty rooms, some still bearing the remnants of the troops stationed there years ago. He passed by a room filled with rusty firearms. Mosin-nagants and submachine guns scattered haphazardly on the ground, all of which were unusable. I need to look for something later. Wang Lin now needed to find his destination, the treasury. After walking for about 15 minutes, the corridor came to an end, revealing a massive round iron door approximately 2 meters in diameter and at least 10 centimeters thick, with a huge wall handle. On the iron door, several characters in red paint were written, faded but still legible. No entry. Wang Lin's heart began to race. He approached the iron door, gripping the wheel with both hands and turning it with all his might. The wheel remained stubbornly still, rusted shut. Wang Lin cursed under his breath, taking out a military knife from his space and striking the hub with the back of the blade. Rust fell in clumps, and after dozens of strikes, the hub finally loosened. He gripped the wheel again, this time able to turn it, but it required tremendous effort, each turn demanding all his strength. The wheel turned a full 3 times, and a click sounded from within the iron door. Wang Lin grasped the edge of the door and pulled hard outward. The iron door opened slowly, the hinges emitting a grating creak. A musty odor wafted out, and Wang Lin raised his flashlight, covering his nose as he peered inside. The interior space was not large, about 50 square meters, with walls made of frighteningly thick poured concrete. Neatly stacked on the floor were gold bricks, each piece piled like bricks in a wall. Each gold brick measured 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters high, standard 400-ounce gold bars. The beam of the flashlight reflected dazzling golden light off the bricks, making the entire treasury look as if it were ignited. In addition to the gold bricks, there were a dozen wooden boxes piled in the corner of the treasury. Wang Lin pried open one of the boxes, revealing it to be filled with silver dollars. Yuan Shirkai silver dollars from the Republic of China, each one well-preserved, gleaming with a silvery sheen under the light. Another box contained jewelry, jade bracelets, pearl necklaces, and rubies, a dazzling array of colors. Treasures looted by the Sakura nation's army from various parts of Huaxia were all here. Without hesitation, Wang Lin concentrated his thoughts, and the stacks of gold bricks disappeared from the treasury, entering his space. Next came the boxes of silver dollars and jewelry, all collected. In the 100,000 cubic meters of space, he finally had the first batch of substantial stock. The moment the last box of jewels was retrieved into the space, Wang Lin exhaled, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It's done. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. It was the instinctive reaction born from 2 years of survival in the apocalypse, the feeling of being watched like prey. Wang Lin slowly turned his flashlight toward the corner of the treasury where a hole the size of a bowl was dark and uninviting, the destination unknown. But something was writhing at the edge of the hole, pieces of it shimmering with a dark green luster. Snake scales. A massive snake was slowly emerging from the hole. Wang Lin's pupils constricted sharply as he realized the snake's body was already as thick as a bowl, and it continued to crawl out, its length unknown. The snake's body was dark brown with black patterns that blended seamlessly with the color of the rocks, making it nearly impossible to detect unless one looked closely. The snake's head was triangular, its eyes a cold yellow with vertical pupils like 2 knives fixated intensely on Wang Lin. He stood motionless, even slowing his breath. The snake, as thick as a bowl, was at least 5 meters long and weighed over 100 kilograms. Being ensnared by such a creature could easily crush bones. The snake slowly slithered out of the hole, coiling its body on the floor of the treasury, its head raised high, within 2 meters of Wang Lin. The snake's tongue flicked in and out, making a hissing sound, and a cold, fishy scent filled the air. Wang Lin's hand, gripping the military knife, began to sweat slightly. The The compound bow was on his back, but there was no time to retrieve it. Moreover, at this distance the bow, an arrow might not guarantee a fatal shot. The snake's spine was very flexible. Unless he hit the head, shooting its body would not prevent it from coiling around him. The only weapon he could rely on was the military knife in his hand. The snake's head retracted slightly, a prelude to an attack, and Wang Lin instantly judged that retreat would mean death. He lunged forward, reversing his grip on the knife. The blade pointed downward and stabbed fiercely at the snake's head. The snake's movements were much faster than he anticipated. It turned its head, and the military knife struck its neck, slicing through the scales, and blood gushed out. In pain, the snake's body coiled violently, its massive form whipping toward Wang Lin like a whip. He was caught off guard and was swept in the chest by the snake's body, sending him flying against the concrete wall, his back burning with pain. Before he could get up, the snake's body had already coiled around him. The cold snake body tightened like a rope, constricting him more and more. He could hear the cracking sound of his ribs, breathing becoming difficult, as if a heavy stone pressed down on his chest. The snake's head hung less than half a meter in front of him, its yellow vertical pupils reflecting his contorted face. The snake's mouth opened, revealing 4 sharp fangs, its tongue almost licking his face. Wang Lin gathered all his strength to pull his right hand free from the snake's constriction, still holding the military knife. He plunged the knife deeply into the snake's body, withdrawing it only to stab again. Blood sprayed onto his face, and the metallic scent nearly suffocated him. The giant snake writhed in pain, tightening its grip further. Wang Lin heard the sound of his ribs cracking. Snap, snap. At least 2 had broken. The agonizing pain made his vision darken, and he felt on the verge of passing out. I can't pass out. Wang Lin mentally urged himself, if I do, I'll die. He gritted his teeth, concentrating his thoughts to open the space. A black vortex appeared where the snake was coiling. The entrance to the space opened. The snake sensed something was wrong. Its body shook violently in an attempt to escape, but it was already too late. The pull of the space grew stronger, and the snake's body was gradually being drawn in. Wang Lin could feel the snake's fear. Its body trembled violently as it struggled desperately to escape, but the force of the space was irresistible. 3 seconds later, the entire snake was sucked into the space. Wang Lin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The intense pain in his chest and ribs caused him to break into a cold sweat, his clothes soaked in blood, all of it the snake's. Damn it. Wang Lin coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I almost bit the dust here. Struggling to sit up, he touched his chest. His left ribs hurt, but hadn't truly broken. The snake was wildly struggling in the space, its body appearing minuscule in the 100,000 cubic meters, seemingly unable to find an exit. In less than 3 minutes, it coiled up and died. A cold smile crept at the corners of Wang Lin's mouth. Now that you're in my space, there's no way you can get out. He stood up, took one last look at the empty treasury, and turned to walk out. Wang Lin leaned against the wall of the corridor outside the treasury, panting heavily as the place where the snake had constricted him throbbed painfully. He rubbed his chest and cursed as he stood up. Picking up the flashlight, he shone it down the corridor. The deep passage looked like a gaping maw, dark and cavernous, its destination unknown. The gold and jewels from the treasury were now in his possession, but he felt something was still missing. Suddenly, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, equipment. Before the apocalypse, the news had mentioned that this fortress had not only a treasury, but also an armory. When the Sakura nation surrendered, the weapons and equipment that could not be destroyed were all sealed deep within the fortress. Though not modern weaponry, these antiques were sufficient at the beginning of the apocalypse. Wang Lin turned around, retracing his steps down the corridor, but this time, he took a different branch. The doors on either side of the branch were even heavier than those he had seen before, marked with different codes and numbers. Wang Lin pushed open each door to inspect. There was a communication room piled with rusted radio equipment, a medical room where the medicines in the cabinets had long turned to dust, and a barracks with dozens of iron-frame beds arranged neatly, the military blankets crumbling at a touch. As Wang Lin continued forward, he encountered another iron door at the end of the branch, but this one was heavier than any he had seen before. The door had 2 massive wheel handles and a pressure gauge, its needle long since resting at 0. Such good. Wang Lin felt the iron door and discovered rubber seals in the cracks, which though aged still maintained their sealing. Around the door frame was a special coating, feeling slippery to the touch, as if made from some moisture-proof material. Wang Lin's heart raced. Such sealing and moisture-proofing could either house important supplies or dangerous materials. Regardless of which it was worth opening. He gripped the wheel and exerted all his strength to turn it. This time it was easier to open than the treasury door. After 3 turns with a click, the lock sprang open. Wang Lin pulled open the door, and a wave of dry air with a hint of machine oil rushed toward him. Shining the flashlight inside, he was stunned. The room was neatly stacked with nearly 100 wooden boxes arranged in 3 rows, each 2 meters high. The wooden boxes were made from high-quality thick pine boards coated with moisture-proof paint. Though over 80 years had passed, most boxes remained intact. Wang Lin walked in and pried open the nearest box with his military knife. Inside were rows of tin cans, each stamped with Sakura Nation characters. He picked one up, The can was heavy and sealed well with no air leaks or rust. Military rations. These bastards are really greedy. With so many supplies, do they still plan to invade Huaxia? Wang Lin glanced at the production date, March 1945. Canned goods from 80 years ago. He chuckled and tossed the can into his spatial storage. In the apocalypse, people would eat anything when hungry. What were expired canned goods? In his previous life, he had even eaten moldy steamed buns. After emptying the first box, he continued to open over 10 more, all of them military rations. Wang Lin felt somewhat disappointed, but he didn't stop moving. When he pried open the 20th box, the knife tip met a different resistance. The lid was much thicker than the previous ones. He pried it open forcefully, shining the flashlight inside, and Wang Lin's pupils dilated in shock. Inside the box was a thick layer of grease upon which lay several submachine guns. The gun bodies were wrapped in oiled paper, which was further coated in grease. Despite 80 years, the guns were remarkably well preserved with almost no rust on the metal parts. Wang Lin picked one up, wiped off the surface grease, revealing the engraving on the gun body: MP40, made in Germany, 9mm caliber. A German submachine gun. Wang Lin was somewhat surprised, but then realized. During World War II, Germany and the Sakura Nation were allies, so it wasn't strange for German weaponry to appear in a fortress of the Sakura Nation. This batch of guns was likely imported by the Sakura Nation from Germany. He pulled back the bolt. It was a bit stiff, but the mechanism still functioned normally. The barrel was clean with no rust, well protected by the grease. Good stuff. Wang Lin put the gun into his spatial storage and continued opening boxes. After reaching the 30th box, he finally found a change: a Mauser 98K sniper rifle, made in Germany, 7.92mm caliber, with a long barrel and equipped with a scope. Wang Lin picked one up and looked through the scope. The lens was somewhat yellowed, but still usable. A sniper rifle. This is a treasure in the apocalypse. The 41st box yielded another new discovery: a Luger P08 pistol, made in Germany, exquisite as a work of art. Each box contained 20 pistols, totaling 10 boxes, and 200 pistols. Behind them were ammunition boxes for 9mm submachine gun rounds, 7.92mm rifle bullets, and 9mm pistol rounds, each with dozens of boxes neatly stacked. The bullets were coated in grease and wrapped in oiled paper, each golden yellow, looking as good as new. When Wang Lin pried open the 70th box, he trembled slightly. Grenades. Wooden-handled grenades, M24 model, made in Germany, 20 pieces per box, neatly arranged in 10 boxes. 200 grenades were stacked in grease, their fuses intact with the lead seals on the safety caps untouched. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. Grenades were powerful weapons in the apocalypse. While zombies were not afraid of explosions, collapsing buildings, and breaking open hordes of corpses made grenades more effective than any weapon. He pried open all the remaining boxes in one breath, the last 10 containing various parts and maintenance tools, including barrels, bolts, springs, screwdrivers, and oil cans, everything one could need. All nearly 100 boxes were stored in Wang Lin's spatial storage. The gold and jewels took up one corner, but the weapons and equipment occupied a far larger space. 100 submachine guns, 100 sniper rifles, 200 pistols, 200 grenades, and countless rounds of ammunition. If Xiaozong knew about this, he would be scared to death. Wang Lin murmured to himself, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up an MP40 submachine gun, took a magazine from the ammunition box, loaded it, and pulled back the bolt. The mechanism clicked into place with a crisp and decisive sound. Wang Lin raised his gun, aiming down the corridor, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. 3 shots fired. The gunshots echoed loudly in the enclosed underground space, and the shell casings clinked as they fell to the ground. The bullets struck the concrete wall at the end of the corridor, causing a spray of gravel and dust. The firearm functioned perfectly. Not bad, not bad, Wang Lin said with satisfaction, blowing away the smoke from the gun muzzle and stowing the weapon back into his space. At that moment, a sharp, eerie cry echoed from deep within the corridor, followed by the sound of flapping wings, as if something had been disturbed. Wang Lin's smile froze on his face as the sound grew louder and more intense, surging towards him like a tidal wave from all directions. His flashlight suddenly illuminated the corridor, revealing countless pairs of red eyes flickering in the darkness. What is this? Bats. A dense swarm of bats surged from the cave at the end of the corridor, a dark mass blotting out the light. Each bat was 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary bat, with a wingspan exceeding half a meter. Their mouths revealed sharp fangs that glinted ominously in the light. Wang Lin's scalp tingled with fear. It wasn't the bats themselves that scared him, but their sheer number. Thousands of bats crowded together like a black tornado sweeping down the corridor. Damn it! Wang Lin cursed, focusing his thoughts to store the boxes on the ground into his space, then turned. While running, he retrieved an M24 grenade from his space, bit off the safety cap, pulled the pin, and tossed it behind him. Boom! The grenade exploded in the corridor, flames shooting up, and the shockwave sent Wang Lin staggering. Debris and remnants of bats flew everywhere, and several bats caught in the blast screamed as they fell to the ground. But more bats surged forward, The explosion not only failed to scare them away, but instead enraged them, increasing their speed. Wang Lin threw 2 more grenades, collapsing a section of the corridor, ceiling momentarily blocking the bat's path with debris. But he knew this wouldn't hold for long. He ran desperately forward, the pain in his ribs making each breath feel like a knife cut. The flashlight wobbled in his hand, the beam dancing through the darkness. Behind him, the pile of rubble was breached by the bats, and the black torrent surged forth again. Wang Lin darted into the side passage he had come from, scrambling through the narrow tunnel, using hands and feet. The bats chased him closely, with several darting into the side passage, their wings flapping against the rocky walls, sharp fangs snapping at his heels. Wang Lin kicked one aside and crawled a few more meters, finally emerging from the passage. This was the space of the wild boar's den. Several wild boars were resting in the cave, already agitated from the sound of the explosion and the cries of the bats. A massive boar lowered its head, tusks pointed forward, charging at Wang Lin. Perfect timing. Wang Lin felt as if he had seen his long-lost father. He sidestepped just in time to avoid the boar's charge, which crashed into the rock wall, sending debris flying. Behind him, the swarm of bats poured out from the side passage. Wang Lin took off running without looking back. The wild boars, disturbed by the bats, went completely berserk. Several boars charged wildly in the cave, while sows squealed protectively around their piglets. The bats pounced on the wild boars, their sharp teeth sinking into the thick skin, causing the boars to emit heart-wrenching screams as they rampaged through the cave. A 300-pound boar was completely covered by hundreds of bats, looking as if it wore a black cloak. It charged madly against the cave walls, trying to shake off the bats clinging to it. The pillars in the cave were support structures erected by the troops of Sakura country decades ago, and after over 80 years of corrosion, they were already rusted. The boar's charge caused the pillar to emit a sharp creaking sound, and cracks began to form in the concrete at the top. Wang Lin had reached the cave entrance, and upon hearing the sounds behind him, he glanced back to see that the pillar had tilted. A crack appeared in the ceiling, rapidly spreading, and debris began to fall. It's over, it's going to collapse. Wang Lin summoned every last ounce of strength and lunged towards the entrance. Behind him, the entire fortress emitted a deep rumbling sound, like a dying giant beast groaning. The crack widened and stones fell like raindrops, filling the air with dust until nothing was visible. At the moment Wang Lin burst out of the cave, the entire entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar. Rubble, dirt, and concrete blocks cascaded down, sealing the entrance tightly. A massive shockwave pushed him several meters away, and he fell onto the sloped ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. The dust choked him into a violent cough, his eyes could barely open, and a buzzing filled his ears. After a while, the dust gradually settled, and Wang Lin struggled to sit up, looking back. The entrance had completely vanished, replaced by a pile of rubble and dirt covered with broken branches and fallen. If one didn't look closely, it was impossible to tell there had once been an entrance here. The fortress had completely collapsed. Wang Lin sat dazed on the ground, covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, his face smeared with dust and sweat. He looked down at himself, looking as ragged as a soldier fleeing the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin laughed, the sound echoing louder in the empty valley. He pulled out his phone to check, but there was no signal. The screen had a crack, but it was still usable. 100 tons of gold, 100 submachine guns, 100 sniper rifles, 200 handguns, 200 grenades, countless rounds of ammunition. Wang Lin counted on his fingers, his mouth curling into a grin. This trip was worth it. It's time to go home. Wang Lin patted the dust off his clothes and limped down the mountain, taking one last look back at the collapsed ruins. These little devils still have their uses. Wang Lin cut off a branch, whittled the twigs to fashion a walking stick, and slowly made his way down the mountain step by step. Damn it, I underestimated them. I never expected there would be so many wild beasts in this bastion. This is clearly a zoo. Grumbling in his heart, he continued forward. The sky had thoroughly darkened. The night in the mountains came earlier and was more profound than on the plains. Above him was a dense canopy with no moonlight seeping through, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not see his own hand. He turned on his flashlight, and the beam cleaved a white path through the darkness. The light illuminated the tree trunks, the bushes, and the moss-covered stones, casting overlapping shadows. However, he could only keep moving forward. Staying here meant death. He didn't possess the skills of Wusong. Although he had a gun in the deep mountains at night, a gun was of little use. Though his chest wound hadn't broken any ribs, the soft tissue was severely bruised, and every breath he took felt like it was tearing him apart, nearly bringing him to tears. The skin on his shoulder that had been scraped off by the rock was starting to scab, but being soaked in sweat made it both painful and itchy. His knee had struck a stone while fleeing, resulting in a large bump, causing him to limp as he walked. 3 of his fingernails had split, wrapped in cloth, but any pressure caused excruciating pain. These were all minor injuries. Taken individually, they were nothing significant, but they hurt a lot. More critically, he was mentally exhausted. He had opened the spatial ability 3 times in quick succession to gather gold jewels, weapons, and the large snake, each time draining his mental strength. In his previous life, he had heard from an ability user that the mental strength of spatial ability users was directly related to the capacity of their space and the frequency of its activation. The consequences of mental exhaustion could range from dizziness to outright fainting or worse. Wang Lin was now at that critical point. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and after a few steps he had to pinch himself, slap his face a few times just to keep himself awake. His head felt groggy as if filled with glue, and his thoughts had become sluggish. Several times as he walked, his pace slowed, and his body began to lean to one side until a branch poked a stone on the ground, jolting him awake. I can't fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. Wang Lin bit his tongue, using the pain to keep himself awake. His tongue was bitten and a metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. But this trick was losing its effectiveness. His body was exhausted to the limit, and a little pain could not rouse him. He knew he couldn't stop now. This was the deep forest of the Xing'an Mountains, the kingdom of wild beasts. During the day there were bears and wild boars, at night wolves and lynxes roamed. In his current state, not to mention facing a bear, even a slightly larger lynx could tear him apart. Moreover, he was reeking of blood. The blood from his injuries, snake blood, and the blood from his scrapes was everywhere, on his clothes, hands, and face. In the wilderness, the smell of blood was the most dangerous signal detectable by carnivorous animals within several kilometers. Wang Lin took out a piece of beef jerky from his space and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The beef jerky was tough and salty, making his jaws ache, but at least it replenished some of his strength. He took out a bottle of water and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. The icy water flowed down his throat, causing a spasm in his stomach, which hurt combined with the pain in his body, but it was still better than dying in this post-apocalyptic world. Damn it, if I had known I should have taken a nap in the bastion before coming out, Wang Lin muttered to himself. No, that place collapsed. Sleeping inside would have been like becoming a boxed meal. He continued to move forward, his steps growing slower. The beam of the flashlight began to wobble, not because he was looking at anything, but because his hands were trembling. He could no longer grip the flashlight, his fingers were stiff and unresponsive, and a blister had formed at the base of his thumb, which had been scraped again during his fall, now oozing blood. Wang Lin wedged the branch under his armpit and bit down on the flashlight. The beam illuminated the path ahead as he moved forward like a dying old man, inching step by step. He had no idea how long he had been walking. Maybe an hour, maybe 3. Time had lost all meaning in this state. He only knew to keep taking steps one after another. The trees around him began to thin out, and the slope eased. This indicated that he was nearing the foot of the mountain, not far from human habitation. A glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Lin's heart, and his pace quickened. Suddenly he slipped and stepped on a slippery stone, tumbling forward and landing heavily on the ground. The branch flew far away, and the flashlight fell from his mouth, rolling into the nearby bushes. Wang Lin lay in the pile of leaves, his face pressed against the cold ground, inhaling the scent of earth and decaying leaves. He didn't want to move anymore. He truly didn't want to move. He just wanted to lie there, take a nap, and wake up to continue his journey. His eyelids felt heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. In a daze, he thought he heard the sound of water, the sound of a stream tinkling and bubbling. Wait, a stream? Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, struggling to rise. Wherever there was a stream, there would be people, and where there were people, there would be paths. With paths, he could find a village. He knelt on the ground, rummaging through the bushes until he found the flashlight. The lampshade was cracked, but it still lit up. He shone it around, and indeed saw a narrow stream not far away. The water was shallow but flowed rapidly. Wang Lin crawled to the edge of the stream, cupped his hands to wash his face, and jumped straight into the icy water, which stimulated his skin and helped him regain some clarity. He couldn't care less about hypothermia. He gulped down a bellyful of water and then followed the stream downstream. The trees on both sides of the stream became shorter, gradually turning into bushes and then into grassy fields. Wang Lin saw lights in the distance, not the flashlight's beam, but the light from electric lamps, dim and yellow, resembling old-fashioned incandescent bulbs. That was the light of the human world. Wang Lin felt a lump in his throat, nearly bursting into tears. This truly was a near-death experience. He quickened his pace, stumbling toward the direction of the light. After about 10 minutes, a small courtyard appeared before him with stone walls and a metal gate. Several single-story houses were visible with light spilling from the windows. A wooden sign hung on the gate, painted in red with the words Xing'anling Forest Protection Station. Wang Lin reached the gate and with his last bit of strength knocked several times on the iron door. Is anyone there? His voice sounded hoarse, unlike his own, and his throat felt terribly dry as speaking was like a knife cutting at his throat, agonizingly painful. Dog barks echoed from the courtyard, followed by the sound of footsteps. A small window on the iron gate opened, and a dark face appeared. The man in his 50s had a full beard and round, bright eyes that resembled 2 copper bells. Seeing Wang Lin's appearance, the man was startled. What the hell? What happened to you? Did a bear attack you? Wang Lin managed a weak smile, trying to laugh, but his facial muscles wouldn't cooperate. Master. I got lost in the mountains. Fell. Before he finished speaking, his legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily against the iron door. The man hurriedly opened the door and caught Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt like a pile of soft mud slumping against him, unable to even stand. Lao Sun, come out and help, the man shouted hoarsely. Another person rushed out from the house of similar age, short and stout, wearing a military coat and holding an enamel mug. He came over and nearly dropped the mug upon seeing Wang Lin. My God, what happened to this young man? He's covered in blood. Stop talking nonsense and give me a hand, let's carry him inside. The two men lifted Wang Lin into the house. It was small, but very warm. In the center was a metal stove with a roaring fire in the hearth and an iron kettle bubbling on top. The room smelled of tobacco and sweat mixed with the scent of dog fur. Wang Lin was laid on a single bed against the wall with a military green quilt that was hard but felt more comfortable than a five-star hotel bed. The bearded man pulled out a first aid kit from the corner, opening it to reveal iodine, gauze, tape, antiseptic, and several common medicines. Young man, where are you hurt? The bearded man asked. Wang Lin lay on the bed, pointing to his chest, shoulder, knee, and hand weakly, saying, just some surface wounds. Nothing serious. Just too tired. Surface wounds, eh? The stout man leaned in, lifting Wang Lin's shirt and gasping, this is surface wounds. Your chest is bruised all over, looking like an eggplant. And your shoulder, the skin is rubbed off. Your knee is swollen like this. Did you roll down the mountain? Something like that. Wang Lin closed his eyes, his voice dwindling. Master, do you have any water? The bearded man quickly poured a cup of warm water, supporting Wang Lin's head to feed him a few sips. As the warm water flowed into his stomach, Wang Lin felt revitalized. Warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs, making him want to cry out in comfort. Drink slowly, don't choke on it. The bearded man placed the cup on the bedside table. You went into the mountains alone. Are you trying to kill yourself? Wang Lin drank the water, feeling somewhat better, opened his eyes, and forced a smile. I planned to go into the mountains with a friend. But we got separated. Planned to go into the mountains. The stout man widened his eyes. You planned to go into the mountains at this time of year. Do you know a black bear was spotted at the foot of the mountain a few days ago? It killed 3 sheep belonging to the villagers. You city folks really don't know how to stay safe. Wang Lin forced a smile. I know now. I won't dare again. Won't dare again, the bearded man said while treating his wounds. You should be thankful to be alive. Look at you, covered in blood and dirt. Your clothes are torn like a beggar's. Where's your friend? Didn't you contact him? My phone has no signal. No signal is expected. In these mountains, none of the mobile networks work, not a single one. The stout man pulled out his phone to check. Only here at our forest protection station can you barely get 1 bar of signal, and that depends on the weather. The bearded man finished treating Wang Lin's wounds and found a clean set of clothes. Change into these. Your clothes are soaked in blood and cannot be worn again. Wang Lin struggled to sit up, took the clothes, and awkwardly changed. Every movement sent pain through his injuries, making him wince, but he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. After changing, Wang Lin leaned against the headboard, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. The exhaustion that crept in from his bones felt like a tide, overwhelming him completely. Master, thank you both. Wang Lin's voice was choked. If it weren't for you, I might have perished in the mountains tonight. No need to thank us. The bearded man waved his hand, took the kettle off the stove, and poured Wang Lin another cup of hot water. What's your name? Where are you from? Wang Lin, from Haishur. Haishur, the stout man exclaimed. You traveled all the way here to chase after you. Haishur folks really know how to have fun. Wang Lin smiled faintly, not responding. The bearded man rummaged through the cupboard, pulling out a bag of instant noodles, tearing open the packaging, placing the noodle cake into the enamel mug, pouring boiling water over it, and adding a sausage. Eat something to fill your stomach. Wang Lin took the mug, the aroma of the noodles wafting enticingly. He picked up a forkful of noodles and slurped, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. In his past life, during the apocalypse, a pack of instant noodles could buy 3 lives. Now tasting it, it was still the same flavor, but the feeling was entirely different. Masters, what are your names? Wang Lin asked while eating. My surname is Lu Dazhuang. The bearded man pointed to himself, then to the stout man. He is Sun Deming. We both work at this forest protection station, managing the forest here for over 10 years. Master Lu, Master Sun, thank you so much, Wang Lin said sincerely. You're welcome. Sun Deming sat down on a chair, lighting a cigarette. So Xiao Wang, what exactly did you come to the mountain? Don't tell me you just came to chase after the mountains. I've seen many mountain chasers, but none as reckless as you going in alone. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. I really did come to chase after the mountains. I have a friend from northeast China who said there are good things in these mountains, so I wanted to try my luck. Try your luck. Lu Dazhuang scoffed. Your luck almost cost you your life. At this time of year, snakes, insects, and wild boars are plentiful in the mountains, and you went in alone, without even a guide. You have some guts. Wang Lin lowered his head and continued eating, remaining silent. Sun Deming took a puff of his cigarette, sizing Wang Lin up. Although he was a forest ranger, having spent over a decade in these mountains, he had seen all kinds of people. This young man before him bore injuries that didn't look like mere falls, they seemed more like abrasions or cuts from something. Furthermore, the backpack he carried was flat, completely unlike the gear one would typically bring into the mountains. But he didn't probe further. After spending so long in the mountains, Sun Deming understood one principle: don't ask what shouldn't be asked, and don't look at what shouldn't be seen. Alright, you should rest now. Lu Dazhuang collected the empty mug from Wang Lin. We'll talk more when the sun rises. Your body needs at least 2 days of rest before you can go down the mountain. Wang Lin nodded, curling up under the quilt. The bedding carried a scent of sun-baked warmth and a faint trace of tobacco, hard, but incredibly warm. He closed his eyes, his consciousness beginning to blur. In a daze, he heard Lu Dazhuang and Sun Deming speaking softly by the stove. Old Sun, what do you think this kid is really here for? I don't know, but just look at his eyes. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. I also find something off. His backpack is completely empty. Who carries an empty bag into the mountains? Stop guessing. Whatever he's here for, first, let's ensure he's safe. We can't just throw him out to feed the wolves at this hour. A horde of zombies lunged at Wang Lin, mouths agape, ready to bite him. Wang Lin shouted, damn. I don't want to die. He suddenly sat up, realizing he was just dreaming. Sunlight streamed through the window, piercing his eyes painfully. He squinted, staring outside for a long time before remembering where he was, the quilt pressing rigidly on him, carrying the scent of sun-dried fabric. He attempted to stand up, but as soon as he exerted himself, every bone in his body felt as if it had come apart, causing him to grimace in pain. Ouch! Finally awake. A rough voice came from beside him. Wang Lin turned to see Lu Dazhuang approaching, holding an enamel cup. His face was scruffy and dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept well for several days. Master Lu. Wang Lin's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Don't talk, drink some water first. Lu Dazhuang handed him the cup, propping Wang Lin's head up to feed him a few sips. You've been asleep for 2 whole days. Wang Lin nearly choked. 2 days? Yes, indeed, 2 days. Lu Dazhuang placed the cup on the bedside table, counting on his fingers. You arrived here the night before yesterday, slept the entire day yesterday, and today you slept until nearly noon. Old Son, and I thought you had a concussion. We were almost ready to call an ambulance. Wang Lin was stunned, his mind. 2 days. Only 20 days left until the apocalypse countdown. He had a mountain of tasks left undone, supplies not stocked up, the villa renovation unattended, stock market investments not managed, and the situation with Li Mingyao still unresolved. Wang Lin abruptly threw off the quilt and struggled to get out of bed, but his legs gave way, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. Lu Dazhuang was quick to support him. What's the rush, kid? You're still injured. Master Lu, I have to go. Wang Lin steadied himself against the bed and moved his arms and legs. The pain from his wounds remained, but it was much better than 2 days ago. The bruise on his chest had turned from a dark purple to a yellowish hue. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, and his knee had significantly reduced swelling. Where do you think you're going? Lu Dazhuang frowned. At this rate, you can barely stand. Where do you think you can go? Back to Haishur. Wang Lin bent down to look for his shoes, discovering that his hiking boots had been cleaned and were drying by the stove with a few patches that Lu Dazhuang had likely glued on. It's not urgent to return to Haishur in just a day or 2. Sun Deming entered from outside, carrying a plastic bag filled with steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Here, have something to eat first. You haven't eaten in 2 days, your stomach must be empty. Wang Lin took a bun and bit into it. The bun was made from corn flour, coarse and a bit rough on the throat, but warm and fragrant with the natural sweetness of the grain. He took another bite of the pickled vegetables, which were salty and throat-scraping, but paired perfectly with the bun. After finishing half a bun, Wang Lin felt some stability in his stomach and his spirits lifted considerably. Chewing, he said, Master Lu, Master Sun, thank you for your help these past 2 days. My time is indeed tight. I must leave today. Lu Dazhuang and Sun Deming exchanged glances. All right, you're an adult. Oh, we won't stop you. Lu Dazhuang sighed. But your injuries aren't fully healed yet, so be careful on the road. When you reach the town, take a bus to the city and then transfer to the high-speed train. Don't be cheap. Get a taxi to the station. I know. Wang Lin replied, finishing the bun, wiping his mouth and pulling out his phone from beneath the pillow. The screen had a crack, but fortunately it still worked with 30% battery remaining. He opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance. The tens of thousands he had left before were still there, and the gold and jewels in the stronghold hadn't been liquidated. Master Lu, Master Sun, give me your account number, and I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for the food and shelter these past 2 days, as well as for these clothes. What? Lu Dazhuang's eyes widened. 100,000. Are you out of your mind? It's not much, just a small token of gratitude, Wang Lin said earnestly. You saved my life. Oh, what's this money compared to that? No way. Lu Dazhuang waved his hand, his expression hardening. Xiaowang, isn't this just slapping us in the face? Our forest station may not be a great place, but charging for saving someone's life. What kind of sense does that make? Exactly. Sun Deming extinguished his cigarette, but on the stove's edge. Northeastern people value the code of honor. We help those in need. You fell right at our doorstep. Asking for money. That would make us wolves. Wang Lin opened his mouth to persuade them further, but swallowed his words at the sight of their stern faces. He understood the temperament of Northeasterners. If you brought up money again, they might truly turn hostile. Then, all right, Wang Lin put his phone away. I'll wear these clothes for now, and I'll wash them and send them back to you later. It's just a worn-out military coat. No need to send anything back. Lu Dazhuang waved his hand. Wear it, it's cold on the road. Wang Lin put on his shoes, stood up, and moved around a bit. The pain from his injuries was still present, but bearable. He packed his hiking backpack, which was nearly empty since all his belongings were in his spatial pocket. The backpack looked deflated as if it contained nothing. I'll drive you to the town. Lu Dazhuang took a set of keys from the wall. Old son, keep an eye on the house. Sure, Sun Deming nodded. Xiao Wang, be careful on the road. Next time you come to the northeast, give me a heads up, and I'll cook you some big goose. Sure, Master Sun, I'll definitely come back. Wang Lin followed Lu Dazhuang out the door. In the yard stood a dilapidated pickup truck, dark green in color with several patches of paint missing from the door. The bed of the truck held a few oil barrels and a pile of tools. Lu Dazhuang started the vehicle, which coughed and sputtered several times before finally coming to life. Wang Lin climbed into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, which was rusty and required considerable effort to fasten. The pickup truck drove down the mountain road. The condition of the road was poor and bumpy, causing Wang Lin's chest to ache. However, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, leaning against the seat and watching the birch forest fly by outside. Master Lu, how long have you worked at this forest station? Wang Lin casually asked. I've been here for 16 years and old son has been here for 12. Lu Dazhuang held the steering wheel with one hand, lighting a cigarette with the other. I used to work at a logging farm, but when it closed down, I came to the forest station. Is it hard work? Hard. I'm used to it. Lu Dazhuang exhaled smoke. It's just cold in winter, 30 or 40 degrees below zero. The stove can't go out, and you have to get up in the middle of the night to add firewood. In summer it's better except for the mosquitoes. You can slap 7 or 8 with one hit. Wang Lin fell silent for a moment before saying, Master Lu, I want to tell you something. You can believe it or not, it's just a reminder. Lu Dazhuang glanced at him. What is it? In just over 20 days there will be a prolonged heat wave, particularly intense, possibly lasting over a month. Wang Lin carefully chose his words. You'd best stock up on supplies: rice flour, cooking oil, bottled water. Whatever you can store, the more the better. Prices might rise, and you might not be able to buy anything. Lu Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Xiao Wang, are you working at the meteorological station? You even know about things happening 20 days from now. Wang Lin smiled, but didn't explain. Just consider me as talking nonsense. But stocking up on food can't hurt, right? If you can't eat it all, you can feed it to the chickens or pigs, it won't spoil. Lu Dazhuang stopped laughing and looked at Wang Lin. The kid's expression was unusually serious, not at all like someone joking. All right, I'll remember that, Lu Dazhuang nodded. I'll discuss it with old son later and buy a few more bags of rice. The pickup truck drove for over 40 minutes and arrived at the town's bus station. Called a bus station, it was actually just an empty patch of land by the roadside with a few minibuses parked and a wall painted in red with the words Zingamling, Baya, Yenji. Lu Dazhuang parked the vehicle and accompanied Wang Lin to buy a ticket to the city. The bus wouldn't depart for another half an hour, so the two stood by the roadside waiting. Master Lu, you should head back soon as well. Don't delay your work. It won't delay anything. Lu Dazhuang took out a cigarette and offered Wang Lin one. Wang Lin waved his hand. He didn't smoke. Xiao Wang, have you found your friend? The one you came into the mountains with? Lu Dazhuang asked, as if recalling something. Wang Lin was taken aback for a moment before remembering the lie he had concocted. I had an agreement with a friend to enter the mountains together, but we got separated. I found him. He just replied to my WeChat saying he went down the mountain first. Wang Lin said nonchalantly, we agreed to meet in the city. That's good to hear. Lu Dazhuang nodded, not asking further. The bus arrived, and Wang Lin boarded, finding a window. Lu Dazhuang stood outside the bus window, waving to him through the glass. Xiao Wang, safe travels. Wang Lin waved back, feeling a bit emotional. The bus started moving slowly, pulling away from the station. Wang Lin looked back. Lu Dazhuang still stood there wearing a faded military coat, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, squinting as he watched the bus disappear from view. The bus drove onto the highway, and Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Before leaving, he had secretly slipped 2 gold bars under the pillow while Lu Dazhuang and Sun Deming weren't paying attention. Each bar weighed about 1 kilogram and was from the Sakura country gold bricks he had brought out of the stronghold. According to the current gold prices, the 2 bars were worth several million. That amount of money was nothing compared to the value of his life. In the forest station, Sun Deming finished cleaning the dishes and went to change the bedding on the bed where Wang Lin had slept. He lifted the pillow and his hand touched something hard. What is this? Sun Deming looked down and saw 2 gleaming gold bricks neatly stacked under the pillow. Old Lu, come quickly. Sun Deming's voice changed pitch. He picked up one of the gold bricks, feeling its heavy weight, which bore no inscriptions, just a smooth chunk of gold. He bit down on it, leaving shallow marks from his teeth on the gold brick. This is real gold. Sun Deming's eyes widened like copper bells. Lu Dazhuang rushed in from outside. and was also taken aback when he saw the gold brick in Sun Deming's hand. He picked one up as well, weighing it in his hand, feeling its heft, at least several pounds. Is this what that kid left behind? Lu Dazwang's voice was a bit dry. Who else could it be? Sun Deming swallowed hard. Old Lu, how much do you think this is worth? Lu Dazwang didn't answer, turning the gold brick over and over in his hands. The craftsmanship of the gold brick was exquisite, with sharp edges and a surface as smooth as a mirror, clearly not ordinary goods. What on earth does this kid do? Sun Deming muttered to himself. Lu Dazwang fell silent for a moment, placed the gold brick back under the pillow, and sighed. No matter what he does, he left us this, and we must remember this kindness. That's true. Sun Deming nodded. I felt this kid was unusual. Just look at his eyes, so steady, not like someone in their 20s. And what he mentioned? Lu Dazwang suddenly remembered. He said there would be high temperatures in more than 20 days, and we should stock up on supplies. Do you really believe that? Sun Deming laughed. Whether I believe it or not, stocking up on some food won't hurt. Lu Dazwang counted on his fingers. Rice can last a year without spoiling, and so does flour. Even if that kid's words turn out to be false, we can still eat it, and if we can't finish it, we can grind it into feed for the chickens and pigs. That's true. Sun Deming took out his phone, then he'll call the grain store in town and have them deliver a few bags of rice. Order a few more bags. Lu Dazwang thought for a moment. Order 20 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, and buy some cooking oil, canned goods, and bottled water. He'll deduct the money from my salary. Sun Deming glanced at him and laughed. Old Lu, you're really convinced. I just feel that kid doesn't seem like someone who talks nonsense. Lu Dazwang lit a cigarette. Besides, it's never a bad idea to prepare more supplies. Sun Deming nodded and dialed the grain store's number. Hello, Boss Zhang, this is Old Sun from the forest station. Please send me 20 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour. Yes, that northeast rice. What? You're raising the price. Don't fool me, I asked last month, and it was the same price. Okay, just send it over. After hanging up, Sun Deming cursed. These business people have a nose sharper than a dog's. As soon as they hear we're buying more, they raise the prices. Lu Dazwang didn't respond, walking to the door and looking at the distant rolling mountains. Old Sun, what do you think that kid Wang went into the mountains for? I don't know. Sun Deming shook his head, but look at the 2 gold bricks he left behind. They're not ordinary items. The craftsmanship, the purity, I've never seen anything like it on television. Indeed. Lu Dazwang took a deep drag from his cigarette. This person is not simple. The two fell silent for a moment, each busying themselves. Sun Deming took the gold bricks from beneath the pillow, found an iron box to store them, and locked it in the cabinet. Lu Dazwang went outside to chop firewood, splitting the log cleanly in two with a single swing. He paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and glanced in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared. Little Wang, I will remember this kindness. The bus traveled for over 3 hours and arrived in Yinji City. Wang Lin got off and took a taxi to the high-speed railway station. He bought a ticket for the next train to Haishi, which wouldn't depart for over an hour. He found a corner in the waiting hall to sit down and pulled out his phone to message Li Taiju. Taiju, I'm back. Li Taiju replied immediately. Brother Lin, you're finally back. There was a problem with the renovation and Boss Xiao said it would be delayed. I talked to him for a long time and he agreed to hurry it up. What kind of problem? They said the batch of glass from Germany had a logistics issue and would arrive 3 days late. Wang Lin frowned and typed 3 days is acceptable, but tell Boss Xiao that it must be completed before July 31st, not a single day of delay. Add an extra 5 million for him to find a way. Alright, I'll talk to him. Wang Lin then opened Li Mingio's chat window where she had sent him over a dozen messages in the past few days, all filled with warm inquiries. Where are you, Wang Lin? Is it cold in the northeast? When are you coming back? I miss you. The last message was sent this morning. Wang Lin, is your friend still around? I want to invest another 2 million. I mortgaged my mom's apartment. Can you help me ask him if I can add more? Wang Lin curled his lips into a cold smile and typed, your friend is leaving the day after tomorrow. Just transfer it to me by tomorrow. Li Mingyao replied instantly, okay. He'll transfer it to you tomorrow morning. Moi? Wang Lin turned off his phone, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. In more than 20 days, this sunlight would become a deadly blade. Wang Lin opened his eyes, watching the crowd coming and going in the waiting hall. There were young mothers holding children, middle-aged men carrying briefcases, couples holding hands, and elderly people leaning on canes. No one knew that the apocalypse was approaching. Wang Lin stood up, slinging his deflated backpack over his shoulder, and walked towards the ticket gate. Train G1236 is now boarding. Passengers are requested to proceed to gate A2 for ticket inspection and boarding. He stood in the middle of the line. The man in front was on the phone, speaking loudly. Yes, I'm going to discuss that project next week, a 20 million contract. It's a sure thing. Dinner together tonight. Sure, it's on me. Wang Lin looked at the man's back and silently thought, in more than 20 days, 20 million won't even buy a bottle of water. He passed through the ticket gate, boarded the train, found his seat, which was in second class by the window. The high-speed train arrived, and Wang Lin walked out of the station alone. At the exit, people came and went, and Wang Lin spotted Li Taiju at a glance. This guy was dressed in a dark blue suit, his hair slicked back shiny, standing next to a black Bentley looking just like a dedicated driver for a big boss. Seeing Wang Lin come out, Li Taiju rushed over in a few quick steps, arms wide open for a bear hug. Lindsay, you finally came back. He patted Wang Lin's shoulder heavily, causing Wang Lin to gasp in pain, his face turning pale. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and pushed him away, clutching his shoulder while catching his breath. Taiju, be gentler. I have injuries on me. Li Taiju paused for a moment, looking Wang Lin up and down. Dressed in tattered clothes with muddy hiking boots, his face devoid of color, eyes sunken, and walking with a slight limp, he resembled an author who had been drained of vitality. Lindsay, you weren't robbed, were you? Li Taiju lowered his voice, looking tense. Why do you look so feeble? I heard there are people over there who specifically deceive others. I went to Northeast, not to some industrial park in Myanmar. Wang Lin laughed as he playfully punched him in the chest. How could I be robbed? I just got a bit hurt while hiking in Northeast. Hiking? Li Taiz's eyes lit up with a grin. What happened? Did a wild boar charge at you? Or was it a black bear? With all those injuries, you look like you rolled out of a bear's den. Pretty much, Wang Lin replied, lazily handing him the backpack. Let's head back and talk on the way. Li Taiju took the backpack, casually slinging it over his shoulder, then his expression changed. The backpack felt light, as if it were empty. He unzipped it and took a glance, as sure enough, it was completely empty, not even a change of clothes. Li Taiz's face instantly became even uglier than Wang Lin's. He leaned close to Wang Lin's ear, speaking in a very low voice. Bro, my Lingu, why didn't you bring anything back? How are we going to live in the future? Also, we still have loans to pay. That Wang boss 3 million, the online loans 2 million, and the renovation deposit of 10 million. If the apocalypse doesn't come, am I going to have to help you carry bricks for the rest of my life? As he spoke, Li Taiz's voice trembled. Wang Lin looked at his despondent expression and couldn't help but laugh. We'll discuss it in detail when we get back. Let's hurry. You can still laugh. Li Taiju mumbled as he carried the empty backpack, leading Wang Lin towards the parking lot. When they reached the black Bentley, Li Taiju pulled out the key and pressed a button, causing the car lights to flash. Wang Lin was stunned. Taiju, did you hit the jackpot? This car is really yours. You're driving a Bentley. Li Taiju quickly made a shushing gesture, glancing around, then lowered his voice. Don't make a scene, it's a rental. It's 2008 a day, or I rented it to pick you up to show off, okay? Wang Lin circled the Bentley, admiring its shiny paint, sparkling rims, and winered leather interior that had AB logo on the steering wheel. He opened the door and sat inside. The seat was soft like a sofa, equipped with heating and massage functions. Not bad, Taiju, you've got style. Wang Lin leaned back in the seat, sighing in comfort. Li Taiju started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot, his face still showing a pained expression. Lindsay, what did you actually do in Northeast? Mysterious as ever, can't even tell me. Wang Lin closed his eyes and said, I found something. What did you find? You'll know when we get back. Li Taiju glanced at him in the rearview mirror and didn't press further. He knew Wang Lin well enough. When he didn't want to speak, not even a crowbar could pry his lips open. After 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at the hillside villa. Wang Lin got out of the car and looked up at his house. In just 3 days, scaffolding had already been set up outside the villa, and the yard was filled with construction materials, with dozens of workers busily at work. Several holes had been opened in the walls, and workers were stuffing insulation material inside. All the windows had been removed and boarded up, waiting for the bulletproof glass from Germany. Zhao Qiansheng's efficiency was indeed impressive. Zhao said the underground 3 levels have been excavated and waterproofing is underway, Li Taiju reported while walking. The solar power system equipment has arrived. Installation starts tomorrow. How about the construction schedule? He said 25 days would be pushing it, but if we pay more, they can speed it up. Add more, Wang Lin replied decisively. Tell him to finish by the end of July. I'll add another 10 million. Li Taiju gasped in shock. Lindsay, where are you getting so much money from? Didn't you just sell that house for 4 million? You're throwing in over 100 million just for renovations, and you. Let's go inside, Wang Lin interrupted. The two entered another villa that Li Taiju had already rented, and Wang Lin locked the door, drawing all the curtains in the living room. Li Taiju watched his actions with a puzzled look. Lindsay, what are you doing? It feels like a secret meeting. Wang Lin ignored him, standing in the center of the living room, closing his eyes and concentrating. Suddenly, several hundred gold bars appeared on the living room floor, neatly stacked in a pile. The gold bars shimmered under the light, casting a golden glow throughout the living room. Li Taiz's eyes nearly popped out. This. He squatted down, trembling hands cradling a gold bar, feeling its heavy weight. He bit down with his teeth, leaving shallow imprints on the gold bar. Is this real gold? Li Taiz's voice changed pitch. It's real gold. Wang Lin squatted down and patted the gold bar. Each bar is 1 kilogram. This pile is about 4 to 500 pounds. 4 to 500 pounds. Li Taiju plopped down on the floor, clutching the gold bar tightly. Lindsay, did you? It's faster than robbing a bank, Wang Lin chuckled. Do you remember that thing I told you? The gold hidden by Sakura country in Northeast. I found it. Li Taiz's mouth hung open, unable to close it for quite some time. He looked at the gold bars, then at Wang Lin, then back at the gold bars, suddenly standing up and hugging Wang Lin, tightly wanting to pat his shoulder, but raising his hand halfway and quickly changing it to a gentle pat on the back. Lindsay, you're amazing. Li Tai's eyes turned red. I thought your trip to Northeast was a waste of time and would have to carry bricks together to pay off debts. Instead, you've brought back a mountain of gold. This is just a small portion, Wang Lin said nonchalantly. Li Tai's expression froze. A small portion. There's more in the space, Wang Lin pointed to his head. It's inconvenient to take it all out. I don't want to skip. Li Taiju fell silent for a full 10 seconds, then made a move that left Wang Lin both amused and exasperated. He lay directly on top of the pile of gold bars, arms and legs spread out. From today on, this is my bed, Li Taiju said with his eyes closed. No one can pull me off this. Get up, isn't it dirty? Wang Lin kicked his foot. Dirty? This is gold. Do you know what gold is? Li Taiju opened his eyes, looking serious. Lindsay, I finally believe what you said. The apocalypse is coming. You came back from the future, and you know everything. You didn't believe before. I believed, but with some doubt. Li Taiju sat up, playing with a gold bar in his hands. But now I believe. An ordinary person couldn't possibly know that gold is buried deep in the Northeast Mountains. You must have come back from the future. Wang Lin smiled, neither denying nor confirming. I plan to sell this gold quickly to convert it into cash for the next steps. Li Taiju nodded slightly. Then we need to find a bigger jeweler. All right, you arrange that. Besides, once we sell this batch of gold, we'll have more than enough money. You can buy everything on the supply list without holding back. No need to be frugal. Understood. Li Taiju stood up, packing the gold bars into a woven bag. By the way, Lin Zhoumin has called several times asking to invite you to dinner, wondering when you are free. Zhoumin. Wang Lin frowned. What does she want to invite me to dinner for? She said it's to thank you. She made over 2 million from that deal, enough for her to live well for several years. Li Taiju laughed, and she also wants you to introduce her to clients. She said in 8 years, she has only met one client as generous as you. I'm busy, Wang Lin waved his hand. You can reply for me. Just say I've been busy lately, and he'll talk to her later. While they were talking, Wang Lin's phone rang. He took it out to see it was an unfamiliar local number. Hello. Hello, Mr. Wang. It's Zhoumin. The enthusiastic voice of Zhoumin came through the phone. Have you returned to Haisher yet? I would like to invite you to dinner to thank you for your previous assistance. Wang Lin glanced at Li Tieju, who shrugged, indicating it wasn't him who said it. Manager Zhou, you seem quite well informed. I just got home and you already knew. Oh, I happened to be working in the villa area and saw you return. Zhoumin laughed like a silver bell. Mr. Wang, please do me the favor. I've reserved a table at Shangri-La for tonight. How does that sound? Wang Lin thought for a moment. He just happened to have some matters that required Zhoumin's assistance. Villa renovations, procurement of materials, and some subsequent paperwork. It was easier to find her than anyone else. All right, what time? 7. I've booked a private room. Oh, just come over. After hanging up, Wang Lin checked the time. There were still 2 hours left. Tieju, come with me tonight. Me? Li Taiju pointed at himself. What for? I don't know her. You'll get to know her when you go. Wang Lin stood up, stretching his limbs, and I need you to help me put on a show. Another act. Li Taiju frowned. Last time, I played an investment elite from Hong Kong. What am I playing this time? This time you don't need to act, you just be yourself. Wang Lin smiled. My brother, a retired Special Forces soldier, is now the general manager of Dawn Security Company. Dawn Security Company. When did we have this company? We have it now. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. Tomorrow we'll register one. In the future we'll rely on this company's name to recruit people, manage them, and fight battles. Li Taiju thought for a moment, gave a thumbs up. Lin, your mind works really fast. It's not that my mind is quick, it's that I suffered losses in my past life. Wang Lin's expression darkened. In the apocalypse, without an identity you're just a refugee. With an identity you're a force. I spent 2 years to understand this in my past life. The two tidied up and changed clothes. Wang Lin put on the Armani suit he bought at the mall. Although he still felt pain, a person is defined by their attire, and he looked much more spirited in the mirror. Li Taiju drove his rented Bentley, taking Wang Lin to the Shangri-La Hotel. In the car, Li Taiju suddenly asked Lin, do you really think that apocalypse you mentioned will come? It will. Wang Lin looked out at the rapidly retreating city nightscape, his tone calm. July 31st, high temperatures. September 1st, a flooding. Then freezing, followed by a zombie apocalypse. Li Taiju tightened his grip on the steering wheel. So can we survive? We can't. Wang Lin turned his head to look into Li Tai's eyes. In my past life you died for me. In this life I promise both of us will survive. Li Tai's eyes grew red again. He blinked hard and turned his head to focus on driving. Lin, I believe you. At Shangri-La Hotel, in the private room on the 3rd floor. Zhou Min was dressed especially elegantly today, wearing a bright red cheapao, her hair styled up with 2 sparkling diamond earrings and a thin platinum necklace around her neck. On the table were cold dishes, fruits, flowers, and an open bottle of red wine. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter, Zhou Min quickly stood up, beaming as she came forward to greet him. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please take a seat. She then noticed Li Taiju behind him, paused for a moment, and her smile became even brighter. Who is this? My brother Li Taiju. Wang Lin introduced. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Min quickly extended her hand and shook hands with Li Taiju. Mr. Li is truly young and promising a remarkable talent. Li Taiju felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment and coughed twice. Manager Zhou, you're too kind. The three took their seats and Zhou Min personally poured wine, raising her glass. Mr. Wang, this glass is for you. Thank you for the previous assistance. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. Wang Lin raised his glass, clinked it with hers, and took a small sip. Zhou Min poured another glass, turning to Li Taiju. Mr. Li, this glass is for you. Let's keep in touch and cooperate more in the future. Li Taiju looked at Wang Lin, who nodded slightly. Li Taiju raised his glass, clinked it with Zhou Min's, and drank it in one go. Zhou Min put down her glass, smiling as she asked, Mr. Wang, is the renovation at the villa going smoothly? Mr. Zhao told me that your demands are particularly high. He even complained to me that after 20 years in high-end private residences, it's the first time he's encountered such a difficult job. Mr. Zhao's skills are decent, and the progress is all right. Wang Lin picked up a piece of food. Manager Zhou, I happen to have something I want your help with. You say it. I need to procure a batch of materials recently in large quantities and various types. Do you know any suppliers? Preferably ones that can do wholesale with discounted prices and guaranteed quality. Zhou Min's eyes lit up. Mr. Wang, what materials do you need to procure? Wang Lin took out a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Zhou Min unfolded it, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It listed compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled water, diesel generators, medicines, seeds, winter clothing. Over 100 items densely packed with frightening quantities. Mr. Wang, what is this? Zhou Min raised her head, her face filled with shock. I work in international trade. These materials are to be exported to Africa. Wang Lin said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he delivered the excuse he had already prepared. There is war over there, and materials are in short supply with prices several times higher than domestically. Zhou Min nodded, still skeptical. So that's how it is. Then I'll help you ask around. I know a few friends who deal in bulk commodities. They should be able to assist. Then I will trouble Manager Zhou. Wang Lin raised his glass. This glass is for you. The three of them drank a few more glasses, and the atmosphere became lively. Zhou Min was a great conversationalist, discussing everything from villa renovations to real estate and Haishi, from real estate to the stock market, and from the stock market to international situations, speaking fluently and effortlessly. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Min lowered her voice, looking gossipy. Mr. Wang, let me tell you something. Your girlfriend, the one who came to the villa last time, Miss Li, has been asking around about you these days. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, asking about me. Yes, she had someone investigate your background and has asked me several times about what business you're in and where your money comes from. Zhou Min curled her lips. Of course I didn't say anything. But Mr. Wang, you need to be cautious, this woman. She didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. Zhou Min curled her lips. Of course I didn't say anything. But Mr. Wang, you need to be cautious, this woman. Early the next morning, Wang Lin was awakened by Zhou Min's phone call. Mr. Wang, I've managed to set up that meeting you mentioned yesterday. Zhou Min's voice was filled with excitement, as if she had won the lottery. The president of Donghai Jinya, Qian Wangguan, the largest gold and jewelry merchant in Donghai City, owns 7 or 8 gold shops and also deals in bulk precious metals. He's very interested in the goods you have and wants to meet this morning. Wang Lin rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time. It was 7:30 in the morning. Great, what time and where? 10 o'clock in President Qian's office. I'll send the address to your phone. After hanging up, Wang Lin got up to wash up. In the mirror, he looked much better than yesterday, but the bruise on his chest had not fully faded and the scab on his shoulder was starting to itch. It seemed his body had strengthened after returning. At least his recovery was better than before. He changed into a deep gray suit and adjusted his tie in front of the mirror. Lindsay, am I going to? Li Taiju peeked out from the next room, his hair a mess. Yes, you drive. Got it. The two of them drove the rented Bentley across half of Donghai City, arriving at the most bustling commercial street in the city center. The headquarters of Donghai Jinya was located in a 28-story office building, with Qian Wangguan's flagship gold shop on the ground floor, lavishly decorated, showcasing various gold jewelry and gems that sparkled in the sunlight. As Wang Lin and Li Taiju stepped into the lobby, a woman in professional attire approached them. Are you Mr. Wang? President Qian is waiting for you on the top floor. Please follow me. The elevator went straight to the 28th floor. As the door opened, Wang Lin saw a huge office with a wall entirely made of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, offering a panoramic view of Donghai City. A man in his 50s sat behind a redwood desk, wearing a dark blue Chinese-style jacket with 3 gold rings on his hands, a jade guanyin pendant around his neck, and a cigar in his mouth. This man was Qian Wangguan. Mr. Wang. Welcome, welcome. Qian Wangguan stood up, smiling as he approached, sizing Wang Lin up from head to toe. The young man was in his late 20s, well-dressed with a calm demeanor, looking less like a nouveau riche and more like someone who had seen the world. President Qian, I've long admired you. Wang Lin extended his hand to shake his. Please have a seat. Qian Wangguan gestured for Wang Lin and Li Taiju to sit on the sofa and had tea poured for them. Mr. Wang Zhoumin mentioned you saying you have a batch of goods you want to sell. May I ask what kind of goods? Wang Lin took his time to respond, picking up the teacup and taking a sip before leisurely saying, gold and some jewelry. It's a considerable amount. A considerable amount. Qian Wangguan laughed. Mr. Wang, I've been in this business for over 20 years. What haven't I seen? Just tell me how much. Wang Lin held up one finger. 100 kilograms. Qian Wangguan raised an eyebrow. Wang Lin shook his head. 1 ton. Wang Lin nodded. Qian Wangguan nearly dropped his cigar. He stared at Wang Lin for a moment, seemingly assessing whether this young man, Mr. Wang, a ton of gold is not a small sum. Do you know the current gold price? I do, Wang Lin replied calmly. The domestic gold price is 1,001 per gram and still rising. Then how much do you intend to sell it for? 951 per gram. Qian Wangguan gasped. Mr. Wang, this price is nearly 150 lower than the market price. The price difference for a ton of gold is 150 million. Are you sure? I'm sure. Wang Lin leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. But I have conditions: full payment, immediate transfer, and no public accounts. You can inspect the goods on site and only pay if satisfied. Qian Wangguan squinted, staring at Wang Lin for several seconds. The young man's gaze was too steady, too composed for someone there to do business. It felt more like he was there to inform him. Mr. Wang, may I ask about the source of this batch of goods? You cannot, Wang Lin smiled, but you can rest assured the origins are absolutely clean. These gold pieces have no serial numbers or markings. Once melted and recast, they will look just like those. Qian Wangguan fell silent for a moment, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed a number. Lao Zhao come up, and in less than 5 minutes a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in, carrying a case. He was Qian Wangguan's appraiser, well known in the industry. It was said that he could tell the authenticity and purity of gold and jewelry at a glance. Mr. Wang, where are the goods? Qian Wangguan asked. Wang Lin took a black backpack from Li Tieju, unzipped it, and took out 5 gold bars, placing them on the tea table. These gold bars were brought from the fortress, each weighing 1 kilogram, smooth on the surface with no markings. The appraiser Lao Zhao put on white gloves, picked up 1 gold bar, weighed it in his hand, and then took out a portable spectrometer, pointing it at the gold bar and pressing a few buttons. The device beeped a few times, and a string of numbers appeared on the screen. Lao Zhao's eyes widened. President Qian, purity is 99.97% top quality. Qian Wangguan's expression changed. He picked up a gold bar, weighing it in his hand. It felt heavy and substantial. He picked up another piece and examined the cutting marks on the edge, frowning. Mr. Wang, the craftsmanship of this batch of gold does not resemble that commonly seen in the country. It seems more like military grade. Wang Lin's heart stirred. Qian Wangguan was indeed an expert. These gold bars were indeed military grade. After the Sakura Nation's army looted gold from civilians, they were remelted into standardized gold bars with extremely high purity and refined craftsmanship. President Qian, let's not worry about the craftsmanship, Wang Lin said, lifting his teacup leisurely. Just tell me, will you accept this batch of goods? I will. Qian Wangguan slapped his thigh. 951 per gram, I'll take the whole ton. But I have one condition: you must let me buy this batch exclusively. If you have more goods in the future, come to me first. Deal. Qian Wangguan laughed heartily, standing up to shake hands with Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, you're straightforward. In my 20-plus years of business, this is the first time I've met someone so forthright. He glanced at the gold bars on the tea table, unable to resist, asking, Mr. Wang, just how much do you have in this batch? 1 ton. Or more. Wang Lin smiled. President Qian, let's first finalize this ton, and we can discuss the rest later. Qian Wangguan understood and did not ask further. He instructed Lao Zhao to secure the 5 gold bars and asked the finance department to prepare the contract and transfer. Mr. Wang, the contract will be signed and the money will be in your account within 10 minutes. Do you need anything else? Wang Lin thought for a moment, then pulled out a velvet bag from his pocket, placed it on the tea table, opened the bag, and poured out several gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and diamonds, shining in a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Lao Zhao's eyes instantly lit up. He leaned and picked up a ruby and examined it closely with a magnifying glass, his hands trembling. President Qian, this is Burmese pigeon blood red. At least 5 carats. You rarely see such quality on the market for a whole year. He picked up a blue sapphire again, cashmere blue cornflower. This color. I saw it once at a Sotheby's auction, and it sold for 3 million. Old Zhao examined each piece, growing more excited with every glance. Finally, he raised his head, his voice changing. Mr. Qian, this batch of jewelry, conservatively estimated, is worth over 200 million. Qian Wangguan's cigar dropped to the ground. He looked at the pile of gems, then at Wang Lin, his expression shifting from shock to awe. Mr. Wang, where did you get these things? Mr. Qian, let's not talk about that, Wang Lin replied, putting the gems back into the velvet bag. I'm selling this batch too, but not piece by piece, only as a whole. Just give me a total price, and if it's reasonable, we'll make a deal. Qian Wangguan took a deep breath, whispered a few words to old Zhao, then quoted a figure, 230 million. 250 million. Wang Lin didn't even lift his eyelids. 240 million. 245 million. Deal. Qian Wangguan extended his hand again. Mr. Wang, I'm counting on you. 2 transactions, 95 million for gold, 245 million for jewelry, totaling 340 million. Adding the 8 million he had before, Wang Lin's cash reserves now exceeded 350 million. When the money arrived, Li Taiyi's phone beeped with text notifications 7 or 8 times in a row. He glanced at it sneakily, almost bouncing off the sofa. 350 million. In his life, he had never even seen 35,000, let alone 350 million. Lindsay. Li Taiju leaned closer to Wang Lin, his voice trembling. Stay calm. Wang Lin patted his leg unruffled. Qian Wangguan personally saw Wang Lin and Li Taiju downstairs holding Wang Lin's hand firmly. Mr. Wang, if you have goods in the future, make sure to find me. The price is negotiable. For sure. On the way back, Li Taiju's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Lindsay, 350 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. This is just the beginning. Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, saying, tomorrow you'll go register a security company, the day after start large-scale procurement of supplies. Everything on the list must be included. Understood. Wang Lin took out his phone and sent a message to Li Mingyao. Mingyao, I'm taking care of some things today. I'll find you tonight. Li Mingyao replied immediately, okay, I'll wait for you. By the way, is your friend still around? I want to invite him to dinner to thank him for helping with the investment. He's busy, no time. Okay then. Come over early tonight, I have something to tell you. Wang Lin turned off his phone, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. In the afternoon, Wang Lin went to Zhao Qiancheng's company. Zhao Qiancheng was in the office having a meeting with several project managers. When he saw Wang Lin, he hurried over. Mr. Wang, you arrived just in time. I was about to report on the progress to you. Mr. Zhao, I'm not here to hurry the progress. Wang Lin sat down, taking out a list from his bag. I'm here to ask for your help. Zhao Qiancheng took the list and looked at it. 1,000 tables of Manhan, Quanxi, 1,000 tables of Western cuisine, 5,000 steaks, 10,000 roasted chickens, various pastries, bread, cheese, butter. It was densely packed across dozens of pages. Zhao Qiancheng's eyes nearly popped out. Mr. Wang, are you planning to open a restaurant? No, Wang Lin smiled. A friend from Hong Kong wants to hold a large banquet in Donghai City to entertain friends from all walks of life. These items are for the banquet. Zhao Qiancheng looked at him with skepticism but didn't ask further. He picked up the phone, dialed several numbers, and contacted some of the largest catering suppliers in Donghai City. Mr. Wang, the cost price for one table of Manhan Quan, she is 12,000. For 1,000 tables, that's 12 million. A table of Western cuisine costs 2,005. For 1,000 tables, that's 250,000. Adding in the steaks and roasted chickens, it's about 1 million. So the total would be 14 million. How does that sound? Sounds good, Wang Lin nodded. But I have one request. Everything must be freshly cooked and delivered hot. No problem. Zhao Qiancheng agreed immediately. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Zhao. As Zhao Qiancheng saw Wang Lin out, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, what business does your friend actually do? Ordering 1,000 tables of Manhan Quanxi for a banquet. How many people are you inviting? Wang Lin smiled. He just likes to put on a show. Zhao Qiancheng shook his head and didn't pursue the matter further. But the news spread. Donghai City is not that big, and 1,000-table Manhan Quanxi order caused a stir in the catering circle. Some said it was some nouveau riche showing off, others said it was a company holding a year-end meeting, and yet others speculated it was a rich man throwing a wedding banquet for his son. The most outrageous theory was that someone was stockpiling food for the apocalypse. When this speculation reached Li Mingyao, she was at Zhang Wei's apartment doing a face mask. Mingyao, does your boyfriend have a problem? Zhang Wei lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. I heard he ordered 1,000 tables of Manhan Quanxi and bought a few thousand steaks and tens of thousands of roasted chickens. What's he planning? Opening a restaurant. Li Mingyao ripped the mask off her face. Her expression changed. She grabbed her phone and dialed Wang Lin's number. Wang Lin, where are you? I'm over by the villa. What's wrong? Wang Lin's voice was very calm. Why are you buying so much food? Li Mingyio's voice became sharp and anxious. Did you spend my money? What about the 8 million I transferred to you? Mingyao, don't panic, let me explain. Wang Lin's tone was gentle, as if soothing a child. Those things are not bought by me. They are purchased by my classmate from Hong Kong. He is holding a large banquet to treat friends in Donghai City. He's paying for everything. I'm just helping him organize it. Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you my account balance right now. Wang Lin hung up the phone and sent a screenshot of his bank account balance, 53,200,000. Li Mingyio's eyes widened in shock. 50 million. Yes, this was transferred to me by my classmate to help him with procurement. Wang Lin said over the phone, Mingyao, don't worry, I haven't touched your 8 million, it's all in another account of mine. Once my friend's business is done, I'll return it to you with interest. Li Mingyio's heart raced. 50 million. Wang Lin's friend casually transferred him 50 million for procurement. How wealthy must he be? Wang Lin, does your friend need a girlfriend? Li Mingyao joked half-heartedly. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. He's married. Wang Lin's voice was devoid of emotion. Now, I'll find you tonight. I need to talk to you about something. What's going on? Let's talk when we meet. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyao sat on the edge of the bed, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. That friend of Wang Lin transferred over 50 million to him. Li Mingyao bit her lip, suspecting that Wang Lin was deceiving her, but she had no evidence. Over 50 million. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Are you sure? The screenshot he sent shows 53,200,000. Zhang Wei fell silent. Although he was a rich second generation, he only had a few million in liquid cash. Over 50 million was still a substantial sum for him. Mingyao, keep a close eye on it. Don't let that kid Wang Lin swallow the money. I know. At 7 in the evening, Wang Lin appeared at Li Mingyao's door on time. He was dressed in a light gray casual suit, holding a paper bag containing 2 bottles of red wine. When Li Mingyao opened the door, she was wearing a black spaghetti strap dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup. She leaned against the door frame, sizing up Wang Lin with a complex expression. Come in. Wang Lin entered the room, placing the red wine on the coffee table and sitting on the sofa. Li Mingyao poured him a glass of water, sitting opposite him with her legs crossed. Wang Lin, tell me the truth. What am I up to? Wang Lin feigned innocence. All that food, 1,000 tables of Manchu Han Imperial Feast, 1,000 tables of Western cuisine, thousands of dollars worth of steak, tens of thousands of roast chickens. Li Mingyao stared into his eyes. What are you buying all these things for? I told you it's for my classmate. Is your classmate running a restaurant? Li Mingyao interrupted him. Even if they are running a restaurant, they wouldn't need 1,000 tables of Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Wang Lin, are you trying to deceive me? Wang Lin set down the water cup and sighed. Mingyao, don't you trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, it's... Li Mingyao bit her lip. I'm just afraid you'll be deceived. How long have you known that classmate of yours? For years, college classmate. What's his name? What business is he in? Li Jiaming, he works in securities investment. Wang Lin said without changing his expression. If you don't believe me, I can set up a time for you to meet. Li Mingyao hesitated. Meet him? If Wang Lin dares to let her meet that friend, it means what he said might be true. Okay, set up a time. All right. Wang Lin stood up. Then I'll call him now. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello. Jiaming here, it's Wang Lin. Lindsay. A warm voice came from the other end with a hint of a Hong Kong accent. What's up? My girlfriend wants to meet you to thank you for helping with the investment. When would be convenient for you? Oh, sister-in-law, you're too... That voice laughed, but I really can't get away these days. The banquet preparations are at a critical stage, and I have to keep an eye on it. How about this? After the banquet, I'll personally treat sister-in-law to dinner. All right, then you be busy. After hanging up, Wang Lin looked at Li Mingyao. Did you hear that? He's busy with the banquet these days and can't get away. Li Mingyao's expression softened a bit. That voice did sound like a Hong Kong person, and the way he spoke was very natural, not like it was faked. Then, can I see your account? Li Mingyao asked tentatively. Without a second thought, Wang Lin took out his phone, opened the banking app, and handed it to her. Balance, 53,200,000. Li Mingyao stared at the screen for several seconds, then returned the phone to him, a smile appearing on her face. Wang Lin, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. It's fine. Wang Lin held her hand. Mingyao, the most important thing between us is trust. Li Mingyao nodded, leaning on his shoulder. Wang Lin, you're so good to me. Wang Lin gently patted her back, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Trust. In your past life, when you pushed me into the horde of corpses, why didn't you talk about trust? He stayed at Li Mingyao's house for over an hour, saying sweet nothings and making her heart flutter. Before leaving, Li Mingyao held him back, saying she wanted to see the villa he rented. All right, I'll take you tomorrow, Wang Lin replied with a smile. After leaving Li Mingyao's house, Wang Lin got into the car, where Li Taizhu was waiting at the driver's seat. All set. All set. Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, exhaling deeply. As long as you show a woman money, she will trust you. What's next? Next we go to rent a storage unit. Wang Lin took out his phone and pulled up an address sent by Zhou Min. There's a row of storage units below the mid-levels villas provided by the developer available for rent. I plan to rent a few for storing supplies. Li Taizhu started the car and headed towards the mid-levels. Lindsay, why do you need a storage unit? Don't you have that space? The space is my last resort, it can't be known. Wang Lin looked out the window. On the surface, I need a place to store supplies. Otherwise, when the apocalypse comes, if I suddenly produce thousands of tons of food, what would others think? That makes sense. Li Taizhu nodded. How big of a storage unit are you renting? The bigger the better. After driving for half an hour, they arrived at the commercial area below the mid-levels villa district. There was a row of newly built storage units, each about 500 square meters, 6 meters high, with moisture-proof flooring and good ventilation. Zhou Min was already waiting at the entrance, and when she saw Wang Lin's car, she quickly came over. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. I've checked the storage units for you. The 3 positions at the very back are the best, quiet, concealed, and right next to the road up the hill, making it convenient for you to transport goods in the future. Wang Lin looked over and nodded in satisfaction. I'll take all 3. 1 unit costs 20,000 a month, so 3 would be 60,000. The annual rent is 720,000. Zhou Min said with a smile. I negotiated with the developer and got you a discount 68,000. All right, let's sign the contract. Zhou Min had took out the contract from her bag, and Wang Lin signed it, quickly transferring the payment on the spot. Holding the keys, Wang Lin opened the door of the storage unit and walked inside for a look. The 500 square meters of space was empty, echoing loudly. The 3 units connected together provided a total area of 1,500 square meters, enough for his initial supply turnover. Teju, starting tomorrow, have the purchased supplies delivered here. Wang Lin slapped the wall. Once the villa renovation is complete, we'll move it upstairs. Understood. Upon leaving the storage room, Wang Lin did not take a break and directly dialed Zhou Min's number. Zhou Min's voice was crisp and lively, clearly in a good mood after just earning 680,000 in storage commissions. I need to find a supplier for a large supermarket, one that can deliver to major retailers with a full range of products, stable channels, and the ability to ship in bulk. Zhou Min pondered for a moment. Wang, are you planning to open a supermarket? Yes, a high-end supermarket serving the affluent residents in the hillside villa area. Wang Lin casually fabricated a reason. I need to stock up in one go in large quantities. Then I'll help you contact Meng, one of the largest suppliers in Donghai City. I've collaborated with him several times, and he is quite reliable. Zhou Min paused. Wang, if this works out, don't forget about my share. I won't forget, Wang Lin smiled. After the deal is done, I will give you 300,000 as a reward for your efforts these past few days. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Zhou Min's voice, nearly breaking, came through. Wang, are you serious? Do you have no other requests? When have I ever lied to you? What requests? Should I ask you to give me another apartment? I don't think that's necessary. Wang, you really know how to joke. You are like my own brother. Zhou Min was so excited she stumbled over her words, though there was still a hint of regret in her tone. I'll contact Meng right away. Just wait for my call. After hanging up, Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to relax. Li Taiju glanced at him through the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Lin kept his eyes closed. Lin, 300,000. You just gave it to her like that. Li Taiju said with pain in his voice. She just helped us contact a few people and made a few trips. Is that worth 300,000? It is worth it. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Teju, remember this: before the apocalypse, the value of human relationships is greater than money. Zhou Min is efficient, discreet, and well-connected. We will need her help with many things in the future. 300,000 for a long-term assistant is not expensive. Li Taiju nodded thoughtfully. In less than half an hour, Zhou Min called back. Wang, Meng has agreed and said we can meet at any time. Do you think this afternoon works? At Meng's company, he'll send you the address. Sounds good. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Lin and Li Taiju arrived at the 12th floor of an office building in the eastern district of Donghai City. Meng's company occupied an entire floor with a brass plaque reading Donghai Hongda Supply Chain Management Co. Ltd. The receptionist was beautifully made up and wore a sweet smile. Are you Mr. Wang? Meng is waiting for you in the conference room. The conference room was spacious, able to seat around 20 people with fruits and bottled water on the long table. A man in his 40s sat at the head of the table, dressed in a dark blue polo shirt, his hair neatly combed, wearing an Omega watch with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Meng stood up, shook hands with Wang Lin, his grip firm. Zhou Min told me you are opening a high-end supermarket and need a large stock. What specific categories do you need? How much quantity? Wang Lin took out a folded A4 paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Meng. Meng looked down at the paper, his smile slowly freezing, then turning into shock. The list was densely packed, organized by categories, and clearly written. Food category: 500 tons of rice, 500 tons of flour, 200 tons of cooking oil, 50 tons of various seasonings, 100 boxes of instant noodles, 500 boxes of biscuits, 500 cans of canned food, 500 boxes of ham sausage, and 100 boxes each of frozen dumplings and tang yuan. Beverage category: 100 boxes of bottled water, 500 boxes of mineral water, 200 boxes of carbonated drinks, 100 boxes of juice, 200 boxes of milk. Fresh produce: 100 tons each of apples, oranges, and pears, 100 tons each of potatoes, onions, and cabbage, with a total of 100 tons of various fruits and vegetables. Meat category: 500 tons of frozen pork, 300 tons of frozen beef, 500 tons of frozen chicken, and 200 tons of frozen seafood. Daily necessities category: 100 packs of toilet paper, 500 bottles of laundry detergent, 200 bottles of dishwashing liquid, and 500 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes. Clothing category: 200 high-end winter jackets, 100 down jackets. Mr. Wang, your list. The total amount is around 100 million. Are you sure you want this much? Absolutely. Wang Lin took a sip of mineral water. Meng will be straightforward. I need this shipment urgently. I will pay 40% up front, and the remaining 60% will be settled 30 days after delivery. However, there is one condition: all goods must be delivered to my designated warehouse by tomorrow. Meng gasped. Tomorrow? Mr. Wang, this quantity is too large. Although my warehouse has plenty of goods, it won't be easy to gather this much in such a short time. Just the hundreds of tons of fruits and vegetables require sourcing from the production area. That's why I sought you out, Meng. Wang Lin interrupted him. You are the largest in this business in Donghai City. If you can't do it, no one else can. Meng felt flattered by this statement, but still frowned. Mr. Wang, tomorrow is just too rushed. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee. 1 day. Wang Lin's tone was firm. By this time tomorrow the goods must arrive. If Meng cannot do it, I will find someone else. Meng bit his lip, picked up the list again, and quickly calculated in his mind. The total amount for this shipment is nearly 100 million, with 40% upfront being 40 million. The arrival of 40 million in cash would instantly alleviate his financial pressure. Moreover, the remaining 60 million would be settled 30 days later, allowing him to rotate this money multiple times within the month. More importantly, this Mr. Wang seemed like a major client, and there may be more business opportunities in the future. All right. Meng slammed the table. Mr. Wang, I agree. The first batch will start delivery at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and will all be completed before nightfall. Meng is straightforward. Wang Lin extended his hand. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. Meng had his assistant bring in the contract and both parties signed and sealed it. Wang Lin transferred 40 million on the spot. Meng watched the bank notification on his phone, his smile stretching from ear to ear, unable to contain his joy. Mr. Wang, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Meng said enthusiastically. You must come. I know a great private restaurant with good ambience and food. We can eat and chat at the same time. Wang Lin initially wanted to decline, but Meng was too enthusiastic, holding his hand tightly and saying a lot about not showing face and looking down on brothers. Wang Lin had no choice but to agree. All right, since you insist, Meng, I will graciously accept. All right. 6 o'clock tonight, I'll send a car to pick you up. Leaving Mr. Meng's company, Li Taiju followed behind Wang Lin, his expression as if he were dreaming. Lindsay 100 million in supplies, 40 million in advance. You're spending faster than a printing press. This is nothing yet. Wang Lin glanced at his watch. Let's go. Next stop. Where to? To buy a car. Li Taizu's eyes lit up. By a car. What kind of car? Didn't you want to drive a Bentley? Today I'll take you to something even better. Li Taizu's breath grew heavy. Even better. Better than a Bentley. Rolls-Royce. Wang Lin said nothing, only smiled. The largest Rolls-Royce dealership in Donghai City sat on the busiest commercial street in the city center. The entire building was clad in glass. Several brand new display cars stood at the entrance, each worth tens of millions. The showroom sparkled with lights, and the polished floor reflected silhouettes. When Wang Lin and Li Taiju pushed open the glass door and entered, several sales consultants were chatting at the reception. Seeing them come in, the group looked up in unison, swept their gazes over Wang Lin and Li Taiju, then simultaneously dropped their eyes. Wang Lin wore ordinary casual clothes today, a deep blue jacket, black casual trousers, and a pair of sneakers bought on impulse at a mall, not top-tier brands, but hardly cheap. Li Taiju was even more casual, an army green outdoor jacket, jeans, and hiking boots, appearing like a traveler fresh from the mountains. Together they hardly looked like people who could afford a Rolls-Royce. A young female salesperson hesitated to stand. A male colleague in his 30s stopped her and lowered his voice. Don't bother. Those two are just here to take photos for their social feeds. A few like that came last week. Test drove, took photos, left, wasted an entire afternoon. The female salesperson glanced at Wang Lin and Li Taiju, then sat back down. Another female salesperson curled her lip. Look at the one in the outdoor jacket. There's mud on his pant leg. Do people who drive Rolls-Royces dress like that? They snorted softly. Wang Lin's hearing was sharp. Not a single word escaped him. He kept a calm face and scanned the showroom, spotting a young male salesperson in his early 20s standing in the corner, holding a cloth and polishing a display car's wheel. The young man wore an ill-fitting suit, his tie askew with a few pimples on his face. He looked very much like a new. Wang Lin walked over. The young man noticed someone approaching, looked up, and offered a somewhat tentative smile. Gee, how may I help you? I want to buy a car, Wang Lin said. The young man's eyes brightened, then dimmed. He stole a glance at the senior salespeople and lowered his voice. Sir, our cars are rather expensive. The cheapest starts at over 4 million. I know, Wang Lin nodded. I want a Cullinan, a bespoke edition. The young man's mouth fell open. The front desk salespeople heard and exchanged mocking glances. Cullinan, bespoke edition. The male salesperson murmured, this kid probably doesn't know how much a Cullinan costs. He's putting on airs. Test drives are free anyway. Wait till he asks for a test drive. Xiaozhang will take him and waste an afternoon. The young man swallowed. Sir, a bespoke Cullinan starts at 7 to 8 million with options. It may top 10 million. I know. Wang Lin nodded again. I want 4. Extended length and width, bulletproof, capable of withstanding 70 degrees Celsius heat and 100 degrees below zero cold, able to run in snow and traverse deserts. Can you do that? Xiaozhang's mind went blank. For Cullinans, bespoke, bulletproof, and resistant to extreme temperatures. He had been selling for only 3 months and had never sold a standard model. Now someone wanted 4 bespoke vehicles in one purchase. Sir, please wait. Xiaozhang dropped the cloth and ran, nearly tripping. He rushed to the front desk and shouted at the senior salespeople, "Where's the manager? Where's the manager? Why the rush?" The male salesperson rolled his eyes. "Those two look like paupers. Do you really believe him?" "No. He said he wants to buy 4 Cullinans. Bespoke editions. Bulletproof." Xiao Zhang's voice trembled. The reception staff froze. 4. The female salesperson exclaimed, her voice rising. "Bespoke." Another woman stood up. "Bulletproof." The male salesperson went pale. At that moment, a man in his 40s emerged from the office. Dressed in a dark suit with hair impeccably combed and a gold name badge pinned to his chest, he was the sales manager Zhao Xianghe. "What's going on?" Zhao Xianghe frowned. "All this shouting, what's it about?" Xiao Zhang hurried over and in a low voice recounted the situation. Zhao Ziyang's brow tightened further. He glanced at Wang Lin and Li Taizhu in the showroom corner. Though they did not look affluent, years in sales had taught him that appearances deceive. He approached with a professional smile. "Good day, sir. I'm the sales manager Zhao Guoqiang. I understand you wish to commission bespoke Cullinans." "Yes," Wang Lin said calmly. 4. The specifications are as I told Xiao Zhang. 4 bespoke Cullinans. Zhao Xianghe inhaled deeply. "Sir, this order is enormous. I do not have the authority. I must consult the regional manager." "Then consult him." Zhao Xianghe took out his phone and stepped aside to call. After a few minutes, he returned. His expression shifted from doubt to respect. "Sir, our regional manager, Mr. Ma, happens to be nearby and will arrive in 20 minutes. Could you wait?" Zhao Xianghe hurried Xiao Zhang off to prepare tea and had fruit and pastries brought over. The reception staff now kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. 20 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up at the dealership. A man in his 50s stepped out in a bespoke suit, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, exuding undeniable authority. He was the Rolls-Royce East China regional manager, surname Ma, well known in automotive circles. "Mr. Ma strode into the showroom and fixed his gaze on Wang Lin. "You must be Mr. Wang." "Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ma Guoqiang, head of East China, Mr. Ma said, offering his card with a broad smile. "I heard you're commissioning 4 bespoke Cullinans." "Yes." Wang Lin took the card and glanced at it. "Mr. Ma, are you aware of my requirements?" "Yes." "Extended length and width, bulletproof, heat and cold-resistant all-terrain capability." Mr. Ma nodded. "These specifications can be achieved by our factory in the UK, but it will take time." "How long?" "A normal bespoke cycle is 6 to 8 months. The bulletproof variant would take longer, perhaps a year." "That's far too long." Wang Lin shook his head. "I can wait at most 1 week." Mr. Ma's smile stiffened. "Mr. Wang, 1 week isn't even enough to ship from the UK. So I will pay a premium." Wang Lin interrupted. 30 million per vehicle. For vehicles, 120 million in total. A 50% deposit, 60 million. Delivery within 1 week. Can you do it?" Mr. Ma's pupils widened. "A standard Cullinan sells for 7 to 8 million. A fully bespoke bulletproof model might at best reach 15 million. 30 million apiece, double the usual price." He quickly calculated expedited air freight, UK, factory overtime, and various customs fees altogether would unlikely top 5 million. The remainder would be pure profit. "Mr. Wang, are you certain?" "Certain." Mr. Ma drew a deep breath and took out his phone. "He'll contact headquarters in the UK immediately." He stepped aside and made an overseas call, speaking fluent English for over 10 minutes. When he returned, his expression had become one of elation. "Mr. Wang, the UK has agreed. 4 bespoke Cullinans can be airlifted to Donghai within 1 week. But under one condition: the deposit must be 60%, not 50. "Fine." Wang Lin did not bat an eye. "Card or transfer?" Mr. Ma nearly lost his balance. In 20 years selling Rolls-Royce, he had met countless wealthy clients, but none as decisive as Wang Lin. "Bank transfer is fine." "Bank transfer is fine." Wang Lin took out his phone and transferred 72 million on the spot. 4 bespoke Cullinans at 30 million, each 60% prepayment, exactly 72 million. Mr. Ma watched the confirmation message, his hand trembling. "Mr. Wang, you are our most esteemed Rolls-Royce client. From today on, for any need, come directly to me." "One more request," Wang Lin said. "I need 2 standard Rolls-Royces for daily use to drive away today. Do you have—" "Yes, yes, yes." Mr. Ma nodded repeatedly. "The Ghost and the Wraith in the showroom are in stock and can be taken immediately." "How much?" "The Ghost is 5.2 million, the Wraith 6.2 million, totaling 11.4 million. Mr. Wang will give you a 10% discount. Make it 10 million exactly." "All right, card." Wang Lin swiped another 10 million without a blink. Mr. Ma personally escorted Wang Lin and Li Taizhu to view the cars, explaining configurations along the way, attentive as if serving his own father. The reception staff kept their heads down. The man who had made the earlier snide remarks was ashen, wishing he could vanish. Xiao Zhang followed behind, his face a mix of excitement and nerves. He had not sold the 4 bespoke cars, but the 2 in-stock vehicles Wang Lin bought would count toward his commission. On a 10 million order, his commission would be at least 50 to 60,000. "Xiao Zhang," Wang Lin suddenly called. "Here, Mr. Wang." Xiao Zhang straightened reflexively. "The commission on these 2 cars is yours. Xiao Zhang's eyes immediately reddened. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Mr. Ma made another call then said to Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, by purchasing our cars, you become our most distinguished client. For the coming week, Rolls-Royce will provide full chauffeur service for your travels. I will have my driver and another dedicated company chauffeur alternate in driving you and Mr. Li. That will be trouble. Not at all. It's our duty. Mr. Ma summoned 2 drivers, both in their 40s, dressed in black uniforms with white gloves, professionals to the eye. They took the driver's seats of the Ghost and the Wraith and started the engines low and powerful. Wang Lin settled into the rear seat of 1E. The leather felt like clouds, and the cabin was so quiet that outside sounds were barely perceptible. Li Taiju sat beside him, unsure where to place his hands. Lindsay, I never imagined in my life I'd be sitting in a Rolls-Royce. Li Taizu's voice trembled with wonder. From now on, this will be our everyday. Wang Lin leaned back and closed his eyes. The car slowly left the dealership and passed through Donghai City's bustling streets. Wang Lin took out his phone and messaged Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, send me the address for 6 o'clock tonight. They'll be there punctually. Mr. Meng replied instantly, very well, Mr. Wang. He'll send the location. Looking forward to joining you for a drink tonight. By the time Wang Lin and Li Taiju finished their day's tasks, it was already dark. Wang Lin suddenly remembered the appointment with General Meng and took Li Taiju along. Li Taiju followed behind like an eager child, calling him foster father with every breath, leaving Wang Lin speechless. After half an hour's drive, they finally stopped at the entrance of an alley. The private restaurant that General Meng had reserved was located in an inconspicuous alley in the old district of Donghai City. It had a facade of gray bricks and tiles without even a sign at the entrance, but once they pushed open the heavy wooden door, a whole new world unfolded inside. The winding corridor led to a tranquil courtyard landscape on either side, with a pathway of fine gravel underfoot and the soothing sound of flowing water nearby. A waitress in a cheapao led the way gracefully, her steps light and her smile gentle. Mr. Wang, this way, please. General Meng personally opened the door to the private room. The private room was not large, but was tastefully decorated. A round table made of redwood was covered with a deep blue tablecloth on which fine blue and white porcelain dishes were arranged. On the wall hung a traditional ink wash painting of mountains and water signed by a contemporary master. Outside the window, a few bamboo stalks swayed in the evening breeze, rustling softly. General Meng, this place is quite nice. Wang Lin glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. General Meng smiled. This restaurant only serves 5 tables a day, and there's no menu. Whatever is made is what you eat. The head chef was previously at the Fishing Platform State Guest House and was invited here by the owner with a generous salary. Mr. Wang, you are in for a treat today. The 3 of them took their seats, Wang Lin, Li Taiju, and General Meng. The waitress first served 4 cold dishes: marinated beef, cold jellyfish, osmanthus rice, lotus root, and old vinegar peanuts. The plating was exquisite, the portions modest, but the flavors were truly delightful. Li Taiju picked up a piece of marinated beef, chewed a couple of times, and his eyes lit up. General Meng, this beef is authentic. I had something similar when I was in the army, but I haven't tasted anything like this since. Indeed. General Meng said proudly, this beef is marinated by the chef himself using 18 spices, and the marination process takes 2 days. If you like it, Mr. Li, feel free to have more. Wang Lin lifted his wine glass and clinked it with General Meng's. Thank you for today, General Meng. If the goods can arrive tomorrow, I'll feel reassured. You are too polite, Mr. Wang. General Meng downed his drink in one go, wiping his mouth. Let me tell you, if you ask around in Donghai City, you'll hear that I, old Meng, have always been a man of my word. If I say it will arrive tomorrow, it will definitely arrive tomorrow. If it's late by even a minute, I'll give you this batch for free. You are straightforward, General Meng. Wang Lin poured him another glass. After 3 rounds of drinks and 7 or 8 dishes served, the atmosphere grew lively. General Meng was a great conversationalist, moving from supply chain management to business gossip in Donghai City, then to international affairs, his tongue never stopping. Wang Lin occasionally chimed in, while Li Taiju focused primarily on eating. Halfway through, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and the waitress entered with a dish of scallion braised sea cucumber. At the moment the door opened, Wang Lin casually glanced outside. In the corridor, a man and a woman were heading toward the next private room. The woman wore a red dress and 10-centimeter high heels, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her makeup exquisite. The man was dressed in a light gray Zegna suit, sporting a Rolex on his wrist, walking with an air of confidence. Li Mengyao and Zhang Wei. Wang Lin's gaze lingered on them for less than half a second before he withdrew it, raised his wine glass, and continued drinking with General Meng without changing his expression. General Meng, this sea cucumber is quite good. You should try some. Please, Mr. Wang, you go first. Wang Lin picked up a piece of sea cucumber, chewing slowly while his mind calculated that this alley had only this restaurant, and those who could book a table here were not ordinary people. For Zhang Wei to secure a reservation here, it seemed his reputation as a wealthy second generation was indeed somewhat useful. However, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, he just wanted to finish his meal quietly and go back to deal with the supplies. As for Li Mengyao and Zhang Wei, they were just two dying ants not worth his attention. Unfortunately, trees want stillness, but the wind won't stop. The door to the next private room opened and closed repeatedly, accompanied by bursts of laughter. Wang Lin heard Zhang Wei's loud voice, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Let me tell you, my dad invested 200 million in that project. By this time next year, it will at least triple. Wang Lin shook his head and continued eating. After another 10 minutes, he stood up to go to the restroom. As he pushed open the door to the private room and walked around the corner of the corridor, he heard a snide voice behind him. Oh, isn't that Wang Lin? Wang Lin stopped in his tracks and turned around. Zhang Wei was leaning against the wall of the corridor, holding a glass of red wine, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Li Mengyao stood beside him, looking a bit awkward, pulling on Zhang Wei's sleeve with one hand, softly saying, Wei, don't. Zhang Wei shrugged off her hand, sizing up. Wang Lin, you managed to get a reservation here. The minimum spend is 5,008 per person. How many meals from your monthly salary can that buy you? Wang Lin looked at him, his eyes as calm as a still lake. Zhang Wei, long time no see. Long time no see. Zhang Wei laughed a loud laugh. Indeed, it has been a while. The last time I saw you was at Minjio's birthday party. You gave a bag worth 28,000, but it was overshadowed by the Porsche I gifted her on the spot. So who are you treating to dinner today? A client? Or just here to mooch off a meal? Wang Lin remained silent, merely giving him a faint glance before turning his attention to Li Mengyao. Li Minjio's gaze darted away, unable to meet his eyes. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her dress. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Mengyao, you are here too. Wang Lin's voice was very calm. Wang Lin, Li Mengyao looked up, forcing a smile. I came to eat with Wei Gu. He invited a few friends. All right, enough of this nonsense. Zhang Wei put his arm around Li Minjio's shoulders, looking provocatively at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, I heard you were doing some investment recently. Even let Mengyao invest 800,000. Let me tell you, don't lose her money. 800,000, you won't earn that much in your lifetime. Wang Lin's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was neither here nor there. Zhang Wei, are you so concerned about me? Concerned about you? Zhang Wei scoffed him. Concerned about my money? Out of that 800,000, 600,000 was mine. If you dare to have any bad ideas, I'll make sure you won't survive in Donghai City. Wang Lin did not respond, turning to walk toward the restroom. Coward! Zhang Wei muttered behind him as he led Li Mengyao back to the private room. Wang Lin pushed open the restroom door, standing in front of the sink, looking at himself in the mirror. His expression was cold as the surface of a winter lake, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. In his past life, he pursued Li Mengyao for 2 whole years, and he barely held her hand a few times. Every time they dated, Li Mengyao was always distracted, spending more time on her phone than looking at him. He thought she was just cold by nature, but now he realized that she wasn't cold, just cold toward him. She was very warm towards Zhang Wei. Wang Lin turned on the faucet, washed his hands, and splashed water on his face. The icy water stimulated his skin, making him feel more awake. In my last life, you all owe me, and in this life, I will reclaim it with interest. He spoke to his reflection in the mirror, but not now. Right now, you are just 2 ants. He dried his hands and walked out of the restroom. In the corridor, General Meng was standing at the door of the private room, looking rather displeased. He saw Wang Lin and quickly approached, lowering his voice. Mister, Wang, do you know those 2 people from earlier? I do. Wang Lin nodded, but not well. That kid spoke too harshly. General Meng frowned. I heard it all from Mr. Wang, don't worry, I will stand up for you. I've been in this business for over 20 years, and no one has dared to bully my guests at my table. General Meng, there's no need. Wang Lin waved his hand. It's not worth arguing with people like that. General Meng glanced at Wang Lin, seeing his calm expression, which didn't seem like he was enduring humiliation, but rather that he truly didn't care. He secretly admired this young man, noting his depth of character. All right, Mr. Wang is magnanimous. General Meng patted Wang Lin on the shoulder. Let's go back and continue drinking. The wine wasn't finished yet. The 2 returned to the private room and resumed their meal. Wang Lin acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual, chatting animatedly with General Meng. However, General Meng had his own plans in mind. When Wang Lin wasn't looking, he took out his phone and sent a message. Half an hour later, there was a commotion from the next private room, and Zhang Wei's loud voice echoed in the corridor. Today's meal is on me. Whoever tries to compete with me, I'll get angry. Then came the sounds of laughter from several people, footsteps, the sound of a door opening and the door closing. Wang Lin did not pay attention and continued chatting with General Meng. General Meng, this wine of yours is quite good. Wang Lin shook his glass of red wine. What brand is it? The taste is very rich. Latour from 2003. General Meng smiled. If Mr. Wang likes it, I can send you 2 cases. 2 cases aren't enough. Wang Lin set down his glass. Could you help me get a few thousand cases? General Meng was taken aback for a moment, nearly choking on his drink. A few thousand cases. Mr. Wang, are you opening a winery? No, Wang Lin chuckled. A friend of mine from Hong Kong Island, the one who organizes banquets. He loves red wine. A few thousand cases will be used for his banquet, and if that's not enough, I'll need more. General Meng's eyes darted as he quickly calculated the figures in his head. A 2003 Latour is valued at around 5,000 to 6,000 per bottle, with a case of 6 bottles costing 30,000. A few thousand cases would mean tens of millions in business. Mr. Wang, how many do you need? Let's start with 5,000 cases, Wang Lin said casually. Additionally, the cigar you smoked earlier was also quite good. Could you help me get a few thousand cases of those too? General Meng's expression stiffened. Cigar. A few thousand cases. Each cigar costs several hundred and a case contains dozens of cigars, so a few thousand cases would mean tens of millions. Mr. Wang, cigars are sold by the piece, not by the case. Then count by the piece. I want 100,000. Mr. Meng drew a deep breath, raised his glass, and drained it in a single gulp. He had worked in the supply chain for many years and had met numerous major clients, but it was rare to encounter someone like Wang Lin who casually spoke of tens of millions or even 100 million with such nonchalance. Mr. Wang, for an order of this scale, I will need to contact overseas suppliers. Lot 2 is negotiable. I know the domestic general agent. 5,000 cases is a large number, but with expedited allocation, we can scrape them together. As for the cigars, I will have to ask in Cuba. 100,000 is no small quantity. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Meng. Wang Lin lifted his glass and said that price was negotiable, as long as the goods were excellent, money would not be an issue. Mr. Meng clinked his glass with him, his smile lighting his features even more brightly than before. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, this matter is on me. They ate their fill. It was past 9 in the evening. Wang Lin and Li Taiju stepped out of the restaurant into a dimly lit alley. The stone road, dampened by a fine rain, reflected a faint, ghostly sheen. At the mouth of the lane sat a ghost, and the Rolls-Royce chauffeur Lao Zhou stood beside it, immaculate in his uniform and white gloves. Seeing Wang Lin appear, he respectfully opened the car door. Mr. Wang, are we returning to the villa now? Wang Lin answered yes, and was about to get in when his peripheral vision caught 2 figures beneath a locust tree across the alley. One man was slumped against the trunk, his face bruised and bleeding at the mouth, his gray suit torn in several places. He looked as disheveled as a homeless man crawling from a rubbish heap. The other person squatted beside him, holding a tissue awkwardly as she wiped the blood from his face. Wang Lin halted in his tracks. They were Zhang Wei and Li Mengyao. Zhang Wei's face had swollen grotesquely, his left eye dark with bruising, and a cut at the corner of his right eye of blood smeared half his face. His lip was split, a front tooth seemed loose, his words leaking with every breath. It hurt, go easy. Li Mengyao's red dress was streaked with mud and blood, her hair loose, and her makeup washed into running trails by tears. As she dabbed the blood from Zhang Wei's face, she cried, "Who hit you? Did you see who they were?" "No, I did not see clearly. 5 or 6 people. They just came and beat me," Zhang Wei gasped in pain. "Damn it, don't let me know who they are," he muttered. Wang Lin stood at the alley mouth and watched in silence. Li Taiju had seen it as well. He leaned toward Wang Lin and whispered, "Lin, this is..." "Meng did it," Wang Lin replied. "What?" Li Taiju exclaimed. "The thing that happened at the dinner, Mr. Meng took it to heart." Wang Lin's mouth quirked slightly. "He was standing up for me." Li Taiju glanced at Zhang Wei's battered face, then at Wang Lin's expression, and swallowed hard. He remembered Wang Lin's words at the meal that there was no need to bother with such people. At the time, he had assumed Wang Lin truly did not care. Now he understood that it was not indifference, but rather an unwillingness to dirty his own hands. When Li Mengyao finished wiping Zhang Wei's face, she looked up and met Wang Lin's gaze at the alley mouth. Their eyes locked. Panic flashed across her face, then embarrassment, and finally a look of pleading. She opened her mouth to speak, but Wang Lin had already turned away. "Laozhou, drive." Wang Lin bent and slid into the car. As the door closed, he heard Li Mengyao calling out Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, wait. Could you take us to the hospital?" she shouted. He did not look back. The ghost eased out of the lane and merged into the flow of traffic on the main road. In the rearview mirror, Li Mengyao stood beneath the locust tree. Her red dress made a glaring splash beneath the streetlight. "Lin, are you really not going to help them?" Li Taiju asked beside him. "Help?" Wang Lin leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed and asked, "Why should I?" "That Li Mengyao." "At least." "What at least?" Li Taiju began. Wang Lin opened his eyes and turned to look at Li Taiju. "Taiju, do you know how I died in my last life?" Li Taiju shook his head. "Amid the tide of the dead, Zhang Wei shoved me from behind, and Li Mengyao stood by watching me torn apart by the undead, not once blinking," Wang Lin said in a voice so calm it sounded as if he were recounting someone else's story. "Then the two of them took each other's hands and ran," he added. Li Taiju's fists clenched. "So today's scratches amount to what?" he murmured, closing his eyes again. "What I want is what they owed me in the last life. In this life, they will repay it with interest." Silence fell in the car. Laozhou concentrated on driving and did not speak a word. He was Mr. Ma's appointed chauffeur. He did not listen to what he should not, and did not ask what he should not. His professional decorum was absolute. The car pulled up at the gate of the mountainside villa. Wang Lin stepped out and looked up at his house. Workers still labored overtime. Welding sparks flashed in the night sky like distant stars. "Taiju, the supplies arrive tomorrow. You oversee the intake," he said. "All right, and follow up on the red wine and cigar matters with Mr. Meng." "Understood," Li Taiju replied. Wang Lin walked into the villa, climbed to the second floor, and stood by the window watching the city at the foot of the mountain. 1,000 lights, ceaseless traffic. In a dozen days or so all of this would vanish. And Zhang Wei and Li Mingyao would find themselves unable to survive the end and unable to die. A cold arc touched the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. In my last life you shoved me into the tide of corpses, he thought. In this life I will make you beg to be shoved into it. He drew the curtains, lay down, and closed his eyes. His phone vibrated. A message from Li Mingyao. Wang Lin, please do not misunderstand what happened tonight. Zhang Wei and I are merely ordinary friends. When are you free? I would like to see you. At 6 in the morning Wang Lin was awakened by his biological clock. Damn it, I don't have an early class today. Why am I awake so early? Oh, it seems this life is destined to be that of a beast of burden. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling the lingering pain of old injuries throughout his body. The bruises on his chest had turned a yellowish hue, the scabs on his shoulder began to flake off, and the swelling in his knees had subsided significantly, but walking was still a bit clumsy. In a few more days it should be fine, Wang Lin said to himself as he moved his arms. He picked up his phone and checked the date, July 16th. There were 15 days left until the onset of the apocalypse. Wang Lin sat up leaning against the headboard and began to plan his tasks for the day. Supplies would be delivered throughout the day, and he needed to oversee the inventory. The villa renovation progress had to be checked, the stock market was ready for him to enter, and then there was Li Mingyao's 8 million that he needed to find a way to digest. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, a doctor. In the apocalypse, what is the most precious? It's not gold, not weapons, but doctors. In his past life, he had witnessed the immense value of a chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital during the apocalypse. 1 bottle of antibiotics could save 10 lives, and 1 surgical operation could be exchanged for a ton of food. Meanwhile, those stars, influencers, and entrepreneurs who were idolized before the apocalypse would be worth nothing. I need to find a doctor, preferably a surgeon or an emergency doctor will do, and the higher the degree the better. Wang Lin immediately rolled out of bed, washed up, and got dressed. He dressed casually today, wearing a deep blue casual jacket, black trousers, and sneakers, looking like an ordinary white-collar worker. Upon exiting his room, Li Taiju was already in the living room, sitting on the couch, munching on a bun. Lin, you're awake. Come eat a bun. I just sent the driver to buy them fresh meat buns, still warm. Wang Lin picked up a bun and took a bite, the juice bursting out, and it tasted good. Taiju, you're coming with me today. Where to? To the hospital. Li Taiju was momentarily stunned. The hospital? Is your injury bothering you again? No. Wang Lin swallowed the bun. We're looking for a doctor. The apocalypse is coming, and we need a professional medical personnel. Otherwise, if we get injured or sick, there won't be anyone to see us. Li Taiju suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. You really think ahead. So which hospital? The First People's Hospital of Donghai City. Wang Lin took a sip of soybean milk. Also bring some things. First, let's go visit Li Mingyao and Zhang Wei. Visit them. Lin, you're not. Not to care about them. Wang Lin's mouth curled into a slight arc, but to care about them. Besides, there are many doctors in the hospital, easy to scout out. Li Taiju understood and laughed. All right, I'll ask Lao Zhou to bring the car over. At 9 in the morning, the car stopped at the parking lot of the First People's Hospital of Donghai City. Wang Lin took out 2 fruit baskets from the trunk, one with cherries, and the other with imported Qingwang grapes, both high-end, totaling nearly 2,000. He also took out a bouquet of flowers, lilies paired with carnations, beautifully wrapped. Li Taiju looked at the items in his hands and clicked his tongue. Lin, your care doesn't come cheap. If it's cheap, how can it show my sincerity? Wang Lin smiled. Let's go up. The two entered the inpatient department building and asked at the front desk. Zhang Wei and Li Mingyao were in a single room on the 9th floor of the special care ward, equipped with an independent bathroom and balcony, costing 800 a day. Although Zhang Wei had been beaten black and blue, he couldn't lose face. When the elevator reached the 9th floor, the door opened, revealing 2 uniformed police officers, 1 male and 1 female, speaking with a nurse in the hallway. Wang Lin paused for a moment, then resumed his normal pace, walking over with the fruit baskets and flowers. Hello, may I ask if Zhang Wei and Li Mingyao are in this room? Wang Lin pointed to a nearby room with the door half open. The female officer glanced at him. Who are you? I'm their friend Wang, here to see them. Wang Lin raised the fruit basket in his hand. I heard they had some trouble last night, so I came to visit. The male officer nodded. You can go in, but we're taking statements, so please wait a moment before entering. Okay, not in a hurry. Wang Lin stood at the door, peering through the crack. Li Mingyao was sitting on the hospital bed, wearing a blue and white striped patient gown, her hair disheveled, her face pale, and her eyes swollen, looking like she had been crying. A bandage was taped to the back of her left hand, and she was on in 4 drip, with the fluid dripping down drop by drop. Zhang Wei lay on the bed by the window, his face looking like a pig's head, his left eye bruised, 3 stitches on the corner of his mouth, and gauze taped to his nose, looking utterly miserable. He was half reclining against the headboard while a nurse was changing his dressing, making him wince in pain. The female officer walked into the room, pulled up a chair, and sat beside Li Mingyao's bed, taking out her notebook. Ms. Li, please recall what happened last night. Is there any detail you haven't mentioned before? Li Mingyao shook her head. I really didn't see clearly. It was too dark at the time, and those people just came up and hit them, then ran away. I didn't even see what they looked like. Have you offended anyone recently? Or had any grudges with someone? Li Mingyao opened her mouth instinctively, wanting to say Wang Lin. Those two words were on the tip of her tongue, and she even felt them about to spring out from her throat. Wang Lin had been acting very strangely lately, purchasing villas and making investments, suddenly becoming rich. Perhaps he was the one who hired someone to beat Zhang Wei. But just then the door to the ward was pushed open. Wang Lin stood at the door with the fruit basket and flowers, a concerned expression on his face, looking at her eagerly. That gaze resembled that of a loyal dog. Mingyao, I've come to see you. Wang Lin's voice was so gentle it could draw tears. Are you alright? I couldn't sleep well last night, constantly worrying about you. Li Mingyao was taken aback. She looked at the fruit basket and flowers in Wang Lin's hands, then at his genuinely concerned face, and the two words that had been in her throat were swallowed back down. Wang Lin, what are you doing here? Her voice was a bit shaky. I heard about last night's incident and rushed over first thing this morning. Wang Lin walked and placed the fruit basket on the bedside table and arranged the flowers in a vase on the windowsill. Are your injuries severe? What did the doctor say? Li Mingyao lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. It's just superficial injuries, nothing serious. The female officer beside her glanced at Wang Lin, then at Li Mingyao. And this gentleman? A friend. Li Mingyao's voice was very soft. Wang Lin extended his hand. Hello, Officer Im. Wang Lin, Mingyao's boyfriend. I heard about last night's incident. It was too atrocious. The culprit must be brought to justice. The female officer shook his hand and then turned to Li Mingyao. Ms. Li, you just said you have no suspects. Li Mingyao stole a glance at Wang Lin, who was looking at her with concern, his eyes as clear as a spring. No, she shook her head. I really don't know who it is. The female officer closed her notebook and stood up. All right then, well, go ask Mr. Zhang first. If you have any new leads, please contact us at any time. Okay, thank you, officer. Two police officers exited Li Mingyao's hospital room and proceeded to the adjacent Zhang Wei's room. The door was ajar, and Zhang Wei's loud voice could be heard. Though his mouth was injured, his volume remained undiminished. I'm telling you, it must be the work of a business rival. My father has been doing business in Donghai City for many years and has offended countless people. You must investigate thoroughly. I spent hundreds of thousands on my nose job, and they messed it up. I want them to pay. The police officer's voice was calm. Mr. Zhang, please take a breath. Do you have any specific suspects? Suspects? There are plenty. Wang Zhengwo, Lu Fadi, Zhao Laosan. Check them one by one. Wang Lin listened intently from the next room, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Mingyao noticed the change in his expression and her heart sank, but she said nothing. Mingyao, are you hungry? I had someone prepare chicken soup for you. It will be delivered soon. Wang Lin pulled up a chair beside her bed, holding her hand. Focus on recovering and don't think too much. I will take care of the medical expenses. Li Mingyao's hand stiffened for a moment, but she didn't pull away. Wang Lin, you don't blame me? She tentatively asked. Blame you for what? Last night, I was with Zhang Wei. Li Mingyao's voice grew softer. Wang Lin smiled, gently, his eyes warm. Mingyao, you have your freedom. I don't blame you. As long as you are happy. Li Mingyao's eyes turned red. She suddenly felt that Wang Lin was the one who truly cared for her. Although Zhang Wei was wealthy, he had a volatile temper and often yelled at people. He had even touched the waitstaff at dinner last night. And Wang Lin, whom she had rejected and betrayed, still came to see her and brought her chicken soup. Wang Lin, I don't say anything more. Wang Lin patted the back of her hand. Just rest well. I will stay here with you for a while. Li Mingyao nodded, tears streaming down her face. Yet Wang Lin was secretly smirking. Cry now, the tears you shed are for what you owe me in your past life. He sat by the bed chatting with Li Mingyao casually, while occasionally glancing outside. In the corridor, doctors and nurses moved back and forth. Wang Lin's gaze swept over them. Internal medicine, surgery, orthopedics, neurology. He was searching for someone who could walk with him. Li Taiju stood in the corridor, bored, scrolling through his phone. He didn't want to see Li Mingyao's face, so he waited out. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Make way, make way. A female doctor in a white coat rushed out from the elevator, pushing a stretcher with an injured patient covered in blood. As she pushed the stretcher, she shouted, prepare the operating room. Male patient, 35 years old, car accident, ruptured spleen, hypovolemic shock. Hurry. Her voice was loud and powerful, her movements decisive and swift, clearly a veteran emergency doctor. Li Taiju was stunned. That voice. He recognized it. It belonged to an emergency doctor from the military hospital where he served. Her surname was Shun, named Shun Yutong, in her 30s, skilled in medicine, but with a fiery temper, lacking the ability to navigate hierarchical relationships, and spoke directly to everyone. After 5 years in the military hospital, she offended her superiors and was assigned to a local hospital. Even there, she remained the same, lacking flattery and connections, still just an attending physician in the emergency department. Li Taiju remembered that he had once been injured during a mission, and it was Shun Yutong who saved him. He recalled vividly that day when shrapnel had cut open his calf, blood gushing out, while Shun Yutong sewed him up, scolding, "You soldiers only know how to risk your lives. Don't you care about your life? I'm stitching up your wounds until my hands ache." Despite her scolding, her stitching was quick and precise, leaving almost no visible scar after healing. Dr. Shun, Li Taiju called out. Shin Yutong was rushing the stretcher towards the operating room, and without looking back she replied, "No time. Don't bother me." Li Taiju caught up to her. Dr. Shin, it's me, Li Taiju, from the military hospital. Shin Yutong paused for a moment, glanced back, recognized Li Taiju, but did not slow her pace. Li Taiju. What are you doing here? Injured? No. I came to see someone. Then don't block the way. I'm busy. The stretcher was pushed into the operating room, the door closed, and the red light flashed. Li Taiju stood at the door scratching his head, then turned back to Li Mingjio's room. Linzi, I found someone. He leaned closer to Wang Lin's ear, lowering his voice. Wang Lin stood up and said to Li Mingyao, "Mingyao will step out for a bit and be right back." Li Mingyao nodded, not asking further. The two exited the hospital room and stood at the end of the corridor. Who? Shin Yutong, an emergency doctor I knew from the military. Her medical skills are exceptional. She stitched up my leg back then, and now the scar is barely visible. Though she has a bad temper and doesn't know how to play the game, she is still just an attending physician in the emergency department. Wang Lin's eyes brightened. Where is she? Just went into the operating room, saving a car accident victim. The two sat down on a bench outside the operating room. Li Taiju briefly introduced Shun Yutong's background: 35, unmarried, single, both parents back in her hometown, a PhD graduate from medical school, worked in the military hospital for 5 years, and was transferred to a local hospital after offending her superiors. At the local hospital, she remained the same, having quarreled with the department head several times, which prevented her from advancing. What about her skills? Wang Lin asked. Absolutely top-notch. Li Taiju gave a thumbs up. When I was in the army, the chief surgeon at the military hospital once said, Shun Yutong's hands are kissed by God. She performs surgeries swiftly and accurately, with minimal bleeding and excellent healing. Many wanted to poach her back then, but she refused, saying she wanted to contribute to the country. What's the result? She made contributions, but gained nothing for herself. Wang Lin nodded thoughtfully. After nearly 2 hours, the lights in the operating room went out. The door opened, and Shin Yutong walked out. She removed her mask, revealing a delicate, yet weary face. Her hair was damp with sweat sticking to her forehead, and her white coat was stained with blood. She saw Li Taiju and paused for a moment. Why are you still here? I'm waiting for you. Li Taiju stood up. Dr. Shin, let me introduce you to someone. Shin Yutong glanced at Li Taiju, and then at Wang Lin behind him, frowning slightly. What kind of person? I don't meet salespeople, I don't buy insurance, and I don't do financial management. Wang Lin smiled. Dr. Shun, I'm neither a salesperson nor an insurance agent. Then who are you? Wang Lin. He extended his hand. I'd like to talk to you. Shin Yutong didn't shake hands as she put her hands in her white coat pockets and looked him up and down. About what? About a job. I have a job. Shin Yutong turned to leave. Wang Lin followed her. A salary of... Shin Yutong's footsteps halted. She turned around, looking at Wang Lin with suspicion in her eyes. How much did you say? 5 million. Wang Lin repeated. A salary of 5 million with 5 insurances and a housing fund, paid annual leave and meals provided. The job content is to be my private doctor. Shin Yutong stared at him for several seconds, then laughed, a hint of mockery in her smile. Who are you? A big boss? A rich second generation? Or do you have some terminal illness that needs close care? Neither. Wang Lin replied calmly. I'm someone who values. I need a professional doctor who can be by my side at the first sign of need. Then you should go for VIP services in private hospitals. There are many doctors willing to take such jobs. Shin Yutong turned to leave again. Dr. Shun, how much do you earn in the emergency department? Wang Lin asked from behind her. Shin Yutong didn't answer. I inquired the attending physician in the emergency department of Donghai City First People's Hospital. Basic salary plus performance is less than 20,000 a month. That's just over 200,000 a year. Wang Lin's voice was steady. You've worked in the emergency department for so many years, saved so many lives, yet you can't get promoted or obtain a title. Why is that? Because you don't know how to flatter. You can't manage relationships. Your hands can save lives, but your mouth can't get you anywhere. Shin Yutong turned around, her expression somewhat unpleasant. You investigated me. It's not an investigation, just some understanding. Wang Lin smiled. Dr. Shun, I'm not here to expose your shortcomings. I'm here to offer you an opportunity, one where you don't have to bow to leaders, don't have to scheme against colleagues, and can focus solely on what you do best. Shin Yutong fell silent. She looked at Wang Lin. This young man in his late 20s, dressed plainly, but his gaze was steady, uncharacteristic for someone his age. The kind of gaze she had only seen in soldiers who had experienced life and death. Who exactly are you? Shin Yutong asked. Someone who needs a doctor. Wang Lin said. Dr. Shin, you don't have to agree right now. Here's my business card. Think about it. You can call me anytime within 3 days. He took out a business card from his pocket printed by Li Taiju with the title chairman of Dawn Group and the company address at Banshan Villa. Shin Yutong took the card, glanced at it, and stuffed it into her pocket. I'll think about it. She turned to leave. Wang Lin watched her figure recede, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Lindsay, do you think she will agree? Li Taiju asked. She will. Wang Lin was confident someone who has worked in the emergency department for so many years suppressed by leaders unable to rise definitely has a pent-up frustration. 5 million is enough for her to vent that frustration. They returned to Li Mingjio's ward. The chicken soup had already arrived and Li Mingyao was sipping from a thermos. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter, she put down the thermos and wiped her mouth. Wang Lin, thank you. No need to be polite. Wang Lin sat by the bed. By the way, Mingyao, I want to discuss the 8 million matter with you. Li Mingjio's expression tensed. What happened? Did you lose money? Not lost, but... Wang Lin sighed. My friend Li Jiaming has encountered some issues. He said this investment might need to be delayed to break, even probably needing to wait another month. Li Mingjio's face changed. Delayed. A month? Wang Lin, you're not lying to me, are you? How could I lie to you? Wang Lin held her hand. Mingyao, don't worry your money, I won't lose a single cent. If it really goes wrong, I'll sell everything to compensate you. Li Mingyao stared into his eyes for several seconds, seeing no flaws. Her expression softened a bit. Then okay. Wang Lin, don't let me down. I won't. Wang Lin stood up. Mingyao, I need to go. There are matters to handle. Take care of your injury. Oh, I'll come to see you again tomorrow. And be careful on your way. Wang Lin left the ward and met Li Taizhu in the corridor. Lindsay, are you really planning to pay her back the 8 million? Pay back? Wang Lin sneered. In my past life, she owed me a life. In this life, I want her to suffer more than death. Money. That's just the beginning. The two entered the elevator, and as the door was about to close, a hand reached in to stop it. Wait. Shin Yutong rushed into the elevator, holding a document bag, panting. Upon seeing Wang Lin and Li Taizhu, she froze for a moment, then resumed her impassive expression. Dr. Shun, are you off work? Li Taizhu asked. Just finished my shift. Shin Yutong pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator began to descend. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Yutong suddenly spoke. Mr. Wang, is that job you mentioned really 5 million? Really? What exactly will I be doing? Being my private doctor responsible for my health management. Usually there won't be much work, just regular checkups and health consultations. But if needed, you must be available for visits. Visits? Where to? It could be at home or outside. I enjoy outdoor activities, climbing, hunting, off-roading, and sometimes I might get injured. I need a doctor who can handle wounds at any moment. Shin Yutong frowned. Is that all? That's all. Then why not find someone at the hospital? Why look for me? I'm just an emergency doctor, not a health consultant. Because emergency doctors have seen the most life and death handling the most emergencies. Wang Lin looked in her eyes. That's the kind of person I need. The elevator reached the first floor, and the door opened. Shin Yutong walked out, took a few steps, then stopped. Mr. Wang, is the 5 million before or after tax? Wang Lin smiled. After tax. Shin Yutong took a deep breath, turned around. I have one more condition. Go ahead. I want to bring someone. Who? A nurse from our department, named Xiao Zhou. She was trained by the head nurse, has excellent skills, is quick on her feet, and has a tight-lipped demeanor. Shin Yutong paused. Her family situation is tough. Her father is bedridden and her mother is unemployed. She supports the whole family by herself. She needs this job. Wang Lin thought for a moment. What's her salary? You decide. 1 million. After tax. Shin Yutong nodded. All right. I'll talk to her. So Dr. Shun, does that mean you agree? Shin Yutong looked at him, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, revealing her first smile of the day. It's not about the money. The key is that I love to save lives. With 5 million a year, I can save more people. Wang Lin smiled knowingly. Oh, as long as she loves money, it would be easy to negotiate. Dr. Shun, may our cooperation be pleasant. He extended his hand. This time Shin Yutong shook it. Pleasant cooperation. When do I start? Now. Now. Shin Yutong looked at her watch. I just finished a night shift today. Oh, I haven't slept for 24 hours. You want me to start now? Wang Lin smiled. Then tomorrow. Come to this place to find me. He handed Shin Yutong a piece of paper with the address of Banshan Villa written on it. Shin Yutong looked at it, her brows raised. Banshan Villa. You live there? Yes. Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Shin Yutong turned and walked away, her steps light, a stark contrast to earlier. Li Taizhu watched her distant figure, remarking, Lindsay, 5 million a year. You're really generous. A good doctor is worth much more than 5 million in a post-apocalyptic world. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. Let's go check if the supplies have arrived. The two exited the hospital, and Gu Site was already waiting at the door. Wang Lin got into the car, took out his phone, and saw a message from manager Meng. Mr. Wang, the first batch of supplies has set off, and is expected to arrive by noon. I'm also following up on the red wine and cigars. I'll notify you as soon as there's news. Wang Lin replied with one word, okay. He glanced at the time, July 16th, 11 a.m. 15 days until the high-temperature apocalypse. The supplies are on the way. The doctor is settled. The villa is being renovated. Gold is in hand, and weapons are in storage. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. Lindsay, what are you smiling about? At 6:30 in the morning, the doorbell rang insistently, like a death knell. Wang Lin, who had gone to bed late, was furious. He sprang up from bed, his first thought being, has the apocalypse arrived ahead of schedule? He rushed barefoot to the door and peered through the peephole. The security guard from the villa area stood at the entrance, followed by two women. One was Shin Yutong, dressed in a clean white shirt and black trousers, her hair tied back in a ponytail. The weariness on her face had faded considerably, and she looked much more energetic. The other was a girl in her late 20s with an oval face and a bit of charm. She wore black-rimmed glasses and a faded pink sweatshirt, holding a canvas bag and timidly standing behind Shin Yutong. Wang Lin opened the door and rubbed his eyes. "Dr. Shin, what time is it?" Shin Yutong glanced at her watch. "It's 6:40. Didn't you say we were going to the warehouse today to receive supplies? I thought I'd come early so as not to delay your work." Wang Lin sighed and stepped aside to let them in. "Come in and sit down or I'll wash up first." Shin Yutong and the girl entered the living room and sat on the sofa. Li Taiju was also awakened by the noise. He came down from upstairs, his hair a mess, and upon seeing Shin Yutong quickly tidied his pajama collar. "Dr. Shin, you're here. Who is this?" "This is Xiao Zhou Xiaonan, the nurse I mentioned to you," Shin Yutong introduced. "Xiaonan, this is Li Taiju, brother Wang's friend." Zhou Xiaonan stood up a bit shy and bowed. "Hello, Mr. Li." She thought to herself, Sister Shun is quite bold. Could it be that she wants me to join them? How should I refuse? Sister Shun is so upright. She wouldn't trap me, would she? Li Taiju felt uneasy at being called Mr. Li. No, just call me Taiju. "Have you eaten? I'll have old Zhou buy some breakfast." "I've eaten already, thank you," Shin Yutong replied. Wang Lin finished washing up, changed into a set of clothes, and came down holding 2 printed contracts and a tablet. "Dr. Shin, nurse Zhou, let's sign the contracts first. The contract term is 1 year, and the annual salary is, as you both know, Dr. Shun, 5 million, nurse Zhou 1 million. After tax, 5 insurances, and 1 fund will be calculated separately. Salaries will be paid on the 10th of each month, starting with half a year in advance." Shin Yutong took the contract and carefully read each page. She had a doctoral degree, so she was quite capable of reviewing contracts. The terms were straightforward with no traps, just an employment contract. The only special clause was that the Party B must provide medical services at any time when requested by Party A, including, but not limited to, house calls accompanying an emergency rescue. "What does accompanying mean?" Shin Yutong pointed at the clause and asked. "It means when I go on a business trip or travel far, you'll accompany me," Wang Lin explained. "Not for long, usually a few days to a week." Shin Yutong thought for a moment, nodded, and signed. Zhou Xiaonan was even more straightforward. She signed without even looking. Her father was paralyzed and bedridden, her mother was unemployed, and the whole family relied on her salary of 7,000 to 8,000 a month. 1 million a year was a lifeline for her. Wang Lin took the contracts and transferred half a year's salary to each of them through the tablet, 250,000 for Shin Yutong and 50,000 for Zhou Xiaonan. Zhou Xiaonan's phone pinged. She looked down and saw 50,000 had arrived. Her eyes reddened instantly and tears swirled in her eyes. "Wang, Mr. Wang, thank you." Her voice trembled. "Work hard, and there's more to come," Wang Lin said, putting away the contracts. "Let's go, we have a lot to do today. First, we need to go to the warehouse. The supplies are arriving today." The 4 of them left the villa, and old Zhou was already waiting at the door with the ghost. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, Shin Yutong raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. Zhou Xiaonan was completely stunned. She had never even sat in a Mercedes, let alone a Rolls-Royce. The car drove for 20 minutes and arrived at the storage area below the hillside villa area. From a distance, Wang Lin saw more than a dozen large trucks parked by the roadside, forming a long line. Meng Zong was standing at the storage door wearing a red polo shirt and holding a walkie-talkie, directing workers to unload the goods. Upon seeing Wang Lin's car, he jogged over, his smile brighter than the morning sun. "Mr. Wang, you're here." Meng Zong grasped Wang Lin's hand firmly, shaking it vigorously and not letting go. "Mr. Wang, look, the first batch of goods has all arrived. Rice flour, cooking oil, bottled water, frozen meat, vegetables, and fruits. Everything is here. I didn't sleep all night personally overseeing the loading." Wang Lin glanced at the trucks, feeling overjoyed inside, but maintaining a composed expression. "Thank you, Meng Zong. When is the second batch arriving?" "In the afternoon." "The second batch will arrive in the afternoon. Frozen meat and seafood will arrive tomorrow. Cold-resistant clothing and tents will arrive the day after tomorrow." Meng Zong patted his chest. "Mr. Wang, rest assured, old Meng will make sure everything goes smoothly." "Great, Meng Zong, straightforward as always." Wang Lin patted his shoulder. "Let's maintain a long-term partnership." Upon hearing this, Meng Zong's eyes lit up, and he shook Wang Lin's hand a few more times. "Mr. Wang, I love to hear that. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call. Old Meng will be at your service." Wang Lin exchanged a few pleasantries and entered the storage to check the supplies. There were 3 storage rooms, each 500 square meters, and they were already packed full. Rice flour, cooking oil, bottled water, instant noodles, canned food, condiments, stacked neatly in boxes resembling small mountains. The scent of grains and plastic packaging filled the storage, making one feel secure. Shin Yutong followed Wang Lin, looking at the overflowing supplies with an increasingly furrowed brow. "Mr. Wang, are you planning to open a supermarket?" She couldn't help but ask. "Something like that," Wang Lin replied casually, "a high-end supermarket specifically serving the affluent area." Shin Yutong looked at him with skepticism and didn't press further. Zhou Xiaonan was completely stunned. She had never seen so much food in her life. Just the bottled water alone would be enough for her family to drink for several years. Wang Lin walked around the storage confirming that the quantity and types of supplies were correct and calculated that he would move all these supplies into space at night when no one was around. 3 storage rooms seemed like a lot, but in his 100,000 cubic meters of space, it wouldn't even fill a corner. Keju, keep an eye on the unloading. I'll go take care of something with Dr. Shun. Sure, you go ahead. Wang Lin got into the car with Shen Yutong and told Old Zhou, take us to the East Sea Medical University affiliated hospital. Dr. Shun will lead the way. Shen Yutong reported the address and the car started. Dr. Shen, have you arranged the medical equipment? Shen Yutong hesitated for a moment. I have contacted them. A senior from my school named Lu Gang is now the manager of a medical equipment company's East Sea branch in Germany. He said he could get the items you need: emergency equipment, surgical instruments, common medicines, antibiotics. But he has a condition. What condition? Shen Yutong bit her lip, finding it hard to speak. He wants me to have dinner with him. Just tonight. Wang Lin glanced at her and smiled. Is he interested in you? He pursued me before, but I didn't agree, Shen Yutong replied, her voice somewhat unnatural. Later he graduated and went to Germany, and we lost contact. A few years ago he returned to the country to work in medical equipment, and we got back in touch. He has always. All right, I'll accompany you tonight, Wang Lin said. Shen Yutong was taken aback. You're coming with me. Is that inconvenient? It's not inconvenient, I'm just afraid he. Shen Yutong sighed. Forget it, it's better if you go. With you around he at least wouldn't dare to go too far. Wang Lin smiled, but remained silent. At 7 in the evening they arrived at a high-end Western restaurant in the old town of Donghai City. The table Lu Gang reserved was by the window on the 2nd floor. The environment was pleasant as standard for a camp. He was younger than Wang Lin had imagined, around 35 or 36, with slicked back hair, dressed in a deep blue custom suit, and wearing an Omega watch, looking like a successful person. Shen Yutong changed into a deep blue dress and wore light makeup, appearing much more refreshed than during the day. Wang Lin was still in casual wear, a dark gray jacket and black trousers, looking like an ordinary office worker. When they reached the restaurant entrance, Shen Yutong hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Lu Gang was already waiting at the table. Upon seeing Shen Yutong, his eyes lit up as he stood up to greet her. Yutong, long time no see. You still look so beautiful. Shen Yutong forced a smile. Lu Gang, long time no see. This is my friend Wang Lin. Lu Gang's smile faltered slightly as his gaze fell on Wang Lin, sizing him up. Dressed plainly with no brand labels, it was clear he wasn't a wealthy person. He extended his hand, forcing a smile as he said, Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. May I ask where you work? Wang Lin shook his hand and replied, freelancer. Freelancer. Lu Gang laughed, the amusement in his voice not concealed, but the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Isn't that just a jobless wanderer? Shen Yutong's expression changed, about to say something, but Wang Lin pressed her hand down and said calmly, pretty much I work when I want to and rest when I don't. What about Manager Lu? Where do you work? Lu Gang puffed out his chest, took out his Mercedes car keys from his pocket casually, placed them on the table, and deliberately rolled up his sleeve to show off his Omega watch. I work as the China Regional Manager at Bayer Medical in Germany. It's just a small managerial position, earning about 2 to 3 million a year. Not as free as Mr. Wang. Wang Lin smiled, faintly, not responding. The three of them sat down, and Lu Gang picked up the menu, flipped through a couple of pages, and said to the waiter, we'll have 3 servings of Australian Wagyu M9 grade medium rare, and a bottle of Lafite from 2005. After saying this, he handed the menu to Shen Yutong. Yutong, take a look at what else you want to eat. Don't be shy. Shen Yutong shook her head. That's enough. Lu Gang then looked at Wang Lin with a challenging glint in his eyes. Mr. Wang, do you often eat Western food? Would you like me to recommend something? I eat it, but not often, Wang Lin replied, taking a sip of water. That makes sense, as a freelancer income is unstable, I understand. Lu Gang chuckled. Unlike us working folks, though, it's tiring, at least our income is stable. By the way, Yutong, how much do you earn at the hospital each month? Over 10,000, right? Have you considered coming to our company? I can arrange a position for you, starting salary of 500,000. No, I'm doing quite well now, Shen Yutong replied coldly. Lu Gang was not discouraged and continued to boast. Yutong, you have no idea how valued I am in the company. Last week the headquarters just assigned me a new Mercedes top configuration of the E-Class. And this watch, an Omega Seamaster Series limited edition, only 5 in the country. He said, taking off the watch and offering it for Shen Yutong to see. Shen Yutong didn't even look at it and pushed it back. Lu Gang felt a bit awkward putting the watch back on, then turned to Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, what car do you usually drive? I don't have a car, Wang Lin replied. No car. Lu Gang laughed. Then how do you go out? By taxi. Public transport. Yutong came out with you to eat and doesn't even have a car. That's just 2. Lu Gang. Shen Yutong interrupted him. That's enough. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Lu Gang spread his hands. I just think as a girl going out late at night without a car is inconvenient. How about this, after dinner I can give you a ride back? My car is downstairs. No need him leaving with Wang Lin. Lu Gang's expression darkened. He raised his wine glass, took a sip of red wine, and scanned his gaze back and forth between Wang Lin and Shin Yutong. Yutong, what is your relationship with this Mr. Wang? Friend, Shin Yutong replied. Friend. Lu Gang sneered. Yutong, don't blame me for being blunt. You, a PhD and emergency doctor, are mixing with a freelancer. It wouldn't sound good if it got out, would it? I'm just looking out for you. Wang Lin put down his water cup, looking at Lu Gang with a calm gaze, as still as a stagnant pool of water. Manager Lu, you're selling medical equipment, not selling your mouth. Can you just give a straightforward answer on whether you can sell it or not? Lu Gang was caught off guard, muscles twitching on his face. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, are you here to discuss business or for matchmaking? Wang Lin's voice was not loud, but each word hammered down on the table like nails. Shin Yutong stood up and took Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin, let's go. We're not eating this meal. Yutong, don't go. Lu Gang panicked, reaching out to grab Shin Yutong's arm. I didn't mean it like that. I just haven't seen you in a long time and wanted to chat more. We can talk about the equipment matter. Shin Yutong shook off his hand. Let go. Yutong, if you don't finish this meal with me, forget about that batch of equipment. Lu Gang's tone changed, dripping with threat. I'm telling you, for those emergency equipment and medicines you want, I'm the only one in Donghai City who can get them. If you don't look for me, who will you look for? Shin Yutong's face turned red with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Wang Lin stood up and walked in front of Lu Gang, looking down at him. Lu Gang felt a bit intimidated by his gaze, but still managed to hold his ground. What do you want? Wang Lin said nothing and raised his hand to slap him. Slap. The crisp sound exploded in the quiet Western restaurant, drawing the attention of everyone around. Lu Gang covered his face, completely stunned. He did not expect this jobless wanderer to dare hit him. Do you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Lu Gang's face turned a deep shade of purple as he pointed at Wang Lin, shouting furiously, You, a pauper, also dare to hit me? I tell you, this matter isn't over. I will call the police. I will make you go to jail. Wang Lin flexed his wrist and looked at him coldly. Call the police. Go ahead, call. I just want to ask the police how many years one gets for threats and extortion in Huaxia. Lu Gang was choked up, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. The commotion attracted quite a few onlookers. The doors of several private rooms nearby opened and guests peeked out to watch the excitement. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the crowd. Oh, isn't that Wang Lin? What fighting here? Wang Lin turned to see Zhang Wei, with Li Mengyao coming out from a private room across the way. Zhang Wei's injuries had not yet healed, his face mottled with bruises, but his habit of being irritating had not changed at all. Li Mengyao, dressed in a sequin dress and heavy makeup, saw Shin Yutong beside Wang Lin, and her expression changed instantly. Wang Lin, you are something else. Li Mingyao's voice was sharp and cutting. While I'm lying in the hospital, you are here having dinner with another woman. I'm telling you, we are breaking up from today. You quickly return my 800,000. Not a penny less. Zhang Wei fanned the flames. Exactly. Wang Lin, hurry up and return the money. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to live in Donghai City. Did you see that? This kid is a scammer. He cheated people out of their money and is here pretending to be wealthy. Lu Gang felt emboldened with support. Shin Yutong clenched her fists, biting her lip, her eyes reddening. She felt guilty towards Wang Lin. If it weren't for her bringing him here, none of this would have happened. Wang Lin, I'm sorry, she whispered. Wang Lin patted her shoulder, signaling her that it was okay. Just then, someone squeezed out from the crowd. In his 50s, wearing a dark gray tang suit, 3 gold rings on his hand, and a jade guanyin pendant around his neck, he walked over with a big belly, smiling. Oh, I was wondering why it was so lively. Turns out Mr. Wang is here. It was Qian Wangguan. Zhang Wei and Lu Gang froze simultaneously, wondering who this person was. Qian Wangguan approached Wang Lin, shaking his hand with a beaming smile. Mr. Wang, you're here for dinner too. Why didn't you let me know in advance? Wang Lin smiled. Mr. Qian, you are here too. Yes. I'm with a few friends drinking inside. Qian Wangguan turned to Lu Gang and Zhang Wei, furrowing his brow. Who are these two? I don't know them, Wang Lin replied indifferently. Qian Wangguan was a sharp man. Upon sensing the atmosphere, he understood the situation. He turned to the onlookers and said, You all disperse, nothing to see here. This Mr. Wang is my distinguished guest, one of the largest gold and jewelry suppliers in Donghai City. Anyone who goes against Mr. Wang is going against me. Qian Wangguan. The crowd began to whisper. Qian Wangguan. The one from Donghai Jinya. Yes, that's him. The largest jeweler in Donghai City, worth over 100 billion. Who is that young man? How can he make Qian Wangguan so polite? Did you not hear Mr. Qian say? Gold and jewelry supplier. How could he be an ordinary person? Zhang Wei's expression changed. Though he was a rich second generation, his family's assets were only a few billion far from Qian Wangguan's 100 billion level. Li Mingyao's expression was even worse. She stared at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with disbelief. When did this poor loser get acquainted with such a big shot? Lu Gang still stubbornly retorted, What, Mr. Wang? Just an unemployed drifter. Don't be fooled by him. Just as he finished speaking, another person stepped out from the crowd. In his 40s, dressed in a meticulously tailored Armani suit with hair slicked back and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, he exuded a presence that surpassed even Qian Wangwen's. Seeing this person, Lu Gang's face went pale instantly. Zhou 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 Jiangwo, the president of Bayer Medical Greater China, Lu Gang's direct superior. Zhou Jiangwo frowned as he glanced at Lu Gang, then looked at Qian Wangwan. Old Qian, I was wondering why you took so long in the restroom. Turns out you were here, watching the excitement. Hurry back, your drink won't be less, and if you keep hiding you'll get penalized. Qian Wangwan laughed. Old Zhou, don't rush to drink yet. Do you know this person? He pointed at Lu Gang. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at Lu Gang. I know him, our company's Lu Gang Greater China manager. What's the matter? What's the matter? Qian Wangwan scoffed. This manager of yours just mocked my esteemed guest, Mr. Wang. He said he was an unemployed drifter, a scammer. Threatened to call the police on him. Zhou Jiangwo's expression darkened, his gaze piercing like a knife at Lu Gang. Lu Gang, what's going on? Lu Gang's legs turned to jelly, stammering, Zhou Zhou, I didn't know this was your friend. You don't know me? A few days ago I told you about the batch of Qianlong period jewelry. It was this Mr. Wang who sold it to old Qian. Now tell me, is he an unemployed drifter? Lu Gang's mind buzzed blank. He looked at Wang Lin, then at Qian Wangwan, and finally Zhou Jiangwo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Zhou Jiangwo turned to Wang Lin, changing to a smile, extending his hand. Mr. Wang, I apologize, my subordinate was unaware and made you laugh. I am Zhou Jiangwo, president of Bayer Medical Greater China. Old Qian often mentions you, saying you are the most low-key major client in Donghai City. Wang Lin shook his hand. You're too polite, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jiangwo turned to Lu Gang. Lu Gang, go to HR tomorrow to handle your resignation. Lu Gang's face turned as white as a sheet. Zhou Zhou, get lost. Lu Gang left in disgrace, not daring to take the Mercedes key on the table. Zhang Wei and Li Mingyao stood beside, their faces increasingly grim. Zhang Wei pulled Li Mingyao arm, whispering, let's go, hurry up. As they were about to sneak away, Wang Lin spoke up, Mingyao. Li Mingyao froze, slowly turning around, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Wang Lin. I will return your 800,000 before the end of the month. Wang Lin's voice was calm, not a penny left. Li Mingyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Qian Wangwan and Zhou Jiangwo standing beside Wang Lin, she couldn't say a word. Let's go. Zhang Wei pulled her, and the two disappeared down the staircase, looking defeated. Qian Wangwan watched their backs, shaking his head. Mr. Wang, your ex-girlfriend has poor judgment. Wang Lin smiled. It's not that her judgment is poor, but I was too low-key before. Zhou Jiangwo laughed heartily. Mr. Wang, let's go sit in our room. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. Do you have any good items? Jewelry or antiques, as I've been collecting these? Qian Wangwan chimed in. Yes. Mr. Wang, I sold more than half of that batch last time and customers are clamoring for it. If you have more, I will buy them all. Wang Lin thought for a moment. There were still many jewels in stock. This was a good opportunity to cash in. All right then, I won't disturb you. As the door to the private room closed, the noise from outside was instantly cut off. This was a spacious private room that could accommodate more than 10 people, featuring a round redwood table in the center with an array of dishes, still untouched lobsters, abalone, sea cucumbers, and E-star groupers, a feast laid out in abundance. A few accompanying guests politely stood up to bid farewell, leaving only Wang Lin, Shen Yutong, Qian Wangwan, and Zhou Jiangwo in the room. The waiter served tea again, closed the door, and stepped out. Zhou Jiangwo personally poured a cup of tea for Wang Lin, smiling broadly. Mr. Wang, you just mentioned needing medical equipment. Feel free to specify exactly what you need. Wang Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip, leisurely stating, emergency equipment, surgical instruments, monitors, ventilators, defibrillators, mobile operating tables. In short, I want the complete set of equipment needed for a small emergency room. Additionally, I need a large supply of medicines, antibiotics, anesthetics, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, vitamins, basically all commonly used medications. I need them all. Zhou Jiangwo grew increasingly confused, his brows furrowing. Mr. Wang, are you planning to open a hospital? Not a hospital. Wang Lin set down his teacup. A private sanatorium. I bought a house in a villa halfway up the mountain, intending to transform it into a high-end private healthcare facility exclusively serving high-net-worth clients. He gestured towards Shen Yutong, beside him. This Dr. Shen is the chief medical officer I invited from the First People's Hospital of Donghai City. Dr. Shen holds a doctorate from a medical university with a background in emergency medicine and exceptional medical skills. From now on, she will be fully responsible for the medical affairs of the sanatorium. Shen Yutong did not expect Wang Lin to introduce her this way, momentarily taken aback before straightening her posture, trying to present herself as a chief medical officer. Today she wore a white shirt paired with black trousers, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking neat and sharp, embodying a bit of a strong woman's aura. Zhou Jiangwo's gaze lingered on Shen Yutong for a few seconds before looking at Wang Lin, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Wang, your chief medical officer is indeed quite beautiful. He raised his wine glass, winking at Wang Lin. Now, I understand this sanatorium of yours isn't really for healing, you're just hiding a beauty here. I thought she was your girlfriend. It seems I misjudged. Shin Yutong's face flushed crimson, and she opened her mouth to it. Wang Lin pressed her hand down, smiling. Mr. Zhou is joking. Dr. Shun is a legitimate medical doctor, and I paid a hefty price to hire her. Her annual salary is 5 million after tax. Zhou Jiangwo gasped, giving a thumbs up. 5 million for a private doctor. Mr. Wang, this status of yours is unparalleled in Donghai City. All right, considering your sincerity, I'll take this batch of equipment. Just provide a list, and I'll have the company prepare it for you. I brought the list with me. Wang Lin took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo put on his glasses and examined it from top to bottom. The more he looked, the tighter his frown became. 10 ventilators, 20 monitors, 10 defibrillators, 5 mobile operating tables, 2 fully automatic biochemical analyzers, 2 blood routine analyzers, 5 portable ultrasound machines, 1 X-ray machine. Mr. Wang, this isn't a sanatorium. This is clearly the configuration of a secondary hospital. It's about being prepared. Wang Lin casually replied, what if one day a major client needs surgery and we don't have enough equipment? That would be quite embarrassing. Zhou Jiangwo shook his head, continuing to read. The list of medicines was even more exaggerated, with over 30 types of antibiotics, 1,000 boxes of each, a dozen types of anesthetics, 500 units of each, along with hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, cardiovascular medications, respiratory medications, hundreds of varieties, all in quantities of thousands. Mr. Wang, the total amount of these medicines is enough for a third-class hospital to use for a quarter. Zhou Jiangwo took off his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Are you planning to treat hundreds of patients simultaneously at this sanatorium? Wang Lin smiled, not answering. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at him, feeling puzzled. This young man spends money like water and does things unconventionally, buying gold one moment, hoarding supplies the next, and now wanting to open a sanatorium. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? But one benefit of being in business is knowing not to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. All right, I'll take this job. Zhou Jiangwo put away the list. However, Mr. Wang, I must clarify something with you. These items are not ordinary goods, especially the equipment. Imported items require approval, and domestic ones need to be filed. The entire process takes at least half a month. That's too long. Wang Lin shook his head. I can't wait that long. Zhou Jiangwo smiled wryly. Mr. Wang, this isn't me holding you back. It's the regulations set by the state. The procurement, transportation, installation, and debugging of medical devices each have strict procedures. You don't have the qualifications to operate a hospital or a medical license. I can't even dispatch the goods. Wang Lin picked up the teacup and took a leisurely sip. Then he reached into his pocket, actually retrieving something from within his spatial storage, a jade ring. It was a vibrant green, warm in color, emitting a faint glow under the light. The surface of the ring was engraved with intricate cloud patterns with smooth lines and exquisite craftsmanship, clearly not an ordinary item. Wang Lin placed the jade ring on the table and pushed it towards Zhou Jiangwo. Mr. Zhou, take a look at this. Zhou Jiangwo was stunned. Having spent over 20 years in the business world, he had seen countless fine items. However, just by looking at the luster of this jade ring, he could tell it was not an ordinary piece. Mr. Wang, what is this? Just consider it a gift from a friend. Wang Lin smiled. You can keep it for now. Within 3 days, I want to see the equipment and medicines delivered to my warehouse. Zhou Jiangwo stared at the jade ring on the table, swallowing hard, reaching out to take it, then retracting his hand. Mr. Wang, this isn't appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate about it? Isn't it normal for friends to exchange a greeting gift? Qian Wangguan, sitting nearby, had his eyes glued to the jade ring, his eyes nearly popping out. Having spent his life in the jewelry business, he had a sensitivity to jade that surpassed a dog's nose. The luster, color, and texture of that ring clearly did not appear to be modern. Mr. Wang, could you let me examine it closely? Qian Wangguan rubbed his hands together, looking eagerly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed. Mr. Qian is an expert. Please help me determine if this item is valuable. I found it in the Northeast. I don't know its origins. Qian Wangguan reached out to take it, but as soon as his fingers touched the jade ring, he remembered something and quickly withdrew, pulling out a pair of white gloves from his pocket, putting them on, and then carefully picking up the ring. He examined it back and forth for several minutes, his expression growing more solemn the longer he looked. Then he held the ring up to the light, shining it, and even brought it to his nose to sniff, before finally pulling out a small magnifying glass from his pocket to inspect the intricate cloud patterns closely. Hiss! Qian Wangguan gasped, his hands trembling. This is... What's wrong? Zhou Jiangwo leaned. Old Zhou, do you know what this is? Qian Wangguan's voice had changed slightly. What is it? Qian Wangguan did not respond, placing the ring down, taking out his phone, flipping through his contacts for a while before dialing a number. Hello, Master Yi. This is Xiao Qian. Yes. Qian from Donghai Gold Industry. Master Yi, are you available right now? I have an item I'd like you to examine. Yes, it's right here with me. Excellent. I'll send someone to pick you up at once. Mr. Wang, your trip to Northeast China has truly unearthed a treasure. Qian Wangguan wiped the sweat from his brow. At first glance, this thumb ring is carved from top-grade Hetian nephrite, sheep fat white jade, sourced from ancient pits of material virtually unseen in today's market. The cloud pattern engravings follow the stylistic hallmarks of the Qing Imperial Workshop, fluid lines and masterful chiseling, achievable only after decades of disciplined craftsmanship. Wang Lin knew its significance but remained outwardly impassive. You flatter me, Mr. Qian. I bought it casually. I'm uncertain whether it's genuine. Let Master Yi appraise it when he arrives. If Master Yi confirms its authenticity, this thumb ring will be. Qian Wangguan trailed off, swallowing the rest. Shen Yutong sat silently beside him, her gaze fixed intently on the jade ring. Though unfamiliar with jades, she instantly recognized its extraordinary value from its luster and tactile refinement. She stole a glance at Wang Lin. What other secrets did this young man conceal? Less than half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. A waiter opened it, and a man in his 70s entered. He wore a dark gray Zhongshan suit. His hair was entirely silver, yet his bearing was vigorous and upright. A rosewood cane tapped rhythmically as he strode in with commanding presence. Young Qian had better be holding something truly exceptional. Otherwise, I'll tell your father to break your legs. The elder boomed upon entering, his voice resonant and full of vitality. Qian Wangguan leapt up and hurried forward, gently supporting the elder's arm. Master Yi, please calm yourself. I'd never dare deceive you. It truly is extraordinary. I couldn't determine its provenance alone, so I urgently requested your expert. Turning to Wang Lin and Zhou Jiangwo, he introduced, this is Master Yi Wantong, a preeminent authority on jade appraisal in southern China, a specially appointed researcher at the Palace Museum and deputy director of the National Jade Appraisal Committee. In the world of jade, Master Yi is nothing short of a living fossil. Wang Lin rose respectfully and nodded. Greetings, Master Yi. Shen Yutong followed suit. Greetings, Master Yi. Master Yi's gaze swept briefly over Wang Lin and Shen Yutong before settling on the jade thumb ring resting on the table. His expression shifted instantly. He strode forward without pausing to sit, bending low over the desk. Gloves, he commanded, extending his hand. Qian Wangguan hurriedly produced a pair of white cotton gloves. Donning them, Master Yi lifted the ring with reverent care and moved to the window to inspect it under natural light. He examined it meticulously for over 10 minutes, then withdrew a compact magnifier from his pocket, scrutinizing each cloud motif inch by inch. Silence filled the room, so profound one could hear a needle drop. At last, Master Yi straightened gently, placed the ring back on the table, removed his gloves, and exhaled deeply. This is an artifact from the Imperial Workshop during the Kangxi Emperor's reign. The material is Hetian sheep fat white jade, specifically river pebble jade, not mountainite. Such material was nearly exhausted by the mid-Qianlong era and is utterly unobtainable today. By the Qianlong period, this grade had been almost entirely depleted. No specimens remain in circulation. Observe these cloud motifs. Their style is unmistakably late Kangxi, bolder, more decisive lines, and sharper, more confident chiseling. Qianlongera cloud patterns tend toward ornate complexity and soft curvature, whereas Kangxi's are strikingly minimalist and powerful. He raised the ring again, rotating it slowly in the light. Notice this patina, lustrous, tender, harmonious, not the result of modern polishing, but of centuries of gentle handling. Such a patina can only form through uninterrupted transmission across several hundred years. Impossible without deep historical continuity. Qian Wangguan ventured cautiously. Master Yi, may we know the ring's precise origin? Master Yi shot him a stern look. I haven't finished yet. Why rush? Setting the ring aside, he paced twice across the room, hands clasped behind his back. I've encountered references to this very piece in the Palace Museum's archival records. In the 48th year of the Kangxi reign, the emperor bestowed this sheep-fat white jade thumb ring upon his fourth son, Prince Yingzhen, the future Yongzheng emperor. Upon ascending the throne, Yongzheng gifted it to his son Hongli, the future Qianlong emperor. Qianlong cherished it dearly, wearing it in numerous official portraits. He paused, gazing at the ring with complex emotion. After the Mukden incident of 1931, Japanese forces occupied northeast China and looted vast quantities of cultural relics. This thumb ring was reportedly among those seized, and subsequently vanished. Scholars long presumed it either shipped to Japan or lost in wartime destruction. Master Yi turned toward Wang Lin. Young man, where did you acquire this ring? Wang Lin replied, unruffled. Master Yi, I purchased it from a local villager in the greater Xing'an range. He said it had been passed down from his grandfather, but knew nothing of its origins. Master Yi studied Wang Lin for several long seconds, then nodded. Regardless of provenance, this ring, imperial gift of the Kangxi era, cherished possession of the Qianlong emperor, lost national treasure miraculously recovered. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He repeated the word thrice, eyes glistening. Qian Wangguan edged closer, rubbing his palms together. Master Yi, might you offer an estimated valuation? Master Yi lifted his rosewood cane and delivered a light tap to Qian's backside. Ouched! Qian yelped, jumping back and clutching his rear. Master Yi, why strike me? You've fallen headfirst into a pit of gold. Master Yi bristled, eyebrows arched. This is a cultural relic, a fragment of history, a national treasure. And you dare speak of money? Qian Wangguan went silenced. Master Yi softened his tone, gazing at the ring with quiet reverence. Yet since you asked, I'll offer an assessment. At auction, its opening bid would begin at no less than 100 million yuan. Should a passionate collector emerge, 200 million is well within reach. Qian Wangguan's eyes widened like bronze bells as Zhou Zhengwo's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Wang Lin remained composed, lifting his teacup for another sip. Master Yi turned to him, his expression now tinged with admiration. Young man, is this ring yours? It belongs to Mr. Zhou now, Wang Lin replied, nodding toward Zhou Zhengwo. I presented it to him moments ago. Zhou nearly tumbled from his chair. Given to me. His voice trembled. Mr. Wang, are you jesting? This artifact is worth over 100 million, yet you simply give it away. Wang Lin smiled. Objects are inert, friendships breathe. To trade a jade ring for a true friend, I consider it priceless. Zhou Zhengwo stared at the ring, then at Wang Lin, his throat bobbing repeatedly. After decades navigating commerce, he'd accepted countless gifts, but never one valued at over 100 million. Mr. Wang, this kindness, I Zhou Zhengwo shall remember it always. He drew a deep breath, rose, and grasped Wang Lin's hands firmly in both of his. 3 days, only 3. Equipment and pharmaceuticals will be delivered to your warehouse. All documentation, my responsibility. You need not lift a finger. Then many thanks, Mr. Zhou. Master Yi observed the exchange, stroking his beard with quiet amusement. Having lived over 70 years, he'd met countless souls, but never one who casually gifted away a relic worth hundreds of millions. Young man, you're Wang Lin. Yes, Master Yi. Wang Lin, do you possess any similar items? A spark lit in Master Yi's eyes. I've collected for decades, have some liquid assets. I'd gladly exchange or purchase outright. Wang Lin considered. Within his spatial realm lay several unopened trunks of jewels, perhaps rare antiques nestled among them. Master Yi, I'll sort through my collection and bring anything noteworthy for your appraisal. Excellent. Excellent. Master Yi withdrew a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Lin. My number, active 24 hours daily. Wang Lin accepted it with both hands. The card bore only 3 characters, Yi Wantong, and a mobile number, no title, no affiliation, starkly elegant as blank rice paper. Master Yi glanced once more at the ring and sighed. I've studied such artifacts for decades. Today, for the first time, I behold the real thing. Alas, what a pity. It is not mine. He turned toward the door, leaning on his cane, then paused to look back at Wang Lin. Young man, you are intriguing indeed. When next you visit Beijing, seek me out. Certainly, Master Yi. Safe journey. Qian Wangguan hastened to. Only Wang Lin, Shen Yutong, and Zhou Zhengwo remained. Zhou sat frozen in his chair, staring at the ring, uncertain where to place his hands. Mr. Wang, this is far too precious. I cannot accept. Please, Mr. Zhou, don't refuse. Wang Lin stood and clapped his shoulder. I await your equipment and pharmaceuticals in 3 days. Zhou Zhengwo clenched his jaw, rose, and carefully slipped the ring into his inner pocket. From his briefcase, he retrieved a personal business card and offered it with both hands. Mr. Wang, my private line. 24 hours, always ready. Excellent, Mr. Zhou, your sincerity is admirable. They shared another cup of tea and exchanged light conversation. Zhou mentioned his recent passion for antique collecting. Substantial sums spent, yet increasingly scarce, were truly exceptional pieces. Wang Lin responded casually, already calculating those trunks of jewels in his spatial realm demanded thorough sorting. More treasures likely awaited discovery. Just past 10 p.m., Wang Lin and Shen Yutong stepped out of the restaurant. A Rolls-Royce Ghost idled at the entrance. Lao Zhou stood ready, door open. Shen Yutong lingered beside the car, watching Wang Lin, hesitant, searching for words. What is it, he asked. Mr. Wang, was that jade ring truly worth over 100 million? Master Yi spoke with authority. It is credible. And you gave it freely to Zhou Zhengwo. Her voice held pure bewilderment. 100 million, just given away. Wang Lin opened the car door, glancing back at her. Dr. Shun, some things hold greater weight than money. Shen Yutong froze, speechless. She watched him settle into the vehicle, hesitated, then climbed in beside him. The car glided smoothly toward the hill. At 7 in the morning, when Wang Lin got out of bed, Li Taizhu had already circled the living room 3 times. Li Taizhu rubbed his hands, grinning mischievously. Lindsay, I have some personal matters to attend to today. What sort of personal matters could you possibly have? Li Taizhu's gaze flickered, unable to meet Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin looked up while fastening his shirt buttons and replied, just buying some things. All right, you go ahead. Just don't take too long, or we have things to do in the afternoon. Got it. I promise I won't be late. Li Taizhu grabbed the car keys and dashed out. Wang Lin shook his head, not thinking much of it. He changed his clothes, called Old Zhou, and headed straight to Zhao Qiancheng's company. Zhao Qiancheng was not in the office today, but was at a warehouse in the suburbs. When Wang Lin arrived, he could already hear the sound of metal clanging from a distance. The warehouse was vast, covering over 1,000 square meters, filled with various metal materials and semi-finished products. At the back, a section was cordoned off, with 2 blacksmith forges' fires blazing brightly. An elderly master smith bare-chested was hammering metal, while 2 apprentices assisted him. Zhao Qianqing stood beside a long table, which displayed a dozen cold weapons, Mo Dao Tang Hung Dao Han Jin Miao Dao, and several intimidating-looking iron hammers. General Wang, you're here. Zhao Qianqing approached, his smile warmer than the forge fire. Everything you wanted is ready. Please take a look. Wang Lin walked over to the table, his gaze immediately falling on a row of Mo Dao. 3 Mo Dao, each with a blade length of 1.2 meters, a handle length of 40 centimeters, making a total length of 1.6 meters. The blades were shaped like willow leaves with razor-thin edges that gleamed coldly under the light. The backs were thick, with the thickest part measuring 1 centimeter, and the entire blade felt heavy, weighing at least 7 or 8 jin. Wang Lin grasped the handle, which was wrapped in a deep brown sweat-absorbent material, giving it a great feel. He took a deep breath, held the sword with both hands, and swung it sharply forward. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing. The sensation of the air being cut traveled from the blade to his arm, and then from his arm to his entire body. What a good sword! Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He picked up a scrap iron plate nearby, about 2 to 3 millimeters thick, and stood it upright. He stepped back 2 paces, held the sword with both hands, and with his waist and horse united, swung down diagonally. Clang! The iron plate broke with a clean cut, the edge perfectly smooth, not a single mark on the blade. Zhao Qianqing gasped, General Wang, your strength. Even my friend who has trained martial arts for 20 years can't cut this smoothly with a Mo Dao. Wang Lin set down the sword and picked up a Tang Hung Dao, which was slightly shorter than the Mo Dao, with a blade length of 80 centimeters and a handle length of 20 centimeters, making a total length of 1 meter. The blade was slightly narrower with a more pronounced curve, suitable for single-handed grip, but also usable with both hands. He casually twirled the sword, creating a silver arc of light in the air. Excellent. This one is great too. Wang Lin praised repeatedly Zhao Qianqing, who forged this sword. The craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Zhao Qianqing pointed to the bare-chested master smith by the forge, Master Lu from Longquan, a 3rd-generation swordsmith. His grandfather forged a dagger for a Kuomintang general, and his father forged military knives for the People's Liberation Army. His skills remain intact, but not many orders come in these days. Now who among the young people plays with this? They all play with guns and cannons instead. Wang Lin approached, seeing Master Lu quenching a bright red blade in a water tank, steam rising with a hissing sound. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work, Wang Lin said. Master Lu looked up, over 50 years old, with a face full of wrinkles and hands covered in calluses and burn scars. He glanced at Wang Lin and broke into a smile, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke. It's no trouble. General Wang, you paid well. I've forged swords my entire life, and this is the first time I've received such a large sum. Wang Lin chuckled and returned to the table, picking up 2 iron hammers. The hammerheads were cylindrical, about 10 centimeters in diameter and 15 centimeters long, each weighing at least 5 jin. The handles were made of hardwood wrapped in non-slip material, giving a stable grip. Wang Lin swung one of the hammers down onto a piece of scrap iron. Bang! The iron plate was dented, deeply shaking the entire warehouse. Great stuff. Wang Lin set the hammer down. Zhao Qianqing, was this hammer also forged by Master Lu? Yes, made from high-carbon steel, quenched with a hardness reaching HRC 60. It's like smashing tofu when striking the iron plate. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction, placing the sword and hammer back on the table. Zhao Qianqing, how much do I owe you? Please name your price. Zhao Qianqing held out 5 fingers. 50,000. Wang Lin asked. Zhao Qianqing shook his head, smiling. General Wang, you misunderstood. I meant 5,000. No, not 5,000. I mean the cost. 50,000 is enough. I gave Master Lu 20,000 and 2,000 for materials and 10,000 for running around. That's all. Wang Lin looked at him and smiled. He took out his bank card and handed it over. 500,000. Please swipe it. Zhao Qianqing was stunned. General Wang, what are you? Master Liu's craftsmanship is worth this price. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. In this day and age, there aren't many masters who can forge Mo Dao. 500,000 is not excessive. Please share half with Master Lu and keep the rest for yourself. Zhao Qianqing's eyes reddened slightly, and his hand trembled as he took the bank card. General Wang, you are so righteous. He swiped the card and handed the POS machine to Wang Lin to enter his password. Wang Lin entered his password, and a text notification chimed, confirming that 500,000 had been paid. Zhao Qianqing packed the swords and hammers into a custom wooden box, securing them with foam and cloth, and personally carried it to the car. General Wang, once your villa renovation is complete, I'll treat you to a meal. You must come. All right, I'll treat you, then Zhao Qianqing. Wang Lin got into the car as old Zhou started the engine, heading towards the hillside villa. Not long after the car left, Wang Lin's phone rang. It was a call from Meng Zong. General Wang, the Manchu Han Imperial Feast and Western cuisine have arrived. Dozens of vehicles are currently delivering to your warehouse. However, there's a problem. There are too many cars blocking the lane, and one of the owners is causing a ruckus. You need to come take a look. Wang Lin frowned. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, he said to Old Joe, Old Joe, drive faster, something's wrong at the warehouse. Old Joe nodded, stepping on the gas, and the ghost accelerated like an arrow. The warehouse area was located below the hillside villa along a two-lane asphalt road. Usually there weren't many cars, but today it was filled with cold chain transport vehicles blocking the entire road. When Wang Lin arrived, he saw a red Ferrari parked diagonally in the middle of the road, its front end crashed into the rear of a cold chain truck, half of its bumper gone, and one headlight shattered. A young man in a floral shirt was standing beside the cold chain truck, loudly berating a driver. Are you blind? My Ferrari. Limited edition. Do you know how much it costs? 12 million. Can you afford to compensate? The cold chain truck driver was an honest man around 40 years old, wearing a filthy work uniform, his face flushed red, standing there helplessly while repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it was you who hit me. I hit you. The young man's voice grew louder. I hit you. You were blocking the road and not moving. Who else was I supposed to hit? Nearby stood two heavily made-up young women wearing short skirts and high heels, filming the scene with their phones while laughing. Wang Lin got out of the car and took a look at the Ferrari. The front was quite damaged, but not severely, just a repair job that would cost hundreds of thousands. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss? He ignored it and walked straight towards the warehouse. But the young man with sharp eyes spotted Wang Lin instantly. Stop! The young man pointed at Wang Lin. Are these things yours? Wang Lin halted, turned around, and glanced at him. Yes. The young man sized Wang Lin up, wearing a dark gray casual jacket, black trousers, and sneakers, with not a single brand on his body. He smirked disdainfully. You're the nouveau riche who bought the villa on the mountainside. I heard from the security guard that some fool spent 30 million on that rundown house on the top of the hill. That would be you, right? Wang Lin remained silent, watching him. The young man, seeing his lack of response, grew more excited. Are you reborn from a starving ghost? Buying so much food. 1,000 tables of Manchurian delicacies. 1,000 tables of Western cuisine. Are you planning to open a restaurant or feed pigs? The two women beside them covered their mouths in laughter, with one saying, Darling, maybe he is planning to open a pig farm. The other replied, a pig farm wouldn't need this much, would it? How many pigs would that raise? The three of them burst into laughter. Wang Lin looked at them with a blank expression, as if watching three clowns. Are you done? He asked calmly. The young man was enraged by his attitude. What are you pretending to be so impressive for? Let me tell you, your car blocked the road, and my car hit it. You have to compensate. The repair costs $1 million. You can forget about leaving without paying a single cent. Your car hit my truck, and you want me to compensate? Wang Lin's lips curled slightly. Young man, do you think the world's logic grows on your face? The young man's face turned pig liver color, pointing at Wang Lin's nose. Do you believe I can make it impossible for you to survive in Donghai City? I don't believe it. You. Just then a black Mercedes-Benz class stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and a man in his 50s stepped out. He wore a dark, gray Chinese-style, stand-collar jacket, his hair graying, but his spirit vigorous, striding with impressive energy. Following him were two bodyguards, both burly men who looked formidable. The young man's expression changed instantly upon seeing this person. Sun Jin, chairman of the Jinhua Group in Donghai City, which owned multiple industries, including hotels, catering, logistics, and real estate, ranked among the top 10 entrepreneurs in Donghai City. At the same time, he was also the supplier of this batch of Manchurian delicacies and Western cuisine. Sun Jin walked up to the young man and looked at him coldly. You just said you'd make someone unable to survive in Donghai City. The young man's legs weakened, his lips trembling. Mister Sun, I didn't mean it that way. What did you mean? Sun Jin's voice was not loud, but each word struck the young man like a hammer. This Mr. Wang is my esteemed guest. You dared to threaten him in front of me. Are you disrespecting me, Sun Jin? The young man's face turned as white as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The two women beside him were also stunned, forgetting to turn off their video recording, just holding their phones up. Mr. Sun, I didn't know he was your friend. I was just impulsive. Impulsive, eh? Sun Jin sneered. You were driving a 12 million Ferrari, recklessly crashing into someone else's truck, and you want them to pay you. Did your father teach you this? The young man's tears almost fell. Mr. Sun, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me this time. Ooh, I won't dare again. Sun Jin ignored him and turned to Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry I didn't arrange things well and scared you. I personally supervised the loading of these goods to ensure quality. As for this young master, he paused, glancing at the young man. I have already informed his father. His father will arrive shortly. The young man, upon hearing this, was struck as if struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. He fumbled for his phone and hurriedly dialed a number. Dad. Come quickly. I'm in the warehouse area below the mountainside villa. Son, Mr. Sun is here. He wants to see you. After hanging up, he leaned against the Ferrari, his legs trembling. In less than 20 minutes, a black Audi A8 rushed over, screeching to a halt by the roadside. A man in his 50s emerged from the car, dressed in a deep blue suit, his hair meticulously combed, but his facial expression was as grim as if he had just lost his father. He rushed over to Sun Jun in 3 steps, bowing 90 degrees. Mr. Sun, I'm sorry. My son is ignorant and crashed into you. I apologize on his behalf. Sun Jun looked at him and coldly replied, Old Lu, your son didn't crash into me. He crashed into this Mr. Wang. Old Lu turned to Wang Lin, bowing again. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. My son is young and ignorant. Please be magnanimous and spare him once. He'll cover the repair costs and he'll take care of all the losses. Wang Lin looked at this middle-aged man bowing, and then at the already dumbfounded young man. He replied blandly, Mr. Lu, your son's car hit my truck. How shall we settle this? He'll compensate. He'll pay for everything. Old Lu hurriedly said, Is 1 million enough? He'll transfer it immediately. The truck isn't severely damaged. A few thousand will suffice. Wang Lin said, But your son just called me an idiot and a starving ghost reincarnated. How should we account for that? Old Liu's face flushed red as he turned and slapped the young man's face. Smack! The crisp sound burst in the air and 5 finger marks instantly appeared on the young man's face. Kneel. Apologize to Mr. Wang. Old Lu shouted. The young man covered his face, finally shedding tears. He collapsed to his knees in front of Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. You're magnanimous. Please spare me. Wang Lin looked down at the young man kneeling on the ground, his heart devoid of any ripples. In his past life, he had seen too many people like this. Relying on their wealth and power, they acted tyrannically, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When the apocalypse came, these people were the first to die, and they died the most miserable deaths. Get up. Wang Lin turned around. Drive slowly in the future. Don't throw away your life. He walked towards the warehouse without looking back. Behind him, Old Lu was still apologizing profusely to Sun Jun, while the young man knelt on the ground, afraid to rise. Sun Jun watched Wang Lin's back, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This young man is not simple. Inside, the warehouse workers were busy unloading goods. Boxes of Manchurian delicacies were being unloaded, with each table divided into 8 large boxes containing vacuum-packed dishes, including cold dishes, hot dishes, soups, and desserts. All complete. Western cuisine was no different, with steaks, lamb chops, pasta, salads, and desserts all vacuum-packed and neatly arranged. Wang Lin stood in the middle of the warehouse, watching truckload after truckload of supplies being unloaded, calculating the inventory in his mind. There was enough food, enough water, enough weapons, and the medical supplies were on the way. Food was almost sufficient. Next, he just had to wait for the villa renovation to be completed and calmly await the apocalypse. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Tieju. Lin's EM at the electronics market and bought quite a few good things. He'll show you tonight. Wang Lin replied with one word, good. He turned off his phone and walked out of the warehouse. Sun Jun was still outside talking with Old Lu. Seeing Wang Lin come out, Sun Jun approached and extended his hand. Mr. Wang, today's incident was due to my poor arrangement. He'll give you a 20% discount on this batch of goods as an apology. Wang Lin shook his hand. Mr. Sun is too kind. The goods are excellent. I am very satisfied. Let's cooperate again when the opportunity arises. Sun Jun smiled. Mr. Wang, you're straightforward. I love doing business with straightforward people. How about this evening I treat you to dinner and we can have a good chat? Wang Lin thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, Mr. Sun, choose the place. Great. He'll have the driver pick you up at 6 tonight. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before getting into their cars and leaving. As Wang Lin stepped through the gate of the rented villa, Li Taiju rushed forward to greet him. A sly, exaggerated grin spread across his face. His eyes crinkled into narrow slits, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. Lindsay, you're back. Li Taiju rubbed his palms together, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Wang Lin slipped off his shoes and glanced at him. What's with that look on your face? Did you win the lottery? Even more thrilling than that. Li Taiju leaned in, lowering his voice. Come on. I've got something amazing to show you. He seized Wang Lin's arm and practically dragged him toward the basement, his steps springy and light. Shin Yutong sat on the living room sofa, flipping through a medical journal. She lifted her gaze, frowned faintly, and said nothing. The basement entrance stood beside the kitchen, a heavy fire-rated door. Li Taiju pushed it open, flipped on the lights inside, and winked at Wang Lin over his shoulder. After you, Mr. Wang. Wang Lin stepped in and froze. The basement, once an empty expanse of over 100 square meters, was now densely filled. Along one wall stood a row of long tables neatly lined with more than a dozen top-tier gaming PCs. RGB light strips pulsed across their cases in vivid, shifting hues. Each PC was paired with an oversized curved monitor, and every keyboard and mouse bore the unmistakable hallmarks of elite esports gear. In the corners, several large cardboard boxes were stacked high. Wang Lin walked over and peered inside. PS5s, Xbox Series X consoles, Nintendo Switches. Every major gaming system imaginable alongside dozens of controllers. On the opposite wall hung a 100-inch television beneath, which sat multiple set-top boxes and hard disk media players. Did you move an entire internet cafe down here? Wang Lin turned to Li Tieju, his expression a complex mix of disbelief and bewilderment. Li Taiju chuckled, puffed out his chest, and declared, well, the apocalypse has arrived. We can finally squat up and play online. Think about it, we spend all day fighting for survival out there. Don't we deserve some relief when we come home? We can't just stare blankly at the walls forever. Wang Lin's brow furrowed deeply as he clapped Li Taiju on the shoulder. Taiju, are you serious? The apocalypse hits, and within 2 months the internet will vanish. All these games, without servers, they're just expensive paperweights. You think I hadn't considered that? Li Taiju strode confidently to one of the PCs and pressed the power button. The screen flared to life, revealing a desktop crowded with game icons: Call of Duty, Red Alert, Black Myth, Wukong, Cyberpunk 2077, Red Dead Redemption 2. Dozens upon dozens tightly packed. Look, fully installed single-player versions. No internet required. Li Taiju pointed at the screen like a proud curator. I hired specialists from the computer market, spent nearly 10,000 yuan to install every major single-player title available. Enough to keep us entertained for years. Wang Lin stared at the icons, his lips twitching, but he couldn't deny it. In the apocalypse, such diversions were undeniably precious. In his past life, he had endured 2 grueling years of apocalyptic struggle. The greatest torment wasn't hunger or fear, but sheer suffocating boredom. Endless nights spent hiding amid ruins, listening to the guttural howls of zombies outside, with not a single soul to speak to. The loneliness cut deeper than death itself. All right, you've earned my respect. Wang Lin patted Li Tieju's shoulder again. Not bad at all. At least now we'll have something to distract us when the world falls apart. Li Tieju's grin widened, radiant with pride. He turned and rummaged through the pile of boxes in the corner, pulling out a sleek black briefcase. Unzipping it revealed dozens of external hard drives, various sizes, assorted colors, neatly aligned inside. What's this? Wang Lin asked. Li Taiju lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Lindsay, this is the real treasure. He plucked one drive at random and plugged it into a USB port. The drive's indicator blinked rapidly before the computer displayed a folder. Li Taiju double-clicked a video file. Familiar Japanese dialogue filled the air. A sweet, breathy feminine voice emanated from the speakers, inflected with unmistakable cadence and rhythm. On screen, 2 performers engaged in an intense, unscripted exchange. Wang Lin's eyes widened. Instinctively, he leaned forward, drawn closer to the display. Li Taiju edged beside him. Shoulder to shoulder, they sat transfixed before the monitor, their faces nearly brushing the curved glass. The audio swelled, reverberating sharply within the confined basement. Each syllable crisp, intimate, as if whispered directly into their ears. That actress isn't half bad. Great figure, Li Taiju murmured softly. Solid acting. Her expressions are spot on. Wang Lin replied deadpan, as though reviewing clinical data. So absorbed were they that neither noticed the fire door behind them slowly creaking open, just a narrow gap. Shin Yutong had appeared silently in the doorway. She wore her white lab coat, still habitual despite having formally signed on as their private physician. Her hands rested deep in her pockets. Her expression remained utterly neutral as she observed the 2 men's backs in quiet stillness. The video continued playing, its tempo intensifying. Shin Yutong cleared her throat. Ahem. Wang Lin and Li Taiju froze, rigid, paralyzed as if struck by an invisible seal. The air thickened, charged with unbearable, suffocating embarrassment. Shin Yutong's voice came from behind them. Calm, measured, clinically detached. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, I'm a physician, but obstetrics isn't my specialty. Still, I offer this professional counsel. Moderation is key. Excess may harm both body and spirit. Wang Lin whirled around, face blazing crimson, mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Li Taiju spun too, his expression contorted somewhere between horror and despair. Frantically, he fumbled for the mouse to close the video, only to misclick, blasting the volume higher. The woman's voice soared, sharper and more piercing than before. His hand jerked, finally killing the playback. Instant silence descended. The basement held its breath, oppressive, absolute, hollow. Wang Lin stared at Shin Yutong. Shin Yutong returned his gaze unwavering. Li Taiju stared fixedly at the floor, wishing fervently for a crack in reality to swallow him whole. Dr. Shun, when did you come in? Wang Lin's voice wavered, thin and strained. Approximately 3 minutes ago, she replied, expressionless. You seemed so engrossed. I didn't wish to interrupt. Wang Lin's jaw tightened. 3 minutes. That meant she'd witnessed everything, from the very beginning. That is, well, He groped desperately for words to salvage his dignity, yet his mind lay barren, silent. Shin Yutong waved a dismissive hand. No explanation needed, Mr. Wang. I understand. Healthy single men have natural needs. And as for these, she cast a brief neutral glance at the still open folder on screen. From a medical standpoint, moderate consumption poses no adverse effects on physical or mental well-being. Wang Lin opened his mouth to protest. It's not what you think. But stopped himself. Denial would only deepen the absurdity. He closed his lips, mute. Beside him, Li Taiju shrank inward, breath held tight. Shin Yutong turned to leave, then paused at the threshold and looked back. By the way, Mr. Wang, the renovation team contacted me. Your mountain villa is complete. You may inspect it at your convenience. Right? Thank you. Wang Lin's voice emerged dry brittle. Shin Yutong pulled the door open and stepped through, the hem of her white coat vanishing cleanly into the narrowing gap. Silence reclaimed the basement. Wang Lin and Li Taizhu exchanged a long, wordless look. When exactly did she come in? Li Taizhu whispered. You're asking me. Who should I ask? Wang Lin's whisper dropped lower. Didn't you lock the door? I did. I'm certain I locked it. Then how did you? Simultaneously they turned toward the fire door, its simple push-bar latch clearly visible. From the outside a single press would release it. Wang Lin exhaled slowly deeply. Forget it. She saw what she saw. It's not illegal. Li Taizhu nodded, then shook his head. But Lindsay, she's your doctor. How awkward will future appointments be? What's there to be embarrassed about? She's a doctor as she's seen it all before. Wang Lin stood up and adjusted his collar. Let's go and see the villa. Don't keep her waiting too long. The two walked out of the basement one after the other and ascended the stairs. Shin Yutong was already seated on the sofa continuing to browse through the medical journal, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Wang Lin glanced at her, secretly admiring her psychological resilience. No wonder she came from the emergency department. Dr. Shin, let's go check out the villa together. Wang Lin tried to keep his voice sounding natural. All right. Shin Yutong closed the journal, stood up, picked up the car keys from the table, and handed them to Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, your keys. Wang Lin took the keys, and the three of them exited the door. A Rolls-Royce Ghost was parked at the entrance, and old Joe had already opened the car door. Wang Lin and Shin Yutong sat in the back seat, while Li Taizhu took the passenger seat. The car started and drove along the winding mountain road towards the summit. Shin Yutong looked out at the scenery, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Mr. Wang, about what happened just now I won't mention it to anyone. Wang Lin nearly choked on his own words. Dr. Shun, it was really just. I understand. Shin Yutong interrupted him, her tone sincere. Men are all like that. I've worked in the emergency department for so many years and have seen even more outrageous things. Just last week a guy came in at midnight with a foreign object stuck where it shouldn't be, unable to get it out. Wang Lin's lips twitched, deciding not to explain further. Some things only get worse the more you try to clarify. The car arrived at the summit and stopped at the villa's entrance. Wang Lin got out of the car and looked up at his house, his eyes lighting up. It had been over 20 days since he last visited, and the villa had completely transformed. The exterior walls were painted a deep gray, looking understated yet high quality. All the windows had been replaced with thick, bulletproof glass, appearing opaque and dark from the outside like black mirrors. The roof was covered with solar panels shining with a bluish light under the sun. The yard had several metallic devices that looked like some kind of ventilation system. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao is waiting for you inside, old Zhou said. Wang Lin pushed open the yard gate and entered the villa. As soon as he walked in, he felt the change. First was the temperature. Outside was the sweltering heat of July, stifling and unbearable, but inside the villa it was cool and pleasant, as if the air conditioning was running. But Wang Lin knew that this was not ordinary air conditioning. It was a geothermal heat pump system regulating the indoor temperature through the constant temperature layer underground, unaffected by the external environment. Next was the air quality. The indoor air was fresh and dry with no unpleasant odors, indicating that the fresh air and dehumidification systems were functioning properly. Mr. Wang, you're here. Zhao Qianxing ran down from upstairs, his face flushed, followed by two project managers, each holding a stack of documents. Mr. Zhao, great work. Wang Lin looked around. How's the progress? All completed. We finished 3 days ahead of schedule. All the items you requested have been installed and debugged, ready for inspection at any time. Zhao Qianxing said excitedly. Wang Lin nodded and began to check layer by layer. The first floor consisted of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and public areas. The living room had genuine leather sofas, a marble coffee table, and several abstract paintings on the walls, looking no different from an ordinary luxury home. However, beneath these furnishings lay thick steel plates. Was the bulletproof test conducted? Wang Lin asked. Yes. Zhao Qianxing picked up a remote control from the coffee table and pressed a button. Outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, a target rose. Another project manager pulled out a handgun, a legal air gun, and fired a shot at the window. Bang! The bullet struck the glass, which remained unscathed, not even leaving a white mark while the bullet was deflected. This is German-imported aviation bulletproof glass, 3 centimeters thick, capable of withstanding shots from ordinary rifles. Zhao Qianxing said proudly. Moreover, this glass is one-way transparent. It cannot be seen from the outside, but one can see outside from within. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. He then inspected the kitchen, which was equipped with a full set of commercial kitchen appliances, a dual gas and electric system, and a large cold storage room that could store ingredients for several months. The second floor consisted of bedrooms and private areas. The master bedroom had a custom-made king-size bed, and the mattress was imported memory foam, feeling like lying on a cloud. The wardrobe was empty, waiting for Wang Lin to fill it. The master bathroom was even more luxurious with a dry and wet separation featuring a massage bathtub and a steam room. Mr. Wang, the master bedroom's windows are also bulletproof in this wall. Zhao Qianxing tapped on the master bedroom wall. There's a 10-centimeter thick steel plate inside which can withstand ordinary bombs. Not bad, Wang Lin nodded. The third floor was the entertainment area and viewing terrace. The terrace was furnished with rattan chairs and umbrellas offering a breathtaking view of the entire Donghai city. But what pleased Wang Lin the most was the underground third level. Zhao Qianxing took him down to the basement via the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Lin saw a completely different world. The underground third level was the core of the villa, a safe room. The entrance was a heavy metal door over 10 centimeters thick requiring a password fingerprint scan and iris scan for triple verification to open. Behind the door was a short corridor with various functional rooms on both sides. The first room was a storage room over 200 square meters with walls made of reinforced concrete and the floor treated for waterproofing and moisture-proofing. This would be where Wang Lin stored supplies, however most of the supplies were in the space, and this was just a facade. The second room was a medical room 50 square meters already equipped with basic surgical tables, shadowless lights, sterilization cabinets, and other equipment. Shen Yutong's eyes lit up when she saw this room. Mr. Wang, this is... She walked in and touched the surgical table. Once the equipment from Mr. Zhou arrives, this will be your battlefield, Wang Lin said. Shen Yutong nodded, her eyes sparkling. The third room was a weapons room 30 square meters with various hooks and racks on the walls specifically for storing weapons. Wang Lin planned to take some cold weapons from the space and place them here for easy access. The fourth room was a generator room containing a large diesel generator and a set of batteries. Zhao Qianxing explained that this system could ensure the entire villa operated normally for over 3 months in case of a power outage. The fifth room was a water purification system room equipped with a complete water purification system capable of filtering groundwater, rainwater, and even wastewater into drinking water. At the end of the corridor was the last room, Wang Lin's throne. This room was not large, only 20 square meters, but the equipment inside was the most crucial for the entire villa. One wall was lined with surveillance screens allowing real-time views of various angles around the villa. The opposite wall featured a huge electronic map displaying the terrain and buildings of the entire hillside area. In the center of the room was a custom-made leather chair elevated on a platform. Wang Lin sat down, looked at the surveillance screens on the wall, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Zhao, well done. He stood up and patted Zhao Qianxing on the shoulder. I will settle the final payment today. Zhao Qianxing beamed. Mr. Wang, I'm glad you were satisfied. I'm glad you were satisfied. Wang Lin took out his phone and transferred the final payment of 200 million. Adding the previously paid 10 million, the total came to 210 million. This was 100 million less than the originally planned 310 million because Zhao Qianxing said the material costs were lower than expected and proactively reduced the price. Mr. Wang, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Zhao Qianxing held Wang Lin's hand, his eyes reddening. You are the best client I've ever met without exception. Wang Lin smiled and saw Zhao Qianxing off. Only Wang Lin, Li Tiezhu, and Shen Yutong remained in the villa. The three stood on the third-floor terrace looking at the city at the foot of the mountain. The sun was setting and the golden rays enveloped the city, dyeing the clouds orange-red. Lin, this house is amazing. Li Tiezhu leaned against the railing and sighed. Living here, I wouldn't be afraid of the apocalypse. Even a nuclear war wouldn't scare me. Wang Lin smiled, faintly remaining silent. In the following days, Wang Lin was extremely busy, barely able to catch his breath. He woke up at 6 in the morning and could only lie down around 11 or 12 at night. But every minute was worthwhile. The countdown to the apocalypse had entered its final 10 days, and he had to prepare all the supplies and equipment before the heatwave arrived. The first thing was to handle the jewelry in the space and raise funds again. After Yi Wantong left that day, Wang Lin returned to the villa and took out all the jewelry boxes from the space. 7 boxes of jewelry which he hadn't had time to examine in detail at the northeastern fortress were now being counted one by one, and Wang Lin was startled by the sight. Jade bracelets, white jade pendants, emerald rings, ruby and sapphire necklaces, gold inlaid, jade hairpins, coral prayer beads. Each piece was an antique, exquisitely carved with a warm jade texture, clearly of imperial quality. Although Wang Lin was not an expert in antiques, he had seen many valuable items in his past life during the apocalypse, so he had an eye for these things. Just one of these pieces would be enough for an ordinary person to live on for a lifetime. He picked out a few of the best pieces: a jade bracelet fully green and as transparent as a pool of clear water, a white jade pendant carved with the image of Guanyin with smooth lines that seemed lifelike, and a gold inlaid jade hairpin with a butterfly at the top, whose wings were as thin as cicada wings, trembling at the slightest touch. Good stuff. Wang Lin placed these few items into a velvet bag while the rest of the jewelry was returned to the space. Early the next morning, he called Qian Wangguan. Mr. Qian, I have a few items I would like you to take a look at. Qian Wangguan's voice on the other end of the line instantly became excited. Mr. Wang, do you have items? I'm on my way. Where are you? At the Half Mountain Villa. 20 minutes. Sure enough, Qian Wangguan arrived in 20 minutes driving a black Maybach followed by a commercial vehicle with 2 appraisers and a bodyguard inside. Wang Lin placed the velvet bag on the coffee table, opened the bag, and took out the items one by one, laying them on a velvet-lined tray. Qian Wangguan's eyes widened instantly. This is... He leaned closer to the jade bracelet, trembling hands reaching out. Mr. Wang, can I touch it? Feel free, Mr. Qian. Qian Wangguan put on white gloves and carefully picked up the jade bracelet, inspecting it in the light from the window. Under the sunlight, the bracelet exhibited a deep emerald green, resembling a deep pool, as if light was flowing within. Imperial green. This is imperial green. Qian Wangguan's voice trembled. Moreover, with this quality and texture, I have only seen something similar in the Forbidden City in 30 years of jewelry business. The 2 appraisers also gathered around. One examined the inner engraving of the bracelet with a magnifying glass, while the other took out a portable spectrometer to test the jade's composition. Mr. Qian, the jade material of this bracelet is top-grade Hetian jade from an old pit, and it is now extinct, said the first appraiser. The carving style is characteristic of the Qing dynasty's palace workshop. Based on the carving technique, it should be from the reign of Qianlong. The second appraiser added, moreover, there is a line of tiny engraved inscriptions on the inner side of the bracelet. I just checked with a magnifying glass, and it says Qianlong Imperial Craft. Qian Wangguan took a deep breath, put down the bracelet, and picked up the white jade pendant. The image of Guanyin on the pendant was gracefully carved with a compassionate expression and flowing robes, each stroke perfectly executed. Is this jade pendant also from the Qianlong era? Qian Wangguan asked. The appraiser examined it for a long time before shaking his head. Mr. Qian, this one is not from the Qianlong era. Based on the jade material and the carving style, it should be from the Ming dynasty. Look at this facial expression. It's a typical Ming dynasty Guanyin shape with lines that are simpler and more unadorned than those of the Qing dynasty. Also, the patina on this piece of jade could not have formed in less than 300 or 400 years. Ming dynasty. Qian Wangguan's eyes lit up even more. I've hardly seen such well-preserved Ming dynasty white jade Guanyin pendants at auctions. Finally, there was the golden-laid jade hairpin. The hairpin was made of white jade shaped like a butterfly with wings as thin as cicada wings and a circle of gold wire around the edges embedded with tiny rubies. The butterfly's antennae at the head of the pin were twisted from gold wire, as thin as hair, and would tremble at the slightest touch. The appraiser gasped after a long inspection. Mr. Qian, I have seen this hairpin in the archives of the Forbidden City. This was one of Empress Dowager Six's favorite hairpins during her lifetime, lost when the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing, but it unexpectedly turned up here. Qian Wangguan's mind was already overwhelmed. Having spent a lifetime in the jewelry business, he had seen many valuable items, but it was the first time he had encountered 3 national treasures all at once. Mr. Wang, are you planning to sell these items? Qian Wangguan asked cautiously. Yes. Wang Lin leaned back on the sofa and picked up his teacup. Mr. Qian is an expert. Please give me an estimate. After discussing with the 2 appraisers for a long while, Qian Wangguan finally quoted, for the 3 items, 250 million for the package. Wang Lin did not even lift his eyelids. 300 million. Mr. Wang, 250 million is already high. Although these are national treasures, there are not many people in the market who can afford them. I also need to manage the funds after taking them back. Oh, I do not know when I can sell them. 300 million, Wang Lin repeated. Mr. Qian, how much did you sell the batch of goods you took from me last time? At least double, right? Qian Wangguan's face turned slightly red. How about this, Mr. Qian, 300 million, you take it. Also, I have a few more boxes of jewelry. Although they are not as valuable as these few items, they are still antiques. Later you can help me handle them, and I will pay the commission. Qian Wangguan gritted his teeth. Deal. He immediately wrote a check for 300 million transferred instantly. Wang Lin glanced at the check, tucked it into his pocket, and took out the few boxes of jewelry, letting Qian Wangguan's appraisers value each piece. After a busy afternoon, he ended up selling for over 100 million more. Combined with the profits from previous stock trades, Wang Lin's cash on hand had already exceeded 600 million. When Qian Wangguan left, he held Wang Lin's hand tightly for a long time. Mr. Wang, if you have good items in the future, be sure to look for me first. The price is negotiable. Definitely. After sending off Qian Wangguan, Wang Lin hurriedly headed to the warehouse. In the past few days, all the supplies from General Meng have arrived. Rice flour, cooking oil, bottled water, frozen meat, vegetables, and fruits, winter clothing, tents, sleeping bags. The 3 warehouses were packed to the brim with hardly any space to step. Under the cover of night, Wang Lin came alone to the warehouse, locked the door, pulled down the roller door, confirmed that no one was around, and then began to collect the supplies into the space. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, the piles of rice disappeared, the piles of flour vanished, and rows of cooking oil barrels flew into the space, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Bottled water, instant noodles, canned goods, ham, sausages. Everything was neatly organized by category in the space. The 100,000 cubic meters of space finally had a purpose. Wang Lin spent 3 whole nights to collect all the supplies from the 3 warehouses into the space. Every night, he worked until 2 or 3 in the morning, so exhausted that he could hardly straighten his back, but looking at the mountain of supplies in the space, his heart felt as steady as if he had taken a calming pill. On the 4th day, Zhou Jiangwo's medical equipment also arrived. Zhou Jiangwo personally drove the truck with 3 large trucks loaded with various medical equipment and medicines, making their way grandly to the hillside villa area. Mr. Wang, everything you requested has arrived. Zhou Jiangwo jumped out of the car, his smile brighter than the sun. Ventilators, monitors, defibrillators, mobile operating tables, fully automatic biochemical analyzers, blood routine analyzers, portable ultrasound machines, x-ray machines. Everything on your list is here. As for the medicines, I have also prepared all the quantities you requested: antibiotics, anesthetics, hemostatic drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, cardiovascular medicines. Wang Lin looked at the trucks full of equipment and medicines, his heart filled with joy, but he kept a calm demeanor. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhou. As for the paperwork, everything is in order. Zhou Jiangwo pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase: medical device business license, medical institution practice license, pharmaceutical business license. I have arranged all the qualifications you needed. Although your sanatorium hasn't been formally registered yet, with these documents in hand, no one will dare to investigate. Wang Lin took the documents, flipped through them, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You're too polite, Mr. Wang. That jade ring you showed me, I shared it with a few friends, and they were all envious. Zhou Jiangwo laughed heartily. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. After sending off Zhou Jiangwo, Wang Lin began to collect medical equipment and medicines into the space. These items were much more complex than ordinary supplies. Some equipment was large and heavy, requiring more effort to store. Wang Lin spent the entire night collecting all the equipment and medicines into the space. Ventilators, monitors, defibrillators. Each lined up neatly in the space like an army waiting for inspection. The boxes of medicines formed a small mountain with antibiotics, anesthetics, hemostatic drugs, each categorized and labeled for easy access in the future. As dawn approached, Wang Lin finally finished collecting the last batch of medicines. He stood in the empty warehouse, let out a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's done, he murmured to himself. In the space, gold, weapons, food, water, medicines, equipment, clothing, tents. Everything needed for survival in the apocalypse was available. The 100,000 cubic meters of space was now filled to about 1/3. Wang Lin walked out of the warehouse, and the sky was already beginning to brighten. The city at the foot of the mountain was still asleep, with only a few streetlights flickering in the darkness before dawn. He took out his phone and glanced at the date, July 25th. There were 6 days left until the high-temperature apocalypse. 6 days. Wang Lin took a deep breath. That's enough. He returned to the villa, took a shower, and lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. Scenes from his past life replayed in his mind. In this life, I will not let those things happen again. Wang Lin clenched his fists, at least not to the people I care about. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest. The next morning, Wang Lin was awakened by a rapid doorbell ringing. He went downstairs to open the door and saw Li Taizhu standing at the door, looking very excited. Lindsay, come quick. Your car has arrived. Wang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized it was the 4 customized Rolls-Royce Cullinans. He followed Li Taizhu outside and saw 4 brand new SUVs parked in front of the villa, lined up impressively. All 4 cars were black, longer and wider than the standard version, looking even more powerful. The car windows were twice as thick as ordinary cars and bulletproof. The tires were specially made to be explosion-proof, allowing the car to continue driving even if punctured. The roof was fitted with a solar charging system capable of powering the battery without fuel. Mr. Ma stood next to the first car, beaming with joy. Mr. Wang, the 4 customized Cullinans have all arrived. They came 2 days earlier than scheduled. Wang Lin walked over, touched the car body, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ma. Not at all, not at all. Mr. Ma handed over an envelope. Here are all the vehicle documents and keys. Each of the 4 cars costs 30 million, and you have already prepaid 60%, the remaining 40%. Let's settle it now. Wang Lin took out his phone and transferred 48 million on the spot. Mr. Ma looked at the transaction notification, his smile stretching to his ears. Mr. Wang, you are our most esteemed client at Rolls-Royce. If you have any needs in the future, just come to me directly. Wang Lin smiled and had Li Taizhu drive the 4 cars into the villa's garage. The garage was originally only able to hold 2 cars, but Zhao Qiansheng had specially expanded it, and now it could hold 6. The 2 ghosts and wraiths, along with the 4 Cullinans, perfectly filled the space. Li Taizhu sat in the driver's seat of one Cullinan, feeling the leather steering wheel, his expression as if he were in a dream. Lindsay, this car is incredible. Bulletproof, explosion-proof, high-temperature resistant, low-temperature resistant, and can run in deserts and snowy fields. It's practically tailor-made for the apocalypse. It was meant to be. Wang Lin sat in the passenger seat. Let's go, let's test drive it. The Cullinan sped down the winding mountain road, the engine's low and powerful roar the suspension system, filtering out all the bumps of the road, making it feel almost smooth inside the car. Li Taiju drove excitedly, pressing the gas pedal, making the car dash down the road like a black leopard. Slow down, Wang Lin said, don't speed. We're still in a law-abiding society. Li Taiju chuckled and eased off the gas. The car arrived at the warehouse area, and Wang Lin got out looking at the 3 empty warehouses. All the supplies had been collected into the space, leaving the warehouses empty. But he couldn't terminate the lease for after the apocalypse. This place could serve as a supply transfer station to keep things under wraps. Keju, for the next few days, keep an eye on the villa and perfect the remaining details. Check the water and electricity systems again, see if there are any damages to the solar panels, and prepare extra filter kits for the water purification equipment. Understood. As for Dr. Schenhafer, check the medical room again, ensure the equipment is calibrated and the medicines are categorized and stored. Although most of the items are in my space, there still needs to be some visible so no one gets suspicious. Got it. Wang Lin stood at the warehouse door, looking at the city at the foot of the mountain. There are 6 days left. In 6 days, this bustling city will turn into a hell on earth, and he will stand at the very top of the food chain. Lindsay, what are you thinking about? Li Taiju walked over. I was thinking about what will happen after the apocalypse comes. Wang Lin lit a cigarette. Teju, tell me, if one day you realize you can control metal, what would you do? Control metal? What do you mean? Li Taiju was taken aback. Like Magneto, with a thought, all the metal follows your command. Li Taiju thought for a moment, grinning widely. Then I would pull all the cars in the city to me, stack them into a mountain, and sit atop it like a king. Wang Lin was amused and chuckled. All right, I'll let you be the king of the mountain then. On July 26th, in the early morning, Wang Lin woke up to a flood of push notifications on his phone screen. The Donghai City Meteorological Station issued a high-temperature orange alert. It is expected that our city will experience sustained temperatures above 40 C for the next week, with highs reaching up to 45 C. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat and reduce outdoor activities. The Huaxia Meteorological Center issued a high-temperature red alert due to the abnormal intensification of the subtropical high-pressure system. The eastern, central, and southern regions of China will face prolonged high-temperature weather, with many areas expected to break historical temperature records. Experts remind the high-temperature weather will last for more than a week. Citizens should prepare for heat, drink plenty of water, and avoid going out during noon. Wang Lin leaned against the headboard, looking at these notifications with a slight smile. In his past life, no one took these alerts seriously when they were issued. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary heat wave, something that would pass in a few days. No one expected this to be merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Temperatures would not drop a week later, but would continue to rise, reaching 70 or 80 degrees until the power grid collapsed, the water sources ran dry, and cities turned into gigantic ovens. Is it finally coming? Wang Lin murmured to himself, placing his phone on the bedside table. But this time he got up to wash and changed into light clothing. The temperature inside the villa was maintained at a pleasant 24 degrees by the geothermal heat pump system, but the moment he opened the window, the heat wave outside hit him like a wall. At 6:30 in the morning, the sun had just risen and the temperature had already soared to 35 degrees. Wang Lin squinted at the view outside. The distant city was shrouded in a layer of gray heat haze, and the air twisted and distorted, resembling melted plastic. Lindsay, you're awake. Li Taiju came up from downstairs holding a bowl of mung bean soup. Here, drink some to cool off. This damned weather is unbearable. Wang Lin took the bowl and drank a mouthful. The mung bean soup was chilled and refreshing as it slid down his throat, making him exhale in comfort. Keju, freeze some more ice cubes in the fridge. The temperatures will be even higher in the coming days. How much higher can it get? The weather forecast says 45 degrees. Li Taiju wiped the sweat from his forehead. I stayed in the south when I was in the army. I've experienced temperatures above 40 degrees before. Wang Lin glanced at him without explaining. 45 degrees. That was just the beginning. He took out his phone and opened the WeChat group for the owners of the Banshan Villa area. This group was created by Zhou Min, and he usually didn't pay much attention to it. Most of the messages were owners boasting about their new purchases, discussing property fees, or complaining about neighbors barking dogs. But today the atmosphere in the group had clearly changed. Banshan Villa Owners Group, 128 members, Zhao Guoqiang, Building 12. Everyone, have you seen the weather forecast? A continuous week of temperatures above 40 degrees. Isn't that too exaggerated? Lu Fugue, Building 8. Yes, I've seen it. In my 50 years of life, this is the first time I've encountered such weather. Last summer, the hottest it got was around 37 or 38 degrees, but this year it jumped straight to 40 degrees. This is bizarre. Wang Milan, Building 15. My air conditioning has been running non-stop since yesterday, and the electricity bill is skyrocketing. My husband says if it continues like this, the electricity bill will exceed 10,000 in a month. Sun Jiangwo, Building 3. The electricity bill is a minor issue. I'm just afraid of power outages. In this heat, if the power goes out, it could be deadly. Shunlihua, Building 20. Sun Jiangwo, don't jinx it. I have elderly people and children at home. What will we do if the power goes out? Xian Duo Building 6. I heard that Wang, who bought the villa on the mountaintop, stocked up on a lot of supplies a while ago. 1,000 tables of Manhan Xuanxi have been booked. Did he know it would be hot beforehand? Zhao Guoqiang, Building 12. I heard about it too. That Wang Lin, is he out of his mind? 1,000 tables of Manhan Xuanxi, can he finish them? Lu Fuguwei, Building 8. Who cares if he can finish it or not? He has money and can be willful. But I do think it's wise to stock up on some supplies. I already had my wife buy a few boxes of water at the supermarket. Wang Lin, Building 15. Right, I'll hurry to stock up too. Water, instant noodles, can food. At least we won't starve if the power really goes out. Shun Lihua, Building 20. I just sent my nanny to the supermarket, and she called to say the water has been sold out. The instant noodles are gone too. Only a few cans are left. Zhao Guoqiang, Building 12. What? It sold out that quickly. I saw there was still plenty at the supermarket yesterday. Qian Duo, Building 6. I just called a friend who owns a supermarket. He said since yesterday there have been trucks. His stock was sold out by this morning. Lu Fuguwei, Building 8. That can't be. It's just a few days of heat. Is it really that exaggerated? Sun Zhengwo, Building 3. I think it's still wise to stock up. Better safe than sorry. I told my son to go back to our hometown and bring back a few barrels of well water. Wang Lin, Building 15. My husband has already driven to the water station in the suburbs hoping to still buy some. Wang Lin watched the messages in the group with a slight smile. Now they realize they should stock up. It's too late. Over the past 3 days, the water and food in supermarkets, water stations, and convenience stores have been nearly depleted. It's not just the people in the Banshan Villa area. The entire Donghai city's citizens are frantically hoarding supplies, not because they foresee the apocalypse, but because the weather is simply too hot and no one wants to go out, so they're buying things in advance to store at home. But this little bit of reserve is simply insufficient to withstand the high-temperature apocalypse. In his past life, the high temperatures lasted for a month, rising from 40 degrees to 70 degrees. Most people thought if they could endure a week, they would be fine. But a week later, temperatures didn't drop, they rose instead. Water at home ran out, food was consumed, supermarkets had long since closed, and the water in outdoor pipes was hot enough to boil eggs. At that time, a bottle of water could be exchanged for a house. Wang Lin exited the owners group and entered another group, the outer owners group of the Banshan Villa area. The people in this group live in Banshan Community, which is the ordinary residential area at the foot of the mountain. Although its name is similar to Banshan Villa area, the quality is vastly different. Houses there are only 2 to 3 million each, and the residents are ordinary middle class. The atmosphere in the group is much tenser than that in the villa area. Banshan Community Owners Group, 500 members, Zhang Tsuehua sisters. Did you manage to buy water? I've run to 3 supermarkets and they're all sold out. Li Jiangwo, me too. I've been to several places and couldn't buy a single bottle of water. Instant noodles are gone, canned food is gone, even the ham sausages have been swept clean. Wang Shufan, my husband, went to the wholesale market yesterday to buy a box of mineral water, but they told him it had all been reserved. Trucks have been taking it away, and we don't know who it is. Zhao Dayong, who else could it be? It's that one guy from the mountain. I heard he bought several thousand tons of supplies and cleared out the entire inventory of Donghai City. Lu Xiaoyan, that Wang Lin is too selfish, right? Stocking up so much without considering others. Zhou Guoqiang, exactly. Rich people are different, they can buy whatever they want. We ordinary folks are about to run out of water. Wu Guilin, I heard that Wang Lin bought a house in Banshan Villa area for over 30 million. What kind of person doesn't see us? Shen Dayong, don't blame him. He stocked up early because he had foresight. It's our fault for not preparing earlier. Who can we blame? Zhang Tsuehua, Shen Dayong, you're standing there talking without feeling any pain. Your family runs a convenience store, so of course you have no shortage of supplies. What about us ordinary office workers who don't have time to keep an eye on things? Li Jiangwo, all right, let's not argue. I heard there's a small supermarket in the suburbs that might still have stock. I'll go take a look this afternoon. Who wants to come? I'll help out. Wang Shufan, I want. Bring me 2 boxes of water. I'll pay whatever it costs. Lu Xiaoyan, I want 3 boxes. Thank you, brotherly. Zhou Guoqiang, old Li, if you can buy it, bring me 2 boxes too. I'll pay you a fee for running errands. Li Jiangwo, sure, I'll do my best. But don't get your hopes up too high, I estimate it's also unlikely. Wang Lin looked at the messages in the group chat, his expression unchanged. These people now criticized him for being selfish and not giving them a warning. But even if he had warned them, how many would have believed him? In his previous life, 3 days before the apocalypse, he had said in the company group, everyone stock up on water and food, and was mocked as a delusional doomsday patient. Lin, what are you looking at? Li Taiju leaned over and glanced at Wang Lin's phone screen. Oh, has the owner group exploded? They're all scrambling for water. Wang Lin put away his phone. Now they realize the urgency, but it's too late. Li Taiju chuckled, they deserve it. When we were stockpiling supplies, weren't they all laughing at us behind our backs? Saying things like rebirth of starving ghosts and starting a pig farm. Now it's too late. They can't even buy it if they wanted to. Wang Lin stood up and walked to the window, looking at the city at the foot of the mountain. The heat distortion made the distant buildings appear as if they were melting like wax candles, crooked and warped. The streets were nearly empty of pedestrians, with only the occasional car passing by leaving black marks on the asphalt. Tiezhu, how many of these people do you think will survive? Wang Lin suddenly asked. Li Taizhu was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while half. A third. Wang Lin turned to look at Li Tiezhu. In my previous life in Donghai City, with a population of 8 million after the heat wave, less than 80,000 survived. Li Taizhu's face changed. 80,000. A city of 8 million, and only 80,000 remain. That's still an optimistic estimate. Wang Lin lit a cigarette. After the zombie outbreak, half of those 80,000 died again. Li Taizhu fell silent. He walked to the window and looked at the city at the foot of the mountain, his expression complex. Lin, what can we do? What we can do is to ensure our own survival. Wang Lin exhaled a puff of smoke, and if we can save a few, then we should. But not everyone deserves to be saved. What do you mean? I mean that some people are not worth saving. Wang Lin's voice was calm. In my previous life, I encountered too many ungrateful wolves. You give them a drop of water, and they quickly forget your kindness. You save their life, and they turn around to betray you. Why save such people? The key is that we only save those who are useful. Li Taizhu nodded and remained silent. Wang Lin extinguished his cigarette and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Lin, where are you going? It's barely 8 o'clock. Li Taizhu asked. To sleep. Wang Lin replied without looking back. There's going to be a lot to do soon, so while I can still sleep, I should get some rest. Li Taizhu watched his back, scratching his head and mumbling, isn't he a bit too relaxed? The outside world is in chaos, and he can still sleep. Wang Lin heard this, smiled, and did not respond. Of course he could sleep, because he knew that in the coming week he would experience the longest and most torturous 7 days of his life. The heat would intensify day by day, and the outside world would become increasingly chaotic. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to sleep if he wanted to. So for now, while he could sleep, he should. Wang Lin lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he returned to his previous life. During the heat apocalypse, he hid in an abandoned underground parking lot, drenched in sweat, with cracked lips and a throat that felt like it had been burned by fire. He hadn't had water for 2 days, and his consciousness began to blur. Next to him lay a person, a companion he had met during the apocalypse, named Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao was 3 years older than him, a retired soldier. The two had escaped from a tide of corpses together, searched for food together, and endured the hardest days together. But at this moment, Lao Zhao was dead. Yesterday afternoon, they had encountered a group of thugs. Lao Zhao had been killed by a thug who smashed his skull with an iron rod while trying to protect him. Wang Lin desperately dragged Lao Zhao out, but it was already too late. In his last moments, Lao Zhao held Wang Lin's hand and said, "Shao Wang, survive." Wang Lin woke up from the dream, sitting up and gasping for breath. His pillow was soaked with sweat and his back. He looked out the window. The sun had already risen high, and glaring light squeezed through the curtain cracks, casting a golden line on the floor. Lao Zhao. Wang Lin murmured, his eyes slightly moist. In his previous life, Lao Zhao had died for him. In this life, he must find Lao Zhao, save him, and ensure they both survive. Wang Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up his phone, and checked the time, 10 o'clock in the morning. He had slept for less than 2 hours, but felt as if he had slept for an entire day. Several notifications popped up on his phone screen. The Donghai City Meteorological Station has issued a red high-temperature warning. Today's maximum temperature will reach 47 C. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat stroke and avoid outdoor activities. Due to the high temperatures, several power transmission lines in Donghai City have malfunctioned and power limits have begun in some areas. The Power Supply Department is urgently repairing the issues. The Donghai City Water Authority issued a notice due to a surge in water usage. Some areas are experiencing low water pressure. Citizens are advised to conserve water. Wang Lin looked at these notifications, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It's begun. The high-temperature apocalypse in my previous life started with these warnings and announcements. He rolled out of bed, got dressed, and walked out of the bedroom. Li Taizhu was sitting in the living room, surrounded by several boxes of mineral water, stuffing them into the refrigerator. Lin, you're awake. Come help me. I've emptied the refrigerator entirely to freeze ice blocks and water. You were right. The temperature will rise even higher. We need to prepare more ice. Wang Lin walked over and helped him carry the boxes of water into the kitchen. Tiezhu, this afternoon you need to go out with me to pick someone up. Who? Lao Zhao. Wang Lin's gaze became profound. A person who saved my life in my previous life. Li Taizhu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, what time? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun isn't. All right. The two of them stuffed all the water into the refrigerator and then checked all the systems in the villa. The ground source heat pump was running normally. The indoor temperature was maintained at 24 degrees. The solar power system was functioning well. The batteries were fully charged. The diesel generator was filled with fuel and ready to start, and the filtration system's filter had just been replaced, providing clear water. Everything was ready. Wang Lin stood by the window, looking at the city shrouded in heat waves at the foot of the mountain. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun remained scorching. Wang Lin stood at the entrance of the villa, heat waves rising from the ground, the air distorted and warped while the distant mountains seemed to melt away. He wore a quick-dry t-shirt and thin hiking pants, his feet clad in breathable walking shoes, without a single luxury item on him, looking just like an ordinary young man out for errands. Li Taizhu drove out the shadowy vehicle from the garage and parked it at the entrance. This car was a bit more understated than the Ghost, but with the Rolls-Royce emblem displayed, it was hard to maintain any semblance of low profile. Lindsay, where does that old Zhao you mentioned live? Li Taizhu rolled down the car window, hot wine pouring and causing him to retract his neck. East of the city, over by the old industrial area. Wang Lin opened the passenger door and got in. Drive on, I'll tell you when we arrive. The car headed up the mountain road heading east. The city at the foot of the mountain trembled in the heat, with few pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, a few food delivery riders could be seen, their helmets tightly secured, their skin darkened and shiny from the sun. Wang Lin leaned back in his seat, old Zhao's face emerging in his mind. Old Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Dezhu, was 5 years older than him, a northeasterner built robustly, with a square face that had been sunburned to a dark red from years of exposure, his eyes squinting into slits when he smiled. A veteran, he had been a cook in the army with exceptional culinary skills. In his previous life, Wang Lin had met old Zhao at a delivery station. At that time, Wang Lin had just been laid off from his job and was at a loss starting to deliver food. Old Zhao had entered the field 6 months earlier and had taken great care of this newcomer, teaching him the routes, how to communicate with merchants, and how to avoid those customers who loved to leave bad reviews. They had delivered meals together in torrential rain, waited for orders together under the scorching sun, and shared plates of fried noodles from roadside stalls late at night. Later, when it became harder to deliver food, they went to a construction site together to carry bricks. Old Zhao was strong and could carry 2 bags of cement by himself, never shirking from work. Wang Lin followed behind him, utterly exhausted, yet feeling secure, at least having a reliable person by his side. Old Zhao's greatest soft spot in life was his daughter Yin. Yin was 7 years old with 2 small braids. When she smiled, she had 2 dimples resembling a doll from a New Year painting. Old Zhao's ex-wife was named Sun Xiaomei, and they had divorced when Yin was just 3. The reason for the divorce was Sun Xiaomei's infidelity, as she had started a relationship with a man involved in small business. Old Zhao was honest and did not cause a scene, leaving the house and savings to his ex-wife and daughter. His only requirement was to be able to see Yin whenever he wanted. Sun Xiaomei agreed, but on the condition that old Zhao would pay 3,000 yuan in child support every month and be available to help with various chores at her home. Old Zhao agreed, and that agreement lasted for 4 years. During those 4 years, he sent money punctually every month and was always available. When Sun Xiaomei's water pipes leaked, he went to fix them. When her mother had back pain, he carried her to the hospital. When her younger brother got into a fight and was taken to the police station, he went to bail him out. When her current husband's business failed, he took out his savings accumulated over 2 years to help repay debts. As for himself, he rented a less than 10 square meter partitioned room in an urban village without even a proper bed, sleeping on a discarded old sofa. In his previous life, old Zhao was killed by thugs while trying to protect Wang Lin, and his last words were, "Just help me take a look at Yin." Wang Lin was unable to fulfill that promise, because not long after the apocalypse arrived, and he couldn't even find old Zhao's body. Lindsay, we're here. Li Taiyi's voice pulled Wang Lin back from his memories. The car stopped in front of an old residential area. The buildings here were constructed in the 1980s and 1990s, with peeling exteriors and wires tangled like spider webs between the buildings. Various clutter was piled up downstairs, broken bicycles, old sofas, rusty iron frames, and the air was filled with the stench of sewage. Wang Lin got out of the car, looked up at the 6th floor, and took a deep breath. Let's go. The two climbed the stairs to the 6th floor without an elevator. The hallway was filled with clutter from various households, shoe cabinets, pickled vegetable jars, and cardboard boxes, forcing them to walk sideways. Wang Lin stopped in front of a rusty security door and knocked. A woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "I'm looking for Zhao Dezhu." The door opened, revealing a woman in her 40s standing at the entrance, wearing a flashy nightgown, her hair a mess, with a green seaweed mud mask on her face, showing only her eyes and mouth. She looked Wang Lin up and down, then her gaze drifted to Li Taizhu behind him, finally landing on the shadowy vehicle at the stairwell. Even though she couldn't see the car, she could clearly hear the engine sound. "Who are you? What do you want with old Zhao?" The woman's tone was wary, but her eyes held a hint of calculation. "A friend," Wang Lin replied succinctly. "Is old Zhao here?" Yes. The woman stepped aside and said, "Come in, he's in the kitchen working." Wang Lin and Li Taizhu entered the house. The house was not large, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 60 square meters, but it was stuffed to the brim. The living room was cluttered with various items, delivery boxes, plastic bags, unwashed clothes, and the coffee table was littered with leftovers from takeout, with flies crawling all over. From the kitchen came the sound of water splashing. Wang Lin walked over and saw old Zhao squatting under the sink, half his body inside the cabinet, fixing the drainage pipe. Old Zhao. Old Zhao froze for a moment, emerging from the cabinet, and when he saw Wang Lin, his eyes widened, then he grinned. "Xiao Wang, what brings you here?" He got up from the ground, wiped his wet hands on his clothes, and patted Wang Lin's shoulder. "Long time no see. How did you know I lived here?" Wang Lin looked at old Zhao, feeling a bit emotional. Old Zhao looked older than the memory Wang Lin had of him. At 40, he seemed to be in his 50s. Half of his hair was gray, his face bore deep wrinkles like knife marks, his hands were covered in cracks and calluses with black grease embedded under his nails that wouldn't wash away. Old Zhao, I'm here to take you away. Wang Lin's voice was a bit tight. Take me? Where to? Old Zhao looked bewildered. Just as Wang Lin was about to speak, Sun Xiaomai's voice came from the living room. Old Zhao, is the water pipe fixed? My mother is going to take a shower soon. Almost done. Old Zhao shouted outside, then turned to Wang Lin and whispered, Xiao Wang, wait for me, I'll finish tightening this pipe, and we can talk outside. Wang Lin nodded and stepped back into the living room. Old Zhao dove back into the cabinet, quickly repaired the pipe, washed his hands, and came out. Sun Xiaomai was sitting on the sofa, having removed her face mask, revealing a sharp and mean-looking face. Old Zhao, what does your friend want with you? She glanced at Wang Lin. He's not borrowing money, is he? No. Old Zhao quickly waved his hands. Xiao Wang is my former colleague from when I delivered food. We haven't seen each other in a long time, just came to check on me. Check on you. Sun Xiaomai scoffed. What did he bring? Came empty-handed. Wang Lin ignored her, pulled out a card from his pocket which he had secretly taken out from his space, containing 100,000 yuan. Old Zhao, this is a small token of my appreciation, take it. Old Zhao was taken aback, took the card, glanced at it, then shoved it back into Wang Lin's hand. Xiao Wang, what are you doing? I can't take your money. You work hard for your income. Sun Xiaomai's eyes, however, lit up as she snatched the card and examined it back and forth. How much is in here? 100,000, Wang Lin replied coolly. Sun Xiaomai's mouth dropped open, the remnants of the mask falling from her face. She turned to look at Old Zhao, her eyes clearly saying that this friend was quite generous. Old Zhao's expression became unwell. Xiao Wang, you. Old Zhao, I'm not here to give you money. Wang Lin interrupted. I'm here to take you away. Come work with me for 50,000 a month with meals and accommodation included. The living room fell silent for a second. Sun Xiaomai jumped up from the sofa, her expression shifting from surprise to greed. 50,000 a month. Wang Lin didn't look at her, only at Old Zhao. Old Zhao opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, his gaze drifting towards a small room nearby. Wang Lin followed his gaze and saw the door of the room half open. Inside, a little girl was bent over the table, doing her homework with two small braids, wearing a pink dress, and on her feet were a pair of faded cloth shoes. Inin. Xiao Wang, I. Old Zhao rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. Sun Xiaomai grew anxious and grabbed Old Zhao's arm. Old Zhao, you can't leave. If you leave, who will do the chores at home? Who will take care of my mother's back? And Inin, she can't be without a father. Wang Lin sneered inwardly, can't be without a father. Why did she cheat back then? Why did she leave Old Zhao with nothing? Why did she make him rent a partitioned room while she lived in this two-bedroom apartment? But he did not voice these thoughts, only looking at Old Zhao. Old Zhao, Inin can come with you. He'll cover her meals and accommodation, all her schooling and living expenses. I'll take care of everything. Old Zhao's eyes turned red, his lips trembling. Sun Xiaomai's expression changed sharply, saying, no, Inin can't go. She is my daughter. When we divorced, the court granted custody to you, Wang Lin said calmly. But Old Zhao has visitation rights. If Inin willingly goes with Old Zhao, you cannot stop her. She won't go. Sun Xiaomai rushed into the small room, dragging Inin out. Inin, tell me, do you want to live with mommy or daddy? Inin stumbled a bit from being pulled, looked up to see Sun Xiaomai, then glanced at Old Zhao. In her eyes there was no innocence of a 7-year-old, but rather a premature caution. Dad. Inin's voice was soft yet unwavering. I want to stay with Dad. Sun Xiaomai's face flushed deep crimson as she slapped Inin across the cheek. Ungrateful brat. The sharp, stinging crack echoed through the room. Inin clutched her burning cheek, tears welling in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Lao Zhao lunged forward, shoving Sun Xiaomai aside and pulling Inin protectively into his arms. Sun Xiaomai, enough. His voice trembled with suppressed fury. 4 years. I've worked for your family for 4 years. I've paid my dues, poured my strength into your home. What more do you want? Sun Xiaomai staggered backward, crashing into the coffee table, takeout containers scattered across the floor. She scrambled up from the sofa and jabbed a finger at Lao Zhao's chest. Zhao Dezhu, you heartless wretch. What did I marry you for back when you were penniless? For your brawn, your labor. If you walk away, who'll pay Yin's tuition? Who'll cover my mother's medicine? I will, Wang Lin replied. Quietly, yet each word struck the floor like a nail driven deep. Sun Xiaomai turned, locking eyes with him. Raw, ravenous greed shimmered in her gaze. You? On what authority? Who the hell are you? Ignoring her, Wang Lin withdrew another card from his pocket. This one bearing 2 million yuan. 2 million, full severance. From today onward, Lao Zhao and Yin have no ties to you whatsoever. Silence fell again, thick and heavy. Sun Xiaomai stared at the card, her throat bobbing. 2 million. Enough to buy a modest apartment in Donghai City, or enough to live comfortably for years. Her hand shot out. Wang Lin withdrew it just in time. Sign the agreement first. From his backpack, he produced a meticulously prepared document, termination of custodial rights, waiver of visitation, and lump sum settlement. Without glancing at its contents, Sun Xiaomai snatched up the pen. when suddenly a young man burst from another room, 20s floral boxer shorts, bare chest, dyed blonde hair, silver ear studs. Sun Xiaojun, her younger brother. Sister, have you lost your mind? He snatched the agreement from her hand. You'd sign away everything for 2 million. Do you know how wealthy Mr. Wang truly is? I've done my digging. He lives in the Hillside Villa district, drives Rolls Royces. 2 million. That's pocket change for a beggar. Sun Xiaomei froze, her gaze shifting toward Wang Lin, greed now blazing hotter than ever. Exactly. 2 million is far too little, she declared, hands planted firmly on her hips. If you want Lao Zhao and Yin, bring me 10 million. Wang Lin smiled, a cold, brittle thing. 10 million. Do you truly believe they're worth that much? Lao Zhao worked for us for years. Yin is my daughter. How could she be worth less? Sun Xiaomei retorted, unflinching. Wang Lin shook his head, then turned to Lao Zhao. Let's go. No agreement. No money. You come with me. Yin stays with you. Let them sue. If the courts truly award custody to a mother who strikes her child, so be it. Lao Zhao nodded and lifted Yin, striding toward the door. Sun Xiaomei panicked, lunging forward to grab his arm. You can't leave. Who'll do the work then? Li Taiju stepped forward, blocking her path. At 185 centimeters and 90 kilograms, he stood like an immovable wall. Sun Xiaomei recoiled 2 steps. Step aside, Li Taiju commanded, soft-spoken yet laced with undeniable authority. Sun Xiaojun shrank into the corner, silent and trembling. Sun Xiaomei's mother peered briefly from her bedroom doorway, then vanished. Her current husband, the small business owner, remained hidden behind a closed bedroom door the entire time. Wang Lin led Lao Zhao and Yin downstairs, Li Taiju following closely. At the building's entrance, Lao Zhao halted abruptly, eyes glistening. Xiao Wang, your money. We'll settle that later. Wang Lin interrupted, opening the car door. Get in. It was Yin's first ride in a Rolls Royce. Her small head swiveling wildly, eyes wide with wonder. Uncle, this car is so cool, she chirped, voice sweet and milky. Even cooler than our home air conditioner. Wang Lin smiled. Do you like it, eh? Yes. Then you'll live here now, and ride in it every day. Her eyes lit up, then dimmed just as quickly. But, will mommy come? Wang Lin glanced at Lao Zhao through the rearview mirror, whose eyes glistened again. Mommy won't come, but Dad will always be with you. Yin nodded, silently nestling deeper into Lao Zhao's embrace. The car pulled up before a rental villa nestled at the foot of the Hillside Villa district. Wang Lin had leased this villa earlier. It was smaller than the mountaintop residence, yet tastefully renovated, 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, more than ample for Lao Zhao and Yin. Wang Lin ushered them inside, activated the air conditioning, and retrieved drinks and fruit from the refrigerator. Lao Zhao, stay here for now. There's food in the fridge, and the kitchen is fully equipped. Let me know if you need anything. Lao Zhao stood awkwardly in the living room, like a peasant stepping into an imperial palace. Xiao Wang, this is too much. I can't accept it for free. Listen to me, Lao Zhao. Wang Lin placed a firm hand on his shoulder, meeting his gaze. In my past life, you saved my life. In this one I owe you, and I will repay that debt. Lao Zhao stared, bewildered. Wang Lin offered no further explanation, only one stark warning. Remember this, Lao Zhao, the apocalypse approaches. Lao Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. The apocalypse? Xiao Wang, what do you mean? Don't question it, just obey. From now on, let no one enter this house. Not for any reason, not for any excuse. Keep the door locked. He set several vacuum-sealed meals and bottled water on the coffee table. Eat these for now. I'll bring more soon. At the threshold, he paused and looked back. Yin sat on the sofa, cradling half a watermelon, scooping ruby-red flesh with a spoon, juice smudging her cheeks. Yin, be good and listen to Dad. She nodded vigorously, grinning, with 2 missing front teeth. Wang Lin and Li Taiju stepped outside and climbed into the car. On the drive back up the mountain, Li Taiju finally asked, Lindsay, what did you mean by past life? Wang Lin glanced at him, then fell silent for several seconds. Taiju, if I told you I came back from the future, would you believe me? Li Tieju's grip tightened on the steering wheel. After a long pause, he said simply yes. Why? Because everything you've done, buying villas, stockpiling supplies, securing doctors, acquiring weapons, it all reads like preparation for the end of the world. A sane person wouldn't act this way. And you even knew where the jade thumb ring was hidden, and where Lao Zhao lived. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Lindsay, when does the apocalypse arrive? In 5 days. 5 days. Li Taiju drew a slow, deep breath. Are we ready? Wang Lin gazed out at the city's warped silhouette against the twilight sky, and a quiet, knowing smile curved his lips. We are. In the dead of night, Donghai City finally could not hold on any longer. At 11:47, Wang Lin was sitting on the patio of his villa, gazing at the city below the mountains. The distant skyline was engulfed in darkness, with only a few scattered lights flickering. The entire city suddenly fell into complete darkness. Lin, the power is out. Li Taiju ran out from the house holding his phone. Quick look at the group chat, everyone is going crazy, the whole city has lost power. Wang Lin stood up, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, harder to suppress than an AK. Finally it has come, he murmured to himself. In his previous life, the collapse of the city's electricity was the signal for the onset of the high-temperature apocalypse. This was the result of a week of sustained high temperatures. The power grid had been overloaded for too long and finally cut off one night, leading to a series of power outages until total collapse. From this moment on, the city began its true descent into destruction. This was what he had been waiting for. He was waiting for the 15 minutes of chaos that would follow. After the power collapse, all monitoring systems, alarm systems, and access control systems would fail, plunging the entire city into a brief vacuum of order. And during these 15 minutes, he had enough time to accomplish one thing, something he had wanted to do in his previous life, but could not. As you stay at home, don't go out. Wang Lin picked up a flashlight from the table, clipped it to his belt. I'm going out for a bit. Out. Now. Li Tai's eyes widened. It's pitch black outside. What are you going out for? For a walk. Li Taiju opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing the look in Wang Lin's eyes, he swallowed his words. After knowing Wang Lin for so many years, he understood what that look meant. Don't ask, don't say, just do as told. Be careful. Li Taiju only said that. Wang Lin nodded and stepped outside. He didn't drive or turn on the flashlight. Relying on the faint starlight and the path in his memory, he quickly walked down the winding mountain road. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the storage area. This was the commercial area beneath the hillside villa area, where rows of storage units were neatly arranged. Wang Lin's 3 storage units were at the very back, but he did not go that way. He turned a corner and headed toward another row of storage units. At the end of this row of storage units, there was an inconspicuous roll-up door. There was no number on the door, and it looked no different from the other storage units. Wang Lin knew that behind this door lay a secret. In his past life, on the 15th day after the apocalypse began, a group of people speaking the Sakura language came here, opened this door, and transported a large quantity of diesel gasoline supplies and equipment from inside. At that time, a major force in Donghai City tried to intercept them, but was almost completely annihilated by the apocalypse. Later, Wang Lin learned that this row of storage units was a secret reserve point for a major enterprise from Sakura Country in Donghai City, officially labeled as an overseas emergency supplies warehouse. But in reality, it was a base supporting the undercover personnel of Sakura Country in Huaxia. The stored supplies were enough to sustain hundreds of people for over 6 months. In his previous life, this information was tightly held by the people of Sakura Country, only being exposed in the later stages of the apocalypse. But by then the supplies had long been transported away, leaving not even a scrap. In this life, Wang Lin did not intend to give them that opportunity. He approached the roll-up door, crouched down, and found a ventilation outlet in the corner of the wall, about 30 centimeters square, covered with a layer of iron mesh, with the 4 corners of the mesh secured to the wall with screws. Wang Lin took out a screwdriver from his storage space and swiftly unscrewed the screws, lifting the iron mesh. He tried it and found that the opening was just big enough for him to squeeze through sideways. Good thing I've lost weight recently, Wang Lin muttered to himself, bracing himself on the ground and inching his way inside. The ventilation duct was not long, about 2 meters, and at the end was another layer of iron mesh. Wang Lin pried it open with the screwdriver, gently pushed it aside, and slid out from the duct, landing on a cold concrete floor. He stood up, and with the bright moonlight, he could see the scene before him. Wang Lin's pupils dilated sharply. This was a massive warehouse, at least 1,000 square meters, with a ceiling height of 5 meters. Inside were neatly stacked various supplies. Near the entrance were dozens of large oil tanks, each labeled diesel, gasoline, lubricating oil. Wang Lin roughly counted. There were at least 20 diesel tanks, each with a capacity of about 10 tons. There were also more than a dozen gasoline tanks. Behind the oil tanks were rows of shelves piled high with supplies: compressed biscuits, canned goods, dehydrated vegetables, bottled water, first aid kits, gas masks, and cold-resistant sleeping bags, each one meeting military standards. At the back of the warehouse, there were also a dozen wooden boxes. Wang Lin pried one open to find brand new entrenching tools, military knives, ropes, and other equipment. Another box contained communication devices, walkie-talkies, satellite phones. When he opened the third box, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It was weapons, each gun coated in thick gun oil and sealed in vacuum plastic bags. Beside it was an ammunition box neatly stacked with bullets, shining yellow under the light. Good heavens, Wang Lin. In his previous life, he had only heard that this warehouse had supplies. He never expected there were even weapons. This was no emergency supplies warehouse. It was clearly a military stronghold. But he had no time to think about it. There was not much time left. Wang Lin closed his eyes, concentrated, and opened his storage space, absorbing all 20 large oil tanks, each with 10 tons of diesel. Gasoline tanks and lubricating oil tanks were also absorbed. The military supplies on the shelves vanished row by row as if swallowed by an invisible beast. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, first aid kits. Not a single item was left. The dozen wooden boxes along with their contents were all absorbed into the storage. These items were enough to equip a small army. After collecting the last batch of supplies, Wang Lin was just about to leave when he heard footsteps and voices outside the warehouse. What's going on tonight? The whole city is out of power and all the surveillance is down. The team leader sent us to check the warehouse, fearing someone might take advantage of the chaos. You're overthinking it, right? This place is so hidden, who would know? That's true. But let's take a look just in case we get— Wang Lin's heart raced. He quickly scanned the warehouse. The shelves and oil tanks that had been full were now completely empty, not even a cardboard box left. If those security guards came in and saw this empty warehouse, they would definitely call the police. At that point, if they checked, even though the surveillance was down, the surrounding cameras might have backup power. He had no time to think further and turned to rush toward the ventilation outlet, scrambling inside. As soon as he crawled out of the ventilation outlet, he heard the sound of the roll-up door being pulled open. Huh, why is the door open? Wait, where's everything? Where did everything go? Quick, call the police. Someone stole from the warehouse. Wang Lin crouched outside the ventilation outlet, reattaching the iron mesh and tightening the screws, then hunched over and quickly left along the wall. Behind him, the panicked shouts of the security guards could be heard, and someone ran out, shining a flashlight in all directions. Wang Lin hid behind a truck, and once the guards ran far away, he stood up and walked briskly back to his storage area. He took a detour and returned to the front of his storage unit from another path. Taking out his key, he unlocked the roll-up door and walked inside. The storage unit was empty. The supplies had long been absorbed into his storage, leaving only a few empty shelves and some packaging boxes on the ground. Wang Lin stayed in the storage for 10 minutes, smoked a cigarette, and calmed his heartbeat. Then he locked the door and returned along the same route to the villa at the top of the mountain. Along the way, he encountered no one. When he entered the house, Li Taiju was still sitting in the living room, holding a baseball bat. Seeing Wang Lin return, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin, you scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. It's nothing, just went out for a stroll. Wang Lin changed his shoes, walked to the sofa, and sat down. The power is out. It's quite lively outside. Lively? In what way? Someone is taking advantage of the chaos to steal. Wang Lin lounged against the sofa, a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. I heard the row of warehouses next door has been emptied. Nothing left at all. Li Taiju blinked in surprise. Next door? The row beside our storage units. Yes. Who would do that? They must be brazen beyond belief. I don't know. Wang Lin rose. Sleep now. We have things to do tomorrow. The next morning, Wang Lin, he called Li Taiju. Taiju, get up. Come with me to the warehouses. Why go to the warehouses? Weren't the things all taken? Weren't they already moved home? A performance. Wang Lin said only that. Though Li Taiju did not fully understand, he washed, dressed quickly, and followed Wang Lin downstairs. Old Zhou had already parked the Guzet at the gate. The two men got in and drove straight for the warehouse district. At the warehouses, Wang Lin pulled up the roll-up door and stepped inside. The warehouse was hollow and empty, just as it had been the night before. Li Taiju trailed behind, glancing about. Lindsay, you brought me here to see this. It's just empty. Wang Lin ignored him, took out his phone and dialed. Hello? Security team. I'm reporting a theft. My warehouses have been robbed. Yes, the ones beneath Banshan Villa District. 3 units, all the supplies gone. Yes, their value is in the tens of millions. Please hurry. His voice was edged with urgency and indignation. His performance was worthy of an actor. Li Taiju stood to the side, his expression quietly inscrutable. When Wang Lin ended the call, he turned, saw Li Taizu's face, clapped a hand over his mouth, and lowered his voice. Don't speak of this. Possession invites envy. He continued in a whisper. We must make others believe our supplies are gone. If order collapses, we'll become everyone's target. Li Taizu's eyes widened. After several seconds, he gave a reluctant nod. Wang Lin released his hand. Lindsay, you mean you deliberately made it look like our supplies were stolen? Li Taiju leaned in. Where are the real goods? In a safe place, Wang Lin said. Safer than a bank vault. Li Taiju did not know where Wang Lin had hidden the goods, but he asked no questions. Wang Lin never acted without certainty. Fine, I'll cooperate. Li Taiju nodded, then frowned. But Lindsay, you called the security team. What will they examine? The place is already empty. They're looking for thieves. Wang Lin's mouth curved with a hint of triumph. Last night, the warehouses next door were emptied too. Perfect. Let the security team assume both robberies were the work of the same crew. Li Taizu's face lit with sudden comprehension, and he gave an admiring thumbs up. Brilliant, truly Within 20 minutes, 2 security patrol vehicles rolled into the warehouse area. 4 uniformed officers stepped down. The leader was a man of about 40, known to everyone as Fong Dui. Who reported this? Fong Dui's voice was raspy. Deep shadows under his eyes betrayed a long, restless night after the blackout. I did. Wang Lin stepped forward, anxiety written across his face. Fong Dui. Look, my 3 units, all the goods are gone. Their value is tens of millions. Fong Dui entered the warehouse, scanned the empty racks and scattered packaging, and frowned. When did you This morning. I came to fetch something and opened the door to find nothing left. During last night's blackout, did you hear anything? Any noises? No. I live up the mountain, or it's a bit of a distance. Wang Lin shook his head. Fong Dui, you must help me investigate. I plan to open a supermarket. I've lost too much. Fong Dui had his men photograph the scene, gather evidence, and take statements. They were busy for nearly an hour. At that moment, a young security officer ran over and whispered to Fong Dui, Fong Dui, the warehouses next door have been hit too. Their security called in, said their unit was emptied as well and losses are even greater. They mentioned diesel gasoline weapons. Fong Dui's complexion altered at once. Weapons? Are you sure? The guards said so. Fong Dui turned to Wang Lin, his gaze sharpening. Mr. Wang, do you know the people? No. Wang Lin shook his head. When I rented these 3 units, the neighbors were already there. I don't even know. Fong Dui nodded and asked his men to continue taking statements as he and 2 officers went to inspect the neighboring warehouses. Wang Lin watched the retreating figures from the doorway, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The neighboring guards clustered by the gate, voices overlapping. Phrases like surveillance had no power, saw nothing, and were ruined floated through the air. Before long, Fong Dui emerged ashen-faced. He walked up to Wang Lin. Mr. Wang will combine the 2 incidents into a single investigation. We'll notify you of any developments. Thank you, Fong Dui. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Lin looked sincerely grateful. Fong Dui and his team departed. Before they left, a young officer photographed the exterior of the warehouses and called Wang Lin over to sign a form. The reporters arrived a little later than Fong Dui. They had been tipped off. Someone had posted on social media claiming the Banshan Villa district warehouses were looted, losses running into the hundreds of millions. The post included several photographs, the warehouse frontage, empty shelves, and the silhouette of Wang Lin on the phone appearing worried at the doorway. A man carrying a camera and a woman with a microphone leapt from an ENG van and hurried toward Wang Lin. Hello, sir. I'm with Donghai TV. Are you the tenant of these units? Wang Lin glanced at them and nodded. How much did you lose? Roughly several tens of millions. Wang Lin sighed. The exact total will be clear after inventory. Do you have any suspects? No. Wang Lin shook his head. There was a blackout. The surveillance was dead and captured nothing. I've reported it. I'm sure the security team will get to the bottom of it. The reporters asked a few more questions, filmed some footage, then moved on to speak with the guards at the neighboring warehouse. The neighboring guards were agitated, shouting into the camera, this was planned. The power cut out, and everything was gone. Thousands of tons moved overnight. How could one person do that? It has to be a gang. When pressed about specifics, the guards hemmed and hawed, saying it was inconvenient to disclose. A few more questions drew the attention of a middle-aged man in a suit who stepped between the reporters and the guards, declaring, no interviews, and pushed the journalists away. Wang Lin stood at a distance, watching with private amusement. No interviews. Perhaps they feared exposure of diesel gasoline and weapons. People from Yinghuaguo had stashed so much contraband on Huaxiao soil. When it was stolen, they dared not make a fuss. That saved him a great deal of trouble. Li Taizhu drew closer and lowered his voice. Lindsay, those neighbors are secretive, didn't even dare report their loss. They can't be good people. None of our business. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. Let's go home. The 2 climbed into the car, and the Guzit drove up the winding Banshan road. Li Taizhu sat in the passenger seat, glanced back at the shrinking warehouse district, and could not help asking, Lindsay, that other warehouse, was that you? Wang Lin gave him a look and smiled without answering. Li Taizhu drew a long breath, leaned back against his seat, and after a long pause asked, Lindsay, how many things are you still hiding from me? Many, Wang Lin said, watching the city through the hazy window. But every one is for your good. On July 31st, the temperature reached 73 degrees. Wang Lin stood on the terrace of the villa's 3rd floor, looking at the city at the foot of the mountain through the bulletproof glass. The heat waves distorted the air, making the entire city appear like a crumpled painting, with skyscrapers leaning at odd angles and the streets turning into gray-white cracks. The sky was a grayish yellow, and the sun hung like a red-hot iron ball behind the haze, casting a dying light. Lin, the water temperature in the pool has been adjusted. Li Taizhu came up from downstairs wearing a flashy Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, holding a coconut with a straw poking out of it. 28 degrees, not too cold, not too hot, just right. Let's go soak for a while. Wang Lin took off his bathrobe, revealing a muscular upper body. The scars from his past life had long disappeared, but the lines of his muscles remained, a testament to the 2 years of desperate survival during the apocalypse. Dr. Shun, would you like to join us? Come take a bath together. Wang Lin turned to Shin Yutong. Shin Yutong and the little nurse were eating ice cream, not even looking up, and said, Boss, that's not part of our duties. Wang Lin joked, I'll pay more. I'll pay more. Shin Yutong rolled her eyes at him, saying, Boss, enough already. Do you really lack women? Wang Lin and Li Taizhu eagerly made their way to the swimming pool. The villa's indoor swimming pool was on the 1st floor with a temperature control system, maintaining a suitable water temperature. Wang Lin jumped into the water, letting out a comfortable sigh. Li Taizhu also jumped in with a splash, sending water flying everywhere. He surfaced, wiped his face, leaned against the pool edge, and took a sip of coconut water. Lin, what do you think those people outside are doing right now, eh? What else could they be doing? Cursing me. Wang Lin chuckled, picking up his phone from the tray by the pool, unlocking the screen, and opening the Half Mountain Community Owner Group chat. The messages in the group had already piled up into the thousands. Half Mountain Community Owner Group, Zhang, Suwa, everyone, do you still have water? My family has been out of water for 3 days. My husband went out to find water, fainted from heat stroke, and is now lying at home. Li Jiangwo, my family has no water either. Yesterday, I ran over 10 kilometers, found a gas station that was still open, bought a case of water for 3,000 bucks. 3,000 bucks. I could have bought dozens of cases before. Wang Shufan, 3,000 for a case. You paid too much. My neighbor bought a case yesterday for 2,005. But that water looked dirty and had a strange taste. Zhao Dayong, a strange taste, or not, we have to drink it. It's better than dying of thirst. I heard that over in the east of the city someone drank water from the sewer and ended up dehydrated from diarrhea, and they couldn't be saved even after being sent to the hospital. Lu Xiaoyan, oh my goodness. Stop talking about that, it's scaring me. By the way, didn't the security team distribute supplies a couple of days ago? Why haven't they sent any today? Zhou Guoqiang, distributing supplies. They only did it for 2 days. I heard the security team ran out of water themselves. They're looking for water to drink. Who's going to take care of us? Wu Guilin, so what do we do? Just wait to die? Shen Dayong, what else can we do? I went to the city government building last night, and even the city government building lost power. Everyone inside has run away. Zhang Zuohua, my child is only 3 years old and hasn't had water for 2 days. His lips are cracked. Can anyone help me? I'm willing to pay 100,000 for a case of water. Li Jiangwo, 100,000 for a case. You can't even buy it with money now. All the stores outside are closed, and there's not a single person on the road. The group fell silent for a moment. One owner sent a message. Ma Wensai, do you know why the security team isn't distributing supplies? I heard that things have gotten chaotic outside, and all the supplies have been looted. Yesterday a warehouse was broken into, and all the water and food inside were stolen. Those people came with trucks to rob it, hauling it away by the truckload. Wang Shufan, what warehouse? Where? Ma Wensai, it's the storage area below the Half Mountain Villa. I heard it belonged to the Sakura country people, and they had a lot of supplies stored there. In the end it was all stolen, not even a strand of hair left. Zhao Dayong serves them right. Who told them to hide their supplies on our turf? Lu Xiaoyan, by the way, isn't there a Wang Lin over in the Half Mountain Villa? Didn't he stockpile a lot of supplies? Can we find him to buy some? Zhou Guoqiang, ha. You don't know? Wang Lin's supplies have been stolen. It made the news. Wu Guilin, is that true? I was envious of him for buying so many supplies. Did he really get everything stolen? Shen Dayong, it's true. I saw the news. It said his 3 warehouses were emptied, losing tens of millions. He reported it to the police, and the security team investigated for several days, but found nothing. Zhang Suihua, ha. That's karma. Back then when I asked him for some water he refused. Now look, it's all been stolen. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Ha. Li Jiangwo, the upstairs person is going too far. How can you mock him? This is called evil begetting evil. Ha. Wang Shufan, don't laugh, he's quite pitiful too. Tens of millions of supplies, just gone like that. Zhao Dayong, what's so pitiful about it? The kind of person he is deserves it. What's so great about being rich? Can money buy up all the supplies in the city? Now look, it's a windfall for the thieves. Lu Xiaoyan, exactly. If he hadn't hoarded so many supplies, the supermarkets wouldn't run out so quickly. When he was hoarding, did he ever think about how others would cope? Ma Wensai, let's drop it and forget about him. We should think about how to deal with our own situation. My family's water can last for 2 more days at most. The group fell silent again, and after a long while a usually quiet person sent a message. Sun Mingyuan, how do you know for sure that he doesn't have supplies now? A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. He bought so many supplies his warehouse was robbed, but he might still have some at home. Besides, he lives in a half-mountain villa which originally has an independent water and power supply system unlike us. The group fell silent for a long time. Wang Lin looked at the screen, a slight smile appearing on his lips. This Sun Mingyuan actually has some brains. Zhang Suihua, Wang Lin, come out. You definitely still have water and food at home. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Li Jiangwo, Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, we are all from Donghai City, please help us. I have elderly people at home, but we can't hold on any longer. Wang Shufan, Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have talked bad about you behind your back. Be generous, sell us some water. Whatever the price. Zhao Dayong, Wang Lin, don't play dead. We know you're in the group. You stockpiled so many supplies before, you must have some left. If you don't bring them out once order is restored, we'll report. Wang Lin looked at these messages, and the smile on his face grew colder. Report him. Hoarding. Order will never be restored. Just as the messages in the group were flooding in, a message popped up. Li Mingyao? Li Mingyao, Wang Lin, if you take out your supplies now to help us, once the heat passes we will repay you even. We are all friends, it's only right to help each other. Wang Lin stared at the screen, nearly bursting into laughter. Friends. Helping each other. When you pushed me into a horde of corpses in my past life, why didn't you say anything about helping each other? The group fell silent again. Everyone was waiting for Wang Lin's reply. He slowly climbed out of the pool, then lifted his phone and took a picture. In the photo, he stood by the pool in swim trunks next to a small table with a glass of red wine and a plate of fresh fruit, watermelon, grapes, strawberries, blueberries, colorful and dripping with freshness. He sent the photo to the group with a caption, "I don't have much supplies left, they're almost gone. This fruit is the last batch, oh once it's gone there won't be any more." After sending it, he tossed the phone aside, jumped back into the pool, and said to Li Tieju, "Tieju, give me a coconut." Li Tieju handed over the coconut, and Wang Lin inserted a straw, leaning against the pool edge, leisurely sipping. The group exploded with messages. Zhang Cuihua, he's swimming. He still has a swimming pool. Li Jiangwo, and red wine. And fruit. Is this what he calls, not much supplies left? Wang Shufan, we're here, dying of thirst while he's over there enjoying the pool and eating fruit. That's just too infuriating. Zhao Dayong, Wang Lin, do you have no conscience? You're watching us die of thirst while enjoying yourself. Lu Xiaoyan, Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, please give my child a sip of water. I'll bow to you. Zhou Guoqiang, Wang Lin, don't go too far. You're showing off your wealth. You're provoking us. Wu Guilin, I've seen through it, rich people are all bad. Chen Dayong, Wang Lin, just wait. Once I find a way to get up there, I won't let this go. Li Mingyao, Wang Lin, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You were very kind back then. Wang Lin saw this message and nearly spat out his coconut water. Kind. He set the phone down and said to Li Tieju, "Tieju, guess what Li Mingyao said?" "What did she say, eh?" "She said I've changed, that I used to be very kind." Li Tieju laughed heartily. "She dares to say you've changed. How many times has she cheated on you? Let her cheat. I never planned to spend my life with her." Wang Lin took a sip of coconut water, but she did remind me of one thing. Zhang Wei, that gigolo, is probably not having. Zhang Wei had been hiding in the parking lot of the hillside community for a full 4 days. 4 days ago, his creditors found his father's company and smashed the office to pieces. His father was so enraged that he ended up in the hospital while his mother cried over the phone, urging him to run away. He didn't even have time to pack his belongings and drove his nearly empty Ferrari racing to the hillside community, which was the only property he owned that hadn't been mortgaged. But that house had long been rented out, and the tenant refused to open the door. With no other options, Zhang Wei could only hide in the underground parking lot. The parking lot was dark and hot, with daytime temperatures soaring above 50 degrees, and it wasn't much better at night, staying at least 40 degrees. He sat against the wall, sweat pouring down like rain, his clothes exuding a sour odor. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and he had only half a bottle of water left. He was rationing the water, taking only small sips to moisten his lips, but it did nothing to quench his thirst. His phone was nearly dead, and he was using it sparingly, occasionally checking group messages. He had looked at the photo Wang Lin had posted in the group several times: a swimming pool, red wine, fruits, and that damn smiling face. Damn you, Wang Lin. Zhang Wei clenched his fist. You're up there enjoying life, while I'm down here waiting to die? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the hungrier and thirstier he felt. He finished the last of the water, twisted the bottle cap, pouring the final drop into his mouth, yet he was still parched. Outside the parking lot, there was a commotion, with someone shouting, "Robbery! Help!" Zhang Wei peeked out and saw several men surrounding a family's door, smashing it with iron rods and kitchen knives. He quickly withdrew his head, his heart racing. The order was collapsing, and he had to do something, otherwise when those men found the parking lot, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. His gaze fell on a steel rod beside him. It was something he had picked up in the corner of the parking lot, over a meter long, thick as a finger with 1 inch sharpened. "Wang Lin, you're forcing my hand." Zhang Wei stood up, grabbed the steel rod, and crouched as he walked out of the parking lot. Outside was nighttime, but the temperature was still frighteningly high. The hot wind carrying dust hit his face like someone was blowing a hairdryer at him. Zhang Wei squinted and walked up the hillside road. The small communities on either side were pitch black, with occasional sounds of crying and smashing heard. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the hillside villa area. There was no one in the security booth. The guard had already fled. The gate was wide open, and a few trampled newspapers and empty mineral water bottles lay scattered on the ground. Zhang Wei slipped inside and walked along the main road towards the top of the mountain. The villa area was eerily quiet, with most houses darkened, only a few flickering candle lights visible. Arriving at Wang Lin's villa, Zhang Wei stopped, hiding behind a greenbelt to observe. The villa was surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall topped with iron railings looking not too high. The gate was a heavy metal door, closed tightly. Lights were on inside the villa, and he could see shadows moving through the windows. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the steel rod, and crouched as he moved to the side of the wall. There was a large tree here, its branches reaching over the wall. He climbed the tree, climbed over the branches onto the wall, and was about to jump down. Beep, beep. The piercing alarm suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the night. Zhang Wei was startled, slipped, and fell from the wall, with a thud, landing in the greenbelt, his back hitting the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. Inside the villa, Xin Yutong was organizing medicine in the medical room when she suddenly heard the alarm and, startled, dropped a box of medicine on the floor. What's that noise? She jumped up and rushed to the window to look outside. The young nurse Zhou Xiaonan, who was resting in the next room, was also awakened and ran out in her white coat, pale-faced, asking, "Sister, Xin, what's wrong? Is someone breaking in? Don't panic." Shin Yutong, though feeling anxious, forced herself to stay calm. As someone from the emergency department, it should be someone climbing over the wall triggering the alarm. Could it be a robbery? Zhou Zionen's voice trembled. My parents just called and said that someone back home has started stealing things. The old Wang family's door was smashed in and everything was stolen. Shin Yutong said nothing and took out her phone to call Wang Lin. Wang Lin was in the surveillance room on the 3rd floor, and the screen in front of him displayed real-time footage around the villa. The infrared cameras illuminated the night as if it were daytime, clearly capturing Zhang Wei's every move. President Wang, someone has broken in. Shin Yutong's voice came through the phone. It's nothing, just a wild cat, Wang Lin replied casually. You all stay inside and don't come out. After hanging up, Wang Lin looked at Zhang Wei on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Wei climbed out of the green belt, rubbing his pained waist, and looked up to see several thin metal wires on top of the wall, which were the sensor wires for the electric fence. He had triggered the alarm by brushing against that thing. Damn, there's an electric fence. Zhang Wei cursed, lifted the steel rod, and walked to the villa's front door. Just as he was about to raise his hand to smash the door, a speaker on the wall suddenly blared. Oh, isn't this way good? Wang Lin's voice came from the speaker, laced with mockery. What brings you here at this hour? Didn't you think to give me a heads up? Zhang Wei was taken aback, looking up to see a camera in the corner of the wall, a red indicator light blinking. Wang Lin, get your ass out here. Zhang Wei shouted at the camera, his voice hoarse. You owe me money, and you must pay it back today. Owe you money? Wang Lin laughed. Wait, good, you've got that wrong. When did I ever owe you money? That 8 million. The 8 million you tricked Meng Yao into investing. 6 million of that is mine. Zhang Wei waved the steel rod, his emotions flaring. Pay me back. No, forget the money, just give me supplies. 8 million worth of supplies. Supplies? Wang Lin's tone was unhurried. Wait, good, you've got it wrong, haven't you? My supplies were all stolen. Don't you know? It's been reported in the news. Shut the hell up. Zhang Wei spat. You just posted photos in the group. Swimming pool, red wine, fruits. You say you have no supplies. You must be kidding. That was the last bit of stuff. Wang Lin sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. I have 2 girls to support here. I can barely feed myself. How could I have extra for you? Zhang Wei trembled with anger, raised the steel rod, and smashed it against the door. Bang! The sound of metal striking echoed in the night sky, jolting his palm painfully, nearly causing the steel rod to slip from his grip. Grinding his teeth, he struck a few more times, but the door didn't budge. His hand split open, blood dripping down. Damn it! Zhang Wei gasped in pain, switching the steel rod to his left hand and trying to pry the door open. After half an hour of prying, the door still wouldn't move. Zhang Wei's right hand was almost dried with blood, his wound stuck with rust, making him sweat profusely from the pain. He took 2 steps back, panting heavily, and looked at the unyielding metal door, a wave of despair rising within. Wang Lin, you cowardly turtle. Zhang Wei shouted into the camera. Have the guts to come out. Hiding inside. What kind of strength is that? Silence echoed through the speaker for several seconds. Then Wang Lin's voice returned, stripped of mockery, replaced by an icy, commanding authority. Did I tell you to leave? Zhang Wei froze, stunned. Before he could react, a sharp whistling sound sliced. A crossbow bolt shot from a second-floor window of the villa, striking Zhang Wei squarely in the groin. Zhang Wei let out a gut-wrenching scream. The steel rod clattered to the ground as he collapsed, clutching his groin with both hands, curling into a fetal ball and rolling violently across the pavement. Blood seeped between his fingers, staining his trousers and the concrete beneath him. It hurts. It's killing me. His cries weakened with each breath. After a few more convulsive rolls, his body twitched once, then went still. In the surveillance room, Li Taiju stood behind Wang Lin, witnessing it all. His mouth hung open, unmoving, for a long silent moment. Lindsay, you just... Li Taiju swallowed hard, glancing instinctively downward and tightening his legs together. That shot. If he survives, he'll be castrated. Wang Lin placed the compound crossbow on the table, his expression unreadable. He won't die, he said, lifting his water glass and taking a slow sip. I am beside the vital point, not at it. But he'll certainly lose consciousness from blood loss. Li Taiju exhaled in relief, only to tense again. Lindsay, we've injured someone. Won't the security squad come after us? Wang Lin glanced at him and smiled. Taiju, do you truly believe order still exists? Li Taiju faltered. Wang Lin stepped forward and pointed at one of the surveillance screens. The screen displayed an aerial view of Banshan residential complex. Shadowy figures pried open first-floor security grills, while 2 others stood guard nearby. See that? Home invasions have already begun. Wang Lin switched to another feed. Several men surrounded an overturned freight truck hauling its cargo onto a tricycle. The security squad. They're drowning in chaos themselves. How could they possibly intervene? Li Taiju stared at the images, silent for a long while before murmuring, Lindsay, so we just leave him lying out there. What else would you suggest? Wang Lin leaned back in his chair. Carry him inside. Treat his wounds. Then feed him, house him. Share our food, our water. Taiju, recall how he treated me. In my past life, he shoved me into a horde of corpses. In this life he slandered me in group chats and pounded on my door like a rabid beast. Is such a man worth saving? Li Taiju remembered Zhang Wei's venomous messages and the ferocity with which he'd slammed the door moments earlier. He shook his head. He isn't. Then let him lie. Wang Lin rose and clapped Li Tieju's shoulder. If he's still alive tomorrow morning, we'll decide then. They exited the surveillance room and descended the stairs. Xin Yutong stood in the living room, her face pale. Zhou Xiaonan hid behind her, eyes red and swollen, as if she'd been crying. Mr. Wang, the man outside. Xin Yutong hesitated. An intruder, already subdued, Wang Lin replied matter-of-factly. Dr. Xin, no need to worry. Our villa's security system is more than sufficient. Xin Yutong nodded, but her brow remained furrowed. After a pause, she said softly, Mr. Wang, there's something I need to tell you. Go on. My parents. I can't reach them. Her voice tightened. Power and water are cut off back home, and all calls go unanswered. I don't know what's happened to them. Zhou Xiaonan added quietly, Mr. Wang, same with my family. Mom called yesterday, said people were looting back home, and they hadn't dared step outside. Her call today didn't connect. Wang Lin looked at them, silent for several seconds. I cannot help your family. His tone was calm, not cold but factual. Yet I give you my word, as long as you stay with me, nothing will happen. Xin Yutong's eyes welled up. She bit her lip and nodded. Zhou Xiaonan lowered her head surreptitiously, wiping away tears. Li Taiju sighed, turned toward the kitchen, poured 3 glasses of water, and handed one each to Xin Yutong and Zhou Xiaonan. Dr. Xin Xiaozhou, drink some water. Don't dwell on it. Worrying changes nothing. Xin Yutong accepted the glass, took a sip, and drew a deep, steadying breath. Mr. Wang, I'm fine now. I'll go to the medical room, in case anything arises. Go ahead. Xin Yutong gently guided Zhou Xiaonan away. Li Taiju watched their retreating figures and shook his head. Lindsay, they're pitiful too. In the apocalypse, whose fate isn't pitiful? Wang Lin settled onto the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television, linked directly to the surveillance feed. Multiple angles of the villa's perimeter flickered across the screen. Pity doesn't fill stomachs. All I can do is ensure those who follow me survive. As for everyone else. He paused, his gaze settling on the screen where Zhang Wei lay curled upon the ground. It's up to fate. Zhang Wei lay outside the gate all night. At dawn he stirred, shaking uncontrollably from pain, trying to rise, yet his lower body refused to obey. He dragged himself forward, fingernails scraping raw against the pavement, bleeding as he crawled only a few meters, before collapsing again into unconsciousness. When the sun rose, heat surged. The ground blistered under the scorching sun. His clothes clung drenched in sweat, his lips cracked and bled, his face streaked with dust and dried tears. At last the villa's gate opened. Li Taiju stepped out holding a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. He crouched beside Zhang Wei. With great effort, Zhang Wei cracked open one eye, saw the water and bread, and emitted a guttural, desperate croak. Water, give me water. Li Taiju unscrewed the cap and poured a trickle onto Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei parted his lips and lapped greedily at the moisture along his own jawline. Wang Lin sent me to ask you questions, Li Taiju said, voice devoid of inflection. Answer truthfully, and this water and bread are yours. Refuse, or lie. He gestured toward the distance. Zhang Wei followed his gaze, where shadowy figures roamed between apartment buildings brandishing knives and clubs. Zhang Wei shuddered violently and nodded frantically. I'll tell you everything. Anything. Where is Li Mingyan? I don't know. His voice was barely a whisper, like a mosquito's hum. She fled, scared off by debt collectors, vanished, maybe found another man. Zhang Wei, where did your company's money go? I diverted it, invested it in Wang Lin's scam. The company collapsed. My father was hospitalized by me. Li Taiju asked a few more questions, set the water and bread on the ground, and stood. Wang Lin says he'll spare your life this time. But if you ever approach this villa again, the next bolt won't miss its mark. Zhang Wei nodded wildly, snatched the bottle, twisted off the cap, and guzzled like a madman. Water spilled from his mouth, mingling with blood and mucus, pooling across the scorched earth. Li Taiju turned and re-entered the villa. Zhang Wei drained the bottle, seized the bread, tore open its wrapper, and devoured it ravenously. The bread was dry and stiff. He choked it down with saliva alone. After finishing, he felt a faint surge of strength. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright, clutched his groin, and limped unsteadily down the mountain road. After a few steps, he glanced back, eyes burning with hatred. Wang Lin, you'll wait. One day, I'll make you kneel before me. He turned and vanished around the bend of the mountain road. On the third-floor terrace, Wang Lin sipped coffee, watching Zhang Wei's shrinking silhouette, his lips curling faintly upward. Lindsay, you really just let him walk away? Li Taiju asked, puzzled. Let him walk. Wang Lin smiled. Taiju, do you truly think he'll get far like this? Li Taiju blinked, then comprehension dawned. Zhang Wei was wounded, weaponless, starving, dehydrated, and the temperature soared above 70 degrees Celsius. Bandits and looters roamed Banshan complex unchecked. He wouldn't survive beyond a few kilometers. So you're abandoning him to fate? No, Wang Lin murmured, savoring another sip of coffee. I'm letting him taste the despair I endured in my past life. The atmosphere in the villa over the next 2 days was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Shin Yutong seemed like a different person as she sat curled up on the sofa in her pajamas, gripping her phone, tightly dialing that unreachable number over and over again. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service area. Sorry. Each time it was the same mechanical female voice. Zhou Xiaonan walked over with a bowl of porridge and gently said, Sister Shin, you should eat something. You haven't eaten all day. Shin Yutong shook her head, her eyes glued to the phone screen as silent tears fell. Xiaonan, do you think? They might just have run out of battery. Once the power is back, we can reach them. Zhou Xiaonan opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond. She set the bowl down and sat beside Shin Yutong, gently hugging her shoulders. The two women sat there, one silently weeping, the other quietly offering support. Wang Lin stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor, watching the scene unfold in silence for a long time. He turned and walked into the monitoring room, where Li Taizhu was intently staring at the screens. How's the situation in Banshan community? Wang Lin asked. Li Taizhu pointed to one of the screens. It's completely chaotic. Almost every building has formed small gangs, looting everything in sight. Yesterday, a few people tried to come our way, but retreated after seeing the electric fence on the walls. Wang Lin nodded, saying nothing. Lin, about Dr. Shun. Li Taizhu hesitated. I know. Wang Lin leaned against the wall. Let her cry you, it might help her feel better. Just then a shrill scream came from downstairs. Wang Lin quickly rushed down, finding Shin Yutong sitting on the sofa with her phone held to her ear, trembling all over. Dad? Mom? Are you there? Dad? A faint, intermittent voice came from the other end, like an elderly person speaking with all their remaining strength. Yutong. Yutong. Mom and Dad can't hold on anymore. Everything at home has been looted. We've run out of water. You're doing well outside. Don't come back. Mom, hold on. They'll find a way. They'll find a way to send you supplies. It's too late. Yutong, Mom and Dad in this lifetime are most worried about you. Being alone outside. Take care of yourself. Find a good person. And get married. The voice on the other end grew weaker, like a candle flame in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Mom, don't say that. Hold on. Yutong, Mom and Dad love you. A faint sigh came from the other end, followed by silence. The silence lingered for a long time, long enough for Shin Yutong to think the signal had dropped. Mom. No one answered. Dad, are you there? No one answered. The phone slipped from Shin Yutong's hand, falling onto the carpet. The screen still lit, the call duration still counting 002347. Mom. Shin Yutong gasped, unable to catch her breath, collapsing onto the sofa. She didn't cry out loud, just opened her mouth, trembling silently. Tears streamed down like beads from a broken string, rolling down her cheeks, dripping onto the sofa, leaving a small dark mark. Zhou Xiaonan was terrified, rushing over to support her. Sister Shun, are you okay? Shin Yutong did not respond. Her eyes were still open, but they held a vacant stare like a pool of stagnant water. Sister Shun, don't scare me. Zhou Xiaonan slapped her face, then pinched her philtrum. Shin Yutong's eyelids trembled slightly before slowly closing. Mr. Wang, Sister Shun has fainted, Zhou Xiaonan shouted in a high voice. Wang Lin quickly walked over, checking Shin Yutong's breath. It was weak, but steady. He also checked her pulse and found no danger to her life. It's fainting due to excessive grief, Wang Lin said. Xiaonan, take good care of her these 2 days, keep her company. Keep her diet light, don't let her be alone. Zhou Xiaonan nodded, helping Shin Yutong up, and half dragging, half carrying her towards her bedroom. Li Taizhu stood nearby, watching everything inside. Lin, Dr. Shun is also pitiable. Struggling alone in Donghai City with her parents back home, and now they are gone. Wang Lin said nothing, turning to the window to gaze at the gray sky outside. Keju, go to the storage room and bring some calming medicine for Xiaonan. Okay. Li Taizhu left, and Wang Lin was left alone in the living room. He took out his phone, opened the monitoring system, and pulled up the footage from Banshan community. In the footage, people were running between the buildings, arguing and fighting. A middle-aged woman was dragged out of a building by 2 men, and her screams were palpable even through the screen. The apocalypse has truly arrived. In the afternoon, Shin Yutong woke up. She lay in bed, her eyes swollen, her complexion pale as paper. Zhou Xiaonan sat at the bedside, holding a bowl of brown sugar water. Sister Shin, you're awake. Drink some water. Shin Yutong shook her head, hoarsely asking, where's Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang is upstairs. He said you should rest well and not think too much. Shin Yutong was silent for a moment, struggling to sit up, slipping on her slippers and swaying towards the door. Sister Shin, where are you going? To find Mr. Wang. Wang Lin was on the 3rd floor terrace, sitting in a rattan chair and drinking tea. When he saw Shin Yutong coming up, he put down his teacup and pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Shin Yutong sat down, looking at Wang Lin. Her lips moved, and after a long time, she finally spoke. Mr. Wang, I want to bring my parents over. I know it's chaotic outside, but they are not dead. The silence on the phone doesn't necessarily mean I want to go back and check. Shin Yutong's voice trembled. My hometown is in the neighboring province that takes about 7 to 8 hours to drive there. Mr. Wang, can you lend me a car? I'll go by myself without anyone else. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Wang Lin picked up his teacup, took a sip, then set it down. Dr. Shin, what's the current temperature in your hometown province? Shin Yutong was taken aback. The temperature in the neighboring province is even higher than in Donghai City. It exceeded 75 degrees yesterday. Wang Lin's voice was calm. Your parents have been without water and food for several days, and they are over 70 years old. How long do you think they can hold on? Tears welled up in Shin Yutong's eyes again. Even if you go, it will be tomorrow at the earliest by the time you arrive. Even if they are still alive now, will you be able to buy water on the way? Will the air conditioning in the car hold up? You're alone without weapons or food. Oh, what will you do if you encounter thugs? Wang Lin's voice was not loud, but each word pierced Shin Yutong's heart like needles. Dr. Shin, you are a doctor. You should know better than I do how long elderly people in their 70s can survive without water and food. Shin Yutong covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. She knew Wang Lin was right. She knew her parents were She understood that even if she went, it would be too late, but she couldn't accept it. Dr. Shin. Wang Lin stood up, patting her shoulder. When your parents left, they knew you were doing well, and they were smiling. That is more important than anything else. Shin Yutong raised her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, I have no relatives left. You do. Wang Lin looked at her. From now on, the people in this villa are your family. Shin Yutong stared blankly at him, nodding after a long time. In the next 2 days, Shin Yutong locked herself in the medical room, tirelessly organizing the medicines and calibrating the equipment day and night. She reclassified every box of medicine, labeled them, and sorted them by expiration date. She disinfected and packed each surgical instrument, neatly arranging them in the sterile cabinet. She fought against her grief in her own way. Zhou Xiaonan, however, seemed more at ease than Shin Yutong. She had little emotion for her family. After her father remarried, her stepmother would either hit or scold her, and her father did not care. When she was accepted into nursing school, her family wouldn't even pay the tuition. It was money she earned from working. After graduation, she entered the hospital and didn't return home for the new year. Mr. Wang said that as long as we obey, we can stay here, Zhou Xiaonan said while organizing the gauze. Sister Shin, let's just focus on our work and not think about useless things. Shin Yutong glanced at her, but said nothing. She knew Zhou Xiaonan was not heartless, merely shattered beyond repair. Chaos deepened with each passing day in Banshan residential complex. A self-proclaimed boss emerged in every apartment building, leading gangs door to door to extort protection fees. In truth, little more than armed robbery. Those who resisted were beaten bloody. Others called the police, only to find the lines dead. The boss of Building 7 was a man named Zhao Qixing. Zhao Qixing was 35, stood 6 feet 1 inch tall, and bore a physique corded with dense muscle. His arms were covered in flamboyant tattoos, a blue dragon coiled around his left arm, a white tiger roaring across his right, and Guan Yu, the god of war, emblazoned across his chest. When the apocalypse struck, Zhao Qixing wasted no time assembling a crew in Building 7. His followers numbered 7 or 8, former street thugs, men with criminal records or crushing debts, all hardened, reckless souls. They first looted the ground floor supermarket, stripping it bare of water and food. Then they began pounding on doors, demanding every household surrender half its stored rations. Those who refused had their doors smashed inward, their homes ransacked from floor to ceiling. Even the last packet of instant noodles hidden beneath a bed was seized without mercy. And Li Mingyao had become Zhao Qixing's newest companion, appearing beside him just 2 days prior. No one knew how she'd secured her place at his side. Some claimed she'd offered herself willingly, others whispered she'd been spotted by Zhao Qixing in the stairwell, and captivated by her beauty, he'd simply taken her in. Regardless of how it happened, Li Mingyao had swiftly become the most conspicuous figure in Building 7. She wore a crimson slip dress, looted from some unknown apartment, strutted in stiletto heels, her lips painted in vivid scarlet, her hair curled into voluminous waves. With every step, her hips swayed with practiced, provocative rhythm. She always carried a bottle of mineral water, sipping it deliberately, then letting droplets spill onto the scorching concrete, watching them vanish instantly as parched neighbors stared helplessly at the evaporating traces. What are you gawking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. Li Mingyao stood at the entrance of the stairwell, rolling her eyes at several neighbors huddled listlessly in the shadows near the wall. Their lips were cracked, their eye sockets sunken, their bodies limp with exhaustion. They hadn't tasted water in 2 days, not even enough strength left to speak. Li Mingyao, you're one of us from Building 7, an elderly woman whispered, trembling. Can't you remember we're neighbors? Neighbors? Li Mingyao sneered. Weren't you all the ones who looked down on me, called me shameless, said I clung to rich men? Now you beg me for mercy. The old woman opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Zhao Qixing descended the stairs, gripping an iron pipe, his bare torso gleaming with sweat and ink, every inch a testament to brute force and defiance. He strode forward, slinging an arm around Li Mengyao's waist and planting a loud kiss on her cheek. Baby, why waste breath on these walking corpses? His voice was gravelly laced with swagger. Come on, let's go upstairs. I just had my men open a can, beef. We'll eat together. Li Mingyao giggled, nestling against his chest, her voice syrupy sweet, grating on the nerves. Brother Sheng, you're so good to me. Of course I am, Zhao Qixing said, pinching her chin. As long as you obey me, I'll never let you want for anything. Just as they turned to ascend, a young man stepped out from the stairwell. He appeared to be 27 or 28, wearing a t-shirt faded beyond recognition, unshaven, hollow-eyed, clutching a chipped enamel mug filled halfway with murky water. He froze upon seeing Li Mingyao. She saw him too. Her smile faltered for a fleeting second before hardening once more into haughty indifference. Well, if it isn't Zhang Wei, she drawled, dripping with mockery. Still breathing, I see. Zhang Wei's hand trembled violently around the mug. He stared at her, unable to reconcile this imperious woman with the terrified girl who just 2 days ago had clung to him, weeping, begging him for salvation. Mingyao. His voice rasped like sandpaper. How could you be with him? Him. Zhao Qixing's eyes narrowed, his gaze slicing across Zhang Wei's face like a blade. What kind of man do you mean? Zhang Wei flinched, instinctively stepping back. Li Mingyao hooked her arm through Zhao Qixing's and laughed coldly. Zhang Wei, you dare lecture me? What about you? Your company collapsed. Your money vanished. You don't even have a roof over your head. You're worthless. Do you understand that? Li Mingyao, you haven't forgotten. Without me you would've. Would've what? She cut in sharply. Starved to death beside me. Wake up, Zhang Wei. You can't even afford a single bottle of water. What makes you think you could ever provide for me? Enough. Zhao Qixing waved dismissively. Why waste words on trash like him? Baby, let's go up. He swept her up the stairs, leaving Zhang Wei alone in the stairwell, cradling his half-filled mug of filthy water. From above drifted Li Mengyao's honeyed laughter and Zhao Qixing's booming, coarse voice. Zhang Wei sank to his knees, set the mug on the floor, buried his face in his hands, and wept in silence. Wang Lin watched it all unfold on the surveillance feed. Though most cameras in Banshan residential complex had failed, a few remained functional. Wang Lin pulled up the footage from Building 7's entrance, capturing the exact moment Li Mingyao looped her arm through Zhao Qixing's and disappeared upstairs. Taizhu, come take a look, Wang Lin said, pointing at the screen. Li Taizhu leaned in and nearly choked. Isn't that Li Mingyao? Yes. How did she end up with that tattooed thug? Isn't it obvious? Wang Lin reclined in his chair. She follows whoever holds power. She clung to Zhang Wei when he had money. Now that he's destitute, she's moved on. That woman is beyond redemption, Li Taizhu muttered, shaking his head. Redeem her. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Let her burn. The brighter the flame, the faster the ash. On-screen, Zhao Qixing and Li Mingyao vanished around the stairwell corner. Wang Lin switched off the monitor and took a slow sip of coffee. Lindsay, will you really just watch her lord it over everyone downstairs? Li Taizhu asked. What else should I do? Wang Lin glanced at him. Storm down there, haul her up, feed and shelter her. Only for her to betray me at the first opportunity. Li Taizhu paused, then nodded slowly. So we just watch. We watch, Wang Lin replied, rising and walking to the window. The apocalypse has barely begun. The real drama is yet to unfold. He paused, a subtle, knowing curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Besides, let her linger down there a while longer. Let her suffer. When she finally grasps the true meaning of despair, then let her witness how magnificently the man she abandoned now thrives. Chaos in Banshan residential community had persisted for 5 days. A scorching 70°C heat wave had turned the entire neighborhood into a vast, searing iron plate. Its asphalt roads softened like rubber clay, leaving deep footprints with every step. The plants in the green belts had long since withered and died. Their brittle yellowed leaves crumbled into dust, rising in grayish clouds at the slightest breeze. Zhao Qixing's gang from Building No. 7 seized control of the ground floor supermarket and 2 convenience stores, dispatching enforcers daily to patrol and collect protection fees. Smaller factions also emerged in Buildings No. 5 and No. 8. Though less formidable than Zhao Qixing's, each had staked out its own territory and barred outsiders from entering. Yet none of these groups amounted to true power. What truly gripped Banshan community in dread was Sun Dashing, director of the sub-district office. 52 years old, Sun Dashing's hair was streaked with gray, and his gold-rimmed spectacles lent him the air of a genial bureaucratic official. He had served as sub-district director for 15 years. Half his life spent cultivating influence across this district, knowing everyone and holding compromising secrets over each one, a genuine local emperor. Before the apocalypse, he was hailed by residents as the model director, a man who solved every hardship: applications for subsistence allowances, school enrollment for children, neighborhood disputes. He handled them all flawlessly. After the apocalypse, however, he unveiled another face. His son Sun Lei, 28 years old, unemployed, and a lifelong brawler, had been arrested 3 times before the collapse. Prior to the cataclysm, Sun Lei roamed the streets at the helm of a small gang of a dozen men, extorting protection money and collecting debts on behalf of others. When the world fell, Sun Dushing summoned his son and his crew without delay. In this new world, whoever holds a gun wears the crown, Sun Dushing declared, clapping his son's shoulder. You've always dreamed of greatness. Now is your chance. Sun Lei grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by years of smoking. Dad, what's the plan? First, seize control of the sub-district office. It houses emergency reserves, sandbags, tents, battery-powered lamps, bottled water, and instant noodles. That's all. Enough to feed who? It's not about quantity. It's about legitimacy, Sun Dushing replied, adjusting his glasses. A shrewd glint flickered behind the lenses. I am the duly appointed sub-district director. My authority is unquestionable. We'll launch a campaign under the banner of centralized resource allocation and equitable distribution, visiting every residential complex to requisition supplies. Refusal will be branded sabotage of communal unity and defiance of government authority. Sun Lei raised a thumb. Dad, you're brilliantly devious. This is wisdom, Sun Dushing retorted, rapping his son's skull lightly. Now gather your men. We begin tonight with Xinhua Residential Community, the nearest. Their women await us, enforcers stand ready. We shall become the next Chunsheng and Wuguang. The next evening, Sun Dushing strode through the main gate of Xinhua Community, wearing a crisp white short-sleeve shirt and his official identification badge, flanked by his son and 7 or 8 hooligans. Residents huddled in the underground parking garage, their voices overlapping in anxious debate beneath the feeble glow of flashlights, discussing the ongoing blackouts and water shortages. At the sight of Sun Dushing, several eyes lit up. Director Sun is here. Director Sun, when will the government distribute relief supplies? Our home has had no water for 3 days. Director Sun, you've come just in time. We're dying of thirst. Sun Dushing raised both hands, gently pressing downward to quiet the crowd, then snatched up a megaphone. Fellow residents, do not panic. On behalf of the sub-district office, I solemnly vow, so long as Sun Dushing stands, none of you shall starve or thirst to death. Scattered applause rose from the crowd. But Sun Dushing's tone hardened, shifting abruptly. As you've all witnessed, resources are critically scarce. Though the government is coordinating deliveries, transport will take time. Until then, we must save ourselves. How is someone called out? Centralized supplies, unified distribution. Sun Dushing proclaimed with righteous fervor. Each household shall surrender stored food and water to the neighborhood committee for registration and fair allocation, ensuring equity and eliminating waste. Once official supplies arrive, we'll supplement each person's ration accordingly. Silence fell over the crowd. A middle-aged man stepped forward, brow furrowed. Director Sun, if we hand over our last 2 cases of water, what do we drink ourselves? Comrade, that attitude is unacceptable, Sun Dushing said, adjusting his glasses once more. This is a time of crisis. We must embody the spirit of selfless contribution. If you surrender 2 cases, and he surrenders 2 cases, pooled resources can sustain those most in need. Households with elders or children will receive priority in distribution. Before the man could reply, Sun Lei advanced a step, eyes blazing. What? You don't trust my father? Towering over 6 feet tall, covered in tattoos, he loomed like a wrathful deity. The man instinctively recoiled, falling silent. The other thugs fanned out across the community, pounding on doors to collect supplies. Some complied and surrendered their goods, though others resisted, only to have their doors smashed open. Men were beaten unconscious, shrieking in agony. Women were dragged into bedrooms. As Sun Lei's men bound a woman and forced her inside, curses echoed at first, then faded into faint, ragged breaths. When the assailants left, the husband crawled painfully into the bedroom to find his wife lying motionless on the bed, disheveled and lifeless. Sun Dushing, you motherfucker. I'll haunt you beyond death. May you rot in hell. He choked, collapsing into unconsciousness. At dawn, Sun Lei tallied the spoils and spat a curse. Shit. This is all we got. Less than 30 cases of water, a dozen of instant noodles, and some useless junk. Not even enough to feed ourselves. Sun Dushing frowned. Xinhua Residential Complex is already impoverished. Tomorrow we'll go somewhere else. That evening they headed to Xianyang Residential Complex. On the 3rd day, they moved to Hongqi Residential Complex. At each location, the same pattern repeated. Sun Dushing played the benevolent authority, delivering lofty speeches. Sun Lei played the ruthless enforcer, leading his men in coercion. After 4 days, they had ransacked 4 residential complexes, but their haul fell far short of expectations. Households across the board were running critically low on supplies. Some families had gone without water or food for several days, and forced entry revealed nothing but barren rooms. Compounding the trouble, a rival gang had emerged in Xianyang Residential Complex, led by a former martial arts school owner commanding over 20 men, and clashed violently with Sun Lei's crew. 3 of Sun Lei's men were injured, 5 or 6 from the opposing side sustained wounds. In the end, both sides retreated reluctantly, parting in mutual resentment. Sun Lei lay sprawled on a makeshift pallet in the neighborhood office, his arm wrapped in bloodied gauze, fuming. Dad, this job is impossible. These are desperate men, each more ruthless than the last. Back when I ran the streets, I never saw so many willing to draw blood. Sun Dushing sat behind his desk, a single candle burning before him, its flickering light carving deep shadows across his face. Lazy, you're right. The world today is no longer what it was, Sun Dushing murmured softly. Back then, ordinary people feared trouble. Even when wrong, they swallowed their grievances. Now it's different. Everyone is starving to death. Who fears whom anymore? Then what do? Are we really going to seize territory from the major gangs? They even have firearms. Sun Dushing fell silent for a long while, then asked as if struck by sudden insight, Lazy, have you ever been to Banshan Residential Complex? Banshan Residential Complex? No, I've never been there. Isn't it just an ordinary housing estate? How much could possibly be there? Banshan may be ordinary in appearance, but its residents are not. Sun Dushing adjusted his glasses. Many are small business owners or entrepreneurs. Their reserves should far exceed those of typical neighborhoods. And he paused. Directly above Banshan Residential Complex lies Banshan Villa District. Do you know who lives there? Who? A man named Wang Lin. Rumor has it he hoarded millions worth of supplies, 3 storage rooms filled entirely with food and water. Sun Lei's eyes gleamed. Is that true? Millions. It's true. Though later someone reportedly stole it all, and he filed a police report. Sun Dushing sneered. But I don't believe it. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. He must still be hiding substantial reserves at home. Then shall we go up and confront him? Not yet, Sun Dushing waved dismissively. First, secure Banshan Residential Complex. It is the sole access route to the Villa District. Control Banshan and you strangle the throats of everyone living atop the mountain, leaving us free to dictate terms however we choose. Sun Lei grinned broadly. Dad, you're brilliant. Sun Dushing lifted his enamel mug and took a sip of hot water, indistinguishable from room temperature in the sweltering 60-degree heat. Tomorrow, we go to Banshan Residential Complex. At dusk the next day, Sun Dushing arrived at the main gate of Banshan Residential Complex with his son and over a dozen thugs. Banshan was far larger than any complex they'd visited before, over 20 buildings housing more than 1,000 households. Its greenery had withered completely, flower beds had cracked into parched yellow earth. The bark had been stripped from several large trees. Some used it as sustenance. Truly famine had descended, but at least cannibalism had not yet taken root. Sun Dushing strode into the complex, cleared his throat, and amplified his voice through a loudspeaker. Residents. I am Sun Dushing, director of the neighborhood office. I've come to distribute emergency supplies. Silence followed. A few heads peered cautiously from windows, then withdrew. Sun Lei grew impatient and shouted toward Building 1. All of you. Come out now. My father is addressing you. Refuse and you'll regret it. His thugs began pounding on doors unit by unit. Some opened, others feigned deafness. Sun Dushing stood beside the central flower bed, instructing his son to bring a table, paper, and pens to begin registration and inventory. Each household must surrender stored grain and water for centralized distribution. This is a directive issued by municipal headquarters. Noncompliance constitutes defiance of the government. A window on the second floor of Building 1 creaked open. An elderly woman leaned out. Director Sun, my home truly holds nothing left. We finished our water yesterday. Only a few biscuits remain. Nothing. Sun Lei glared upward. Then vacate your residence immediately. Make way for others who need. The old woman recoiled in terror, slamming the window shut with a sharp bang. From Building 5 a middle-aged man was dragged outside by 2 thugs. He struggled, shouting, By what right do you steal from my home? That belongs to me. I paid for it. By what right? Sun Lei stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. By the right of my father, the director of the neighborhood office. By the right of this extraordinary time. Resist again, and we'll toss you out to bake in the sun. Blood trickled from the man's split lip down his chin. He glanced at the dozen thugs flanking Sun Lei, then at his neighbors' impassive faces, and clenched his jaw, refusing further protest. His assailants stormed inside, overturning cabinets and drawers, emerging with 2 cases of mineral water and several bags of rice. Brother Lei, this is all we found. The thug hauled the goods outside. Sun Lei kicked the man hard in the ribs. You claimed you had nothing. What's this? Hoarding violates regulations. As punishment, half is forfeit. You? The man's eyes reddened, his fists clenching until knuckles cracked, but he dared not strike back. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across Banshan's apartment blocks. Within a single morning, Sun Lei's crew raided over a dozen households, yet yielded meager returns. Dad, these people are even poorer than those in Xinhua. Sun Lei wiped sweat from his brow, frustration etching his features. Some homes hold only half a case of water, others have exhausted their instant noodles and now chew dry flour. What in hell can we possibly seize? Sun Dushing's brows knotted tightly. He'd assumed Banshan's small business residents would have stockpiled generously, yet most had failed to anticipate scarcity, relying solely on daily provisions now nearly depleted after just a few days. Dad, shall we ascend the mountain directly? Sun Lei leaned in, lowering his voice. Wang Lin must have supplies. Not yet. Sun Dushing paused thoughtfully. First, secure Banshan. This is our strategic foothold. The only passage to and from the summit. Occupy it, and we control the lifeline. Sun Lei nodded and turned back to direct his men. Meanwhile, Wang Lin watched the chaos unfold across Banshan, clear as day, on his surveillance monitors. He sat in the third-floor security room's 16 live feeds tiled across his screen, capturing every angle around the villa perimeter. 2 feeds focused intently on Banshan's entrance and main thoroughfare. Lindsay, that old fox has no shame left, Li Taiju remarked, pointing at Sun Dishing's image on screen. Director of the neighborhood office, used to seem like a decent man. Now he parades his son around looting homes. In the apocalypse, who spares thought for dignity? Wang Lin reclined in his chair, sipping black coffee. Still, he's reminded me of something important. What? Banshan is a choke point. There's only one road up or down the mountain. If they seize Banshan, they strangle us. Li Tieju's expression darkened. You mean, they'll come for us? Sooner or later. Men like Sun Dushing grow hungrier with every bite they take. Once Banshan yields nothing, his gaze will inevitably rise to the mountain. Then what do we do? A faint knowing smile curved Wang Lin's lips. Let them come. Li Taiju blinked, then comprehended. The villa's perimeter was electrified, its windows and doors were bulletproof, its basement housed a generator, water purifier, ample provisions and weapons. Even 100 thugs couldn't breach it, let alone a dozen. Besides, Wang Lin gestured toward a thug hauling water on screen. These men follow Sun Dishing only because he provides food. When the rations run out, will they still obey him? Li Tieju's eyes widened. You mean, let them collapse from within? To subdue the enemy without battle. That is the supreme excellence of strategy. Wang Lin rose, clapped Li Taiju on the shoulder, and said, let's go downstairs. Dr. Shen has prepared soup today. They descended into the dining room where the rich aroma of chicken broth hung in the air. Shen Yutong stood at the table in her apron, serving dishes: stir-fried seasonal greens, braised pork ribs, a steaming bowl of chicken soup, and a side of chilled cucumber salad. Though all ingredients were frozen or preserved, such a meal, under scorching 50-degree heat, was sheer luxury. Mr. Wang, dinner is ready. Shen Yutong's voice had steadied since earlier days, but sorrow still lingered quietly in her eyes. Dr. Shen, thank you for your hard work, Wang Lin said, taking his seat and picking up his chopsticks. Li Taiju sat too, grabbed a rib, chewed twice, then raised a thumb. Dr. Shen, your skill grows fine. Flattery won't make you eat more. Shen Yutong offered a strained smile. Zhou Xiaonan entered from the kitchen carrying a pot of steamed rice, placed it on the table, and seated herself beside Shen Yutong. The 4 ate in silence. Outside temperatures soared past 50 degrees, inside climate control held steady at 24. Their meal was quiet and profoundly luxurious. After dinner, as Wang Lin rose to head upstairs, Zhou Xiaonan called out, Mr. Wang, I'd like to speak with you about something. What is it? My stepmother called earlier. Zhou Xiaonan's expression tightened. She somehow got my number, said their home has run out of food and demanded I return. She also asked me to bring supplies. Wang Lin studied her. What did you tell her? I said I'm working elsewhere and can't go back, Zhou Xiaonan. She cursed me on the phone, called me ungrateful, claimed she'd raised me for nothing. But she never raised me at all. Since childhood, I paid my own tuition, wore hand-me-down clothes, and slept in a converted storage room. Her voice trembled slightly, but no tears fell. Mr. Wang, I don't want to go back. I wish to stay here. Wang Lin held her gaze for 2 seconds, then said simply, then stay. As long as you choose to remain, no one, not even fate, can drive you away. Zhou Xiaonan lifted her head, eyes glistening, nodding fiercely. Shen Yutong stepped forward, took her hand, and whispered, Xiaonan, I have no family left either. From now on we're sisters. The 2 women exchanged a look, smiling through tears, while down in Banshan residential complex, Sun Dishing's crew labored relentlessly, turning the entire neighborhood upside down. At dusk, Sun Lei tallied their spoils, his face devoid of triumph. Dad, total haul under 100 cases of water, 50 or 60 of instant noodles, a few bags of rice and flour, and several cases of canned goods. This won't sustain us more than a few days. Sun Dushing sat silently beside the desiccated flower bed, his expression grim. Dad, shall we ascend the mountain? Sun Lei crouched low, voice hushed. I've confirmed it. The villa sits atop the peak. Just Wang Lin, 1 companion, and 2 women. With over a dozen of us, what threat could they pose? Are you certain he holds supplies? Absolutely. He amassed enormous stores before the theft. If even half remains hidden, his cellar alone may hold treasures beyond measure. That villa reeks of wealth. It must conceal reserves. Sun Dushing remained motionless for a long while, then gave a slow, decisive nod. Tomorrow, we go up the mountain. Understood. Sun Lei sprang upright, cracking his knuckles. I'll prepare the gear immediately. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Zhang Wei, shot and wounded, had been hiding for 3 full days in the basement parking lot of Banshan residential complex. After being struck by Wang Lin, he had dragged his injured leg through the night, crawling all the way back from the mountaintop to the complex. Blood streamed down his pant leg, leaving a dark crimson trail across the floor. He had no idea how severe his injury truly was, only that his groin burned with searing agony, each step feeling like treading barefoot on shattered glass. The hospital was long closed, and he dared not seek out Li Mengyao, the woman now clinging to Zhao Qixing. To face her would only invite further humiliation, or worse, death. So he hid. The garage was pitch black and sweltering, an immense, suffocating steam chamber. Zhang Wei sat slumped against the wall, tearing his t-shirt into strips and clumsily binding them around the wound. The cloth quickly soaked through with blood. He tore more, bound again, over and over, until not a single clean scrap remained. Though the blood had dried in the oppressive heat, by the third day the wound began to fester, reeking of decay. Zhang Wei burned with fever, drifting in and out of delirium. In his dream, he was still a high-ranking executive, driving a Porsche surrounded by beautiful women. Li Mengyao sat beside him in the passenger seat, giggling as she called him Brother Wei. He reached out to touch her cheek. Yet the moment his hand lifted, the scene warped. Her face twisted into Wang Lin's, cold and mocking, a crossbow gleaming in his grip. Shoo! Zhang Wei jolted awake, drenched in icy sweat. The raw, throbbing pain in his groin wrenched him back to reality. He looked down, his crotch crusted with dried blood and yellowish pus. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wei struggled to his feet. I can't die. I won't die. Clutching the wall, he staggered step by labored step toward the garage exit. Blinding sunlight and scorching heat slammed into him. He squinted and saw silhouettes in the distance. Toward Building 12. Nestled in a remote corner of Banshan residential complex, the building stood apart from the others, isolated and quiet. Even before the apocalypse, few had lived there. Afterward, it felt utterly silent. Until recently, when a group of people suddenly moved in and revived its hollow halls. Their leader was Yuan Xianghe, a man in his 30s, fair-skinned and delicate-featured, with a tapered jawline, phoenix-shaped, eyes, finely groomed eyebrows, and lips lightly glossed. He wore a flamboyant floral shirt, collar wide open to reveal his pale chest. His gait swayed with theatrical grace, fingers curled like orchid petals, voice high-pitched and piercing. Before the collapse, Yuan Xianghe owned a successful hair salon in Donghai City. He harbored an eccentric habit, hiring only handsome young men as stylists, and frequently touching them inappropriately. On more than one occasion, lawsuits nearly followed, each time quietly settled with money. When the apocalypse came, however, he thrived. His inner circle numbered 7 or 8. Men he'd met at salons, bars, and karaoke lounges, all sharing his peculiar worldview. They seized Building 12, driving out its remaining residents to claim it for themselves. Every evening, Yuan Xianghe sat upon the building's front steps, meticulously applying makeup. He carried a compact cosmetic kit, complete with eyebrow pencil, eyeliner, foundation, lipstick, everything precisely arranged. Before a small mirror, he painted each stroke with unhurried, almost sacred care. His underlings knew better than to interrupt. To do so invited either a venomous tongue-lashing or a brutal. That evening, as Yuan Xianghe traced his brows, a subordinate rushed up, breathless. Sister, someone's been found in the underground garage, badly wounded near death. What use is a corpse? Yuan Xianghe didn't glance up. Drag it far away. But he's actually quite handsome. His brush stilled. He lifted his head, phoenix eyes glinting with sudden intrigue. Handsome. Truly handsome, just too thin. His groin's injured, but his base features are excellent. Yuan Xianghe set down the brow pencil, rose, and smoothed the collar of his floral shirt. Let's go see. At the garage entrance, Zhang Wei lay curled on the ground, face ashen, lips cracked, and parched eyes half-flitted, consciousness slipping away. His crotch was matted with blood and pus, radiating a thick, rancid stench. Yuan Xianghe approached, glanced down, and frowned. He knelt, pinched Zhang Wei's chin, and turned his face upward for closer inspection. High nose bridge, large eyes, just too gaunt. Releasing his chin, Yuan Xianghe stood and wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. Take him inside. Wash him thoroughly. Brother Yuan, his injury's grave. His groin appears necrotic. Yuan Xianghe frowned again. Necrotic? How? Unknown. Looks like a projectile wound. Yuan Xianghe paused, then turned to another man. Go. Fetch the female doctor. Which one? The one taken from Building 5 yesterday, Dr. Cheng. Bring her medical kit. Understood. Zhang Wei was carried into Building 12 and laid on a bare mattress in an empty first-floor room. The room held nothing but a stripped wooden bed and a grimy, threadbare quilt. Two men shoved Cheng Yanli inside. At 35, Cheng Yanli had been a urological surgeon at Donghai City's Third People's Hospital and had just been promoted to deputy chief physician, her career ascending steadily. When the apocalypse struck, her family's food stores vanished within weeks. While searching for water, she was captured by Yuan Xianghe's men. He kept her alive, not out of mercy, but utility. Someone's got to treat the brothers if they fall ill or get hurt. Now thrust before Zhang Wei, Cheng Yanli surveyed the man on the bed, then recoiled at the sight of his blood-soaked, festering groin. What kind of wound is this? She asked. Yuan Xianghe leaned against the doorframe, fingers poised like orchid blossoms, voice languid. Ask him. You think I know? Cheng Yanli knelt and gently peeled back the ragged cloth from Zhang Wei's groin. A wave of putrid stench hit her full force, but she suppressed her nausea and examined the wound closely. It's severely infected, she said, rising. Debridement surgery is essential. Dead tissue must be excised immediately. Otherwise sepsis will set in, and he'll die. Then perform it. Yuan Xianghe waved dismissively. Here. How? Cheng Yanli's eyes widened. No operating table, no surgical lamp, no sterilization equipment, no anesthesia. How am I supposed to operate? Yuan Xianghe impatiently flicked his wrist. That's your concern. Aren't you a physician? Isn't healing the wounded your very purpose? If you refuse, he dies now. If you act, he might live. Without anesthesia, he'll die from the pain. Then let him endure it. Yuan Xianghe sneered. He's already half dead. What's a little more agony? Cheng Yanli bit her lips, staring down at Zhang Wei. His eyes were half open, pupils dilated, and unfocused lips moving incoherently. Water, give me water. She exhaled deeply, then turned to Yuan Xianghe. Bring me a bottle of high-proof Baijiu, the stronger the better. Also clean needles, scissors, and a tourniquet if you have one. Yuan Xianghe gestured for his men to fetch the items. Within minutes, they returned a bottle of 56% Shuangwei Baijiu, a pair of scissors, a sewing needle, white thread, and a rubber band repurposed as a tourniquet. Cheng Yanli submerged the scissors and needle in the Baijiu to sterilize them. Then she uncapped the bottle, pinched Zhang Wei's nose shut, and poured the liquor down his throat. Glug glug glug. Zhang Wei choked and began coughing violently, but Cheng Yanli did not relent. She poured more than half the bottle down his throat in one breath. Over a gene of strong Baijiu flooded his system. Zhang Wei's face flushed from pallor to feverish crimson. His gaze grew unfocused, yet his heartbeat quickened sharply, and the wound below, already half-healed, split open anew under the liquor's fierce surge. What the hell? What the hell are you making me drink? Zhang Wei slurred, dazed and furious. Liquor. Cheng Yanli replied, coolly setting the bottle aside. Pain-numbing liquor. She waited several minutes, until the alcohol took full hold and Zhang Wei slipped into delirium. Then turned to Yuan Xianghe's men. Restrain him. Secure all four limbs. Don't let him move. Several men pinned Zhang Wei's arms and legs. Cheng Yanli bound his wrists and ankles to the bedpost with plastic zipties, then drew a slow, steadying breath before picking up the scissors. We can begin. The next 30 minutes would become the longest half-hour of Zhang Wei's life. With clinical precision, Cheng Yanli snipped away the fabric covering his groin, revealing a necrotic wound already blackened and decayed. She wielded a razor blade, retrieved from Yuan Xianghe's cosmetics kit, likely intended for eyebrow shaping or shaving, and meticulously excised the dead tissue layer by painstaking layer. Each incision sent Zhang Wei's body into violent convulsions. Guttural animal-like shrieks tore from his throat. Ah, it's killing me. His cries echoed hollowly through the barren room, raising gooseflesh on every listener's skin. Yuan Xianghe frowned, then ordered his men to seal the doors and windows, lest the sound draw unwanted attention. Cheng Yanli's hands remained steady. She had performed surgery for over a decade, witnessed horrors beyond imagining. Yet here beneath no surgical light, without anesthesia or assistance, she broke into a cold sweat. Gradually the necrotic tissue was stripped away. Upon inspection, Cheng Yanli confirmed that his genital organ had fully necrosed. Amputation was unavoidable. She severed the dead tissue with the blade, then sutured the wound with needle and thread. As the final stitch closed, she exhaled deeply, rose, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. It's done. Whether he lives or dies now rests solely in fate's hands. She glanced at the charred, desiccated remnants she'd removed, and a wave of nausea rose in her throat. She wrapped them in a cloth and cast the bundle into the corner. Zhang Wei had lapsed into unconsciousness, his face ashen, lips tinged violet. His groin was swathed in strips torn from a t-shirt, soaked through with fresh blood. Yuan Xianghe approached, bent low to study Zhang Wei's face, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Once cleaned, he'll look quite presentable. Turning to Cheng Yanli, he added, You've worked hard. I won't stay here. Her voice tightened. The surgery is complete. I'm leaving. Leaving? Yuan Xianghe smiled, a soft, unsettling curve of his lips. Where? Back to that crumbling hovel of yours. No running water. You'd only wait there to die. That's my concern. Your concerns are now mine, Yuan Xianghe said, gently patting her shoulder. Dr. Cheng, you're exceptional talent. We lack physicians here. Stay with us. Rest assured, you'll want for nothing. Food, shelter, safety. Far better than surviving alone out there. Cheng Yanli opened her mouth to refuse, but caught the glint of menace in the eyes of the men surrounding her and swallowed the words whole. I'll consider it. No need to consider. Yuan Xianghe's tone chilled. From this moment you belong to Building 12. You may not leave, unless I grant permission. He gestured. Two men stepped forward, each seizing one of her arms. Take her to the third floor, and bring up her medical kit. As Cheng Yanli was led away, she glanced back once at Zhang Wei lying motionless on the bed. A complex tide of sorrow, guilt, and dread rising within her. She had saved his life, yet surrendered her own freedom. Yuan Xianghe stood by the window, pulling out a small mirror to retouch the eyebrows smudged earlier. Brother, what do we do with that boy? One of his men pointed toward Zhang Wei. Once he wakes, bathe him thoroughly and dress him in clean clothes. Yuan Xianghe replied, pocketing the mirror, a faint predatory smile, lifting one corner of his mouth. Such a striking face. Would be a shame to waste. His man nodded knowingly, chuckling softly. Zhang Wei lay unconscious in Building 12 for 3 days, and on the third he stirred awake. His first instinct was to reach down, to grasp at his groin. Empty. His manhood was gone. His very dignity, annihilated. Ah! A raw soul-rending scream tore from his throat. He thrashed upright, only for the searing pain of his wound to blacken his vision. My. His hands shook violently, his face twisted in agony. At that moment Yuan Xianghe entered, holding a bowl of thin rice porridge. He surveyed Zhang Wei and smiled. Awake. Here, drink some water. Where is it? Where's my manhood? Zhang Wei's bloodshot eyes burned with desperation, his voice cracked like a rusted bellows. It was necrotic. If I hadn't removed it, infection would have killed you. Yuan Xianghe placed the bowl on the nightstand, sat beside the bed, and reached out to stroke Zhang Wei's cheek. Don't grieve. You're alive, that's what matters. Zhang Wei slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. For an instant Yuan Xianghe's gaze turned glacial, then softened again into practiced warmth. Still got spirit. He rose, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeves. Fine. Heal first. When you're ready, we'll talk. Slowly. Thoroughly. He turned and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him, with the unmistakable final sound of a lock engaging. Zhang Wei collapsed back onto the mattress, staring blankly at the ceiling as silent tears traced cold paths down his temples. Memories flooded in, cruising in his Porsche, a beautiful woman draped across his lap, commanding boardrooms and bending rivals to his will. Li Mingyao perched on his thigh, whispering, Big Brother Wei, you're incredible. Creditors groveled as Director Zhang, licking his shoes for favors. Now, he was a eunuch, a genderless broken husk. Wang Lin. Zhang Wei ground his teeth, voice cracking into hysteria. It's all you're doing, all you. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. His voice dissolved into ragged, broken sobs. Wang Lin knew nothing of Zhang Wei's torment, and cared even less. He sat in the third-floor surveillance room, eyes fixed on the monitor displaying Crystal Hill residential complex in crisp detail. Though Building 12 lacked interior cameras, its entrance remained visible on screen. Lindsay. Look here, Li Taiju pointed. There's been unusual foot traffic around Building 12 these past 2 days. Wang Lin glanced briefly, then said nothing. Also, the neighborhood office director didn't show up at Crystal Hill today. Could they be plotting something? They are. Wang Lin lifted his coffee cup, taking a slow sip. They've set their sights on us. Li Taiju paled. How do you know? A guess. Wang Lin set the cup down. Crystal Hill's tapped out. Men like Sun Dushing climb upward. Always upward. And since we're at the top, they'll fixate on us. What do we do? Wait. Wang Lin murmured, a subtle, dangerous curve lifting his lips. Let them come. Li Taiju nodded and turned to inspect the electrified fence along the perimeter wall. At 9 in the morning, the thermometer had already climbed past 60 degrees. Sun Dushing stood beside the flowerbed of the Banshan residential compound, holding a folding fan, which he fanned without pause. Sweat trickled down the temples of his face, his white short-sleeved shirt was soaked and clung to his body in yellowing rings of perspiration. Behind him stood his son Sun Lei and 16 hoodlums armed with iron rods, machetes, and steel pipes. Most of them were acquaintances Sun Lei had picked up on the streets, newly released from prison, drowning in gambling debts driven from their homes by wives. Uniformly men with nothing to lose. In the past few days they had followed Sun Dushing and his son to pillage a few compounds. Though the haul had been meager, each man could count on a bottle of water and 2 packets of instant noodles a day, and for now that was enough to keep them in line. Dad, isn't this about enough? Sun Lei spat the cigarette, but onto the ground, and stamped it out with his boot. If we wait any longer, the sun will climb higher, and we'll all be roasted alive. Sun Dushing closed the fan and glanced up at the sun. It was veiled by a grayish-yellow smog, a pallid disk that nonetheless gave off relentless heat that felt like needles pricking the skin. Let's go. He slid the folding fan into the back of his waistband and straightened his collar. Remember, first courtesy, then force. In the director of the street office, when one speaks and acts, one must claim the moral high ground. Yeah, we know. Sun Lei waved his hand impatiently, then turned and shouted to the men behind him, listen up. When we get there, don't move until my father speaks. Only when he says go do we act. Got it, Brother Lei. The thugs answered in scattered voices. The group set off up the hillside road. Heat shimmered up from the asphalt. The tar had softened under the sun, so that each footfall felt like stepping on warm clay. In the withered planting strips by the road, 1 or 2 dead birds lay, their feathers parched and their bodies hard as stone. After about 20 minutes, a villa's enclosing wall came into view, a gray barrier over 2 meters tall, topped with a band of black wrought iron. Thin metal wire was strung between the railings, an electrified line. The gate was a heavy slab of metal shut fast without a handle, its only adornments a camera and a small loudspeaker. The villa within was utterly silent. Sun Dushing smoothed his collar, cleared his throat, and fixed a genial smile on his face as he addressed the camera. Is Comrade Wang Lin at home? Sun Dushing, director of the street office. I'm here to discuss a matter with you. There was no answer. Sun Lei grew impatient, stepped forward, and bellowed at the camera. Wang Lin. Open up. My father is speaking to you. The speaker crackled with static, then Wang Lin's languid voice drifted out. Director Sun, whatever brings you up here? In this heat, aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Sun Dushing smiled, his tone soft as neighborly small talk. Comrade Wang Lin, these are unusual times. The street office has received instructions from above to centralize the allocation of supplies to ensure every household can weather this crisis. I hear your family has stockpiled considerable goods. Could you cooperate and hand them over for unified distribution? Unified distribution. Wang Lin's voice carried a smile. Director Sun, when did a street office director acquire the authority to requisition private property? I seem to recall the Constitution protects citizens' lawful private possessions. Isn't this unconstitutional? Sun Disheng's smile froze for an instant, then smoothed back into place. Comrade Wang Lin, these are extraordinary circumstances. Ordinary legality cannot be our measure. People are on the brink of thirst and starvation. Is it fitting for one household to hoard supplies while others suffer? You're an educated man. You should understand the precept of worrying for the world before enjoying its pleasures. There was a 2-second silence in the speaker, then Wang Lin chuckled. Director Sun's splendid rhetoric. Worry for the world before enjoying its pleasures. Then why don't you have your own family turn in their supplies first? As the street office director, you should lead by example. Sun Disheng's face flushed slightly, yet his voice remained composed. My family's provisions were already handed to the street office long ago. Comrade Wang Lin, don't deflect. The organization requires your cooperation now. The organization. Wang Lin's tone took on a playful edge. Director Sun, which organization are you referring to? The street office. Are there still people working there? Where are your superiors now? Sun Disheng opened his mouth, and for a moment had no answer. Fury rising, Sun Lei shoved his father aside, strode to the gate, and planted a fierce kick against the metal. The gate did not budge, his toes throbbed, and he bit back a cry. Wang Lin, cut the crap. Open the door. If you don't, I'll smash it. Wang Lin's voice cooled. Try and see. Sun Lei snapped, turning to his men. What are you standing there for? Smash it. One thug seized an iron rod and swung at the gate. The moment the rod struck the metal panel, a blue-white arc of electricity leapt from the gate along the rod into the man's hand. He screamed as he was flung backward, landing hard and convulsing foam at his mouth. His hand was blackened and smelled of charred flesh. The others staggered back in frightened unison. Sun Lei was rattled, but in front of so many he could not show hesitation. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the wall. Climb. Get over the wall. The electrified wire isn't that high. Build a human ladder and go. A few men hesitated, then fetched a weathered plank from somewhere and propped it against the wall, climbing on it to reach the top. The first man reached the parapet and his hand brushed the iron railing. The electric fence triggered again. A blue-white surge exploded across his hand, and he screamed, tumbling from the wall to land on his back, writhing in pain. The second and third men met the same fate. In under 5 minutes, 3 men lay incapacitated, 1 felled by electricity, 2 nursing broken limbs from their falls. Sun Lei's face went ashen. He was about to climb up himself when Wang Lin's voice came through the speaker. Sun Lei, I advise you not to try. The fence is a high-voltage pulse system. Though the current isn't large, it will throw you off the wall. With your abilities, you can't even get through my gate. Yet you pretend to be a robber. You son of a... Sun Lei cursed, but before he could finish, a bolt shot from a second-floor window, hissing through the air with a metallic whistle. The bolt struck the iron rod in Sun Lei's hand with surgical precision. The rod snapped in two. The forward piece clattered to the ground with a crisp metallic ring. Sun Lei stared down at the broken iron rod in his hand, frozen utterly, as if struck by a paralyzing technique, his fingers trembling. The arrow had halted less than 2 centimeters from his fingertips. Had he gripped the rod just a fraction off center, it would have severed them instead. Wang Lin's voice rang out once more, not with its usual lazy mockery, but with glacial, unyielding warning. Take one more step forward, and the next arrow pierces your skull. Sun Lei raised his head to see a lone figure standing behind the second-floor window holding a crossbow, the tip of its bolt gleaming coldly in the sunlight. His legs buckled. Dad. His voice quavered. Sun Disheng, though shaken, had served over a decade as director of the local sub-district office. He had weathered far more volatile scenes. He forced composure, speaking directly into the camera. Comrade Wang Lin, please remain calm. Violence resolves nothing. We'll leave. We're leaving right now. Leaving is acceptable, Wang Lin replied, unruffled. But take these 3 worthless men with you. Don't Sun Disheng hurriedly ordered his men to haul away the 3 thugs stunned by the electric grid. The entire party retreated down the mountain, humiliated and silent, until Wang Lin's voice echoed again from the loudspeaker. Director Sun, next time you visit, kindly give advance notice. I'll prepare stretchers for you. Sun Disheng stumbled mid-step, nearly collapsing. Gritting his teeth, he strode on without looking back. Back at the Banshan residential complex, he plunged into the temporary sub-district office, slammed the door shut, and slumped into his chair, breathing heavily. Sun Lei followed, slamming the snapped iron rod onto the desk with a metallic clang before dropping into a chair and cursing violently. That Wang Lin hides like a turtle in its shell, won't even show his face. If he's got guts, let him come out and fight me onion-on. Onion-on. Sun Dishing shot him a sharp glance. He holds a crossbow. What do you hold? A broken rod. You couldn't even breach his gate. What kind of onion-on are you babbling about? Sun Lei choked on the retort, then angrily pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply repeatedly. Dad, so we just let this go? Let it go? Sun Dishing sneered. And what else can we do? Can you storm it? Sun Lei fell silent. A long, heavy silence settled over the office. Sun Dishing rose and began pacing, his leather shoes striking the concrete floor with rhythmic hollow clicks. Lazy, did you notice something just now? Sun Dishing halted abruptly. Notice what? Wang Lin deployed an electric grid and fired crossbow bolts, but never once drew or fired a firearm. Sun Lei blinked, startled. What does that mean? It means he likely has no guns, Sun Dishing murmured, eyes narrowing. Even the deadliest crossbow fires only one bolt at a time. If we swarm him with numbers, how many bolts can he loose before we're upon him? Sun Lei's eyes lit up. Dad, you mean? I mean brute force won't work, Sun Dishing said, returning to his chair and taking a sip from his enamel mug. But strategy will. For instance, strike elsewhere first. Strike where? The Banshan Villa district. Sun Dishing set down the mug and adjusted his glasses. Didn't you say over a dozen families live there? Those households may lack Wang Lin's wealth, but each hoard supplies. We'll subdue them first, amass manpower and resources, then return to finish what we started. Sun Lei considered it and nodded slowly. When do we move? Tonight, Sun Dishing stood. Have your men ready. At dusk we march. At 6 p.m. The sun had vanished, but the air still scorched at over 45 degrees Celsius. Father and son led their remaining 13 men along the road toward the Banshan Villa district. Perched above the Banshan residential complex, the Villa district occupied far less land, but each residence boasted gardens, swimming pools, and lavish interiors. Before the apocalypse, it housed Donghai City's wealthiest elite, entrepreneurs, heirs, film stars. Now it stood as a necropolis. Most villas were pitch-black, windows shuttered tight. Only occasional candlelight flickered weakly behind a pane. Gardens lay desiccated, swimming pools had evaporated entirely, their cracked basins thick with dust. Dad, whose place first? Sun Lei asked. Sun Dishing paused roadside, scanning the surrounding villas, then pointed to a 3-story residence on the left, its windows glowing faintly with candlelight. That one. Someone's home, and it's close to the road. Easy to retreat. Sun Lei nodded and led the group forward. Its owner was Zhou Mingyuan, CEO of a Donghai trading firm. Before the collapse, Zhou Mingyuan commanded a fortune exceeding 100 million yuan. Living in this villa, driving a Porsche, married to a television anchor. When the world ended, his wealth turned to ash, his car stalled, his wife fled. Now he clung alone to this hollow mansion, surviving on dwindling water and instant noodles stored in the basement. At the sound of pounding on his door, Zhou Mingyuan leapt from bed and rushed to peer through the peephole. Outside stood over a dozen men gripping iron rods, led by a hulking figure whose face bore coarse scars and arms crawled with tattoos. Open up. Subdistrict office inspection, mandatory resource audit. Sun Lei's voice boomed like thunder. Zhou Mingyuan's heart hammered wildly. He knew full well the ruse, but dared not refuse. Those men carried weapons. Refusal meant splintered doors and worse consequences. Trembling, he unlocked the door. Sun Lei and his men surged inside like locusts, tearing the villa apart from attic to cellar. Every drop of water and packet of noodles vanished from the basement. Leftovers from the refrigerator were scavenged. Even bottles of red wine and boxes of cigars were seized from cabinets. Zhou Mingyuan stood motionless in the living room, watching his hard-won reserves vanish, then collapsed to his knees. Brothers, please, leave me some water. My wife abandoned me. I'll die without it. Sun Lei kicked him hard. Crawl aside. One more word, and you're out in the sun to bake. Zhou Mingyuan crumpled, blood trickling from his lip, curled silently into a corner. Then, on to the next. Sun Dishing and his son grew ever more efficient. At each villa they knocked, citing sub-district-wide resource reallocation. Compliance meant swift confiscation, resistance meant shattered doors, beatings, and still confiscation. By dawn they had plundered 3 villas, reaping abundant spoils. Dad, look at this. Sun Lei exclaimed, gesturing triumphantly at the pile amassed before the sub-district office entrance. Over 100 cases of water, 70 or 80 of instant noodles, canned goods, fine wine, cigars, even several rare vintages. Sun Dishing gazed at the bounty, and for the first time in days a faint smile crossed his lips. Good. Very good. He clapped his son on the shoulder. Lazy, you've done well. Give every man an extra pack of cigarettes. Reward for loyalty. Yes, sir. Sun Lei turned to distribute the spoils. Sun Dishing remained at the threshold, lighting a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the distant Banshan Villa district, narrow, calculating, burning with quiet fury. Wang Lin, wait. Once I gather enough men, once I arm them properly, We'll see how long you're arrogant. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the villa district, Zhou Mingyuan, face swollen and bruised, was secretly typing a message to Wang Lin on his battered smartphone. Mr. Wang, help. Sun Dishing and his men raided my home and assaulted me. He said his next target is you. Wang Lin received the message while sipping tea in his third-floor surveillance room. He glanced at the screen, and a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Taizhu, come here. He passed the phone to Li Taizhu. Li Taizhu scanned the message, brow furrowing. So Sun Dishing actually dared to act. Why wouldn't he? Wang Lin lifted his teacup. In this age, whoever wields power becomes king. He's looted several villas, gained supplies, and now his followers cling tighter to him. He'll return soon enough. Then what do? We wait. Wang Lin set down the cup. Let him come. Come once, we strike once. Strike until he learns pain and remembers fear. Li Taizhu nodded and handed the phone back. Lindsay, shall we respond to Zhou Mingyuan? Wang Lin paused thoughtfully. Send him a reply, tell him to stay vigilant. And add this. If he wishes refuge on the mountain, he's welcome. On one condition, he surrenders his entire external network, client lists, business channels, all connections. Li Taizhu hesitated. What use are those now? It's the apocalypse. They're vital. Wang Lin rose eyes steady. Who knows which of these men might yet command rising powers in this new world? Lindsay, take a look at this. Li Taizhu handed over his phone, and the group chat was already in an uproar. Half Mountain Villa Owners Group, Zhou Mingyuan, everyone be careful. Sun Dishing and his group raided my house last night. All the water and food were stolen. They even hit me. Lu Qinggui my house too. They came yesterday afternoon claiming that the street office is distributing supplies. I didn't open the door, and they smashed it down. My old man was pushed and fell, breaking his arm. Damn it, they even took my wife when they left. A bunch of beasts. Beasts worse than beasts. Wu Lihua, oh my god. How could this happen? Have you called the police? Zhou Mingyuan, call the police. The phone lines are down and the security team doesn't even know where they are now. Zhao Hongmei, it's all that Wang Lin's fault. If it wasn't for him provoking those people in Half Mountain Villa, would they come to rob us? Lu Qinggui, exactly. Wang Lin is hiding on the mountain with electric fences and crossbows, very safe. And we are the ones taking the blame. Wu Lihua, Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, why don't you say something? You caused this trouble, why should we bear it? Sun Mingyuan, what you're saying isn't right, is it? How did Wang Lin provoke the people of Half Mountain Villa? Those people are just greedy. What does it have to do with Wang Lin? Zhao Hongmei, Sun Mingyuan, stop pretending to be the good guy here. If Wang Lin hadn't flaunted that photo in the group, would the Half Mountain Villa people be jealous? Can they come up to rob? Lu Qinggui, exactly. If he had kept a low profile and not shown off, would there be such things happening? Wang Lin looked at these messages, a slight smile on his lips, as he took a sip of the 1982 Matai. Tiezhu, have you noticed that there are still a few households in the group that haven't spoken? Li Taizhu scrolled through the chat history and found that indeed a few households hadn't said a word from start to finish. The Chun family from Building 3, the Su family from Building 6, the Gu family from Building 8A, and the Song family from Building 11. These families are. Li Taizhu thought for a moment, aren't they from the 4 major families of Donghai City? Chin, correct. Wang Lin nodded. These 4 families have been operating in Donghai City for decades, spanning real estate, finance, manufacturing, and import-export trade. Each family has assets worth billions, employing bodyguards, drivers, and housekeepers. Even their guard dogs are important. In the apocalypse, are they still useful? No. They are useful. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, not because they are wealthy, but because they have resources. The Chun family controls the largest cold storage in Donghai City. The Su family has several mines. The Gu family has a fleet, and the Song family has a pharmaceutical factory. These resources are worth more than gold in the apocalypse. So you are waiting for them to speak? Li Taizhu realized no. Wang Lin shook his head. I am waiting for them to act. At the deepest part of Half Mountain Villa, there is a standalone villa covering 3 acres, which belongs to the 3rd son of the Chun family, Chen Yaozu. At 35, Chen Yaozu is the most unaccomplished among this generation of the Chen family, yet he is the one who knows how to enjoy life the most. He owns 3 villas, 5 luxury cars, a yacht, and a private wine cellar filled with thousands of fine wines. When the apocalypse struck, Chen Yaozu was the first to start the backup generator in his villa, filled the swimming pool with water, and stocked the basement cold storage with supplies. He has 12 bodyguards, all retired special forces hired with high salaries from security companies, each highly. At this moment, Chen Yaozu was lounging on a deck chair by the pool, wearing flashy swim trunks, sunglasses on, holding a glass of chilled whiskey. Surrounded by 2 young women in bikinis, one was peeling grapes for him, while the other fanned him. Yaozu, bro, do you think that Wang Lin is an idiot? The grape-peeling woman, named Xiaoman, was once a small model hoarding so many supplies by himself. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? Robbed? Chen Yaozu laughed. He has electric fences and crossbows. Who would dare to rob? Besides, his villa has been modified. The doors and windows are bulletproof, and ordinary people can't get in at all. Then what about you, Yaozu bro? Can you get in? The woman fanning him, named Jiao, was once a beauty blogger. Chen Yaozu took off his sunglasses and glanced at her. Why would I go in? I wouldn't even want his stuff. The beefsteaks in my cold storage alone can last me half a year. Why would I care about his Yaozu bro is the best. Xiaoman fed a grape into his mouth. Chun Yaozu chewed the grape, his gaze falling on Wang Lin's villa atop the distant mountain, a smirk of disdain on his lips. Not far from the Chun family's villa is Su Xian's house from the Su family. Su Xian, 32, graduated from Harvard Business School. After returning to China, he did not join the family business, but started his own investment company focusing on the internet and new energy. Before the apocalypse, his company was valued at 50 billion, making him the youngest unicorn entrepreneur in Donghai City. When the apocalypse came, his company was gone, but his money remained. Of course, money is useless now. Fortunately, he had stored quite a bit at home, with a generator, water purifier, satellite internet, and even a small At this moment, Su Xian was sitting in his study with 3 laptops in front of him, the screens filled with satellite maps and news reports. Though trapped at home, he could still learn about the outside world through satellite internet. Xian bro, look at those people in the group, they are cursing Wang Lin again. A young woman in a white shirt walked in with coffee. She was his assistant and lover named Lin Wei. Su Xian took the coffee, glanced at his phone screen, and said blandly, what's the use of cursing? If they have the ability, they should go rob him themselves. Do you think Wang Lin can hold out? He can. Su Xian took a sip of coffee. I have studied that guy's villa, and the modification standard is military grade. Bulletproof glass, pulse electric net, independent water and electricity systems, plus fresh air and water purification equipment. Even a dozen thugs, or a whole squad, wouldn't be able to breach it easily. Lin Wei stared in surprise, her eyes wide. How do you know so clearly? I had someone investigate. Su Xian set down his coffee cup. That Wang Lin is not simple. He started preparing a month before the apocalypse, buying villas, stockpiling supplies, and renovating houses, every step meticulously planned. Either he had insider information, or he was a genius. Are you interested in him? A bit. Su Xian stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the mountain top. This person will either become a friend or an enemy. I don't like enemies. Villain no. 8. The Gu family. Gu Nianxi, the eldest daughter of the Gu family at 28, is the most outstanding figure of her generation. She took over the family shipping business at 20, doubling the fleet size in 8 years with annual profits exceeding 1 billion. Just before the apocalypse struck, she happened to be handling business in Donghai City, becoming trapped here. Fortunately, her villa was well stocked with supplies, and she had 5 bodyguards and 2 assistants with her. At this moment, Gu Nianxi sat in the living room, a map of Donghai City laid out before her. She marked several locations on it with a red pin: Wang Lin's villa, Banshan community, the street office, and warehouses of several large supermarkets. Sister Nianxi, have you seen the messages in the group? Assistant Xiao Zhou handed over his phone. Gu Nianxi glanced at it, her expression unchanged. A bunch of rabble. That Wang Lin. I know. Gu Nianxi put down her pen. He's hoarded so many supplies, it certainly isn't to feed dogs. He's waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for people to come to him for help. Gu Nianxi stood up and walked to the window. When everyone is at their wits' end, he can use his supplies to exchange for what he wants. What does he want? People. Gu Nianxi turned around. Talent, manpower, connections. What he wants isn't money, it's control. Villain no. 11. The Song family. Song Qingshu, 30 years old, is a bookworm. He has the least presence in the family, having earned 2 PhDs and 1 master's degree, yet ended up without a job, relying on the family trust fund to get by. When the apocalypse came, he became the calmest person in the Song family. Because he had the most books at home, an entire wall of physical books along with a tablet loaded with tens of thousands of ebooks. At this moment, Song Qingshu sat in his study, a copy of Survival Guide for the Apocalypse spread out before him, a book he bought on Amazon before the apocalypse, which he found amusing at the time, but now considers useful. Qingshu, are you still reading? His cousin Song Xiaoro pushed the door open, holding a bowl of instant noodles. It's chaos outside, aren't you worried at all? What good is worry? Song Qingshu didn't lift his head. What comes will come. Instead of worrying, do you know how to make disinfecting cotton with alcohol? Do you know how to preserve food without electricity? Do you know how to identify edible wild plants? Xiaoro rolled her eyes. What's the use in learning all this? Our family doesn't lack for supplies. Not lacking now doesn't mean we want in the future. Song Qingshu finally raised his head, adjusting his glasses. Xiaoro, remember, the apocalypse isn't a matter of a day or 2. What will you do when the food at home runs out? Song Xiaoro was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Song Qingshu ignored her further and continued reading. At Wang Lin's villa, Shin Yutong was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at her phone for messages from the group. Her brows knitted tighter and tighter. Since her parents passed away, she had devoted all her energy to medical work. Every day, she woke up early to check the inventory of medicines, organize medical instruments, disinfect the operating room, busy as a top. But whenever she had a moment's respite, she would think of that phone call, remembering her mother's last words. Now the messages in the group made her even more uneasy. President Wang. Shin Yutong stood up and walked to the second floor, knocking on Wang Lin's door. Come in. Wang Lin was sitting in front of the computer, the screen displaying surveillance footage around the villa. President Wang, those people in the group. Shin Yutong hesitated for a moment. What they're saying is quite harsh. Aren't you angry? Angry. Wang Lin turned around to look at her. Why should I be angry? They're calling you selfish, saying you're causing trouble and that you should take responsibility. Wang Lin laughed. Dr. Shun, do you know why dogs bark? Shin Yutong was startled for a moment. Because barking is the only thing they can do. Wang Lin stood up. A barking dog doesn't bite. The ones that really bite are the silent ones. Shin Yutong nodded thoughtfully. Dr. Shin, have you noticed that several families in the group have remained silent? Wang Lin walked to the window and pointed in the direction down the mountain. Shen Su Gu Song, the four major families haven't said a word from beginning to end. Are they? Watching. Waiting. Wang Lin's lips curled slightly. Waiting for Sun Dishing to make enough noise, waiting for the people in Banshan Villa District to be wiped out, waiting for me to take action. Waiting for you to take action. Yes. Wang Lin turned around. They want to know how much strength I actually possess. If I can't even handle Sun Dishing, then they aren't worth cooperating with. If I can handle it, they will come looking for you. Not to look for me. Wang Lin shook his head. They will come to negotiate conditions. Shin Yutong was silent for a moment and said, President Wang, do you think Sun Dishing will come again? He will. Wang Lin was very certain. Once he tastes the sweetness, he won't stop. There are dozens of households left in the Banshan Villa District. He can rob them one by one, enough for him to keep for several days. Once he cleans out the lower levels, he will come looking for me again. What do you plan to do? Wait. Wang Lin picked up the cup of tea on the table. Let him come. When he comes, I will, until he knows the pain and doesn't dare come again. Shin Yutong watched Wang Lin's back, a complex emotion surging in her heart. This young man, several years her junior, acted with a steadiness, decisiveness, and ruthlessness unlike any man she had ever encountered. He was like a blade hidden in its sheath, usually unassuming, but once drawn it would certainly draw blood. President Wang, I will head down now. There are still some matters in the medical room. Go ahead. Shin Yutong walked to the door, paused, and turned back, saying, President Wang, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for taking me in. Without you I might have long since perished. Wang Lin looked at her silent for 2 seconds, then said, Dr. Shin, you are worth the 5 million I spent to invite you, not just some charity. You are worth that price. Dad, look. Sun Lei excitedly held up a bottle of Louis XIII in front of Sun Dishing. Founded at Zhou Minjiwan's place. Authentic French import worth tens of thousands per bottle. Sun Dishing took the bottle and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, a rare smile flickering across his face. Fine stuff. Keep it. We'll need it later. Need it? Who drinks this anymore? People can't even get clean water. Sun Lei sneered. What do you know? Sun Dishing carefully placed the bottle on the table. This isn't meant for drinking, it's currency. In a few days, one bottle could trade for an entire truckload of water. Sun Lei nodded vaguely and turned to inventory the supplies. Sun Dishing sank into his chair, lit a cigarette, and squinted through the haze at the mountain of goods piled in the courtyard, already calculating his next move. There were still over 20 households left unlooted in the Hillside Villa District. Going door to door would keep them busy for at least another week. Once they'd seized everything from those homes, he'd hold enough leverage to act decisively. Then he could negotiate with Wang Lin or strike deals with other factions without hesitation. As he pondered this, a clamor erupted outside. Brother Lei, bad news. A thug burst in, drenched in sweat and breathless. A mob surrounded us. Who? Sun Lei's expression darkened instantly. Looks like Zhao Qixing from Building 7. He's brought 20 or 30 men, all armed. Sun Dishing shot upright. The cigarette but tumbled from his fingers. By candlelight, his face shifted between shadow and grim resolve. How many? At least 25, maybe more. Too dark to tell. Sun Lei snatched an iron rod from the table and cursed, damn it. That tattooed bastard dares lay a hand on me. The movement wrenched his wound, sending fresh waves of agony that broke him in cold sweat. Sun Dishing pressed a restraining hand over his son's arm and whispered low, don't act rashly. Let's go out first. Avoid violence if we possibly can. Father and son led a dozen thugs out through the gates of the subdistrict office. In the courtyard, 24 figures already blocked the entrance. At their head stood a broad-shouldered man, stripped to the waist, his arms thick with garish, writhing tattoos that looked grotesque under the moonlight. Zhao Qixing himself. Behind him loomed a dense crowd, clutching pipes, cleavers, and wooden clubs. Several even brandished crude spears, kitchen knives lashed to bamboo poles. Rough-hewn, but lethally effective. Beside Zhao Qixing stood a woman in a crimson slip dress. In that sweltering 40-degree night, everyone glistened with sweat, yet she appeared cool and unruffled. Her dress was nearly translucent, revealing vast expanses of pale skin. Li Mengyao. She leaned against Zhao Qixing's arm, chin lifted, her gaze sweeping over Sun Dishing and his son with undisguised contempt. Director Sun, I hear you struck gold tonight. Zhao Qixing's voice was coarse, edged with streetwise swagger. Come on, when you get rich, don't forget your brothers. Sun Dishing adjusted his glasses and forced a smile. Mr. Zhao, you misunderstand. I'm requisitioning supplies on behalf of the subdistrict office for centralized distribution, not personal gain. Centralized distribution? Zhao Qixing laughed. Director Sun, distributed to whom? To yourself perhaps. A ripple of mocking laughter rose from his men. Sun Lei tightened his grip on the iron rod and stepped forward. Zhao Qixing, you watch your filthy mouth. This is my father's territory. No room for your antics. Oh, temper's sharp, isn't it? Zhao Qixing released Li Mengyao and advanced 2 paces, looming over Sun Lei. Your father's territory. When did Hillside Residential Area become your family estate? Exactly. Li Mengyao chimed in shrilly. You've looted so much. Surely you can spare a little. After all, we're neighbors. Sharing good things is only fair. Sun Dishing glanced at Li Mengyao and inwardly scoffed. Just days ago she had been clinging to Zhao Qixing for scraps. Now she spoke of sharing with practiced hypocrisy. So Mr. Zhao, you're here to rob us? Sun Dishing asked bluntly. Rob? How crude. Zhao Qixing pulled out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and drew a long, deliberate puff. I'm here to borrow. Director Sun, you've gathered quite a haul from Hillside Villa tonight. Lend me some. I'll repay you when I'm able. Borrow. Sun Lei spat. Repay with what? You can barely feed yourself. How will you repay? Zhao Qixing's eyes turned glacial. He flicked the cigarette but onto the ground and crushed it beneath his heel. Sun Lei, I'm speaking with your father. Children don't interrupt grown-ups' conversations. You. Sun Lei lunged forward, only to be yanked back by Sun Dishing. Lazy. His father's glare pinned him down before he turned back to Zhao Qixing. Mr. Zhao, if you call it borrowing, then let's discuss terms. How much do you want? Half. Zhao Qixing raised 5 fingers. Half of everything you seize tonight. Sun Disheng's face. Half. They'd risked their lives tonight, only for Zhao Qixing to demand half outright. Mr. Zhao, that's beyond excessive. Sun Disheng's voice dropped icy and sharp. Half. Why not just rob us outright? Aren't I doing exactly that? Zhao Qixing laughed, a brazen mocking sound. His thugs joined in their laughter, ringing shrill and arrogant into the night air. Sun Disheng's brow furrowed, his narrowed eyes calculated swiftly. Over 20 opponents, fewer than 15 on his side. If it came to blows, victory was unlikely. Yet surrendering the spoils would shatter his authority before his own men. Mr. Zhao, you insist on this course? Sun Disheng's voice trembled with suppressed fury. I do. Zhao Qixing's smile vanished, replaced by a predatory glint. Director Sun, I give you 3 minutes to decide. After that, either hand over half willingly, or I'll take it by force. The 2 factions stood locked in silence, the air crackling with tension, ready to detonate. No one noticed 2 shadows crouched behind the second-floor window of an abandoned apartment building across the street from the subdistrict office, watching the standoff unfold in utter stillness. Wang Lin wore dark, moisture-wicking attire and a baseball cap pulled low over his brow. He held a chilled beer can, taking slow sips, a faint theatrical smile playing on his lips. Li Taiju squatted beside him, gripping a combat knife, every muscle coiled tight, like a leopard poised to spring. Lindsay, was it worth traveling this far just to watch? Li Taiju whispered, beads of sweat gleaming on his forehead in the moonlight. Worth every step. Wang Lin took another sip. This spectacle beats any cinema film. What if they spot us? They won't. Wang Lin gestured downward. Look at them. Their eyes are bloodshot, burning with hunger to tear each other apart. Who has time for us? Li Taiju glanced down, and indeed both groups stood rigid, every gaze locked upon their adversaries. Lindsay, do you really think they'll fight? They will. Wang Lin spoke with absolute certainty. Zhao Qixing. I've never met him, but his style speaks volumes, a man who yields to flattery, not force. And Sun Dishing. He's been director of this sub-district office for over a decade. Always the one taking advantage, never taken. Neither will yield an inch. So this clash is inevitable. And we watch. When they're spent, we descend, to gather what remains. Wang Lin set the empty beer can on the windowsill. Li Taiju swallowed hard and fell silent. Zhao Qixing checked his wristwatch, a stolen Rolex, its gleam lending chilling weight to the gesture. 3 minutes are up. Director Sun, have you made your decision? Sun Dishing clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Sun Lei could no longer contain himself. He raised his iron rod and pointed it at Zhao Qixing. Zhao Qixing, don't push us too far. I'll die fighting you. Fight. Zhao Qixing sneered. With what? These dozen men of yours. Sun Dishing bellowed, halting his son. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze upon Zhao Qixing. Mr. Zhao, so you're determined to resort to violence today? Let me say it once more, give me half, or I'll take it myself. Sun Dishing fell silent. The air thickened, frozen for several seconds. Then, without warning, a beer bottle soared from the shadows, arching through the air with uncanny precision before striking Sun Dishing squarely on the head. Crack! Shards of glass exploded outward, froth splattered across Sun Dishing's face. He shrieked in agony, clutching his skull as blood seeped between his fingers, vivid crimson beneath the flickering candlelight. Who did that? Who threw it? Everyone froze in stunned silence. Zhao Qixing's men exchanged bewildered glances. It hadn't been them. Zhao Qixing, how dare you strike my father? Sun Lei's eyes burned red as he charged forward, iron rod raised high. I didn't. Zhao Qixing tried to explain, but the iron rod was already descending. He twisted aside just in time The rod grazed his shoulder, tearing skin. Damn it, you hit me, eh? Rage surged through Zhao Qixing. He yanked a cleaver from his waist and brought it down hard against Sun Lei's iron rod. Clang! Sparks erupted like scattered stars. Brothers, charge! Sun Lei roared, and his gang surged forward as one. Damn it, kill them all! Zhao Qixing bellowed in reply, and his men rushed headlong into the fray. Iron rods, cleavers, wooden clubs, and kitchen knives whirled in chaotic fury. Wang Lin crouched behind the second-floor window, observing the melee below, a faint knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lindsay, was that you who threw it? Li Tieju's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Lin reached into his spatial ring, retrieved another ice-cold beer, cracked it open, and took a slow sip. Might as well stir the fire. I had nothing better to do. You aren't afraid they'll trace it back to you? They won't. Wang Lin gestured downward toward the maelstrom of clashing bodies. Look at them now. Who has time to wonder where that beer bottle came from? Li Taiju glanced down, and indeed both sides were blinded by fury, utterly oblivious to anything beyond the immediate brawl. Lindsay, how many will die? Not many. Wang Lin spoke calmly. Just surface wounds. Watch Zhao Qixing. He swings his cleaver with thunderous force, yet every strike lands squarely on iron rods, not flesh. Sun Lei is the same, fierce in appearance yet restrained in execution. They're testing each other. Neither side truly wishes to kill. Then when will they fight to the death? When someone dies. Wang Lin took another swallow of beer. Before death, only bluster. After death, only slaughter. True enough, the brawl raged for over 10 minutes. Though several lay wounded on the ground, not a single life had been lost. 5 or 6 of Sun Lei's thugs had fallen. 4 or 5 of Zhao Qixing's men lay similarly incapacitated. Yet both leaders and their core fighters still stood. Sun Dushing, blood streaming from his wound, huddled behind the gate of the neighborhood office, muscles trembling uncontrollably. His glasses had been knocked off, his vision blurred, leaving only the cacophony of screams and battle cries. Stop! Stop fighting! He screamed hoarsely, but no one heeded him. Zhao Qixing winced as an iron rod struck his shoulder, pain twisting his features. He staggered back 2 paces, breathing heavily, and locked eyes with Sun Lei. Sun Lei, you're insane. Do you really want to kill me? You struck my father first. Blood-stained Sun Lei's iron rod. Whose it was no one could tell. I didn't strike your father. That bottle wasn't thrown by me. If not you, then who? How the hell should I know? The two stood frozen in tense confrontation, neither daring to strike first. Their exhausted underlings stood panting, weapons lowered limply in weary hands. At that moment, another beer bottle hurtled from the darkness, this time slamming into Zhao Qixing's back. Crack! He lurched forward, whirled around, and roared. Who the hell threw that? Silence answered him. Motherfucker! Eyes blazing crimson, Zhao Qixing pivoted and swung his cleaver in a lethal arc toward Sun Lei. This time he held nothing back. Sun Lei failed to evade. The blade sliced deep across his arm, and crimson gushed forth. Up! Sun Lei cried out, dropping the iron rod as he stumbled backward, clutching his mangled limb. Lazy! Sun Dushing burst from behind the gate, collapsing beside his son. Gazing upon the raw, gaping wound, his entire body trembled violently. Zhao Qixing, you. His voice quavered. Whether from rage or terror he could not tell. Zhao Qixing stood paralyzed, staring at the blood dripping from his blade. His hand shook. He never meant to kill, but it was already too late. Brothers, charge. Kill them all. Sun Lei gritted his teeth against the searing pain, snatched up his iron rod, and lunged forward once more. This time, there would be no restraint. Iron rods shattered skulls, spilling blood and bone. Cleavers severed limbs, exposing glistening white bone and drenching the earth in scarlet. Wang Lin remained crouched on the second floor, watching the carnage unfold, his expression unreadable. Li Taiju turned away, unable to bear the sight. Lindsay, isn't this enough? People must die, for it to matter. Wang Lin rose slowly, brushing dust from his trousers. Without bloodshed, they'll never feel the sting of consequence. Without pain, they'll never learn. Shall we go down now? Not yet. Wang Lin crouched again. We'll wait until the fighting ends. The brutal clash raged for another 10 minutes. In the end, Zhao Qixing's faction gained the upper hand. His numbers were greater, and most of his men were seasoned street fighters, far more experienced than Sun Lei's ragtag crew. Of Sun Lei's group, only 3 or 4 remained standing, including Sun Lei himself. The rest lay strewn across the ground, groaning, convulsing, or utterly still. Zhao Qixing fared little better. His left arm swelled grotesquely from repeated blows. A deep gash split his right palm, coating his hand in blood. 7 or 8 of his men had fallen, barely a dozen remained upright. Sun Lei, do you yield? Zhao Qixing gasped, cleaver leveled at his rival. Sun Lei's arm still bled freely, his face had paled to the shade of bleached paper. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each word with icy resolve. No. No. Then I'll beat you until you do. Zhao Qixing's eyes turned red as he raised his cleaver and charged forward once more with his men. Though several of Sun Lei's group had been injured, the rest were equally enraged. swinging their iron rods to meet the assault. The two groups collided again, this time with even greater ferocity. An iron rod slammed into a shoulder and bone cracked with a sharp, sickening snap. A cleaver slashed across an arm and blood gushed forth in a crimson arc. Several men had teeth knocked out, mouths flooded with blood, yet they still swung their fists wildly and kicked blindly, striking their opponents with desperate fury. Their adversaries were no less ruthless. Even after sustaining grievous injury, one man staggered back to his feet and lunged forward again, raving like a madman. Across the courtyard of the sub-district office, over a dozen bodies lay sprawled haphazardly, some curled tightly around their heads in fear of further blows, others clutching wounds while groaning in agony. A few lay utterly motionless, unconscious, or perhaps dead. Blood streamed steadily down Sun Lei's arm, yet he seemed impervious to pain. His iron rod whistled through the air with terrifying force. With a thunderous blow, he struck Zhao Qixing squarely on the shoulder, eliciting a guttural grunt and nearly wrenching the cleaver from his grip. "Damn you!" Zhao Qixing snarled through clenched teeth, slashing his blade towards Sun Lei's skull. Sun Lei twisted aside just in time, the blade grazing his ear and slicing off a sliver of its tip. Crimson rivulets coursed down his neck. Sun Lei sucked in a sharp, stinging breath, but his iron rod never paused. In the same fluid motion, he brought it crashing down upon Zhao Qixing's ribs. Zhao Qixing shrieked, a raw, ragged cry. As he stumbled backwards several paces, clutching his side, his face drained of all color. You really dared go for the kill." He wheezed, bloodshot eyes burning with fury. "You started it first." Sun Lei gasped back breath, ragged droplets of blood from his ear splattering onto the ground in tiny crimson blooms. The two stood locked in tense silence, neither daring to move first. Their underlings too were spent, panting heavily, arms slack, weapons dangling limply at their sides. None noticed the two shadowy figures watching intently from behind the second-floor window of the adjacent residential building. Wang Lin crouched casually on the windowsill, a frosty can of beer in hand, sipping now and then, a faint theatrical smile playing on his lips. Li Taizhu squatted beside him, also holding a beer, but drank absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the chaos below. "Lindsay, look at Sun Lei. His ear's been sliced clean off." Tisk tsk. Had that blade veered just slightly, his skull would have split open. "It wouldn't have," Wang Lin replied, taking another swig. Zhao Qixing held back. He meant only to frighten Sun Lei, not kill him. Sun Lei simply misjudged the angle and caught the edge of his ear. "How do you know he held back?" "Watch the blade," Wang Lin said, nodding toward Zhao Qixing's cleaver. "When he strikes, his wrist rotates. The edge doesn't descend straight down, but slices diagonally. A diagonal cut delivers far less damage, superficial wounds at most. A direct vertical strike could shatter bone." Li Taizhu studied closely, and indeed, though Zhao Qixing swung with savage vigor, every blow arced sideways. "And Sun Lei, he fights with brutal, unrefined force." Wang Lin shook his head. "He throws every strike with full momentum, no restraint, no control. Look at that blow to Zhao Qixing's ribs. If it had landed just a fraction heavier, the rib would have snapped. A broken rib can pierce the lung, then he'd be dead. Does Sun Lei realize that now?" "He does," Wang Lin said, pointing downward. "See how his hand trembles where it grips the iron rod? Not from exhaustion, but from shock." Li Taizhu nodded thoughtfully. Below, the brawl dragged on for several more minutes, until both sides, utterly spent, staggered apart and stood panting, glaring across the chasm between them. More than 20 bodies lay strewn across the ground, some moaning softly, others convulsing, a few eerily silent. Blood still seeped from Sun Lei's arm. His face was pallid as parchment. Half his face was smeared with blood where his ear had been nicked, giving him the ghastly visage of a demon risen from the abyss. Zhao Qixing fared little better. His ribs throbbed with each breath, twisting his features into grimaces of pain. A deep gash split his left palm, blood slicking his fingers, so much so that he could barely maintain his grip on the cleaver. "Sun Lei, do you yield?" Zhao Qixing rasped, voice hoarse and raw. "Never." Sun Lei gritted his teeth. "Kill me if you dare. If you don't, you'll die by my hands sooner or later. Then come on." As they surged forward once more, suddenly a beer bottle soared down from the second floor, tracing a perfect arc before striking Sun Lei square on the forehead. Crack! Glass exploded outward and glittering shards of froth splattered across Sun Lei's face. Icy beer streamed from his hairline, mingling with blood as it dripped steadily onto the ground. Sun Lei froze, instinctively pressing fingers to his brow, then staring dumbfounded at the liquid coating his hand. Not blood, beer. Cold. Ice cold. Ice cold beer. His mind raced. These people couldn't even afford clean water. Where did they get ice cold beer? And it hadn't come from across the courtyard. It had fallen from above. He jerked his head up, locking eyes on the residential building opposite. Behind the second-floor window, two silhouettes leaned forward, one wearing a baseball cap, can of beer tilted to his lips, the other broad-shouldered, as a fortress, peering down with quiet amusement. Wang Lin. Sun Lei's eyes flared crimson with sudden, incandescent rage. "Stop fighting, all of you. Look at those two upstairs. They're sitting pretty. Few heard him over the clamor. The clanging of iron rods and cleavers punctuated by shrill cries of pain drowned out his voice entirely. Stop! He bellowed again, louder roar, his voice cracking into a ragged shriek. This time a few glanced up and followed his furious gaze toward the second-floor window. Others, seeing their comrades pause, lifted their heads too, half expecting aliens to descend from the sky. More and more ceased fighting, craning their necks upward, transfixed by the two dark figures watching calmly from behind the glass. Wang Lin was sipping his beer leisurely when he noticed the sudden hush below. Only groans and moans remained. He glanced down to find dozens of eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Oh! Wang Lin set down his beer can and feigned a look of startled discovery. So I've been spotted. Li Taiju caught sight of the commotion below and nearly dropped his own can. Lindsay, they've seen us. Well then let them see, Wang Lin replied unruffled. Wang Lin took another slow sip of beer. It's not as if we're hiding anything. Below, Sun Lei pointed furiously toward the second floor, voice boiling with rage. Wang Lin. Are you watching this like it's some spectacle? Dare you come down? Do you truly believe you'll ever walk back into that world again? Hearing those words, Wang Lin turned his head slowly toward Sun Lei and feigned wide-eyed astonishment. Oh my, so I have been discovered. Look at you, Taiju. You're hopeless. You missed your shot and got caught. What now? I'm absolutely terrified. His tone held not a trace of fear, only scathing mockery. Li Taiju instantly caught on and played along. He placed his beer can on the windowsill, patted his chest dramatically, and pretended to tremble. Lindsay, I won't lie. I'm genuinely frightened too. With so many of them, a single spit from each would drown us both. As he spoke, he unslung the high-powered composite crossbow from his back and twirled it idly in his hands. Lifting the crossbow to his shoulder, Li Taiju aimed deliberately at the crowd below, muttering aloud, at this distance, 80 meters, wind resistance is negligible. He deliberately rested his finger on the trigger, miming imminent fire. Taiju, don't play around, Wang Lin said calmly. I'm not playing, I'm terrified. Utterly petrified. Just testing the scope ahead of time, Li Taiju retorted, and accidentally squeezed the trigger. A sharp thwip split the air. The quarrel struck a thug standing beside Sun Lei squarely in the thigh. The man screamed, clutched his leg, and collapsed, blood welling thick and fast between his fingers. Oh dear! Li Taiju gasped in exaggerated shock. It misfired. Lindsay, the trigger's far too sensitive. I barely touched it, and off it went. Wang Lin suppressed a grin and responded with deadpan seriousness. Then do be careful, not to misfire again. Yes. I will, Li Taiju replied, stowing the crossbow, but keeping his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Below, Sun Lei's face darkened like scorched iron. He stared first at the wounded thug writhing on the ground, then up at Li Tieju's crossbow, and felt a chilling wave of dread surge beneath his fury. Wang Lin, don't get cocky. You two only have 2 crossbows, while we've 40 men strong. Do you really think we couldn't swarm you and drag you down? Wang Lin shook his head dismissively, and slowly drew a pistol from his pocket, a German-made Luger P08, chambered in 9mm, salvaged decades ago from a northeastern fortress. Though over 80 years old, it gleamed with meticulous care, its blackened barrel shimmering coldly under the moonlight. Raising it skyward, Wang Lin fired a single deafening shot. The gunshot detonated across the night, ringing violently in every ear. Instantly, the crowd below fell utterly silent, frozen in place, staring at Wang Lin's weapon as though gazing upon a specter. Wang Lin lowered the muzzle, aiming steadily at a thug standing just before Sun Lei. Bang! The man crumpled, a crimson bloom erupting from his thigh. He rolled wildly on the ground, shrieking in agony. Ah, my leg. It's killing me. Wang Lin blew gently across the smoking barrel, a faint self-satisfied smirk lifting one corner of his mouth, as if posing for an unseen Bond film. Sun Lei, what was it you said? 40 men. A fool in charge. Tell me, do you truly believe I couldn't turn your skull into a sieve before even a single one of them takes a step forward? Shh. Sun Lei nearly wet himself. His legs trembled uncontrollably, yet he forced himself to roll sideways behind a concrete pillar, pressing his back against its rough surface, breathing ragged and shallow. Wang Lin, this is China. Firearms are strictly prohibited. Where did you even get that thing? Watch out. The Public Security Bureau will arrest you. His voice quavered, though he clung stubbornly to bravado. Oh, how curious, Wang Lin chuckled. Yet you never seemed afraid of the Public Security Bureau when breaking into homes and robbing people. Now you worry about me getting arrested. Thank you for your concern. With that, he fired 2 more shots into the sky. Bang. Bang. Chaos erupted below. Some dropped flat to the pavement, the others scrambled behind cars, several bolted blindly toward stairwells. Zhao Qixing's henchmen, who moments earlier had snarled like rabid dogs, now cowered like startled rabbits, desperate to vanish into thin air. Even Zhao Qixing himself trembled violently. Peering cautiously from behind a flower bed, he called, upward voice cracking, Brother Lin. Master Lin, let's talk this through calmly. We've had no quarrel. Why don't we join forces and eliminate Sun Dishing and his men? I'll serve you loyally. What do you say? Wang Lin looked down at him once, then said nothing. Zhao Qixing swallowed, hard mind racing. He knew this was no time for pride. Wang Lin wielded a firearm and dared to fire it. That meant he feared nothing. Master Lin, if that's not acceptable, I'll send Li Mingyao to you myself. She's quite the seductress. Let her serve you properly, devotedly. His tone oozed obsequious flattery, unaware that Li Mingyao had once been Wang Lin's own romantic pursuit. At that name, Wang Lin's smile froze, then vanished. Li Mingyao? A barb lodged deep in his heart. He'd pursued her for 2 years like a fool, never managing more than a handful of chaste handholds. Each time he tried to deepen their bond, she'd gaze at him solemnly and declare, "My first night belongs to our wedding night." And yet, she'd turned in an instant, slipping into Zhang Wei's bed. Emerging breathless, still charging her phone, she could dial Wang Lin without blinking and ask for gifts. Her wedding night. Wang Lin sneered. She must have had dozens of grooms by now. He raised the pistol and fired twice toward Zhao Qixing's hiding place. Bang! Bang! Bullets shattered the edge of the flower bed, shrapnel and gravel spraying across Zhao Qixing's face, stinging like needles. Keep her. I want nothing to do with her. Wang Lin's voice was glacial. But do treat her well. Teach her precisely what serving truly means. Zhao Qixing shrank deeper behind the flower bed, breath held tight. Wang Lin holstered his weapon, turned to Li Tiezhu, and said simply, "Let's go." They slipped out the window and descended the building's far side staircase. Below lay a narrow alley, leading upward to the mountain road. Li Tiezhu followed close behind, crossbow still gripped in hand, scanning the shadows warily. "Lindsay, do you think they'll chase us?" "No." Wang Lin strode forward without breaking pace. "Do they have the courage?" "No, they don't," Li Tiezhu mused, then laughed. 40 men cowed by 2 guns. That's humiliating, even to speak of. Not 2 guns. Wang Lin corrected. Just 1. Your crossbow fires too slowly, 1 bolt at a time. In real combat, it offers little advantage. Then why make me carry it? To frighten them, Wang Lin smiled faintly. People don't fear weapons, they fear the unknown. When they can't guess what you hold, they freeze. And frozen men dare not move. Li Tiezhu's eyes lit with sudden understanding. He raised a thumb high. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. They climbed the mountain road beneath the warm night breeze, still sultry, yet far gentler than the day's heat. After a few steps, Wang Lin halted and glanced back toward the hillside residential complex below. "Lindsay, what is it?" Li Tiezhu asked. "Nothing." Wang Lin turned away. "It's just that this performance—" "What do you mean?" "Sun Dishing and Zhao Qixing won't let this humiliation pass. Right now they fear me, because I hold a gun. But inside they're already plotting how to reclaim their honor, given the chance. So what do we do?" "Wait." Wang Lin's voice remained calm, steady. "Let them come to me. Once, then again. Until they submit." By the time they reached the villa, it was past 1 in the morning. Xin Yutong was still awake, seated on the living room sofa holding a medical journal. Yet her eyes kept flicking toward the entrance. At the sight of Wang Lin and Li Tiezhu, she rose and studied them carefully from head to toe. "Mr. Wang, where have you been? It's late, and the streets are in chaos." "Just a midnight stroll," Wang Lin said, slipping off his shoes and settling onto the sofa. "Dr. Shun, why aren't you asleep?" "I couldn't sleep," Xin Yutong replied, returning to her seat and placing the journal on the coffee table. "I was worried about you too." Wang Lin met her gaze, then said nothing. Li Tiezhu sank onto the sofa beside her, laid the crossbow on the coffee table, and exhaled deeply. "Dr. Shun, you should have seen it tonight. It was electrifying." He launched into vivid detail. Sun Dushing's and Zhao Qixing's gangs were brawling, heads cracked, bodies strewn across the ground. Then Lindsay stepped up and fired a few shots, and poof, they scattered like startled birds. Xin Yutong frowned. "You fired a gun, Mr. Wang." "A few warning shots, just to intimidate," Wang Lin answered lightly. "No one died. Only a few minor injuries." Xin Yutong paused, thoughtful. "Mr. Wang, be cautious. Those men won't let this go." "I know." Wang Lin stood. "Which is why I need your help." Hearing Wang Lin's words, Xin Yutong immediately understood. She walked up behind Wang Lin, reached out her hand, and placed it on his shoulder. "President Wang, sit tight. Let me massage you." Wang Lin was taken aback. "Not that, no need, I'm not tired." "You are tired," Xin Yutong said assertively. "You just came back from outside, your muscles are all tense. If you don't relax a bit, you'll be even more tired tomorrow." Wang Lin opened his mouth to say something, but Xin Yutong's hands had already started kneading his shoulders. Her fingers were long and powerful, applying just the right amount of pressure, each press hitting the acupoints, creating a sensation of pleasant soreness mixed with comfort. "Dr. Shun, I thought you only knew how to massage feet." "An emergency physician needs to know a bit of everything," Xin Yutong replied, while continuing to massage. "Sometimes when rescuing patients it can take hours, so I've built up my strength." Li Tiezhu sat on the opposite sofa watching Wang Lin being massaged comfortably, his eyes filled with envy. "Lindsay, you are really enjoying this, huh?" "Envious." Wang Lin kept his eyes closed. "You should find someone too." Li Tiezhu turned to the nearby nurse, Zhou Xiaonan, and chuckled. Xiaonan, how about giving me a massage too? My arms are sore from lifting things today. Zhou Xiaonan, who was organizing the medicine box on the coffee table, glanced up at him and said expressionlessly, I'm a nurse, not a masseuse. A nurse is also a type of doctor, isn't it? Nurses and masseuses are two different professions, Zhou Xiaonan replied as she closed the medicine box. If you get injured, I can bandage you up. If you want a massage, do it yourself. Li Taizhu was momentarily speechless, withdrawing awkwardly back into the sofa. Shin Yutong glanced at Zhou Xiaonan and smiled slightly. Xiaonan, why don't you just give him a massage? He did move quite a bit today. Zhou Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, stood up, and walked over to Li Taizhu's side. Lie down. Huh. I said lie down, face down. How can I massage you otherwise? Li Taizhu hurriedly lay down, burying his face in the sofa cushion like a pancake waiting to be flipped. Zhou Xiaonan sat on the edge of the sofa and began to massage his shoulders. Her strength was slightly less than Shin Yutong's, but her technique was still very professional given her solid training in human anatomy. Ouch. Yes, right there. Be gentle. Li Taizhu grimaced, but his voice was filled with... Wang Lin kept his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The living room was quiet for a while, only the sound of fingers pressing into muscles could be heard. Li Taizhu suddenly spoke up. Hey, I didn't expect that even in this apocalypse I could still enjoy such treatment, with two beautiful women giving foot massages. Foot massage? Zhou Xiaonan looked down at his feet. Brother Tiezhu, you're mistaken. We're massaging your shoulders. Shoulders are fine too, Li Taizhu chuckled. It's all about enjoyment. Zhou Xiaonan's eyes twinkled, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Her hands moved away from Li Taizhu's shoulders, sliding down his arms to his hands. Brother Tiezhu stretched. Why, oi? Just do it, she insisted. Li Tiezhu, confused, stretched out his hand. Zhou Xiaonan grasped his fingers, bending them back towards the back of his hand, using her thumb to firmly press a spot next to his thumb. Up. Li Taizhu let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, springing up from the sofa. It hurts. Zhou Xiaonan released her grip and casually said, the acupoint I pressed corresponds to the kidneys. Brother Tiezhu, your reaction is so big it seems you are very deficient. You need to replenish it. She took out a thermos from under the coffee table, unscrewed the lid, revealing a steaming goji berry and red date tea inside. Here, drink some goji berry tea. It's good for the kidneys. Li Taizhu took the thermos, took a sip, and winced at the heat, but still smiled broadly. Oh, I'm fine after drinking goji berries, aren't I? Zhou Xiaonan, flustered and annoyed, retorted, what do you mean fine? Think about it, if my kidneys are fine, wouldn't you also enjoy the benefits? Zhou Xiaonan's face turned red as she pinched Li Taizhu's arm hard. You pervert. Ouch. You're hurting me. The nurse is hitting me. Li Taizhu covered his arm, pretending to be in pain, but his eyes were filled with laughter. Shin Yutong watched the two of them playfully bickering, her face turning red as well. She lowered her head, her fingers pressing on Wang Lin's shoulder, her heart racing. Wang Lin sensed her fingers stiffening, opened his eyes and coughed. Hey, you two, go inside to flirt. Not he. Li Taizhu grinned, showing his teeth. He stood up from the sofa, mockingly saluted. As you command. Wang Lin was taken aback. What did you call me? Wang Mazai, Li Taizhu replied innocently. The readers all call you that, it's not my fault. Wang Lin reached for a bunch of grapes from the fruit plate on the coffee table and hurled them at Li Taizhu. I'm Wang Lin, not Wang Mazai. Li Taizhu dodged, and the grapes flew past his ear, smashing against the wall and splattering juice everywhere. He quickly scooped up Zhou Xiaonan, who gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lindsay, wait, Mazai, President Wang. Li Taizhu carried Zhou Xiaonan into the room, saying as he walked, it's not like I gave you that nickname. It's that silly author who told him he couldn't come up with a good name just to call you Wang Lin. Don't you know the readers call you both Wang Lin and Wang Mazai? Get lost. All right. Li Taizhu ran into his room with Zhou Xiaonan in his arms, skillfully kicking the door shut with a bang. The living room fell silent, leaving just Wang Lin and Shin Yutong. Shin Yutong's hand was still resting on Wang Lin's shoulder, but the pressure was becoming lighter and slower. Dr. Shin, stop pressing. Take a break. Wang Lin closed his eyes and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Shin Yutong spoke up. Brother Lin, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you. I don't know if I should ask. Wang Lin did not open his eyes, but his lips moved slightly. You want to ask me how I knew the apocalypse was coming, right? Shin Yutong's hand paused for a moment before continuing to press. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The candlelight cast a dim yellow glow on the ceiling, resembling a blooming flower. I had a dream. His voice was soft, almost like he was talking to himself, a terrifying dream. What dream? In the dream, the apocalypse came. First there was extreme heat, then floods followed by ice and snow. Finally the dead rose from the ground and turned into zombies. Wang Lin's voice was calm, like he was recounting someone else's story. I lived for 2 years in that dream. For those 2 years I lived like a dog being trampled on and pushed into the tide of corpses by the ones I trusted the most. When I died, there wasn't even anyone to collect my body. Shin Yutong's hand completely stopped. Brother Lin, you don't believe me. Wang Lin laughed. It's normal not to. Who would believe in something like reincarnation? Shin Yutong was silent for a long time. Then her hand started moving again, continuing to press on Wang Lin's shoulder. I believe you. Wang Lin was taken aback and turned to look at her. Shin Yutong's eyes sparkled in the candlelight like two shining stars. I believe everything you say. Wang Lin stared at her speechless. Shin Yutong felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, lowering her head and unconsciously tracing circles on his shoulder with her fingers. Brother Lin, you just said you lived for 2 years in the dream. During those 2 years, did you have anyone with you? Wang Lin's voice turned somber. It was Tai Zhu. I watched him die trying to save me, and I couldn't do anything. Shin Yutong's eyes turned red. Then what about now? Now you have us, you have Tai Zhu, you have Xiao, Nin, you have old Zhao, and Yin. You won't be alone anymore. Wang Lin turned his head and looked at the ceiling. I hope so. Shin Yutong's hand moved from his shoulder to the back of his neck, gently kneading. Her fingers were warm, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. Brother Lin, close your eyes and relax. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Shin Yutong's hand moved from his neck to his hair, gently stroking. Her movements were slow and gentle, like a mother soothing a child to sleep. Wang Lin's breathing gradually became even, and he was almost falling asleep. But just as he was on the edge of consciousness, he felt Shin Yutong's hand change, her fingertips sliding from his hair to his ear, from his ear to his cheek, and from his cheek to his neck. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Shin Yutong's face was right in front of him, so close that he could see the curve of her eyelashes. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, her lips slightly parted, and her breathing a bit hurried. Yutong, what are you trying to do? Wang Lin's voice was a bit tense. Shin Yutong bit her lip, unable to look at him, her voice as soft as a mosquito, buzzing. Brother Lin, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived in this apocalypse. I don't have anything to repay you with. Only this body. Wang Lin's heart raced. He was not a saint. In his previous life, he barely held a woman's hand. Even though he was reborn in this life, he was too busy hoarding supplies, laying plans, and guarding against enemies to think about these things. At this moment, Shin Yutong was sitting beside him, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears, her lips trembling slightly. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and cotton pants, her hair loose over her shoulders, exuding a faint scent of shadow. Wang Lin swallowed hard, but he still pressed down on Shin Yutong's hand while his other hand pressed against her chest. Yutong, you are my personal doctor. Your role for me is quite significant. There's no need for this. Just listen to my heartbeat. Shin Yutong's hand froze. Her eyes turned red and tears began to well up. Brother Lin, do you think I'm not good enough? No. Wang Lin hurriedly replied, I just feel. He paused, unsure of how to express himself. Shin Yutong lowered her head, tears falling onto the back of Wang Lin's hand, warm to the touch. Brother Lin, I am over 30, not like those young girls who are beautiful and youthful. I can't act cute, I can't dress up, I can't charm people. I'm just a doctor, only good at treating illnesses, giving injections, and performing surgeries. Please don't say that. Wang Lin's voice was a bit anxious. You're wonderful. Really wonderful. Then why don't you want me? Shin Yutong lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at him. Is it because my parents just passed away, and you think I'm not strong enough? Or do you think I'm repaying a debt of gratitude and not being sincere? Neither. Then what is it? Wang Lin opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. What could he say? Some reasons, if spoken, would not be believed. Shin Yutong looked at him, waiting for a few seconds, and seeing that he was silent, wiped her tears, and stood up. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I was too abrupt. I shouldn't have done this. I'm going to sleep now. She turned to leave, but Wang Lin reached out and grabbed her wrist. Shin Yutong stopped, but did not turn back. Yutong. Wang Lin's voice was soft. I don't think less of you. I just feel that now is not the right time. Then when will it be the right time? Shin Yutong's voice was a bit choked. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, and said, when the time comes I will naturally want you. When will that be? Yutong, give me a little time. Wang Lin released her wrist. Wait for me. Wait until I'm ready. Shin Yutong turned around and looked at him. Her eyes were red. Brother Lin, I can wait. She took a deep breath, but I have one condition. What condition? Don't call me Dr. Shin anymore. Call me Yutong. Wang Lin was taken aback before smiling. Okay, Yutong. Shin Yutong broke into a smile. Although her eyes were still red, the smile was genuine and beautiful. Then I'm going now. Shin Yutong took 2 steps, then stopped and turned back, saying, Brother Lin, about that dream you mentioned, no matter if it's true or not, I will be by your side. Wang Lin looked at her, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. In his past life, he was all alone in the apocalypse with no one by his side and no one who cared. In this life, he was no longer alone. Thank you, Yutong. Shin Yutong smiled, turned, and left. Wang Lin sat on the sofa, dazed for quite a while. His phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from the owners group of the Mid-Mountain Villa District. Zhou Mingyuan, everyone, last night Sun Dushing and Zhao Qixing's groups fought. Several people died. The entrance of the street office was covered in blood. Lu Qingguei, is that true? Who won? Zhou Mingyuan, no winner. Both sides suffered heavy losses. I heard that later Wang Lin from the mountain came out, fired a few shots, and scared everyone away. After the clash between the factions of Sun Dushing and Zhao Qixing, each retreated to their respective strongholds like lost dogs. Sun Dushing sat in the office of the street office with thick bandages wrapped around his head, and the wound from a broken beer bottle was still oozing blood. Sun lay on the nearby army cot, his arm wrapped in gauze taken from the clinic, and the part of his ear that had been severed was stuck with a band-aid, looking both comical and tragic. Dad, we need to find a doctor. Sun Lei's voice was weak. If my arm isn't treated soon, it will be useless. Sun Dishing gritted his teeth and instructed his men to inquire. Originally, there was a community health service station in the Banshan community, but the doctor had long since run away and the medicine had been completely looted. After inquiring for a long time, his subordinate returned and said, Director Sun, I heard there's a female doctor over at Building 12 being kept as a private doctor by Yuan Xianghe. Yuan Xianghe. Sun Dishing frowned. Isn't that the ambiguous one? Yes, that's him. He has 7 or 8 people under him occupying Building 12. Sun Dishing thought for a moment and said, Go talk to him, borrow that doctor. Offer him some benefits. Meanwhile, Zhao Qixing was also troubled. His ribs had been struck by Sun Lei, causing him pain that kept him awake all night, making it difficult for him to breathe. His subordinates were also in bad shape. Several of them had been hit on the head with iron rods, lying on the ground groaning. Boss, I found out there's a female doctor in Building 12, a younger brother said, leaning in. What are we waiting for? Zhao Qixing shouted, wincing in pain as it aggravated his ribs. Go get her. But that Yuan Xianghe isn't easy to deal with. I heard he's a gay and has a very strange temperament. Just give him something. Instant noodles, water, cigarettes, whatever he wants. The younger brother took 2 others and headed to Building 12. Yuan Xianghe was on the 3rd floor doing Zhang Wei's eyebrows. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he swayed his hips and came downstairs. Oh, aren't you Zhao's man? What brings you here? The younger brother put on a flattering smile. Brother, our boss got injured and wants to borrow. Rest assured we'll return her once we're done. We won't use her for free. We'll give you a box of instant noodles. Yuan Xianghe, twirling his fingers, replied leisurely, a box of instant noodles. Are you trying to send a beggar away? How about 2 boxes? Not lending her. Yuan Xianghe turned around. Your boss' injury has nothing to do with me. Why should I lend you my doctor? The younger brother got anxious. Brother, please have mercy, our boss is seriously injured. If he's seriously injured, he should go to the hospital. Yuan Xianghe didn't even look back. This isn't a charity organization. The younger brother returned helplessly to report. Zhao Qixing was so angry that he smashed a cup. Damn. That dead she-male, how dare he be so ungrateful. Boss, he said. To get treated, we must go to him. He has the equipment. Zhao Qixing gritted his teeth and thought for a moment. Fine, let's go tonight. It had cooled down to around 40 degrees by 8 in the evening. Although it was still hot, it was much better than during the day. Zhao Qixing had people carry him on a doorboard accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates who could still move, and they marched towards Building 12. Li Mingyao followed behind, wearing a red spaghetti strap dress and high heels, stumbling along the uneven road, constantly complaining. Brother Xing, why are we out so late? It's boiling hot. Shut up. Zhao Qixing shouted. If you keep talking, I'll throw you out. Li Mingyao shrank her neck, not daring to say another word. Inside Building 12, Yuan Xianghe was sitting in the living room in front of a plate of incense coils, leisurely fanning himself with a small fan. Zhang Wei sat beside him, wearing a floral shirt with heavy makeup on his face, foundation, eyeliner, lipstick, all present, looking like a bizarre creature that was neither male nor female. Cheng Yanli sat in the corner with several medicine boxes in front of her, sorting out the medicines. She had bruises on her face and her mouth was cut, a result of being beaten by Yuan Zhang's subordinates when she tried to escape previously. Brother, Zhao Qixing is here, a younger brother ran in. Yuan Xianghe put down the fan and adjusted his collar. Zhao Qixing was carried in, and seeing Yuan Xianghe managed a forced smile. Brother, he's sorry to disturb you. Yuan Xianghe looked at him, then at his subordinates, and his gaze finally landed on Li Mingyao, frowning slightly. This woman was dressed like a streetwalker, even more provocative than the streetwalkers. Zhao, my people can treat your injury, but the rules must be clear. 1 box of instant noodles, 1 box of water, and 2 packs of cigarettes. Zhao Qixing's expression changed. Brother, are you taking advantage of the situation? Take it or leave it. Yuan Xianghe picked up the fan again. The exit is over there, not seeing you out. Zhao Qixing gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Fine, I agree. Yuan Xianghe then beckoned to Cheng Yanli. Come here, take a look at him. Cheng Yanli stood up, walked to Zhao Qixing, and examined his ribs. She pressed lightly, causing Zhao Qixing to suck in a sharp breath. A rib is cracked, but not broken. It needs to be stabilized and rested, Cheng Yanli said calmly. Do you have bandages? I do. Yuan Xianghe instructed his subordinate to fetch them. Cheng Yanli bandaged Zhao Qixing and then went to check on the others. Just then Zhang Wei came down from upstairs. He was wearing a silk bathrobe, heavily made up, swaying as he walked. Li Mingyao was standing at the door smoking and didn't recognize him at first. But Zhang Wei recognized her at a glance. That face, that figure, he would know even if she turned to ash. Li Mingyao. Zhang Wei's voice was sharp and high-pitched. Li Mingyao was taken aback, scrutinizing the androgynous figure before her for a while before recognizing Zhang. Zhang Wei, how dare you show your face? Zhang Wei rushed over, pointing at her nose. You shameless woman. Haven't you? Li Mingyao was baffled by the accusation. Zhang Wei, are you crazy? When did I ever harm you? You didn't harm me. If it weren't for you, would I know Wang Lin? If it weren't for you would I invest that 8 million? If it weren't for you would I be in this state? Zhang Wei's voice grew sharper, and he trembled. Yuan Xianghe walked over, wrapped his arm around Zhang Wei's shoulder, and gently asked, "Baby, what's wrong? Did this woman bully you?" "Brother, she's the bitch I told you about." Li Mingyao. Zhang Wei leaned against him, his voice choked with tears. "She's no good. None of them are good." Yuan Xiang's expression darkened. He looked up at Zhao Qixing. "Zhao, I finished checking your injury. Now please take your people and leave." Zhao Qixing's face turned red with rage. "Yuan Xianghe, what do you mean?" "I mean no treatment," Yuan Xianghe said coldly. "Seek another capable doctor for your injury." I said no treatment means no treatment. Even if you offer a box of instant noodles, I won't treat you. Who told you to provoke my little beauty?" Zhao Qixing's anger flared up. He struggled to sit up from the doorboard, pointing at Yuan Xianghe. "Don't you dare be ungrateful. I came personally, and you say no treatment." "I said no treatment means no treatment." Yuan Xianghe stood his ground. "This is my territory. I have the final say. Whether you're treated is not your choice." Zhao Qixing waved his hand. "Seize her." His underlings hesitated for a moment, then charged forward. Yuan Xianghe sneered coldly. "Do you think I fear you?" With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 men surged forth from the stairwell from the corridor, each brandishing a weapon. Zhao Qixing's group was already outnumbered, and most were injured. How could they possibly stand against such odds? Within 5 minutes they were routed, fleeing in panic with heads clutched tight. Zhao Qixing himself was carried away, retreating all the way back to Building 7. Yuan Xianghe stood at the entrance of Building 12, brushing dust from his palms. He turned to Zhang Wei beside him and said gently, "My dear, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one dares harm you." Zhang Wei leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft and coquettish. "Brother, you're truly wonderful." Cheng Yanli stood silently in the corner, watching the scene unfold, and felt a surge of revulsion rise within her. She tried to flee, but had barely reached the doorway when one of Yuan's men spotted her. "Brother, this woman's trying to run." Yuan Xianghe turned his head, his gaze turning icy. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" 2 men dragged Cheng Yanli back and forced her to the ground. Yuan Xianghe approached, crouched down, seized her chin, and tilted her face upward. "Dr. Cheng, have I treated you poorly? You've had food, shelter, even your own medical kit. So why run?" Cheng Yanli clenched her teeth and remained silent. Yuan Xianghe released her chin, rose to his feet, and ordered his men, "Teach her a lesson. Let her remember it well." 2 men raised their fists and began beating her mercilessly. Cheng Yanli curled into a ball, arms shielding her head, her muffled sobs trembling through the air. "Enough," Yuan Xianghe waved dismissively. "Lock her up. Try escaping again, and your legs will be broken." She was dragged into a windowless cell and locked inside. Crouching in the corner, knees drawn tight to her chest, she wept in utter silence. She longed to escape this accursed place, but knew deep down that escape was impossible. Meanwhile, Zhao Qixing stormed back into Building 7, still seething. He kicked over a chair, and the jolt sent sharp pain radiating through his ribs, drenching his brow in cold sweat. Li Mingyao followed close behind, reaching out cautiously to steady him, only to be shoved violently aside. "Get away from me." She staggered backward, slamming hard into the wall, her arms scraped raw against the rough surface. Clutching her wounded arm, tears welled in her eyes. "Brother Shang." What? Zhao Qixing glared at her. "You're nothing but a jinx. If it weren't for you, that faggot would have treated me without hesitation." Li Mingyao fell mute. From the side stepped another woman, scantily clad, heavily made up, Zhao Qixing's other lover, Xiao Yu. Before the apocalypse, she'd worked at a KTV, or Zhao Qixing had brought her back himself. Xiao Yu held out a glass of water. "Brother Shing, calm yourself." Zhao Qixing took the glass and drank deeply. Xiao Yu flicked a glance toward Li Mingyao, her lips curling faintly, triumph gleaming in her eyes. She'd long resented Li Mingyao, flaunting her beauty, clinging to Zhao Qixing like a petulant child, pushing Xiao Yu steadily to the margins. "Brother Shing, I heard that earlier at Building 12 that faggot refused treatment. Not because of you, but because Li Mingyao offended him." Xiao Yu's voice was low, but each word cut like a blade into Li Mingyao's heart. "Had it not been for her, your wounds would have been healed long ago." "You're lying," Li Mingyao cried out desperately. "I've never even met that man." "Never met him? Then why did he curse you on sight?" Xiao Yu scoffed. "Brother Sheng, think back. Ever since this woman attached herself to you, nothing's gone right. First came the brawl with Sun Dishing's gang, dozens injured. Now you've angered the people of Building 12. She's a jinx, pure and simple." Zhao Qixing's expression darkened further. Recalling recent events, he realized, indeed, since Li Mingyao entered his life, chaos had followed without pause. "Brother Shing, don't listen to her nonsense." Li Mingyao lunged forward, clutching his arm. "I love you, truly. Get off me." Zhao Qixing wrenched free. Li Mingyao crashed onto the concrete floor, her knees striking hard. She gasped, breath catching in sharp, ragged bursts. Zhao Qixing looked from her trembling form to Xiao Yu's composed smile and made his decision. "Xiao Yu, you're right." He sank back into his chair and gestured dismissively. "Go now, search every home for medicine. Whoever finds it first earns this woman." He pointed at Li Mingyao. Instantly his men's eyes lit up, hungry, eager. They'd coveted her for months, her face, her figure. Yet she'd been Brother Sheng's woman, untouchable, observed only in secret glances. Now the order had come, find the medicine and claim her. Brother Sheng, you can't do this. Li Mingyao paled, scrambling forward to cling to his leg. I love you, I truly do. You can't give me to them. Zhao Qixing kicked her aside. Love? Didn't you love Zhang Wei just as deeply? And Wang Lin too. You're nothing but a used-up whore. Anyone with something to offer can have you. Li Mingyao collapsed onto the floor, shivering uncontrollably. His men were already cracking their knuckles, surging toward the door. No one dared fall behind. This was fortune beyond imagining. I'll go. Me too. Wait for me. In an instant, only Zhao Qixing, Xiao Yu, and Li Mingyao remained. Xiao Yu crouched beside Li Mingyao, gripped her chin, and spoke coldly. So this is where you end up. Li Mingyao's tears finally spilled, drop by slow, heavy drop, onto the dusty floor. She thought of Wang Lin, the penniless nobody she'd once scorned and discarded. Now he lived in a mountain villa cooled by air conditioning, sipping ice-cold beer, feasting endlessly. And she was about to become mere plaything for a pack of thugs. Wang Lin, she whispered, voice breaking. Save me. But no one would. At the summit of the hillside's villa district, Wang Lin stood on the third floor terrace, coffee cup in hand, gazing down at the night-shrouded valley below. On the surveillance monitor, the entire neighborhood lay plunged in darkness. Only a few faint candle flames flickered weakly in the distance. Lindsay, do you think Zhao Qixing might come after us again? Li Taiju stood nearby, crunching loudly into it. No. Wang Lin sipped his coffee. He's drowning in his own chaos. Has no time for us. What about Sun Dishing? Same story. Wang Lin set down his cup. They've both bled heavily. Neither gained advantage. For the next few days, they'll lie low. Li Taiju nodded, finished the apple, and tossed the core into the trash. Lindsay, what about that female doctor? The one Yuan Xianghe's holding captive. Should we rescue her? Wang Lin paused, then replied, not yet. Wait for what? For her to come to us. On her own terms. Wang Lin turned fully around. Rescuing her now would earn no gratitude. Let her suffer enough to learn who truly holds her salvation. Only then, when she seeks us out in desperation, will she bind herself to us, heart, soul, and will. Li Taiju nodded slowly, half comprehending. Wang Lin returned indoors, picked up his phone, and glanced at the group chat. The Hillside's Villa owners' WeChat group was still ablaze. Some cursing Wang Lin, others begging for supplies, still others complaining about the weather. Wang Lin closed the app and lay back on the bed. Yutong, he murmured softly, recalling Shun Yutong's gaze that evening, and felt a quiet, unsettling tremor in his chest. Sun Dishing sat in the neighborhood office all day, the wound on his forehead still throbbing faintly. His gaze lingered on a map of Donghai City, mounted on the wall, fixating upon the villa perched atop the mountain. Wang Lin, Wang Lin, Wang Lin. The name pierced his heart like a thorn, unyielding, unremovable. Dad, are you still thinking about that, Wang Lin? Sun lay in bed, his arm wrapped in bandages. Who else is there to think about? Sun Dishing lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply twice. After suffering such a humiliating defeat, can we just let it go? Let it go. And then what? Sun Lei gave a bitter smile. He has guns. We have what? Iron rods. Cleavers. We can't even get past his gate. Sun Dishing fell silent. He knew his son was right. Wang Lin had electrified fences, crossbows, and guns. A frontal assault would be suicide. Yet surrendering so meekly left a bitter taste in his mouth. For over a decade as director of the neighborhood office, he had always been the one exploiting others, not the one being trampled upon. Lazy, tell me, what's the situation with Zhao Qixing now? Sun Lei paused. I heard his ribs are fractured and several of his men were injured. And the female doctor. She couldn't be brought in, blocked by that effeminate man from Building 12. Building 12. Sun Dishing narrowed his eyes. Yuan Xianghe. Yes, that's him. He's hoarding a female doctor like a priceless treasure. Sun Dishing rose and paced slowly across the room. His leather shoes clicked sharply against the concrete floor. Lazy. If we bring Zhao Qixing and Yuan Xianghe into this, how many fighters would we have among the three families combined? On our side, counting both able-bodied and lightly wounded, we've got about 10. Zhao Qixing's crew is roughly Yuan Xianghe's group number 7 or 8. Altogether, over 30. 30 people. And we're afraid of just one man, Wang Lin. Dad, he has a gun. So what if he does? Sun Dishing sneered coldly. He has only one gun, one bullet at a time. 30 men charging at once. How many could he possibly kill? Sun Lei pondered it and found the logic sound, yet unease still coiled in his gut. Dad, do you really think Zhao Qixing will agree? We just fought him. Fighting is fighting, interest is interest. Sun Dishing crushed the cigarette, but into the ashtray. In this world there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. He instructed a subordinate to draft a letter and dispatched it to Zhao Qixing. Zhao Qixing sat stewing in Building 7, his ribs bound tightly in gauze, each breath sharp with pain. His men were wounded, maimed, their morale shattered. Xiao Yu fanned him gently beside his chair, while Li Mingyao crouched silently in the corner, her eyes swollen red from weeping. Boss Sun Dishing sent someone. Zhao Qixing frowned. What does he want now? Another fight? No, he sent a letter. The underling handed it over. Zhao Qixing unfolded it, and his brow furrowed deeper with every line. Dear Mr. Zhao, the incident 2 days ago was entirely a misunderstanding. A mutual adversary now resides atop the mountain. Should you wish to discuss strategy, please visit the neighborhood office at your convenience. Sincerely, Sun Dishing. Zhao Qixing crumpled the note and tossed it onto the floor. A mutual adversary. Wang Lin. Boss, will you go? Zhao Qixing remained silent for a moment, then rose wincing as the movement tore at his fractured ribs. Yes, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? That Wang Lin has rubbed me the wrong way since day one. He set off for the neighborhood office flanked by 5 or 6 men still fit enough to walk. Sun Dishing stood waiting at the entrance. Spotting Zhao Qixing carried in on a makeshift litter, he forced a smile and stepped forward. Mr. Zhao, welcome indeed. Zhao Qixing was helped down from the litter, cast a cold glance at Sun Dishing, and said flatly, Director Sun, what is it you need? Speak plainly. Inside, let's speak inside. Sun Dishing ushered him into the office. They sat. Subordinates poured 2 glasses of water, precious scavenged from the hillside villa district. Sun Dishing cut straight to the point. Mr. Zhao, let's dispense with pretense. What happened last time was orchestrated by a third party. Orchestrated? By whom? Wang Lin. Sun Dishing adjusted his glasses. That beer bottle thrown that night. It was his doing. Deliberate. He wanted us to bleed each other dry so he could reap the spoils. Zhao Qixing's face darkened. He recalled that night. The silhouette of Wang Lin behind the second-floor window, leisurely sipping beer as though watching a spectacle while they bled and broke each other apart. That bastard, Zhao Qixing spat. So today I invited you here to propose an alliance, to join forces and eliminate Wang Lin once and for all. Zhao Qixing studied him in silence for several seconds. An alliance? How? He commands only 4 or 5 men. We number over 30. A coordinated rush from all sides. He won't withstand it no matter how formidable. He has a gun, Zhao Qixing reminded him. Just one gun, Sun Dishing scoffed. We'll spread out, attack from multiple angles. How many can he kill before his bullets run dry? Once empty-handed, he's nothing but dead weight. Zhao Qixing nodded slowly, but added, and the electric fence. Simple enough, Sun Dishing replied. Find wooden planks, lay them across the wall. Electricity won't pass through wood. Zhao Qixing nodded again, yet doubt still flickered in his eyes. Director Sun, if we take Wang Lin down, how will the spoils be divided? Sun Dishing had already calculated it, 3/7 for you. 7 for me. Why 7 for you, and 3 for me? Zhao Qixing bristled. The plan was mine. The men are mine. Why should I settle for less? Your plan, oi. Sun Dishing smiled faintly. Mr. Zhao, did you come to me, or did I summon you? This idea originated with me, and I know Wang Lin better than you ever could. I've studied his villa, its defenses, its weak points. I know precisely how and where to strike. Zhao Qixing clenched his jaw, weighed the offer, and finally conceded 4-6. You take 6, I take 4. No less. Sun Dishing feigned hesitation, then extended his hand. Agreed. They shook hands, sealing their pact. One more matter, Zhao Qixing said. What about Yuan Xiang'a? He holds a physician, indispensable if we sustain casualties. Sun Dishing stroked his chin. Yuan Xiang'a is difficult to negotiate with, neither fully man nor woman. But that doctor is valuable. Perhaps we should bring him in as well. Will he agree? Let's find out. Sun Dishing penned another letter and sent it to Building 12. Yuan Xiang'a was applying makeup to Zhang Wei when his subordinate announced the messenger, and swayed downstairs with deliberate grace. Sun Dishing, what does he want now? The underling handed over the note. Yuan Xiang'a scanned it, and his brows knotted. Join forces against Wang Lin. Divide supplies. He crumpled the paper and dropped it contemptuously. No, brother, won't you reconsider? The underling ventured. Reconsider? I'm perfectly comfortable here. Food, drink, a physician, beauty. Attack Wang Lin. What if we lose? No. The underling returned with the reply. Sun Dishing's expression turned grim. That effeminate fool. Too arrogant to see opportunity, Zhao Qixing muttered. Enough, Sun Dishing waved dismissively. With or without him, we have over 30 men. More than enough. They began mapping the operation in earnest. When do we strike? Zhao Qixing asked. The night after tomorrow, Sun Dishing replied. No moon, pitch black. We'll ascend under cover of darkness and catch him utterly unprepared. How? 3 prongs, Sun Dishing pointed to the map. First, the front serves as a feint, drawing his focus. Second, scale the wall from the left. Third, from the right. All 3 strike simultaneously. He cannot defend every angle. Zhao Qixing examined the map and nodded. The electric fence. Planks are already being gathered. Lay them across the wall. No current will pass through to those who step on them. And the gun. For that, Sun Dishing paused. We'll prepare iron shields, thick enough to stop bullets. Iron shields. Can they truly stop bullets? Handgun rounds lack penetration power, Sun Dishing affirmed. Thick iron plates will deflect them. I served in the military. Handguns have effective range under 50 meters, and their penetration is weaker than that of crossbow bolts. Zhao Qixing remained skeptical, but nodded anyway. They refined further details deep into the night, then parted ways. Zhao Qixing was carried back to Building 7. The moment he crossed the threshold, Xiao Yu rushed forward. Brother Sheng, you're back. How did it go? It's settled. Zhao Qixing sank into his chair. The night after tomorrow, we move against Wang Lin. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. And Li Mingyao. What of her? Zhao Qixing glanced coldly at Li Mingyao huddled in the corner, and said flatly, after Wang Lin falls, we'll deal with her. Li Mingyao shrank deeper into the shadows, trembling. At the name Wang Lin, a tumult of emotion surged within her. The man she once scorned, now her sole lifeline. Yet she knew he would not save her. She had wronged him grievously. He likely hated her too fiercely to. She buried her face in her knees and wept soundlessly. By dawn, Sun Desheng and Zhao Qixing had begun preparations in earnest. They dispatched teams to scavenge the hillside villa district, collecting sheets of iron, wooden planks, rope, and glass bottles to fashion incendiary devices, gasoline-filled wick stuffed ready to ignite and hurl. Wang Lin's villa has bulletproof windows and doors, impossible to breach by force, Sun Desheng explained. Fire is our answer. Toss in the incendiaries. Burn his possessions, drive him out. What if someone dies in the fire? Zhao Qixing hesitated. Let them burn, Sun Desheng replied coldly. This is the apocalypse. Death means nothing. Zhao Qixing met Sun Desheng's gaze and felt a chill. Beneath the affable veneer of the neighborhood director lurked a ruthlessness far sharper than any rival's. Yet they were bound together now, no retreat possible. Fine. Then we proceed as planned. That evening, Wang Lin sat in his surveillance room, watching anomalous activity unfold across the hillside residential zone. Taizhu, come look. Li Taizhu stepped close, squinting at the screen, shadowy figures moving in and out of the neighborhood office entrance, hauling bundles of unknown objects. What are they doing? Hard to say, Wang Lin frowned. But it's certainly no good omen. Shall we investigate? No need. Wang Lin leaned back in his chair. Let them stir. Whatever they plot, they cannot shake the heavens. Li Taizhu nodded, but unease lingered. Lin Zi, could they be uniting against us? Possibly. Wang Lin took a slow sip of coffee. Sun Desheng isn't a man who yields easily. After tasting defeat at my hands, he'll seek retribution by any means. Then what do we do? Wait. Wang Lin set down his cup. When soldiers come, we meet them with generals. When floods rise, we dam them with earth. Let them come in their dozens. I'll slay them all. The appointed day had arrived. By evening, the sky had not yet fully darkened when Sun Desheng and Zhao Qixing had already assembled their men in the courtyard of Banshan residential compound. More than 30 individuals stood ready. Some brandished iron rods, others held cleavers or homemade spears, and a few clutched Molotov cocktails crafted from beer bottles, their necks stuffed with cloth wicks that reeked sharply of gasoline. Sun Desheng wore dark clothing and had a bandage wrapped around his head, giving him the appearance of an injured patient. He stood at the forefront of the group, adjusted his glasses, and spoke softly, yet with unmistakable authority. Tonight our target is Wang Lin atop the mountain. His villa holds endless supplies of grain and water, air conditioning, a swimming pool, and a generator. Seize it, and all of it becomes ours. A low rumbling cheer rose from the crowd. Zhao Qixing sat on a chair, ribs still aching, yet forced himself up. His gaze swept across the faces of his men. Some gleamed with excitement, others trembled with tension, and a few betrayed raw fear. Listen well, boomed Zhao Qixing's gravelly voice. Wang Lin has only one firearm. We outnumber him. Attack from 3 directions. Whoever breaches the villa first claims first choice of spoils, including the women. These words struck like adrenaline. Every pair of eyes flared, bright mouths went dry, and hands tightened fiercely around their weapons. Move out. More than 30 figures split into 3 coordinated units, slipping silently up the mountainside along the half-mountain road under cover of night. Meanwhile, Wang Lin sat calmly in his third-floor surveillance room sipping tea. 16 monitor screens displayed the villa's perimeter in flawless clarity. Infrared cameras rendered darkness as daylight, revealing the advancing silhouettes of over 30 intruders. They've arrived. Wang Lin set down his teacup. Li Taizhu stood behind him, gripping a compound crossbow, eyes locked on the screens. Lindsay, there are quite a few of them. 33, Wang Lin counted. Sun Desheng and Zhao Qixing have truly staked everything. What do we do? No rush. Wang Lin leaned back in his chair. Let them draw closer, then strike. On screen, the intruders fanned out. One unit approached the main gate, headed out, another circled left toward the eastern wall, the third veered right toward the western wall. Each moved low and cautiously, yet under infrared they were utterly exposed. The man leading the left unit is Sun Lei. Li Taizhu pointed at the screen, still wearing that bandage on his arm. Truly unlearned. The right unit is led by Zhao Qixing himself, Wang Lin remarked with a faint smile. Cracked ribs, and he still shows up. Remarkably dedicated. At the front gate, Sun Desheng lingered at the rear, clutching a battered second-hand walkie-talkie. Its functionality highly questionable. All units, acknowledge my command. Sun Dushing whispered into the device. A piercing burst of static crackled forth, followed by a muffled voice received. Wang Lin watched the monitors, a subtle smile curling at his lips. He picked up a microphone on the desk and pressed the transmit button. Director Sun, what brings you and your entourage to my home so late? Hoping for dinner. His voice echoed from speakers mounted along the villa's outer walls, reverberating across the night air. Sun Dushing flinched violently. The walkie-talkie nearly slipped from his grasp. He looked up and saw the camera mounted on the wall, its red indicator light blinking steadily. Wang Lin, don't get cocky, he bellowed. Tonight this villa belongs to me. Belongs to you. Wang Lin chuckled. Director Sun, are your head wounds still unhealed? Has the fever addled your mind? Enough talk. Men, advance. Sun Lei lunged forward first, hoisting a thick wooden plank against the wall, and screamed. Others followed suit, propping up planks, corrugated metal sheets, even bundled quilts, to scale the barrier. Wang Lin observed the scene on screen, unhurried, and pressed another button. Along the wall, the seemingly ordinary wrought iron railing suddenly erupted with crackling arcs of blue-white electricity. With a sharp DT, Sun Lei's wooden plank, non-conductive, offered no protection. His fingertips brushed the railing, and a jolt surged up his arm. He screamed and tumbled backward off the wall. Ah, it's electrified. Electrified, someone cried out. Use the planks, don't touch the rail. Sun Dushing shouted from behind. Several thugs carefully balanced wooden planks atop the wall and vaulted over, only for the villa's courtyard to flood with blinding white light, searing their vision shut. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, bullets striking inches from the climber's feet, spraying stone shards that stung bare skin. He's shooting. Run. A third thug plummeted from the wall, crashing onto those below. Bodies tumbled together in chaotic disarray. Wang Lin's voice resonated once more from the speakers. Director Sun, your men have already breached the wall. No intention of reining them in. Sun Dushing froze, then glanced into the courtyard. The 2 who'd entered first knelt motionless in the corner, crossbow bolts trained on them by Li Tieju, hands clasped tightly behind their heads. Worthless fools. Sun Dushing snarled, then snapped into the walkie-talkie. Mr. Zhao, status report. Zhao Qixing's breathless reply crackled through. Impossible. The wall's live, and the courtyard's lit like noonday. We can't see a thing. Then use the Molotovs. Burn him out. Zhao Qixing gritted his teeth and roared at his men. Molotovs. Throw them now. Several thugs pulled beer bottles from their jackets, ignited the cloth wicks with lighters, and hurled them in wide, forceful arcs toward the villa's windows. Crash, crash, crash. Glass shattered across the floor. Gasoline splashed across bulletproof panes, igniting into dancing flames. But the glass remained unscathed, not even a hairline fracture marring its surface. Damn it, won't catch. Zhao Qixing cursed. Keep throwing. Aim for the roof. The entrance. More incendiary bottles soared through the air, smashing against the roof, slamming into walls. Fire leapt wildly across the villa's facade, thick smoke billowed, and roaring flames clawed skyward. Sun Dushing stood at a distance watching the blazing villa, his lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Burn, burn. When it's ash, nowhere left to hide. His grin froze mid-expression. From the rooftop, a low mechanical hum vibrated the air. Then a dozen sprinkler nozzles activated simultaneously, unleashing high-pressure jets that drenched the entire exterior. HSSSS. Water slammed into flame, hissing violently as plumes of white steam spiraled upward. Within 60 seconds, not a single ember remained alight. Water cascaded down the walls, pooling on the ground and flowing like rivulets toward the main gate. The thugs, panting heavily, suddenly felt cool liquid lapping at their boots. Instinctively, several dropped to their knees, scooping water into cupped palms and gulping it down. Water. It's water. Drink. Quickly drink. Dozens fell to the earth, lapping greedily like thirsty dogs. Sun Dushing watched, face dark as burnt charcoal. Get up. You're disgracing yourselves. No one obeyed. They hadn't tasted clean water in days. Even urine had been swallowed. Now water lay before them. Purity was irrelevant. Survival demanded immediate thirst quenching. Wang Lin's voice returned over the speakers, laced with unmistakable amusement. Director Sun, what precisely are your men drinking? Sun Dushing clenched his jaw, silent. My bathwater, Wang Lin drawled leisurely. I happen to be draining the tub tonight. You arrived just in time. How's it taste? My bathwater, does it satisfy? Those drinking froze mid-gulp. 2 dry heaves racked their bodies, but nothing emerged. They stood rooted, expressions twisted as if they'd swallowed poison. You son of a bitch, Wang Lin. Sun Lei staggered upright, screaming at the camera. You made us drink your bathwater. Offended. Wang Lin's tone dripped with mockery. You commit armed robbery and quibble over cleanliness. Besides, my bathwater is cleaner than anything you've drunk outdoors. I change the tub weekly, with purified water. It's purer than your municipal tap supply. Sun Lei was left speechless. Zhao Qixing approached from the flank, surveying his humiliated, disheveled men. His face turned a sickly green. Up. Stop drinking. Get up now. He kicked the nearest thug, who lifted his head, water glistening at his lips, eyes dull and unfocused. Boss, this water, it's incredible. I haven't tasted anything this clean in ages. Zhao Qixing stared stunned. Gazing upon his men crouched in the mud, a strange hollow ache swelled in his chest. His underlings had once been ruthless street brawlers, men who fought without fear of death and bore imprisonment without flinching. Now for a few sips of filthy water they crawled on the ground like dogs licking the earth. They were driven to this by the apocalypse. With no clean water, no food, and no means to stave off starvation, what distinguished humanity from beasts? Wang Lin. Zhao Qixing raised his head and shouted into the camera, "Don't get cocky. Tonight I'll seize your villa, no matter what." "Mr. Zhao, are your ribs no longer sore?" Wang Lin asked. Zhao Qixing instinctively touched his ribs and Win's teeth bared in pain. "They're fine," he lied through gritted teeth. "Then go ahead and try." Zhao Qixing drew a deep breath and ordered his men, "Break down the gate." Several thugs rushed forward brandishing iron rods and swung them violently at the main gate. Clang, clang, clang. The steel door stood unmoved, only faint white dents marked where the rods struck. "Use axes. Use machetes." Machete blades curled upon impact, axe handles snapped mid-swing. Still the gate remained impervious. "What in the world is this door made of? So indestructible," and one thug panted. Wang Lin's voice echoed from the loudspeaker, "Imported German bulletproof steel, 2 centimeters thick. Your rusted scrap won't crack it, not even by dawn." Sun Dishing's face darkened. He'd assumed 30 men charging en masse would at least force Wang Lin out, even if they couldn't breach the villa. He hadn't expected they couldn't even pierce the threshold. "Set fire. Keep burning it," he roared. "Mr. Zhao, haven't you noticed? They've got an automated fire suppression system." "Then shut it down." "How? Will you climb up and do it yourself?" The two erupted into a heated argument. Wang Lin watched the chaos unfold from the surveillance room, chuckling. "Lindsay, they truly are pitiful," said Li Taiju beside him, eyes fixed on the screen where ragged figures stumbled about. "At midnight scrambling here just to drink your bathwater. Pitiful." Wang Lin shook his head. "Tease, we have you forgotten what they did just days ago? They raided half a dozen villas in Banshan Estate, beating residents, looting homes, leaving nothing behind. Pitiful." Wang Lin shook his head. "Tease, we have you forgotten what they did just days ago? They raided half a dozen villas in Banshan Estate, beating residents, looting homes." The assault outside dragged on for nearly an hour. Sun Dishing and Zhao Qixing launched 3 coordinated charges, each repelled by electrified fencing and crossbow bolts. Li Tieju's crossbow bolts wounded 3 men. Non-lethal, yet the arrows pierced flesh, drawing screams that echoed into the night. Wang Lin fired only twice. Both rounds struck the ground before the crowd, sending shards of stone flying, grazing faces, but drawing no blood. Sometimes watching them shriek was far more satisfying than killing them outright. "Director Sun, Mr. Zhao, are you tired yet?" Wang Lin's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "Why not rest tonight and return tomorrow?" "Wang Lin, you arrogant bastard." Sun Lei clutched his injured arm, voice hoarse. "I'll kill you, I swear it." "We'll discuss that when you do," Wang Lin replied. "Beyond. But tonight, you won't be entering. Here's an offer, though." A pause lingered over the speaker. 2 seconds of heavy silence. "Whoever captures either Director Sun or Mr. Zhao may enter the villa, eat their fill, and bathe in warmth." The thugs exchanged glances, eyes flickering with sudden uneasy calculation. Sun Dishing's face paled. He retreated several steps, vanishing behind his most loyal men. Zhao Qixing tensed too, his hand tightening on his machete as he scanned the faces around him. "Don't listen to him," Sun Dishing bellowed. "He's sowing discord. We came together, we leave together. Right? Together." Zhao Qixing echoed, but unity had already fractured. Men began slipping backward, discarding iron rods, vanishing silently into the shadows. "Stop. All of you, stop right there." Sun Lei lunged forward, grabbing one fleeing man and slapping him hard across the face. "You dare run." Blood trickled from the man's split lip, but his eyes held no fear, only raw fury. "Brother Lei, I'm done fighting. They've got guns, electric fences, bulletproof gates. What do we fight with? Our lives." "You, Brother Lei. I've got a wife and children at home. If I die, what becomes of them?" Sun Lei's hand froze midair. "Get out." The man turned and fled, never looking back. Once the first broke, others followed. Within 10 minutes, 30 men dwindled to barely a dozen. Sun Dishing's inner circle, Zhao Qixing's diehards, and a handful of rootless loners. Worthless cowards. Zhao Qixing spat. "Mr. Zhao, let's withdraw." Xiaoyu pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. "If we press on, every last one will desert us." Zhao Qixing clenched his jaw, staring up at the villa atop the hill, its windows blazing defiantly. Bitter resentment burned in his chest. Yet he knew, tonight he had lost. Fall back. Sun Dishing didn't want to retreat, but he valued his life more. He glanced at the scattered planks, corrugated sheets, and shattered Molotov bottles littering the ground, and sighed. Retreat. The two factions slunk down the mountain in disgrace. Wang Lin's voice chased after them. "Director Sun, Mr. Zhao, if you return, please give advance notice." I'll prepare the bathwater for you. Oh, and tonight's was rose-scented. Do you approve? Sun Dushing stumbled, nearly falling. The group dissolved into the night. Wang Lin stood on the third-floor terrace watching their hunched, humiliated silhouettes recede down the slope, a faint knowing smile curling at his lips. Lindsay, will they come again? Li Taizhu asked. Yes, Wang Lin replied, turning back inside. But next time, they won't find me so accommodating. Then what do we do? Prepare, Wang Lin said, settling onto the sofa. Reinforce the electric fence. Stock more crossbow bolts. He paused. It's time to recruit. Recruit. Indeed. His eyes narrowed. The four great families have been watching, waiting. Tonight's battle has shown them clearly who truly rules this mountain. He picked up his phone, opened the Banshan Estate residents' WeChat group, and sent a message. An armed raid occurred tonight, and has been repelled. Rest assured, so long as I stand guard, not a single hair on Banshan Estate shall be disturbed. The group fell silent for a few seconds, then exploded. Zhou Mingyuan, Director Wang, magnificent. Lu Qingwei, Director Wang, could you extend protection to us too? We'll supply provisions. Wu Lihua, Director Wang, we were wrong to speak ill of you before. Please forgive our ignorance. Your magnanimity knows no bounds. Wang Lin read the messages and smiled. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Brother He, something huge has happened. A subordinate rushed up in panic, gasping for breath. Sun Dushing and Zhao Qixing attacked Wang Lin on the mountain last night and were utterly crippled. Most of their men fled, the rest were injured or maimed. Now they're holed up in their den, too terrified to even open the door. Yan Xianghe's hand paused mid-stroke as he applied his eyebrow pencil, then slowly resumed, his lips curling upward. What did you say? Repeat it. Sun Dushing and Zhao Qixing, crippled by Wang Lin. 30-some men, when a fewer than half returned. They say Wang Lin has firearms, electrified fences, bulletproof doors, and an automated fire suppression system. They couldn't even breach the gate, just gulped down a bellyful of shower water and fled. Yan Xianghe set down the eyebrow pencil and turned, his phoenix-shaped eyes gleaming with excitement. Shower water. What do you mean, shower water? Wang Lin sprayed water from the roof to douse fires. The runoff pooled at the entrance. Those men were parched and crazed. They dropped to the ground and drank like beasts. Wang Lin then declared it was his shower water, rose-scented. Yan Xianghe burst into laughter, delicate, unrestrained, his fingers arched like orchid petals. Oh my, this Wang Lin truly knows how to sicken people. Shower water. Who thinks of such a thing? The subordinate chuckled along. Brother He, that's not the point. The point is, Sun Dushing and Zhao Qixing are now broken men, their forces decimated. If we strike now, Half Mountain Residential Complex will be yours alone. Yan Xianghe's mirth vanished. His eyes narrowed. He rose and paced slowly across the room, his silken robe whispering against the floor. You're right, he said, halting to gaze out the window. Those two fools once swaggered through this complex, boasting of, now they've been shattered. And this is the perfect moment to finish them off. Brother He, when do we move? He turned back sharply. The less they expect it, the more certain our victory. Dawn is when vigilance wanes most, when exhaustion drags deepest. After last night's fiasco, they'll be sleeping like slaughtered pigs. We strike, and sweep them all away in one stroke. Understood. I'll gather the men. The subordinate dashed downstairs. Yan Xianghe strode to the bed and gently tapped Zhang Wei's cheek. Darling, wake up. Zhang Wei stirred groggily, blinking open his eyes to see Yan Xianghe's face. He pouted softly. Brother He, I'm so sleepy, just 5 more minutes. No more sleep. Yan Xianghe's voice shimmered with electric anticipation. Rise, I'll take you to exact revenge. Revenge? Zhang Wei jolted, fully awake, sitting upright. Revenge for what? That scoundrel Zhao Qixing. Didn't he bring thugs to cause trouble last time? And that wretched woman beside him, Li Mingyao. Don't you long to settle accounts with her? A furnace of hatred ignited in Zhang Wei's eyes. Yes, I dream of it every night. Then rise. Dress properly. Today, you'll vent that rage with your own hands. Zhang Wei sprang from bed, flung open the wardrobe, and pulled out a black form-fitting t-shirt and leather trousers, slipping them on in seconds. He seized his makeup mirror and reapplied bold, dramatic cosmetics. Yan Xianghe watched, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Darling, you look exquisite. Zhang Wei grinned into the mirror, a twisted, feverish smile. By 5:30 a.m., the first pale light bled into the sky. Half Mountain Residential Complex lay wrapped in absolute silence. Not even a cricket dared stir. Yan Xianghe led 15 men moving like shadows toward Building 7. These 15 were his entire force. Most were fellow members of his inner circle. Brother He, Zhao Qixing lives on the 3rd floor, whispered a subordinate voice, hushed. Who occupies the 1st and 2nd floors? 1st floor, several of his underlings. 2nd floor, his mistress. Yan Xianghe paused, then commanded, split into 2 teams. One ascends the stairs, the other scales the exterior windows. Secure the 1st floor first, then proceed swiftly to the 2nd and 3rd. No hesitation. Deny them time to react. Understood. The 15 men divided and slipped into Building 7 like silent predators. Zhao Qixing's men slept like the dead. After their humiliating rout from the mountain, they'd returned exhausted, parched, and trembling, collapsing onto beds without even undressing. Zhao Qixing lay awake in the master bedroom on the third floor, ribs throbbing, drifting only into fitful slumber in the late hours. Xiao Yu lay beside him in a delicate slip dress, hair spilling across the pillow, deeply obliviously asleep. Li Mingyao crouched in a storage closet at the far end of the second-floor corridor, wrapped in a tattered coat, eyes swollen, tear tracks still fresh upon her cheeks. Zhao Qixing had returned the night before, berating her as a curse-bringer and ill omen, kicking her twice. She dared not cry aloud, retreating instead to weep in secret. She could not sleep. Her mind circled endlessly around Wang Lin, the man she'd once scorned, now living in a mountain villa with air conditioning, ice-cold beer, and endless provisions, while she huddled in a closet no better than a stray dog. Wang Lin, she murmured, voice raw. Why won't you come for me? No answer came. Then, a faint rhythmic tread echoed down the hallway. Li Mingyao sat bolt upright, ears straining. The footsteps were soft, multiple pairs, ascending the stairs with deliberate speed. Not Zhao Qixing's men. She pressed her eye to the crack beneath the door. Silhouettes moved up the stairwell, knives and clubs glinting dimly, backs bent low, swift, and purposeful. Li Mingyao's heart hammered violently. She shrank into the corner, breath held, utterly still. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted from the first floor. The door kicked inward, followed instantly by screams. Ambush! Wake up! Fuck, who is it? It's Yin Xianghe's crew, from Building 12. Shouts and clashing blows erupted in chaotic counterpoint, piercing the dawn's profound stillness. Li Mingyao trembled uncontrollably, trapped between choices: flee into the fray. But the hall teemed with armed men. Hide. If Zhang Wei found her, she'd perish far more horribly. She bit her lip, scanning frantically. The storage closet's window stood open, outside an air conditioner unit and a vertical drain pipe. I'll risk it. She scrambled onto the sill, gripped the pipe, and slid downward. The metal seared her palms raw, but she dared not let go. Her bare feet finally struck solid ground. Crouching low behind dense shrubbery, she scanned. No one noticed her. Inside Building 7, chaos reigned, every eye fixed inward. Li Mingyao darted along the building's shadowed base, sprinting toward the complex's outer gate. She ran hard, one stiletto lost, abandoned mid-stride. Barefoot now, her soul blistered on scorching concrete, each step sharp with pain, but she refused to halt. She had to escape. Destination unknown, direction unchosen. Just away. Inside Building 7, the battle ended swiftly. Zhao Qixing's men were few to begin with. Most were already injured, and they had been ambushed in their sleep, utterly defenseless. Within 10 minutes, the first floor was secured. 5 of his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads and curled into trembling heaps. The second floor fell just as swiftly. Xiao Yu was dragged screaming from her bed and pinned to the floor by 2 men. A group of thugs burst into the supply room, eyes blazing with greed at the piles of instant noodles, bottled water, canned goods, and a few expired loaves of bread scattered across the floor. Brother He, we've struck gold, so much loot. Yuan Xianghe ascended the stairs with unhurried grace, surveyed the hoard, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Take it all. Every last thing. Brother He, the third floor. Zhao Qixing is up there. Yuan Xianghe led his men charging upward. Zhao Qixing was already awake. He struggled upright from the bed, ribs shrieking with pain, sweat beading cold upon his brow. His hand groped for the cleaver beside his pillow, fingers barely brushing the hilt, when the door exploded inward. 5 or 6 men stormed in and slammed him back onto the mattress. The cleaver was wrenched away, his arms twisted behind his back, his face pressed hard into the pillow, immobilized. Let me go? You motherfucker, let me go. Yuan Xianghe entered, fingers delicately curled in a languid gesture, strolling to the bedside to look down upon Zhao Qixing with cool, detached amusement. Good morning, boss Zhao. Yuan Xianghe, what the hell do you think you're doing? Zhao Qixing twisted his head sideways, glaring up through clenched teeth, powerless yet burning with defiance. What am I doing? Yuan Xianghe smiled faintly. You brought your men to cause trouble at my place last time. I haven't even settled that score yet. And now that you're broken, a wounded beast must be finished off while it still bleeds. You. Enough of this. You. Yuan Xianghe waved a dismissive hand. Boss Zhao, you've lost. Your men are mine now. Your possessions, also mine. As for you, a sly, venomous smile flickered at the corner of his lips. In mercy, for you are after all a pitiful man, I'll grant you a swift end. Zhao Qixing's face drained of color. He thrashed wildly, but the hands pinning him were iron, unyielding, absolute. Yuan Xianghe, you can't kill me. Kill you. My brother won't let you live. My brother. Yuan Xianghe arched a brow. Who is he? My brother is Zhao Qiqiang, the Qiangxing Group. Real estate tycoons. Kill me, and he will come for vengeance. Yuan Xianghe paused, searching his memory. Nothing surfaced. He glanced at his lieutenant, who shook his head silently. Zhao Qiqiang. Never heard of him. The Qiangxing Group. Real estate. Zhao Qixing's voice cracked with desperate, ragged fury. Spare me, and I'll have my brother send you supplies. Plenty of supplies. Whatever you demand, he'll deliver it. Yuan Xianghe tilted his head musing. Boss Zhao, have you forgotten? This is the apocalypse. Even if your brother commands oceans of wealth, he's trapped indoors like the rest of us. What precisely could he possibly give me? Besides, Yuan Xianghe cut in smoothly, you mentioned the Qiangxing group. Yet I've lived in the Hillsview Villa district for years and never once heard its name. Not even a whisper. You boast without rehearsal. Zhao Qixing's face flushed deep crimson, livid, humiliated, choking on silence. He tried to speak, but Yuan Xianghe had already grown weary. Darling, come here. He beckoned toward the doorway. Zhang Wei stepped in, gripping the very pair of surgical scissors Chang Yanli had used on him during that fateful operation. Small yet lethally sharp, the blades gleamed cold under the dim light. His gaze locked onto Zhao Qixing, eyes seething with raw, unfiltered hatred. Zhao Qixing, weren't you magnificent that day? Marched your gang onto my turf, then let that contemptible woman humiliate me. Zhang Wei's voice pierced the air, thin, shrill like nails scraping glass. And now, where's your arrogance? Zhao Qixing stared, tight-fitting t-shirt, leather pants, heavy makeup, and those gleaming scissors, and nearly failed to recognize him. You're Zhang Wei. Can't place me. Zhang Wei laughed, a jagged, grotesque twist of the mouth. Thanks to you, I'm neither man nor woman now. Where's your woman? That wretchedly Meng Yao. Where is she? Bring her out. She's on the second floor. Zhao Qixing's voice trembled. There's only one woman upstairs, and she's not Li Meng Yao. She fled. Zhang Wei's eyes bulged wide. Where did she run? I don't know, truly, I don't know. She vanished the moment you broke in. Zhang Wei ground his teeth, knuckles whitening around the scissors handle, metal groaning softly in protest. Run. Where could she possibly run? This compound is small. She cannot escape my grasp. He turned to Yuan Xianghe. Brother I'm going after her. That vile woman. I will find her. And make her taste my vengeance. No rush, Yuan Xianghe said, gently restraining his wrist. Let's finish what's before us first. He gestured toward Zhao Qixing. Zhang Wei turned back, hatred rekindling in his eyes like embers fanned to flame. Zhao Qixing, any final words? Zhao Qixing wet himself, lips quivering, tears streaming unchecked down his cheeks. Zhang Wei, brother Zhang, I beg you, spare me. I'll have my brother pay you anything. 10 million, 100 million, name your price. Money. Zhang Wei chuckled, a brittle hollow sound. This is the apocalypse. What use is currency now? Supplies then. Supplies, I'll get them. My brother has mountains of them. He'll give you whatever you ask. Zhang Wei crouched low, lifting Zhao Qixing's chin with the tip of the scissors, forcing his gaze upward. Do you remember? That day at Building 12, when you cursed me aloud in front of everyone. I was wrong. Brother Zhang, I truly was wrong. Wrong. Is apology enough to undo? Zhang Wei rose slowly, holding the scissors before his eyes, watching the cold light dance along the razor edge. You have no idea how thoroughly you people ruined my life. Wang Lin stole my fortune. Li Mingyao shattered my heart. And you annihilated my dignity. Now I reclaim it. One soul at a time. No, please no. Zhao Qixing's voice dissolved into a fading whimper. Zhang Wei glanced at Yuan Xianghe, who gave the barest imperceptible nod. Zhang Wei drew a slow, steadying breath, then drove the scissors downward straight into Zhao Qixing's chest. The blade sank deep. Blood erupted, hot, arterial, splattering Zhang Wei's face in a sudden Zhao Qixing screamed, a raw, guttural shriek of agony, his body convulsing violently, then slackening, still and gone. Spare me, my brother, we'll give you. His voice dwindled, fracturing into shallow, ragged gasps, before falling silent forever. Zhang Wei withdrew the scissors, staring at the gaping wound in Zhao Qixing's chest, his own hand trembling. He had killed, truly killed. Yet, strangely, he felt no fear. Instead, a dark, intoxicating euphoria surged through his veins. Who's next? Zhang Wei whirled, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Qixing's men, still pinned, shuddering, urine pooling beneath them. Brother Wei, mercy. We were forced. We had no choice. Zhao Qixing made us. Yes. We never wanted this. It was him. Brother Wei, we swear loyalty to you. Command us, and we obey without question. Yes. We never wanted this. It was him. Brother Wei, we swear loyalty to you. Command us, and we obey without question. Yes. We never wanted this. It was him. Brother Wei, we swear loyalty to you. Command us, and we obey without question. Zhang Wei glared at them. Follow me. Do you even dare? He raised the scissors, poised to stab again, when Yuan Xianghe seized his wrist. Darling, enough. One death suffices to assert authority. Kill too many, and who will work for us? Reluctantly, Zhang Wei sheathed the scissors and leaned into Yuan Xianghe's embrace. Brother I'll follow your lead. Yuan Xianghe patted his cheek, then turned to the underlings, drag Zhao Qixing's corpse outside, dump it at the residential complex gate. Let everyone see the fate of those who oppose us. Yes, sir. Several underlings hauled away Zhao Qixing's body, leaving a long, gory trail streaking from the third floor down to the ground floor, a horrifying visceral scar upon the stairs. Yuan Xianghe stood by the window gazing down at the captives crouched in a trembling row below, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Brother He, what shall we do with Xiao Yu? One underling asked. Yuan Xianghe glanced toward Xiao Yu huddled in the corner, her sleeveless nightgown exposing broad swaths of skin, her entire body shuddering uncontrollably. Lock her up. Later reward her to whoever proves most loyal. The underling's eyes gleamed. Understood. Xiao Yu was dragged away, her shrieks echoing shrilly down the corridor. Zhang Wei stood by the window staring at the winding mountain road in the distance, his gaze dark and venomous. Brother He, I'm going after Li Mingyao. What for? To kill her. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth. That wretched woman ruined me. I won't let her live. Yuan Xianghe paused in thought, then said, if you pursue her now, she won't have gotten far. The complex gates are guarded. She can't escape. First sweep the building floor by floor. If she's not found, we'll reassess. Zhang Wei nodded and descended the stairs with several men. He combed every room, every crevice of Building 7. No trace of Li Mingyao. He moved on to Buildings 6 and 8. Still nothing. Brother Wei, over here. A window's open. An underling discovered Li Mengyao's abandoned high-heeled shoe buried in the shrubbery behind Building 7. Zhang Wei approached, picked up the shoe, and turned it over slowly in his hands. She fled this way. He looked up at the window, then toward the distant mountain road. She ran uphill. Uphill. Isn't that Wang Lin's territory? Zhang Wei fell silent for a moment before tossing the shoe onto the ground. Wang Lin. That single arrow from Wang Lin had shattered the course of his life. Wang Lin, you'll wait. Zhang Wei murmured to himself. Once I find Li Mingyao, you'll be next. He turned and walked back. The Banshan residential complex had a new master. Li Mingyao had no sense of how long she'd been running. Her bare foot scorched against the blistering asphalt, each step like treading upon white-hot iron. Her crimson slip dress clung damply to her frame, soaked through with sweat outlining her gaunt silhouette. Her hair hung in wild disarray, her makeup had melted into smudged ruin, coal bleeding downward like twin black tears. She dared not stop. Behind her loomed the Banshan residential complex. Yuan Xianghe Zhang Wei men who saw her as mere plaything. She didn't know Zhang Wei had already slain Zhao Qixing, but if she had, she would have run faster still. Above on the mountain waited Wang Lin, and hoped the man she once scorned, discarded, betrayed. The man she'd mocked in group chats as selfish and heartless. Now he was her sole salvation. Wang Lin. Wang Lin. She gasped as she ran, her voice raw as sandpaper grating glass. Save me. Please save me. The mountain path grew steeper with every stride. Her strength ebbed rapidly. She hadn't eaten properly in days. Under Zhao Qixing, she'd received only half a bottle of water and a sliver of compressed biscuit each day. Since last night, she'd consumed nothing, not a drop, not a crumb. The sun rose in the east, its merciless glare piercing even the thick yellow-gray haze. Temperatures soared, already exceeding 50 degrees Celsius by 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Mingyao's vision blurred at the edges. She felt like meat roasting inside an oven. Moisture evaporating at terrifying speed, skin cracking, lips blistering, throat searing as though scoured by flame. Water, give me water. Staggering forward, she collapsed, scrambled up, fell again, rose again, repeating the cycle like a broken automaton. Her knees split open, blood trickled down her calves, only to dry instantly beneath the furnace-like heat where even sweat refused to form. At last she saw the villa. Gray walls, black iron gates, solar panels glinting cobalt blue on the roof. The air conditioner's outdoor unit hummed steadily, exhaling cool, crisp breath from within. Li Mingyao lunged at the iron gate, pounding with her last reserves of strength. Open up, open the gate. Her palms struck metal with dull, hollow thuds, but the gate remained immovable. Her voice was too faint, drowned beneath the drone of the air conditioner. Wang Lin, it's me, Mingyao, please open the gate. No answer came. She lifted her head and met the unblinking red eye of the security camera embedded above the gate, its indicator light pulsing coldly. Wang Lin, I know you're watching, please, just one sip of water, just one. Inside the villa, Shun Yutong stirred porridge in the kitchen. Hearing movement outside, she stepped to the door and peered through the peephole. A disheveled woman clung to the iron gate. Drenched in sweat, clad in torn garments, one foot bare, the other still wedged into a high heel. Wildy, desperate, barely human. Shin Yutong recognized her instantly, Li Mingyao. She'd seen her photo on Wang Lin's phone and her profile avatar in group chats. Wang Lin's former girlfriend. The woman who dumped him, betrayed him, and swindled him out of 8 million yuan. Shin Yutong hesitated, then strode to the foot of the stairs and called upward, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. No reply came from above. Wang Lin had kept vigil in the surveillance room all night, only collapsing into sleep at dawn. Shin Yutong knew he was exhausted and reluctant to disturb him. Yet the woman outside. She returned to the door and spoke through it. Mr. Wang hasn't woken yet. Please wait a while. Please, let me in. I'll just drink some water. Hearing a voice from within, Li Mingyao seized the sound like a lifeline, hammering the gate with renewed frenzy. He hasn't woken. I cannot open the gate. Shin Yutong's tone remained calm, yet edged with unwavering resolve. Wait outside. I'll inform him the moment he awakens. I can't wait. I'm dying. Please. Shin Yutong said nothing more. She turned and walked back to the kitchen, stirring the porridge once more. Li Mingyao slumped against the iron gate, back pressed to cold metal, breathing in ragged, heaving gasps. The sun climbed higher, its glare dizzying, nauseating. She tried crawling toward shade, but her limbs no longer obeyed. Water, water. Consciousness frayed at the edges. Hallucinations bloomed before her. Wang Lin stood before her, holding a bottle of water, smiling gently. She reached, desperate pleading, but could not close the distance. She crawled forward. He retreated, always maintaining that same cruel, unreachable gap. Wang Lin, don't go, don't leave me. No one answered her. The sun rose directly overhead, and the temperature soared above 80 degrees. Li Mingyao lay motionless outside the iron gate. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, her skin burned red, and her breath was faint like a wisp of smoke. Over an hour had passed. Shin Yutong had finished cooking porridge, ladled a bowl, and gently knocked on Wang Lin's door on the second floor. President Wang, are you awake? A voice came from inside. I am awake. Come in. Shin Yutong pushed the door open, placing the porridge on the bedside table. Wang Lin sat up, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the blinding sunlight outside. What time is it? Almost 9 o'clock. Is there anything happening outside? Shin Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, Li Mingyao is here. Wang Lin's hand paused before he continued to rub his eyes. How long has she been here? For over an hour, waiting for you outside. Why didn't you wake me? I thought you looked too tired and wanted you to sleep. Wang Lin fell silent for a few seconds, stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside the iron gate, it was empty with nothing around. Where is she? She was just here. Shin Yutong leaned over to look and frowned. Maybe she left. Wang Lin said nothing. He turned back to the bedside, picked up the bowl of porridge, and began to drink slowly. Shin Yutong watched him, hesitating to speak. What do you want to say? Wang Lin did not raise his head. President Wang Shi. Aren't you going to check on her? Check on what? Wang Lin put down the bowl, to see if she is dead or not. Shin Yutong fell silent. Wang Lin stood up, walked over to Shin Yutong, and hugged her waist. Yutong, do you know how she treated me? Shin Yutong shook her head. In my dream, she pushed me into a tide of corpses and watched me die. Wang Lin's voice was calm. So now, even if she dies in front of me, I won't spare her a glance. Shin Yutong lowered her head, not speaking, only leaning against Wang Lin. Wang Lin finished the porridge, placed the bowl on the table. Yutong, your cooking skills need improvement. Shin Yutong shot Wang Lin a glare, turned, and returned to the kitchen, where the sounds of clattering pots and pans could be heard. Wang Lin shook his head, thinking, I need to find a chef. He then went to the monitoring room. He pulled up the footage from the door camera and saw Li Mingyao had been lying outside the iron gate for over an hour before slowly getting up and crawling down the mountain. She crawled slowly, stopping at the bend of the mountain road, lying on the ground, no longer moving, never to rise again. Wang Lin stared at the screen, remaining silent for a long time. Li Taiju walked and saw Wang Lin's expression and glanced at the screen, sighing. Lin Zishi. Is she? Yes. Aren't you going to check on her? Check what? Wang Lin turned off the screen. Will seeing her bring her back to life? Li Taiju said nothing. Wang Lin stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the mountain road. That red figure was already out of sight. Kiju, tell me, what does a person strive for in this life? Li Taiju was taken aback, unsure how to respond. She strives for money, for enjoyment, for being close to wealthy people. Wang Lin's voice was soft, and what was the result? The apocalypse came, money became worthless, enjoyment became a luxury, and the rich became beggars. What she ultimately wanted was just a sip of water. A sip of water, and she didn't even get that. Lindsay, have you softened your heart? No. Wang Lin turned around. I was just thinking, if she hadn't pushed me in my past life, would I save her in this life? Would you? Wang Lin did not answer. He walked to the monitoring station, reopened the screen, and switched to the footage of the half-mountain community. The half-mountain community had descended into chaos. After the news of Zhao Qixing's death spread, the remaining small factions were filled with fear, some wanting to take the opportunity to loot and run, while more chose to unite, for in this apocalypse, one could not survive alone. Lu Qinggui, the owner of Building 5, who took the lead in organizing the remaining families to establish a neighborhood mutual aid association. They piled sandbags at the hallway and set up roadblocks, assigning people to take shifts. If someone is missing something, we can trade. If anyone is in trouble, we will think of solutions together. We can't rely on others, or we can only depend on ourselves. Lu Qinggui stood downstairs and spoke to the neighbors gathered around. Wang Lin won't take care of us. Yuan Xianghe will only rob us, and Sun Desheng has already been severely injured. The only ones who can save us are ourselves. Sun Desheng understood this reasoning as well. He sat in the street office, his head wrapped in bandages, his face bruised, resembling a stray dog. Sun lay on the adjacent army bed, his arms wound-infected, running a high fever, mumbling incoherently. Dad, it hurts. Sun Desheng looked at his son with a heart full of anguish. 2/3 of his subordinates had fled, and the remaining few were also injured and demoralized. Supplies were running low, water was scarce, and if this continued they wouldn't need others to attack. They would starve and die of thirst themselves. Dad, what should we do? Sun Lei's voice was weak like a mosquito's buzz. Sun Dishing stood up and paced around the room. His mind raced. In the half-mountain community, Yuan Xianghe had become the largest power, and it was impossible for him to seek refuge there. In the half-mountain villa area, Wang Lin would not take him in. The other communities down the mountain were in even worse shape. Who else was there? He thought of the four great families, especially the Chun family. Chen Yaozu of the Chun family, though a playboy, had over a dozen bodyguards and ample supplies in his villa. If he could seek refuge there, at least he could survive. Lazy, can you still walk? Sun Dishing asked. Son, get up, come with me. Where to? To seek refuge with the Chun family. Sun Lei struggled to sit up, the pain in his arm, making him break into a cold sweat. Sun Dishing supported him, and the two walked out of the street office. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, and the heat wave hit them, causing Sun Lei to almost lose his balance. Dad, will Chen Yaozu take us in? He will. Sun Dishing gritted his teeth. I have something he wants. What is it? Information. Sun Disheng's eyes narrowed. Information about Wang Lin. Chen Yaozu was a man of great ambition. He would not be content to hide in his villa waiting for death. He sought resources, territory, and wanted to rule and dominate. And Wang Lin was his greatest obstacle. Sun Lei nodded, half understanding. The two moved step by step toward the half-mountain villa area. Half-mountain villa, Chun family's villa. Chen Yaozu reclined on a lounge chair beside the swimming pool, holding a glass of chilled fruit juice, flanked by two women in bikinis. A cool breeze from the air conditioner swept over him, and he closed his eyes contentedly. Brother Yaozu, have you heard? That Wang Lin down at the foot of the mountain has crippled Sun Dishing and Zhao Qixing. A bodyguard stood nearby, reporting in a low voice. I've heard. Chen Yaozu took a sip of his juice. That Wang Lin, there's something intriguing about him. They say he has a gun. So what if he does? Chen Yaozu sneered. A rusty handgun. How many people can it kill? I have 12 bodyguards, each a veteran special forces operative. In an actual confrontation, his meager resources won't even register. Then, shall we go confront him? Not yet. Chen Yaozu set down his glass. Let him prance about for a few more days. We'll wait until he's worn himself thin fighting others. Then we'll strike. By then we'll seize both him and all his supplies. The bodyguard nodded and withdrew. Chen Yaozu closed his eyes again, resuming his enjoyment of the women's massage. Brother Yaozu, someone is requesting an audience outside. Another bodyguard approached. Who is it? Sun Dishing, the director of the sub-district office, has come with his son, claiming to seek your protection. Chen Yaozu opened his eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Sun Dishing, wasn't he quite formidable? So now that he's been crippled, he's finally come begging me. Shall I bring them in? Chen Yaozu sat up and adjusted his attire. I'd like to hear precisely what flowery rhetoric he intends to offer. Sun Dishing and Sun Lei were ushered into the villa. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of cold air struck them. Sun Lei shivered involuntarily. He hadn't felt air conditioning in days. Stepping abruptly from sweltering 50-degree heat into a 20-degree climate overwhelmed his body. His knees weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Sun Dishing steadied his son, then fixed his gaze upon Chen Yaozu seated on the sofa. Dressed in a white silk robe, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine, Chen looked every bit a feudal warlord of old. Director Sun, what an unexpected guest. Chen Yaozu didn't rise, merely lifted his chin. Please sit. Sun Dishing guided his son onto a seat. A bodyguard poured them 2 glasses of water. Sun Lei snatched one and drained it in a single gulp, then reached out for another. Watching his disheveled state, Chen Yaozu's lips curled with quiet disdain. Director Sun, what brings you here? Sun Dishing drew a deep breath. Young Master Chen, I've come to pledge allegiance. Chen Yaozu chuckled. Director Sun, you're the head of the sub-district office. Why aren't you organizing civilian self-rescue efforts? Instead, you've come groveling to me. It's no longer possible, Sun Dishing replied bitterly. In Banshan residential complex, Yuan Xianghe holds the greatest sway. My men have either fled or been injured, and our supplies are nearly exhausted. To remain there is certain death. So you came to me? Yes. Sun Dishing met Chen Yaozu's gaze steadily. Young Master Chen, if you shelter us, I will serve you faithfully. What exactly can you do for me? I can help you seize control of Banshan residential complex, even the entire Banshan Villa district. Chen Yaozu raised an eyebrow. Do you truly possess such capability? I do not, but you do. Sun Dishing's voice dropped lower. Young Master Chen, you command 12 bodyguards, all retired special forces operatives. Do you have firearms? A flicker of tension crossed Chen Yaozu's face, but he remained silent. I know you don't, Sun Dishing continued. But Wang Lin does. He possesses a handgun, possibly German-made, with considerable stopping power. Though you command 12 elite fighters, confronting an armed man barehanded offers slim odds of victory. Then what do you propose? Don't engage him yet, Sun Dishing leaned forward. First, seize Banshan residential complex. Thousands of households reside there. Though most have already exhausted their stores, pooling remaining resources would still yield substantial supplies. Moreover, Banshan residential complex lies on the sole route leading up the mountain. Seizing it would be akin to gripping Wang Lin's throat, leaving him utterly at your mercy. You could manipulate him however you wished. Chen Yaozu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. After a pause, he asked, who currently wields the greatest influence in Banshan residential complex? Yuan Xianghe, a flamboyant, effeminate man commanding a dozen followers entrenched in Building 12. He's also holding that female doctor captive. A dozen men, not many. Not many, but not insignificant either. And having just absorbed Zhao Qixing's territory, their morale is soaring. Chen Yaozu rose and paced slowly across the living room. Director Sun, you're right. Banshan residential complex is the strategic choke point. Whoever controls it commands the initiative. Yet I won't strike first. Why not? Because someone else is far more impatient than we are. Chen Yaozu turned to face Sun Dishing. Wang Lin, he's far more impatient. If Banshan residential complex descends into chaos, his people won't be able to emerge. If he refuses to act, who will he? So we simply wait. Yes, we wait, Chen Yaozu smiled. Until they've bled each other dry. Then we move in. And when we do, we'll claim both them and everything they hold. Sun Dishing gazed at Chen Yaozu's smiling face, a chill creeping up his spine. This seemingly carefree scion was far more calculating than he had imagined. Then my son and I. Stay, Chen Yaozu waved dismissively. You'll be given rooms, food, drink, everything you need. Once Banshan residential complex falls, your rewards will be generous. Thank you, young Master Chen. Thank you. Sun Dishing sprang to his feet and bowed deeply. Sun Lei rose as well. His legs wobbled, and he nearly stumbled again. Chen Yaozu glanced at him, then turned to a bodyguard, take them to rest, and summon a physician to examine their injuries. Yes, sir. Sun Dishing supported his son and followed the bodyguard out. Chen Yaozu settled back onto the sofa, lifted his wineglass, and swirled its contents gently. Wang Lin, intriguing indeed. He sipped the wine, a playful smile playing upon his lips. Wang Lin sat in the surveillance room, watching live footage of Chen Yaozu's villa on screen. Though the interior remained obscured, every person entering or exiting the gate was clearly visible. Linzi, Sun Dishing just entered. Li Taiju pointed at the monitor. I see. Wang Lin lifted his teacup. He's pledged loyalty to Chen Yaozu. Then what do we do? No rush, Wang Lin said, sipping his tea. Let them stir the pot. Chen Yaozu is ambitious, but timid. He won't dare act recklessly. Why not? Because the extreme heat is nearing its end. Wang Lin set down his cup and strode to the window. Once the heat wave breaks, the weather will shift dramatically. Li Taiju joined him at the window, gazing outward in silence. Linzi, tell me, how long will this apocalypse last? Wang Lin paused, then said quietly, it has no end. No end. At least, not within our lifetimes. Wang Lin turned away from the window. So our task isn't to await the apocalypse's conclusion, but to extend our own survival as long as possible. For an entire week, Chen Yaozu's influence spread across the half-mountain villa district like wildfire. Each day he marched out with over 20 underlings knocking door to door. Those who refused to surrender supplies had their doors smashed in, those who resisted were beaten, and women of striking beauty were seized by force. Of the remaining 24 households in the district, he had already overrun more than half. Young Master Chen, the man inside this house refuses to open the door. One subordinate rushed over to report. Chen Yaozu stood by the roadside smoking. Upon hearing the words, he flicked his cigarette but onto the ground and waved dismissively, break it down. 3 bodyguards surged forward, hefting iron hammers. With a series of thunderous clangs, the door splintered open. A man in his 40s stood trembling in the doorway, brandishing a kitchen knife. Don't come any closer. I'm calling the police. The police? Chen Yaozu laughed. Can your phone even connect? The man froze speechless. Chen Yaozu gestured and the bodyguards lunged, wrenching the knife from his grip and slamming him face down onto the floor. The man writhed, shouting, What right do you have to seize my possessions? Is there no law left? Law? Chen Yaozu crouched, slapped the man's cheek lightly, and said with chilling calm, Here, I am the law. Rising, he turned to his men, drag him outside, and beat him. Beat him until he breaks. 2 bodyguards hauled the man into the courtyard and swung iron rods without mercy. His screams echoed hollowly across the desolate villa district, raising gooseflesh on every listener's skin. After a dozen brutal blows, the man's leg snapped. He lay convulsing on the ground, still cursing through gritted teeth. You will not die well. Still cursing, Chen Yaozu frowned. Hit him again. Another dozen strikes followed, then silence. Young Master Chen, he stopped breathing. One bodyguard confirmed, checking the man's pulse. Dead or not, drag him out and bury him. Without glancing back, Chen Yaozu strode into the house and began ransacking cabinets and drawers. Inside the bedroom, the woman of the house trembled violently upon learning her husband had been killed. She was in her early 30s, strikingly beautiful, impeccably groomed. A yoga instructor before the apocalypse. Chen Yaozu pushed the door open, saw her, and his eyes gleamed. This one is fine, he remarked to a subordinate. Take her to my room tonight. She screamed, scrambling backward until she was cornered, then hurled a porcelain vase at him. He tilted his head, just in time. The vase shattered against the wall. Don't spurn the wine only to swallow the punishment, he said, stepping forward and gripping her chin. Stay with me, and you'll feast on delicacies and drink fine liquor. Refuse me, and look outside. He pointed toward the courtyard where the man's corpse was being dragged away, leaving behind a long, glistening trail of blood. Tears streamed down her face. Her legs gave way as she collapsed onto the floor, too terrified to resist further. That very night, she was delivered to Chun Yaozu's chamber. Chun Yaozu drank 2 glasses of red wine, then pinned her to the bed, tormenting her relentlessly through the long dark hours. At dawn, he tossed her a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water, his token reward. From today onward you belong to me. Obey, and you eat. Disobey. He paused, smiling faintly, leaving the rest unsaid. She clutched the noodles and water, shrinking into the corner. Bruised, broken, her tears long since dried. Chun Yaozu's men grew increasingly savage, looting supplies, seizing women, descending beyond morality into pure bestiality. Whoever claimed something valuable earned a woman as reward, until all restraint vanished, and they became wolves in human skin. Young Master Chun, there's little left to plunder in the Half-Mountain Villa district. The few remaining households either fled or vanished into hiding. Fled. Hidden. Chun Yaozu sneered. Half-Mountain is finite. Where could they possibly go? Search every house. Dig 3 feet deep if you must. Find them. He paused, his gaze shifting toward the mountaintop. And what of Wang Lin? Any movement? None. He remains holed up in his villa, never emerges. Chun Yaozu narrowed his eyes, lost in silence for a long while. Wang Lin was a thorn lodged deep. That man possessed firearms, electrified perimeter fencing, bulletproof doors, and even a private physician and nurse. Chun Yaozu coveted his resources, but dared not strike. He feared Wang Lin's guns, but feared the man himself even more. One who had foreseen the cataclysm a month in advance, stockpiled provisions, and fortified his villa so meticulously, was no ordinary mortal. Leave him be for now. First scour the remainder of Half-Mountain clean. Once our numbers swell, we'll devise. That evening a young woman appeared on the Half-Mountain highway. She wore a white slip dress, her chestnut hair cascading in voluminous waves, her makeup flawlessly applied. Her slender stiletto sandals clicked softly with each sway of her hips, her waist supple as willow branches. Her skin was luminously pale, nearly translucent in the sunlight, her collarbones delicate, her lips full, her eyes large, and lashes impossibly long. Her name was Luo Yun, 28 years old, a moderately famous internet personality from Donghai City. Before the apocalypse, she commanded over 2 million followers on a major short video platform, live streaming makeup tutorials, fashion tips, and travel vlogs, earning hundreds of thousands monthly. When the apocalypse struck, her followers vanished, her platform collapsed, and money became meaningless. Fortunately, she lived in the Half-Mountain Villa district, and had stockpiled water and food in advance, sustaining her thus far. Yet as Chun Yaozu's power expanded, fear gripped her. She had seen the women he seized, raped, degraded, reduced to slaves, living in unspeakable squalor. She refused to suffer such a fate. Her sole hope lay with Wang Lin, whose villa stood as the safest sanctuary in the entire district. If she could gain entry, she would be safe. Luo Yun held unshakable confidence in her allure. Before the collapse, 2 million men had flooded her live streams, calling her wife, big sister, showering her with virtual rockets and luxury cars. She believed that given just 3 days in Wang Lin's presence, she could bring him to his knees beneath the hem of her skirt. She arrived at the villa gate, smoothed her dress, checked her reflection in her phone's camera, and knocked gently. Hello, is anyone home? Her voice was honeyed, almost cloying. In the surveillance room, Li Taiju stared at the monitor, startled by the sight of such a beautiful woman at the gate, and hurried to summon Wang Lin. Lindsay, there's a woman outside, the one at the gate, and she's quite stunning. Wang Lin, reading upstairs, descended slowly at the call. He glanced at the screen, expressionless. Don't know her. Then what do we do? Turn her away. Wang Lin paused, then walked to the gate and opened its small viewing panel. Luo Yun, seeing the panel slide open, instantly summoned her most radiant smile. Hello, I'm Luo Yun. I live down the mountain. You might know me from the short video platform. Have you ever scrolled past my profile? Wang Lin looked her over once, voice flat, detached. No. Her smile faltered, then reassembled itself seamlessly. She withdrew several photographs from her bag, snapshots with high-ranking officials from Donghai City and screenshots from her platform. I have no connection with Chun Yaozu, truly. I only seek a safe place to stay. Your villa is exceptional. Surely one more person won't burden you. I can cook, wash clothes, clean. I'll do anything required. Wang Lin regarded her silently. Luo Yun bit her lip, then tugged her dress downward, revealing her collarbones and shoulders. Mr. Wang, please let me in. I won't be a freeloader. I'll give whatever is expected of me. Her tone carried unmistakable implication, and she deliberately hitched her already short skirt higher. Shin Yutong, standing behind Wang Lin, erupted inwardly. How shameless, daring to seduce my man. Then, she corrected herself. No, my boss. As she prepared to speak, Wang Lin shook his head slightly. and replied firmly no. Luo Yun was taken aback. She never expected Wang Lin to reject her. She was overly confident in her charm, as before the apocalypse, countless men had knelt before her begging for just a glance which she didn't care for. Now that she had taken the initiative, how could this man refuse? Mr. Wang, do you misunderstand? I really just want to find a safe place. I do not misunderstand. Wang Lin interrupted her. When I say no, it means no. Why? Because you are untrustworthy. Wang Lin's voice was calm. Someone like you who seeks out anyone with resources today with me tomorrow with someone else. Accepting you means planting a landmine for myself. Luo Yun's face turned crimson, tears welling in her eyes, unsure if it was due to anger or embarrassment. Mr. Wang, I leave. Wang Lin closed the small window. Luo Yun stood at the door, stunned for a while. She couldn't believe that her beauty was ineffective against this man. She turned to leave when she suddenly spotted a villa nearby which Wang Lin had previously rented for old Zhao. At the villa's entrance, a man in his 40s was exercising in the yard, shirtless, showcasing his solid muscles. Luo Yun's eyes darted around. A living here would keep her close to Wang Lin, and surely Chun Yaozu wouldn't come here. Thinking this, she walked towards old Zhao. He was doing push-ups in the yard. His body was strong, despite being over 40 years of moving bricks and delivering takeout, had given him more stamina than many young men. Hello, big brother. Luo Yun stood at the entrance, putting on a pitiful expression. Old Zhao looked up, seeing a beautiful woman standing at the door, momentarily stunned. He stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. Who are you? I'm Luo Yun. I live below. I want to find a safe place to stay, but Mr. Wang won't take me in. Big brother, could you? She bit her lip, her eyes reddened, looking utterly pitiful. Old Zhao's heart softened. He was an honest man, and his biggest flaw in life was being unable to bear seeing women suffer. In the past, Sun Xiaomei had exploited this flaw, leaving him with nothing after 4 years of hard work. You? Wait a moment, let me ask Wang Lin. Old Zhao threw on a t-shirt and ran to Wang Lin's villa, ringing the doorbell. Wang Lin opened the small window, saw old Zhao, and smiled. Old Zhao, what's up? Lin, about that woman. Why won't you take her in? She's untrustworthy. But she's a woman. It's too dangerous out there for her. Chen Yaozu and his gang are capable of anything. What if she gets caught? Wang Lin looked into old Zhao's eyes, seeing the underlying concern. Old Zhao, are you interested in her? Old Zhao's face flushed. He looked down, rubbing his hands. I just think she seems quite pitiful. Wang Lin sighed. He understood old Zhao. This man was too kind and too easily exploited by women. Sun Xiaomei had taken advantage of him so badly, yet he still didn't learn from it. Old Zhao, listen to my advice. Don't get involved with women like her. She's not someone you can handle. Old Zhao looked up, his eyes filled with a rare stubbornness. Lin, I know you're looking out for me, but I just like this type. Wang Lin stared at him for several seconds before finally shaking his head. All right, it's your own decision. But let me make it clear, if she dares to have any ulterior motives, I won't be polite. Don't worry, you'll keep an eye on her. Old Zhao excitedly returned to the yard where Luo Yun was still waiting at the door. Big brother, did Mr. Wang agree? He agreed. Old Zhao opened the yard door. You can come in now. Luo Yun felt a surge of pride inside. Indeed, men were all the same. Wang Lin might not take her in, but this old man did. She followed old Zhao into the villa, her eyes scanning around. The house wasn't large, but it was nicely decorated with air conditioning, water, and food in the fridge. Although it couldn't compare to Wang Lin's luxurious place in this apocalypse, it was already like heaven. Big brother, do you live here alone? I have a daughter, Een, 7 years old. She's sleeping upstairs. Luo Yun nodded, quickly calculating in her mind. This old man seemed honest and easy to control. Once he fell for her, she could establish her foothold here. Then she would find a way to get close to Wang Lin. That man was the real big fish. Big brother, what's your name? Zhao Di's, who's just call me old Zhao. Thank you for taking me in, old Zhao. Luo Yun leaned closer, linking her arm with his, her voice dripping with sweetness. I want stay for free. I can cook, do laundry, clean. I'm good at everything. Old Zhao felt her breast brush against his arm, his body stiffening like he had been electrocuted. Okay. Luo Yun chuckled inwardly. Men were all driven by their lower halves. That night, old Zhao busied himself in the kitchen for quite a while, preparing braised ribs, stir-fried vegetables, cold cucumber, salad, tomato, scrambled eggs, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Een sat at the dining table, curiously looking at Luo Yun. Dad, who is this aunt? This is Aunt Lu. She'll be living with us from now on. Een tilted her head, glanced at Luo Yun, then lowered her head to eat, saying nothing more. Luo Yun picked up a piece of rib, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. Old Zhao, your cooking is really good. These ribs are even better than those at restaurants. Old Zhao felt shy from the praise, rubbing his hands. If it's good, then eat more. After the three finished dinner, old Zhao washed the dishes and sent Een off to bed. Only he and Luo Yun remained in the living room. Luo Yun sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, her skirt sliding up, revealing her fair thighs. She intentionally stretched, showcasing her bodice curves. Old Zhao, your place is really comfortable. There's air conditioning, hot water, and delicious food. I was dying of heat in that villa below, barely able to drink water. Then you can live here from now on. Although my place can't compare to Wang Lin's villa, at least it's safe. Old Zhao, are you close with Mr. Wang? Close. He saved my life. Old Zhao's tone was filled with gratitude. Luo Yun's eyes flickered. Then why won't he take me in? He has his reasons. Old Zhao didn't want to elaborate. You should rest early, you'll get a room ready for you. Luo Yun stood up, walking over to Old Zhao, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. Old Zhao, is it hard for you to raise a child alone? Old Zhao's body stiffened, his heartbeat quickening. It's manageable. What about your ex-wife? Divorced? Why did you divorce? Old Zhao fell silent for a moment and said, she thought I was poor. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Yun's eyes, but quickly faded. She leaned closer, resting her head on Old Zhao's shoulder. Old Zhao, you're a good man. Good men should be rewarded. Old Zhao's hand hovered in the air, unsure where to place it. He wanted to push her away, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Luo Yun, you should go rest first. Okay. Luo Yun released him, smiled at him, and turned to go upstairs. As she reached the stairway, she glanced back at Old Zhao, a smug smile curling her lips. She had him hooked. Old Zhao sat on the sofa, dazed for a while. He lit a cigarette and took a couple of deep puffs. He hadn't been with a woman for a long time. After 4 years of divorce, he had been raising a child alone, working alone, bearing all the hardships alone. It wasn't that there hadn't been opportunities, it was that he didn't want to. He was afraid of encountering women like Sun Xiaomei again. But Luo Yun was different. She was beautiful, gentle, and understanding, her eyes sparkling when she spoke to him. Old Zhao, wake up. He told himself, you only met her a day ago. Yet he couldn't control himself, sneaking. Wang Lin stood on the third-floor terrace, gazing at the lights in Old Zhao's villa below. Lin, are you really letting Old Zhao keep that woman? Li Taizhu was standing next to him, munching on an apple with a crunch. He wants to, I can't stop him. That woman is clearly not simple. I know. Wang Lin took a sip of coffee. Old Zhao is too honest, too easily deceived by women. In his past life, he was taken advantage of by Sun Xiaomei so badly, yet he still hasn't learned his lesson. Then why let him keep her? Some debts must be felt to be understood. Wang Lin set down his coffee cup. Let him. When that woman shows her true colors, he'll know who truly cares for him. Li Taizhu thought for a moment and found it reasonable. So we just watch. Watch. Wang Lin turned to walk back inside. But don't let her get close to our villa. If she dares to have any ulterior motives. He paused, leaving his sentence unfinished, and Li Taizhu understood his meaning. Outside in the night, the lights of Old Zhao's villa were warm. Luo Yun lay on the guest bed, staring at the ceiling, a smile on her lips. Wang Lin, just wait. Sooner or later you'll be on your knees begging me. The day after Luo Yun moved into Old Zhao's house, she began to feel restless. In the early morning, Old Zhao was cooking porridge in the kitchen. Yinyin sat on the living room sofa watching cartoons which had been downloaded by Li Taizhu earlier and played on the TV through a USB drive. Luo Yun was wearing an old t-shirt of Old Zhao's, her hair down, stretching as she came down from upstairs. Zhao Gu, you're up so early. I'm making breakfast for Yinyin. Old Zhao replied without turning his head. The porridge will be ready soon. You should eat some too. Luo Yun walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the door frame, watching Old Zhao busy at work, her lips curling into a slight smile. Zhao Gu, you're really good to Yinyin. It's not easy taking care of a child alone, is it? I've gotten used to it. But some people don't see it that way. Luo Yun sighed, a hint of grievance in her voice. Some people think that taking care of a child is a burden. They're afraid you'll eat from them, drink from them, and that you'll use them up. Old Zhao paused for a moment, turned to look at her, and asked, who are you talking about? No one. Luo Yun shook her head. I was just saying it casually. Old Zhao didn't respond, continuing to cook the porridge. Luo Yun, unwilling to give up, leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Old Zhao Gu, have you ever thought about why Wang Lin doesn't let you stay in his villa? His villa is so big, 3 or 4 stories with over a dozen rooms, it would be more than enough for the two of you. Yet he insists on having you stay here instead. This villa belongs to him too. It's already good that he rented it out for us to live in. Old Zhao furrowed his brows. Rent. Luo Yun laughed. Old Zhao Gu, in this apocalypse, what's the difference between renting and not renting? If he truly cared for you, he would let you stay in his villa. That place has better insulation and central air conditioning, keeping a constant temperature of 24 degrees. What about here? Although there is air conditioning in this scorching apocalypse, it barely cools down, and it's still over 30 degrees inside. Just look at you. You sweat all night while sleeping, and Yinyin suffers along with you. Old Zhao fell silent. Luo Yun seized the opportunity, saying, and look at what Wang Lin wears in his villa. Pajamas. Wearing pajamas in broad daylight. It must be so cool. And you? Every day in your big shorts with your bare arms dripping with sweat. Yinyin is just a little girl. How bad is it for her to see you dressed like this? Old Zhao looked down at himself, big shorts, an old t-shirt, the collar of the t-shirt loose, exposing a large part of his chest. His face turned slightly red. Lin Zi has his own considerations. What considerations? Luo Yun interrupted. He's just afraid you'll be a burden to him. You taking care of Yinyin, eating from him, drinking from him, he may not say it, but he must feel uncomfortable about it. Old Zhao Gu, you're a straightforward person, but don't let someone sell you out while you help them count the money. Old Zhao fell silent. He recalled Wang Lin's kindness to him, giving him money, providing him with a home, offering him supplies, saving him from dire straits. Wang Lin was his benefactor, and he would never forget him in this lifetime. But Luo Yun's words felt like a thorn piercing his heart, unable to be removed. Old Zhao, the porridge is burning, Luo Yun pointed to the pot. Old Zhao came back to his senses and hurriedly turned off the heat. The porridge had been overcooked with a layer burnt at the bottom, emitting a charred smell. He sighed, scooped out the porridge, scraped off the burnt parts, and filled 2.5 bowls. It's time to eat. Turned off the TV, walked over, looked at the bowl of porridge, and then at Luo Yun, softly saying, "Daddy, I want to eat a fried egg." "Not today, we have to make do with this." Pouted and said nothing, lowering her head to drink the porridge. Luo Yun sat opposite her, sipping porridge while observing Old Zhao's expression. She knew that this honest man had been swayed by her words. But it wasn't enough, as she needed to add more fuel to the fire. After finishing her porridge, Old Zhao went to wash the dishes. Luo Yun followed him into the kitchen, hugging his waist from behind. Old Zhao, I'm sorry, her voice soft as cotton. I spoke too harshly just now. I didn't mean to speak ill of Wang Lin, who I just feel for you. It's too hard for you to take care of a child alone. Old Zhao's body stiffened for a moment, almost dropping the bowl in his hand. It's fine. Please don't be mad at me, okay? Luo Yun pressed her face against his back. I won't say it again. I'm not mad at you. Luo Yun released her hands, turned to face Old Zhao, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him on the cheek. Old Zhao, you're really great. Old Zhao's face turned red to his ears. He hadn't touched a woman in a long time. After 4 years of divorce, he slept alone, bore the burdens alone, and had no one to talk to. Luo Yun's lips were soft and warm like a flame, making him feel all hot. Luo Yun, you. Call me Yun Yun. Luo Yun pressed her finger against his lips. Don't call me Luo Yun, it sounds too distant. Yun Yun. Old Zhao's voice was a bit hoarse. Luo Yun smiled a sweet smile. She took Old Zhao's hand and walked to the living room. Yin was still drinking porridge, not paying attention to them. Luo Yun leaned closer to Old Zhao's ear, whispering, Old Zhao, good tonight. After Yin sleeps, they'll come find you. Old Zhao's heart raced. But then he remembered something. He hadn't bathed in almost a week. It was hot, he was sweating a lot, and he had a sour smell. He couldn't stand the smell himself. How could Luo Yun? I need to take a shower first, Old Zhao said, rubbing his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. Go ahead, can you shower at your place? It's broken. Wang Lin said he would find someone to fix it, but he's been busy. Luo Yun's eyes rolled. Then go wash at Wang Lin's place. At his villa there's everything. Old Zhao hesitated. That's not good, right? What's wrong with that? Aren't you brother? What's the big deal about borrowing a bathroom between brothers? Luo Yun pouted. Old Zhao, you don't want to wash, do you? I can't stand the smell of sweat on you. Old Zhao gritted his teeth and said, I'll go talk to Lin Zi. Wang Lin was on the 3rd floor of the villa drinking tea on the terrace. When he saw Old Zhao come in, he put down his teacup and smiled. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Lin Zi, I want to borrow your bathroom to take a shower. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Wang Lin was taken aback for a moment. Is your water heater broken? It's been broken for a few days. Haven't I said I would find someone to fix it? I've been busy these past few days and forgot. Go ahead and wash up. Old Zhao let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Wang Lin called out to him. Is that girl the one who sent you? Old Zhao's face turned red and he didn't answer. Wang Lin sighed. Old Zhao, let me give you some advice. That girl is not to be underestimated. Lin Zi, she's just borrowing the bathroom to shower, nothing else. Wang Lin gazed into Lao Zhao's eyes and saw what lay within. Desire, raw and unvarnished, the yearning of a man who had lived in solitude for 4 long years. He knew nothing he said would reach Lao Zhao now. Fine, go wash, but let me be clear, she is not to step foot inside my villa. She won't come. He'll go alone. Lao Zhao turned and left. Wang Lin leaned back in his chair and shook his head. Taizhu, mark my words, the woman will follow him. Surely not. Lao Zhao said she wouldn't. Li Taizhu looked up from polishing his crossbow. Just wait, true enough. Within 10 minutes Lao Zhao returned, this time, with Luo Yun trailing behind him. She wore a white slip dress, her hair cascading freely over her shoulders, her face lightly made up. She paused at the villa's entrance and flashed Wang Lin a smile. Sweet, almost cloying. Mr. Wang, may I borrow your shower? You don't mind, do you? Wang Lin met her gaze expressionless. I do mind. Her smile stiffened for a fleeting moment, then softened again. Mr. Wang, I'm only here to bathe. I'll leave the moment I'm done. I need to scrub Lao Zhao's back. He's gone quite sour, she added, glancing sideways at him. Lao Zhao stood frozen beside her, face flushed crimson, speechless. Wang Lin glanced at Lao Zhao and sighed inwardly. He knew refusal would humiliate the man, and this earnest, simple-hearted fellow had, after years of solitude, finally opened his heart to a woman. Wang Lin had no wish to crush that fragile hope. Very well, go ahead and bathe. But on one condition, remain strictly within the bathroom. Do not wander. Of course. Absolutely. I won't stray an inch. Luo Yun nodded eagerly. Lao Zhao and Luo Yun entered the villa. Shin Yutong sat in the living room absorbed in a book. Upon seeing Luo Yun, her brow furrowed slightly. Mr. Wang, why is she here? To bathe. Shin Yutong cast a single cool glance at Luo Yun and said no more. Luo Yun followed Lao Zhao, yet her eyes darted restlessly about the room. The villa's opulent interior dazzled her. Genuine leather sofas, a marble coffee table, crystal chandeliers, solid hardwood floors, and a powerful central air conditioning system, maintaining a perfect spring-like 24 degrees. She recalled her own villa where indoor temperatures soared past 30 degrees. So sweltering she'd sweat through the night. Mr. Wang, your home is truly exquisite, she purred, tossing him a flirtatious glance. Wang Lin ignored her. The bathroom was downstairs adjacent to the kitchen. Lao Zhao entered first, a Luo Yun followed close behind. At the bathroom door, Luo Yun paused, turned, and called out to Zhou Xiaonan, the young nurse tidying medical supplies in the living room. Little miss, could you come here a moment? Zhou Xiaonan looked up bewildered. What is it? Take my dress to the washing machine, Luo Yun replied, and began slipping off her slip dress. You. Zhou Xiaonan's face flared crimson. Luo Yun lifted the dress over her head and tossed it carelessly onto the floor. Beneath it she stood utterly bare, unself-conscious, exposed a vision of unrestrained sensuality. Why are you standing there? Toss it in the washer. I'll have nothing to wear when I step out otherwise. Zhou Xiaonan stamped her foot in fury. You've no shame at all. Her finger trembled as she pointed. Is washing clothes really so shameful? Luo Yun laughed. Didn't your Mr. Wang say it himself? Guests must be treated with proper hospitality. And am I not a guest? Tears welled in Zhou Xiaonan's eyes. Though a nurse, she was still a young woman. Never before had anyone dared command her so brazenly. She obeyed Wang Lin and Li Taizhu. They were her employers. She obeyed Shin Yutong, her superior. But who precisely was this woman? What gave her the right to issue orders? I refuse. You wash it yourself. Oh, how fiery your temper is. Luo Yun curled her lip dismissively. Fine, don't wash it then. I'll do it myself. Naked she strode into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Zhou Xiaonan stood motionless in the living room, then crumpled to the floor, knees drawn tight, weeping softly. Li Taizhu descended the stairs and rushed over at once. Xiaonan, what's wrong? Who hurt you? That woman. She ordered me to wash her clothes. She choked out between sobs. And she stripped right before my eyes. Li Taizhu's face darkened. His gaze flicked to the closed bathroom door, then settled on Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat on the sofa impassive, yet his eyes held a glacial chill. Lindsay, that woman is utterly insufferable. I know. Then why let her in? For Lao Zhao's sake. Wang Lin lifted his teacup. Let him keep his dignity. Li Taizhu clenched his jaw, knelt beside Zhou Xiaonan, and gently patted her back. Don't cry. Leave her to me. I'll deal with her later. Clinging to his shoulder, Zhou Xiaonan sobbed quietly until her tears subsided. Inside the bathroom, water roared steadily. Luo Yun stood beneath the shower head, hot water sluicing over her body. So blissful, she couldn't suppress a sharp, delighted cry. Ah, so soothing. So refreshingly cool. So utterly divine. Her voice, thin, piercing, pierced the bathroom door and echoed throughout the villa. Wang Lin frowned. Li Taizhu muttered, is this woman deranged? Shin Yutong set down her book, walked to the bathroom door, and knocked firmly. What are you shrieking about? The cries ceased. Luo Yun's voice, laced with amusement, floated out. When something feels this cool, this heavenly, of course one cries out in pleasure. Sister Yutong, would you like to join me? Get out. No need to be so harsh. Oh, Sister Yutong, why not come in and scrub my back? I can't quite reach it. Shin Yutong's face blanched with rage. She spun on her heel and stormed away. Filthy wretch. Scrub your own back. From within, Luo Yun laughed, bright, untroubled, triumphant. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, are you there? Could you come in and scrub my back? I can't reach it. Wang Lin remained silent. Mr. Wang, did you hear me? Help me scrub my back. Wang Lin turned to Li Taizhu. Go fetch Lao Zhao. Tell him to go in and scrub her back. Li Taizhu strode to the bathroom door and rapped sharply. Lao Zhao, step out a moment. Lao Zhao, soaking in another tub, blinked in surprise, rose, and opened the door. What is it? Go in. Scrub her back, Li Taizhu said flatly. Wang Lin's orders. Lao Zhao's face burned red, but his eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement. He turned and re-entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Luo Yun's smile dimmed slightly upon seeing Lao Zhao enter. It wasn't this aging man she desired. It was Wang Lin. Yet since he'd come in, she couldn't very well send him away. Brother Lao Zhao, would you scrub my back? He took the towel and fumbled awkwardly. Luo Yun leaned against the edge of the tub, her thoughts already drifting. How best to draw Wang Lin closer? After bathing, Luo Yun emerged wrapped in a towel, her hair damp and clinging to her cheeks, droplets tracing slow paths down her neck. She walked deliberately slow, hips swaying, the towel loosely knotted at her chest, threatening to loosen with every step. Reaching the center of the living room, she accidentally stepped on her discarded slip dress. Her foot slipped, and she pitched forward with a startled cry. Oh! The towel fell away. revealing everything unreserved and unashamed. Silence crashed over the room. Wang Lin lifted his teacup and sipped, eyes lowered, refusing to look. Li Taizhu averted his face. Xin Yutong's cheeks flared scarlet. Zhou Xiaonan gasped and clapped her hands over her eyes. Luo Yun remained sprawled on the floor, unmoving. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping across them all, lingering last on Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, help me up. Wang Lin didn't stir. Xin Yutong could bear it no longer. She rushed forward, snatched up the towel, and wrapped it tightly around Luo Yun, her voice trembling with fury. Do you have no shame at all? How am I without shame? Luo Yun rose, still swathed in the towel, feigning innocence. I slipped, that's all. Not intentional. You did mean it. Zhou Xiaonan peeked out from behind, Li Taizhu eyes red-rimmed. You did? You filthy wretch. Luo Yun's expression hardened. Who are you calling a filthy wretch? You. Say it again, and see what happens. Filthy wretch. Filthy wretch. Filthy wretch. Luo Yun lunged, but Li Taizhu intercepted her, gripping her wrist firmly. Xin Yutong stepped between them, finger-pointed, voice steely. Try moving 1 inch closer, and see what follows. Luo Yun assessed Li Taizhu's towering frame, then Xin Yutong's blazing glare, and knew she'd gained nothing by pressing further. She sneered, tightened the towel, retrieved her slip dress from the floor, and strode toward the exit. Mr. Wang, your notion of hospitality I've taken full note of. Wait. Wang Lin finally spoke. Luo Yun halted, turned, and smiled, smug and expectant, certain he meant to detain her. Once you leave, do not return. Her smile froze brittle and hollow. This villa does not welcome you. Her lips pressed thin, her eyes burned with outrage and wounded pride. She opened her mouth, to protest, to plead, but Wang Lin had already lowered his gaze to his teacup, shutting her out completely. Lao Zhao emerged from the bathroom, witnessed the scene, and froze. Lindsay, Lao Zhao, take her away, and never let her cross my threshold again. Lao Zhao parted his lips, then seeing Wang Lin's stony countenance, swallowed his words whole. He approached Luo Yun and gently tugged her arm. Let's go. She jerked her hand free, shot him a venomous glare, and stalked out barefoot, leaving damp footprints across the polished floor. Lao Zhao trailed behind her, pausing at the threshold to glance back at Wang Lin, his eyes heavy with apology. The door clicked shut. Silence reclaimed the villa. Zhou Xiaonan nestled against Li Taizhu's chest, still trembling with quiet sobs. Xin Yutong sat rigid on the sofa, shaking with suppressed fury. Wang Lin set down his teacup and rose, walking to the window. Outside, Luo Yun, towel-clad, barefoot, marched angrily along the mountain road. Lao Zhao followed, slumped and subdued like a chastened child. Lindsay, keeping her around is pure danger. I know. Then why allow her to stay with Lao Zhao? Lao Zhao refused to part with her. I can't drag him here by force. Let him go. In time he'll see clearly who truly stands by him and who seeks only to use him. He paused at the foot of the stairs and turned, meeting Xin Yutong's gaze. Yutong, tonight stay vigilant. Both you and Xiaonan. That woman won't yield quietly. Understood. Wang Lin ascended the stairs. Back at Lao Zhao's villa, Luo Yun hurled the towel onto the sofa and sank into a chair, seething. Lao Zhao entered, closed the door, and approached cautiously. Yin Yun, don't be angry. Lin Zi's just set in his ways. Don't call me Yin Yun. She shot him a scathing look. Your brother is stone-hearted. I bent over backward to please him, and he wouldn't even— Lao Zhao faltered, tongue-tied. Luo Yun studied him. Then her expression softened, her tone shifting instantly. Brother Lao Zhao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. She rose and took his hand. I was humiliated by Wang Lin. I'm just upset. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine, Lao Zhao hastened to reply. She leaned into his embrace, her fingers tracing idle circles over his chest. Brother Lao Zhao, you're truly kind to me. Far kinder than that Wang Lin ever was. His heart melted anew. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Luo Yun spent her days at Lao Zhao's place, either sleeping or rummaging through the refrigerator. Lao Zhao kept few provisions, but Wang Lin delivered supplies every few days: rice flour, canned goods, vegetables, and occasionally ratatouille meals, leftover rations from before the apocalypse. Though far less luxurious than the villa up the mountain, this life was nothing short of divine in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Brother Zhao, what's for dinner today? Luo Yun sat cross-legged on the sofa, wearing one of Lao Zhao's t-shirts, her hair hastily twisted into a loose bun as she cracked sunflower seeds. Even these sunflower seeds had been brought by Wang Lin to keep Lao Zhao company, and were now entirely devoured by Luo Yun. Lao Zhao bustled about in the kitchen, not even turning his head. Braised pork belly. Ying loves it. Braised pork belly again. Didn't we just have it 2 days ago? Ying loves it, Lao Zhao repeated impassively. Luo Yun curled her lips downward, saying nothing more. She truly disliked Ying. The 7-year-old girl always fixed Luo Yun with a strange, unsettling gaze. One she couldn't quite name, yet one that made her skin crawl. Daddy, let me wash the vegetables for you. Ying dragged a small stool to the sink and climbed up to reach the basin. Be careful, not a drop on your clothes. Ying nodded solemnly and began washing the bok choy. She wore a pale pink dress, bought by Lao Zhao before the collapse, and 2 neat braids framed her round doll-like face, her large eyes wide and luminous. Luo Yun watched Yingying's back, her mouth twisting faintly downward. After dinner, Lao Zhao cleared the table and washed the dishes. Luo Yun slumped onto the sofa, flipping through downloaded dramas. No internet, only offline files. Yingying sat quietly on the other end of the sofa, absorbed in a picture book. Yingying, come here, Luo Yun suddenly said. Yingying lifted her gaze, glanced at her, and didn't move. More precisely, she dared not. I said come over, deaf. Luo Yun's voice rose sharply. Yingying set the book aside and shuffled slowly forward, standing before Luo Yun with her head bowed. Look up. Luo Yun gripped her chin and forced her face upward. Are you afraid of me? Yingying remained silent, her eyes darting toward the kitchen. I asked you a question. Do you fear me or not? No. Her voice was barely a whisper. Luo Yun smiled. A cold, brittle smile. She released Yingying's chin and picked up a candy from the coffee table, holding it before her eyes. Want it? Yingying stared at the candy, swallowing hard. She hadn't tasted sugar in a long time. Yes. Call me mother. Yingying froze. She looked up, bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion. Say mother, and the candy is yours. Luo Yun dangled it before her like bait for a dog. Yingying bit her lip and shook her head. You won't say it. I already have a mother. Yingying whispered, her voice trembling. She abandoned me, but she's still my mother. I can't call anyone else that. Luo Yun's smile froze, then vanished. A flash of fury flickered in her eyes, swiftly suppressed. She tossed the candy onto the coffee table, leaned back into the sofa, and refused to look at Yingying again. Yingying did not pick up the candy. She turned and returned to her seat, took up her book, and tried in vain to read. The words blurred before her eyes, tears welled unshed. She missed her mother. Even though Sun Xiaomei had beaten her, cursed at her, treated her as nothing but a burden. Where was she now? Was she still alive? Yingying didn't know. When Lao Zhao emerged from the kitchen, towel in hand, he noticed Yingying's reddened eyes and frowned. Yingying, what's wrong? Nothing, Daddy, she murmured, wiping her eyes. A grain of sand got in. Lao Zhao sighed inwardly. This child must be missing her mother. Go to bed early. You can read more tomorrow. Mom. Yingying rose, hugged her book, and climbed the stairs. At the stair landing, she glanced back. Children's intuition whispering that this hateful woman had stolen her. The next afternoon, Lao Zhao went to assist Wang Lin with moving supplies. Luo Yun remained alone in the living room. Yingying stayed upstairs reading. Luo Yun paced the living room several times, her gaze settling on the kitchen cabinet, where Lao Zhao stored rations from Wang Lin, rice flour, canned goods, powdered milk, meat, and a small bag of white sugar. She opened the cabinet, took out the sugar, tore open the bag, dipped her finger inside, and tasted it. Sweet, intensely sweet. Satisfied, she began eating it straight from the bag, consuming nearly half before the cloying sweetness overwhelmed her. Yet she couldn't stop. What are you doing? Yingying's voice came from the stairwell. Luo Yun flinched, startled. The sugar bag slipped from her fingers and spilled across the floor. She whirled around to see Yingying standing on the stairs, clutching her picture book, staring at her with unblinking eyes. When did you come down? You're stealing food. Yingying didn't answer her question, only stated the truth. Luo Yun flushed crimson. She dropped to her knees, snatched up the bag, and swept the scattered sugar under the cabinet with her hand. I'm not stealing. I'm just checking. You ate it. I saw you. Her voice was soft, yet each word precise and clear. I'll tell Daddy. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. She strode to the foot of the stairs and tilted her head up to meet Yingying's gaze. Yingying, have I ever been unkind to you? Yingying said nothing. I offered you candy. You refused. I tried to play with you. You ignored me. Now I taste a pinch of sugar, and you rush to tattle. Her voice dropped low, each syllable clenched, grinding like teeth against molars. Do you know how hard it is for your father to raise you alone? And you'd add to his burdens. Yingying's eyes brimmed as she bit her lip, holding back sobs. I'll tell Daddy. You dare. I just ate a spoonful of sugar. What of it? From now on, I am the mistress of this villa. Luo Yun's voice exploded. She lunged up the stairs 3 steps at a time and seized Yingying's arm. Yingying staggered, the picture book tumbling from her hands and clattering down the stairs, landing with a hollow thud on the ground floor. Let go of me. Yingying struggled, slapping Luo Yun's arm with tiny fists. Let go. You're hurting me. Luo Yun sneered. With a sharp shove, Yingying stumbled backward, her skull striking the stair railing with a sickening thud. Stars burst behind her eyes, darkness swam at the edges of her vision. You. Yingying clutched her head, tears finally spilled over. You're evil. I'll tell Daddy. Tell him. Luo Yun crouched beside her, gripping her cheeks. Your father is a spineless man, 40 years old, and still playing lackey to others without even a home of his own. Do you think he'd dare lift a finger against me yet? Yingying sobbed, speechless. Let me tell you, he needs me. He's been alone too long. He needs a woman. Do you understand? What could a little brat like you possibly grasp? Luo Yun released her, stood, and smoothed her clothes. If you dare tattle, I'll have your father send you away. Straight to that housing complex downstairs, where monsters lurk, preying on children. Yingying's sobs choked off. Her eyes widened in pure terror frozen on Luo Yun's face. Be good, and Auntie will treat you well. Luo Yun patted her head once, then turned and descended the stairs. Ying sat motionless on the steps, knees drawn tight, weeping silently. She would never tell Daddy now, not if it meant being cast out forever. When Lao Zhao returned laden with supplies, he found Ying's eyes red-rimmed and asked what had happened. She lowered her head and whispered, I fell down the stairs. Lao Zhao didn't press further, just urged her to be more careful. Luo Yun sat on the sofa cracking sunflower seeds, a quiet, knowing smile playing on her lips. Old Zhao set down his belongings and went upstairs while Wang Lin handed him a gun that he needed to hide well. The villa area has not been peaceful lately. After hiding the items, he had just reached the staircase when he heard Luo Yun's voice coming from downstairs. Your father is just a useless fool, you have no right to talk to me. Old Zhao's heart sank suddenly. He rushed downstairs in a few quick strides and saw Luo Yun standing in front of Yin, poking her forehead with her finger. Yin was curled up in the corner, tears streaking down her face, and her lip was split, oozing a bit of blood. What are you doing? Old Zhao's voice thundered. Luo Yun jumped in shock, turned around, and saw Old Zhao's grim face, her fierce expression instantly turning to one of grievance. Brother Zhao, you're back. I was just playing with Yin. Playing? Old Zhao approached, knelt down, gently lifted Yin's face, saw the blood at the corner of her mouth, and the red mark on her forehead, trembling all over. Yin, tell Daddy what she did to you. Yin looked at Old Zhao, tears flowing down like beads from a broken string. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, glanced at Luo Yun, then shut her mouth. Yin, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Old Zhao's voice trembled. She hit me. Yin finally burst into tears. She made me call her mother, and when I didn't, she hit me. She also stole our things, and when I said I would tell you, she pushed me, causing my head to hit the stairs. She even said she would send me away to feed bad people. Old Zhao's face turned a deep shade of anger, and his heart raced. Yin was his reverse scale. If you touch my reverse scale, I will kill your whole family. He stood up, turned around, and looked at Luo Yun. Is what she said true? Luo Yun was sweating profusely, but was still trying to hold it together. Brother, Zhao, don't listen to children's nonsense. I asked you if it's true. Old Zhao shouted in a frenzy, feeling as if the entire villa was shaking. Luo Yun was frightened and took a step back, nearly falling to the ground. So, what if it's true? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with a reckless madness. I did hit her, so what? You hit me. Go ahead. You useless fool, do you dare? Old Zhao's fists were clenching tightly. I can tolerate you stealing food, I can eat less if necessary. I can also tolerate you sowing discord between me and Lin. But, you laid hands on Yin. His voice lowered. I cannot tolerate that. Luo Yun looked into his eyes, finally feeling fear. She had only seen that kind of look on Wang Lin's face. Brother Zhao, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please don't do this. I'm scared. Old Zhao ignored her. He walked over, grabbed Luo Yun's arm, and dragged her downstairs. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let me go. Luo Yun struggled, her nails digging into Old Zhao's hand, leaving several bloody scratches. Old Zhao was so furious that he felt no pain, dragging her out, opening the door, and pushing her outside. Luo Yun fell to the ground, the sun baking the ground hot, her knee scraped, and bleeding, the smell of burnt flesh rising as the blood flowed down her calf, quickly drying up. She got up, enduring the pain, looked at Old Zhao, her eyes filled with disbelief. You really chased me away. Get lost. Old Zhao repeated, don't let me see you again. Zhao Dezhu, you heartless man. I've served you for so many days and this is how you treat me. Luo Yun screamed. Aren't you afraid that I will expose your secrets? You and Wang Lin's dealings, do you think? Old Zhao's voice was calm. You can leave now. If you don't leave, I'll call Lin. Luo Yun's expression changed. She glanced at the nearby villa, then at Old Zhao, gritted her teeth, and turned to leave. You will regret this. She cursed while walking away. Zhao Dezhu, you will regret this. Old Zhao closed the door, leaned against it, closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and Yin ran over. He hugged her tightly. Daddy, did you chase her away? Yes, I chased her away. Will she come back? No, she won't. Yin clung to Old Zhao's neck, burying her face in his shoulder, crying softly. Daddy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Old Zhao held Yin sitting on the bed, gently patting. His eyes were red, but he did not cry. He was a father and could not cry in front of his daughter. Luo Yun walked along the mountain road wearing only a spaghetti-strap dress, but it was still very hot. The heat made her want to crawl into a refrigerator. Zhao Dezhu, you bastard. She cursed as she walked. Wang Lin, you heartless thing. You all won't have good endings. She didn't know where to go. Going back to Old Zhao's house was impossible, and going to Wang Lin was even less so. Was there a half-mountain community below? She didn't dare. She had no choice, but if she didn't go, where else could she go? She walked down the road, and by the time she reached the entrance of the half-mountain community, it was already completely dark. The community was pitch black with only a few buildings showing faint candlelight. She crouched down, wanting to sneak in through the back door, looking for a place to hide for the night. Stop! A flashlight beam shone on her face, blinding her. Who? I'm an owner here. I live in Building 7. Building 7. The voice laughed. Building 7 is now in he guessed territory. You're an owner. I've never seen you before. The flashlight beam moved down, shining on her body, especially her impressive chest and curvy hips. Oh, not bad looking. The voice turned lewd. Brothers, come over and take a look. We've caught a good toy. Several people walked out from the shadows surrounding Luo Yun. Don't touch me. I'm Zhao Qixing's person. Do you know Zhao Qixing? Zhao Qixing. The leader laughed. Zhao Qixing died over a week ago, and you still mention Zhao Qixing. Take her away, gift her to He Ge. Luo Yun was held by 2 men dragged into Building 12. Yuan Xianghe was sitting in the living room drawing his eyebrows and didn't even look up when he heard the commotion. He Ge, we caught a woman who claims to be an owner of Building 7. Building 7. Yuan Xianghe put down his eyebrow pencil, raised his head, looked at Luo Yun and smiled. Oh, isn't this the internet celebrity? Luo Yun. The one from Douyin. Luo Yun recognized Yuan Xianghe, and her legs went weak. He Ge, please spare me. I was just passing by. I didn't mean any harm. Passing by. Yuan Xianghe stood up, walked in front of her, pinched her chin, looked at her from left to right. You're really ugly, and my treasure. Look. He Ge, I can do anything. If you keep me, I can wash your clothes, cook, clean. Wash clothes. Cook. Yuan Xianghe laughed. There are people for those tasks. Can you do anything else? Luo Yun was stunned. Yuan Xianghe released his grip, turned to the people beside him, and said, lock her up, don't let her escape. Tomorrow ask the other building owners if anyone needs a woman to exchange for some supplies. Please. Please. Let me go. Luo Yun was dragged away, taken into a small room with Cheng Yanli had once been locked up here. Now it was her turn, and the door was locked from the outside. The room was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Luo Yun curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, trembling all over. Wang Lin was in the monitoring room on the 3rd floor, and the screen in front of him showed clear images of the half-mountain community. The infrared camera captured the scene of Luo Yun being dragged into Building 12. Lin, that woman, has been caught by Yuan Xianghe. Li Tiezhu, standing beside him, held a cup of tea. I saw it. Are we going to do nothing? What's there to do? Wang Lin turned around. She chose this herself. Li Tiezhu fell silent. After a while, Wang Lin picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and pressed the talk button. Old Zhao, come here. Within 10 minutes, Old Zhao arrived. He wore his worn t-shirt, his eyes bloodshot. Lindsay, you called for me. Come take a look, Wang Lin said, gesturing toward the screen. Old Zhao leaned in and saw the footage on the screen. Luo Yun being dragged into Building No. 12. His expression darkened. Lindsay, what is this? Yuan Xianghe took her. Wang Lin's voice remained calm. By tomorrow, she'll likely be sold as merchandise to another faction in exchange for supplies. Old Zhao fell silent. He stared at the screen, his lips trembling as if to speak, then swallowed the words. Lindsay, what will happen to her? What will happen? Wang Lin smiled faintly. She'll pass from one man's hands to another, treated as a plaything until broken, until dead. Or if fortune favors her, she might land with someone marginally less depraved and survive a few days longer. Old Zhao clenched his fists. Lindsay, can you save her? Wang Lin looked at him, silent for several seconds. Old Zhao, have you forgotten how she treated Yin? A muscle twitched across Old Zhao's face. Wang Lin's voice was soft, but each word pierced Old Zhao's heart like a needle. You still want to save someone like that? Old Zhao lowered his head. She's pitiful too. Pitiful. Wang Lin scoffed. Old Zhao, do you even know what pitiful means? Yin is pitiful. She was despised by her own mother at birth, abandoned at 3, endured 4 years of hardship with you. And just when she finally found stability, that woman beat her, threatened her. Is that woman pitiful? Not at all. Her suffering is self-inflicted. Tears slid down Old Zhao's cheeks. Lindsay, am I truly useless? Wang Lin gazed at him, then sighed. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Old Zhao's shoulder. Old Zhao, you're not useless. You're simply too kind. But in this world, kindness won't fill your belly. To show mercy to your enemy is to wound yourself. Old Zhao nodded and wiped his tears. Go on, return to Yin. She needs you. As Old Zhao turned to leave, Wang Lin called after him. Old Zhao, moi. Stay far away from women like her, from now on. Old Zhao paused, then murmured, I understand. He left. Wang Lin stood by the window, watching Old Zhao's silhouette vanish into the night. Lindsay, do you think Old Zhao might secretly go save her? Li Taizhu asked. No, Wang Lin replied with quiet certainty. He carries a scale in his heart. Yin outweighs everything else. Li Taizhu nodded. Wang Lin switched off the surveillance feed and lifted his teacup, taking a slow sip. Taizhu, how many days do you think Luo Yun has left? Hard to say. Li Taizhu pondered a moment. But not long. Why, Yuan Xianghe isn't one to waste resources. He's keeping her only to trade. Once the deal's done, she becomes worthless. And in this apocalypse, the worthless don't last long. You're right. The worthless don't last long. He set down the cup and walked toward the bedroom. Get some rest. Tomorrow brings more work. The next day, Yuan Xianghe ordered Luo Yun brought into the living room. She had been locked up overnight, starved, dehydrated, her lips cracked. Kneeling on the floor, she wept, begging Yuan Xianghe for food. Brother, he please spare me. I'll do anything. Anything you ask. Yuan Xianghe sat in his chair, legs crossed, lazily fanning himself with a small hand fan. Anything. Anything. Yuan Xianghe chuckled and turned to his underling. Go ask the other building masters downstairs. Anyone interested in acquiring a woman. Trade her for water. For food. No, don't trade me away. Luo Yun lunged forward, clutching Yuan Xianghe's leg. Brother, he keep me. I'll serve you like ox or horse. He kicked her aside, rose, and straightened his clothes. Women like you. I've seen dozens. You think beauty buys everything. Let me tell you plainly, in this apocalypse, beautiful people are plentiful. Who exactly do you think you are? Luo Yun collapsed onto the floor, too numb even to cry. That afternoon, Yuan Xianghe traded her for 2 crates of water and 1 crate of instant noodles. She was delivered to another minor warlord in Banshan residential complex, a man in his 40s, thick-necked and foul-smelling. He pinned her onto the bed. Her struggles, screams, and pleas were futile. Afterward, he traded her again. Excellent. That fool Yuan Xianghe. Look at me, I got my pleasure and better supplies. A week later, she was unrecognizable. Bruised face, battered body, hollow eyes, a hollow shell, shuffling like the walking dead. No one remembered she'd once been an internet celebrity with 2 million followers. Now she was merely an object. Exchange, discarded, a commodity that consumed precious rations for no return. Wang Lin's surveillance cameras captured her several times, each frame worse than the last. Li Taiju couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Wang Lin shut the screen without expression. Lindsay, she's nearly gone. Almost. Wang Lin lifted his teacup. She'll hold on for perhaps a few days more. Don't you find her pitiful? Wang Lin set the cup down and met Li Taiju's gaze. Taiju, do you know why she became this? Li Taiju shook his head. Because she was greedy. She could have lived quietly with old Zhao. Modest, yes, but safe, fed, and cared for. Yet she wasn't satisfied. She craved my villa. She craved control. Her greed killed her. Li Taiju fell silent. Wang Lin walked to the window and gazed out over the mountain's nocturnal sprawl. In this world, death wears many masks. Starvation, thirst, heat, cold, zombie bite. But the most tragic death of all is self-inflicted. That very night, old Zhao returned. He stood in the surveillance room, staring at the screen. Luo Yun, lying motionless on the floor, once again bartered between 2 building masters. Lindsay, how did she become this? You've seen it yourself, Wang Lin replied, voice steady. Lindsay, I need to see her. See her. And then what? Save her. Bring her back. So she can strike Yin again. Sow discord once more. Besides, she's practically public property now. Every man in this compound has probably used her. Old Zhao bowed his head. Old Zhao, listen to me. Wang Lin stepped closer and rested a hand on his shoulder. Some people aren't worth your compassion. Old Zhao remained silent for a long time. You're right, Lindsay. She isn't worth it. Then he turned and walked away. Wang Lin watched his retreating figure, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. Taiju, old Zhao has grown up. Li Taiju blinked, then laughed. Yes, he's grown up. Later, when Wang Lin checked the feed, Luo Yun's corpse had already been dragged outside and dumped into a shallow roadside ditch. Wang Lin's camera caught the moment. He glanced once and switched off the screen. Old Zhao sat in the living room of Wang Lin's villa, his head bowed, holding a teacup with both hands, occasionally taking a sip. Yin sat beside him, tugging at the corner of his shirt. Wang Lin came out of the surveillance room and saw this scene, so he walked over, leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs, picked up a cup of tea from the table, and sipped leisurely. He remained silent, waiting for old Zhao to speak. Lindsay, old Zhao finally said. Do you think? Am I particularly foolish? Wang Lin put down the teacup and looked into old Zhao's eyes. Yes, it's a bit foolish. Wang Lin did not offer him comfort. But being foolish is not a mistake. The mistake lies in being foolish towards unworthy people. Old Zhao let out a bitter smile, lowering his head to watch the tea leaves floating in his cup. I opened my heart to her, and she turned around to hit Yin. I provided for her, and she turned around to try to climb into your bed. His voice trembled. Lindsay, do you think there are still good women in this world? There are, Wang Lin replied quickly and firmly. Old Zhao raised his head, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Really? Really? Wang Lin raised his teacup and took a sip, but good women won't cling to you the moment they meet you. Good women won't look down on you for being poor, old, or lacking ability. Good women won't use your daughter as a bargaining chip. Old Zhao fell silent. He thought of Sun Xiaomei and Luo Yun, 2 women, one more ruthless than the other. But there was still a fire burning in his heart. He was in his 40s, physically fit, had a place to live, food to eat, and strength. He wanted to live well in the next life. Lindsay, old Zhao rubbed his hands together, his face slightly flushed. I want. What do you want? Yin is still small. I want to find her a mother, a good mother for her. Wang Lin turned around and called for Shun Yutong. Yutong, take Yin upstairs to play. There is a toy room. Go play, Yin. Yin wanted to stay with her dad, but seeing that he nodded, she followed Shin Yutong upstairs. Wang Lin saw that Yin had gone upstairs into the room before continuing. Old Zhao, this is the apocalypse. You need power. You need to get stronger. As long as you are strong enough, there will be women willing to follow you. Old Zhao suddenly raised his head. Lindsay, you are right. Starting tomorrow, we will continue training. I want to become a sharpshooter. Wang Lin stood up, patted old Zhao on the shoulder, and continued, that's the spirit. As long as you are strong enough, the next time you have the chance to find a beautiful good woman, won't you have another opportunity? Old Zhao listened, stammering for a long time, his face getting redder. Finally, as if making a huge decision, he took a deep breath and said, I like big breasts. Wang Lin was taken aback, about to speak. And a big but, old Zhao continued, his voice growing softer. Wang Lin's hand holding the teacup trembled, and he burst into laughter. Old Zhao's face turned even redder from the laughter. All right, I got it. Big breasts, big, but gentle. Any other requirements? Old Zhao's face was flushed to his ears, lowering his head, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. No. None. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. Wang Lin stood up, patting his shoulder. But let me make it clear, if you encounter such a character again, keep your eyes wide open. Don't just bring any woman home. Old Zhao nodded vigorously, standing up and holding Yin's hand. What for? Go on, it's time for Yin to sleep. Old Zhao went upstairs, taking Yin away. As Yin reached the door, she turned back to look at Wang Lin and softly said, Uncle Wang, thank you. Wang Lin smiled and waved at her. The door closed. Li Taiju came down from upstairs, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Lindsay, did you hear that? Big breasts. Big butt. Ha ha. Wang Lin glared at him. What are you laughing at? Old Zhao is sincere, he says what he means. What about you? What kind of woman do you like? Li Taiju's laughter stopped abruptly, his face slightly flushed. I like long legs, black silk. As he spoke, Li Taiju felt a lethal aura behind him and hurriedly added, just like Xiaonan. What kind of person is Xiaonan? Gentle, kind, caring. Li Taiju deliberately raised his voice. Xiaonan, however, pinched Li Taiju hard from behind. Long legs. Black silk. If I don't show up, Li Taiju exclaimed. Xiaonan, be gentle, that's my waist, that's your happiness. Watching their playful banter, Wang Lin laughed heartily and turned to go upstairs. All right, enough of the fun. Get to bed early, there are things to do tomorrow. Xiaonan then said, Brother Lin, what kind of... Isn't Sister Yutong beautiful? Wang Lin was taken aback. How should he answer? That was just his guess. But Li Taiju chimed in. Your brother Lin likes men? Xiaonan looked at Li Taiju with disdain. You said, didn't you lose your purity with me before? The two began to quarrel again. Wang Lin shook his head and turned to go upstairs, unaware that Xin Yutong had been eavesdropping in her room. Half Mountain Villa area, Chun family's villa. Chen Yao's influence had doubled in just a week. He recruited Sun Disheng's people, swallowed the remaining ordinary families in Half Mountain Villa area, and extended his reach to Half Mountain community. Although he had not confronted Yuan Xianghe, the friction between the two sides was increasing. That night, Chen Yaozu sat in the living room on the second floor with a map of the Half Mountain Villa area spread out in front of him. His finger tapped on the map, landing on a spot. The mountaintop, Wang Lin's villa. Who exactly is this Wang? Chen Yaozu frowned and lit a cigar, taking a couple of deep puffs. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with glasses, surnamed by name by Shiming. Before the apocalypse, he was a corporate management consultant who specialized in helping people strategize. When the apocalypse hit, he immediately pledged allegiance to Chen Yaozu and became his military advisor. Bai Shiming pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly. Young Master Chun, I have investigated. Wang Lin is 28 years old, and before the apocalypse, he was just an office worker. Both of his parents are deceased, and he owns a property. A month before the apocalypse, he suddenly became wealthy, sold his house, bought a villa in Half Mountain, stockpiled a lot of supplies, and even renovated the villa, all while deceiving his ex-girlfriend. Suddenly wealthy. Where did the money come from? Unclear, but it's certain that he is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the apocalypse a month in advance. Bai Shiming squinted his eyes. Either he has insider information, or he is not an ordinary person. Chen Yaozu extinguished the cigar in the ashtray. I don't care who he is, if he blocks my way, I have to kick him out. Young Master, a direct assault won't work. Bai Shiming pointed at the map. His villa has electric fences, bulletproof glass, and bulletproof doors. That villa is like a turtle shell. Most importantly, they have guns. If we charge and the losses will be too great. Then what do you suggest? Bai Shiming smiled and took out a piece of paper from his pocket on which was a simple schematic diagram. Young Master Chen, take a look. Although Wang Lin's villa is solid, it is not without weaknesses. His weakness is here. He drew a circle at the location of the underground garage. The underground garage, Wang Lin's villa, is built on a mountaintop with 3 levels underground. The entrance to the underground garage is on the side of the villa. Although there is a door, it is a regular door, not a bulletproof one. Moreover, the floor of the underground garage is made of concrete with a thickness of no more than 20 centimeters. Bai Shiming looked up, his eyes sparkling. If we can enter through the underground garage and smash through the floor with a sledgehammer, we can directly enter the villa. At that time, no matter how many of his men there are, or how good their guns are, they won't be able to stop us from overwhelming them. Chen Yao's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting a diversion? Exactly. Bai Shiming adjusted his glasses. We can find someone to pretend to deliver false intelligence saying that we will launch a frontal attack at night. Wang Lin will definitely focus his attention on the front. While he is distracted, we can send a team to infiltrate through the underground garage, break through the floor, and rush in. At that time, what can his few broken guns do? Chen Yaozu slapped the table and stood up. Good. This idea is brilliant. He paced around the room, thinking for a long time, then stopped and turned to Bai Shiming. Old Bai, if this plan succeeds, I will credit you for the first merit. Young Master Chen, you are too kind. This is my duty. Chen Yaozu walked to the window, looking towards the mountaintop. In the night, Wang Lin's villa was brightly lit, like a turtle shell. Where is that female Dr. Cheng Yanli now? She is locked downstairs. Yuan Xianghe has been unwilling to release her, but we brought her back when we were seizing supplies. Bai Shiming smiled. She has been crying to go back, saying she wants to return to Yuan Xianghe. Go back to what? Chen Yaozu sneered. We need doctors here. Oh, once she comes, she won't be able to leave. He paused, turned his head, and looked at Bai Shiming. Old Bai, you are fully responsible for this plan. After it succeeds, that Cheng Yanli will reward you. Bai Shiming's eyes lit up, but he remained composed. Young Master Chen, is this appropriate? What is inappropriate? You came up with such a good idea, you deserve a reward. Chen Yaozu patted his shoulder. But don't kill her. Oh, we still need her for medical care in the future. Bai Shiming's lips curled slightly upward, and he bowed. Thank you, young Master Chen. Cheng Yanli was locked in the basement of the Chen family villa. The basement was small, about 20 square meters, filled with some clutter. She curled up in the corner with a worn mat underneath her and a medicine box on her knees, which was her only possession. The door opened. Bai Shiming walked in holding a bowl of porridge and a bottle of water. Dr. Cheng, it's time to eat. Cheng Yanli looked up at him, gave him a glance, and did not speak. Bai Shiming placed the porridge and water in front of her, squatted down, and looked at her. Dr. Cheng, are you still getting used to being here? Let me go? Cheng Yanli's voice was hoarse. I want to go back. Go back? To where? Back to Yuan Xianghe. Bai Shiming laughed. Dr. Cheng, you know very well how Yuan Xianghe treats you. He trades you for supplies. How is that different from making you sell yourself? What are you going back for? To be sold again. Cheng Yanli bit her lip and fell silent. Here at least no one hits you and no one scolds you. Bai Shiming reached out, wanting to touch her face. Moreover, young Master Chen said that once this matter is settled, you will belong to me. Cheng Yanli suddenly recoiled, her back hitting the wall, making her gasp in pain. You? Don't touch me. Bai Shiming withdrew his hand, stood up, and adjusted his collar. Dr. Cheng, don't be ungrateful. In this apocalypse, being alive is already a blessing. If you follow me, at least you will have food to eat, water to drink, and someone to protect you. If you continue like this, I can only send you back to Yuan Xianghe. You guess what he will trade you for this time? A box of water. Or 2 packets of instant noodles. Tears fell from Cheng Yanli's eyes. She knew that Bai Shiming was speaking the truth. In Yuan Xiang's eyes, she was just a commodity that could be exchanged at any time. Here with Chen Yaozu, although she was also a commodity, at least she had enough to eat and wear warm clothes. I will think about it. Think about what? You have no choice. Bai Shiming turned and walked away, the sound of the door closing behind him and the lock turning echoed in the empty basement. Cheng Yanli hugged her knees and cried silently. Bai Shiming emerged from the basement and returned to the living room on the 2nd floor. Chen Yaozu was sitting on the sofa with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses in front of him. Old Bai, come, let's have a drink. Bai Shiming sat down, took the glass, and took a sip. Young Master Chen, when will the plan be implemented? The sooner the better. Chen Yaozu swirled the wine in his glass. Tomorrow night, how about that? Okay. But there is one problem. We need someone to deliver false intelligence to Wang Lin. This person must be clever, articulate, and fearless. If Wang Lin sees through it, this person won't come back. Chen Yaozu thought for a moment. Let Sun Dishing go. Sun Dishing. Is he willing? What does he have to be unwilling about? He is my dog now. He has to bite whoever I tell him to bite. Chen Yaozu sneered. Besides, he has a grudge against Wang Lin. Let him go, and he will definitely be happy to do it. Bai Shiming nodded. What about the person for the frontal feint? Let Sun Lei lead a team. His arm is not fully healed yet, but he can handle shooting and shouting. Chen Yaozu put down his wine glass. I will personally lead the team for the underground garage. 20 people, 10 sledgehammers enter through the garage and smash through the floor. As long as we get into the villa, Wang Lin will be like a fish in a barrel. Young Master Chen is wise. Chen Yaozu stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the lights on the mountaintop. Wang Lin, just wait. Tomorrow night, I will let you know who the real boss of the mountainside is. Wang Lin did not know Chen Yaozu's plan, but he knew that Chen Yaozu would not let it go easily. For the past few days, he had been monitoring the movements of the Chen family villa. Chen Yaozu's men were coming and going much more frequently than before, carrying wooden boards, lifting iron sheets, and the vehicles were loaded with various items. Lindsay, it seems that Chen Yaozu is up to something big. Li Taiju stood in the monitoring room, pointing at the screen. I see it. Wang Lin leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of coffee. They might be preparing something. Preparing what? I don't know, but it definitely has to do with us. Li Taiju frowned. Then what should we do? Just wait. Wang Lin took a sip of coffee. Let them come. No matter what they are preparing, it won't turn the tide. He took a sip of liquor, thought of something, and said, by the way, Tieju, tomorrow let Dr. Shun and Xiao Zhou stay in the house and not come out. And old Zhao and Een let them come over as well. It probably won't be safe over there. Got it. Wang Lin put down the coffee cup, walked to the window, and looked at the night scene down the mountain. Chen Yaozu, if you want to come, then come. I am waiting for you. At 4 in the morning, when the sky was at its darkest, Sun Dushing was ready to set off, feeling as if this time was all too real. He held a mirror and examined his battered and bruised face with great seriousness. His left eye was severely bruised. There was a cut at the corner of his mouth where the blood crust had yet to dry, and dried blood was visible under his nose. It looked indeed pitiful. Lazy, you really hit too hard. Sun Dushing bared his teeth at the mirror, hissing in pain. Sun Lei stood nearby, his arm wrapped in a bandage, and with a nonchalant expression replied, Dad, doesn't it need to look a bit more authentic? It's a ploy for sympathy. How can it be called a ploy if it doesn't hurt? But you can't actually hit me. Just a little show is enough. Can Wang Lin be fooled by just a little show? Sun Lei walked over and poked at the wounds on his father's face, saying, look at the effect, so realistic. Wang Lin will definitely feel sorry, and once he does, he'll believe it. Sun Dushing, irritated, swatted his hand away. Get lost. You've ruined my face. If it's ruined, then so be it. After all, you're not making a living based on your looks. Sun Lei chuckled. Dad, once we take down Wang Lin, Shin Xiao promised that the female Dr. Cheng Yanli will be awarded to you. Why worry about your looks? It would be the same with the lights off. Sun Dushing shot him a glare, but couldn't help the smile creeping up his lips. Cheng Yanli, 35, a surgeon, quite attractive with a good figure. Though he had been tormented by Yuan Xianghe and Qin Yao's men, his foundation still remained. In this apocalypse, having a woman to warm his bed was already a great fortune. All right, I'm off. Make sure you inform Chen Xiao. At midnight, we strike on time. Got it. Sun Dushing tidied his clothes, trying to smooth out the crumpled white shirt, and wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, not to erase it, but to spread it around, making it look worse. He took a deep breath, pushed open Chen Yao's grand door, and stepped into the last darkness before dawn. The road halfway up the mountain was pitch black. Sun Dushing walked for over 20 minutes in the dark before finally seeing the lights of the villa on the mountaintop. The villa looked like a turtle shell in the night, its silver-white walls shimmering with a cold light under the moon, while the red indicator lights of the surveillance cameras on the surrounding walls blinked. Sun Dushing arrived at the front door, took a deep breath, and then pressed the doorbell hard. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. The doorbell rang sharply in the silent night, sounding almost like a death knell. Sun Dushing pressed it repeatedly, all the while forcing a smile at the camera that looked more miserable than crying. Inside the villa, Wang Lin was still half asleep. He dreamt that he was standing in a brilliantly decorated palace in front of a long table draped with velvet laden with delicacies, surrounded by bikini-clad beauties and women in yoga pants serving him. One beauty, strikingly resembling Shin Yutong, was about to feed grapes to Wang Lin with her mouth. Suddenly, ding-dong, ding-dong, the grapes disappeared. Ding-dong, ding-dong, the beauties vanished. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Wang Lin abruptly opened his eyes, sprang up from the bed, and grabbed the handgun hidden beneath his pillow. Who? Ding-dong, ding-dong. He jumped out of bed barefoot, rushing downstairs, peering through the surveillance screen to see someone outside the door, battered, tattered, clothing a bandage wrapped around his head and his face covered in bloody scabs. Sun Dushing. Wang Lin stared at the screen for 2 seconds, his lips twitching slightly. He picked up the microphone on the table, pressed the talk button, his voice laced with the grumpiness of being woken up and barely contained anger. Who is it? In the middle of the night, disturbing me from my dreams. You better have a good reason, or he'll kill you. Sun Dushing, looking into the camera, clasped his hands together, his expression more tragic than if his mother had died. Boss Wang. President Wang. It's me, Sun Dushing. I have crucial information. That bastard Chen Yaozu is coming to kill you. Wang Lin's hand paused momentarily. He glanced at the time, 4:23 in the morning, squinting at Sun Dushing's battered face. Come and speak. He pressed a button on the remote, and a small window on the door opened just big enough for a hand to reach. Sun Dushing leaned close to the small window, lowering his voice filled with urgency and fear. Boss, Chen Yaozu has gone mad. He's coming to hit you. I objected, I protested, I said boss is a good person and shouldn't be attacked. And look what happened. He pointed at his face. They beat me up like this. Wang Lin looked at his face, expressionless, secretly mocking in his heart. When are they coming? Tonight? No, in the middle of the night, after midnight, when you're asleep, they'll come to attack. How many people, 100. Almost 100. That bastard Chen Yaozu has gathered everyone from the Half-Mountain Villa area and Half-Mountain community and armed them. Baseball bats, cleavers, steel pipes, electric batons, stun guns, and riot shields, all stolen from the security team. How do they plan to attack? Sun Dushing swallowed hard, lowering his voice as if fearing to be overheard. A frontal assault. They've prepared a lot of steel plates, bulletproof, welded with frames, allowing people to hide underneath and bullets won't penetrate. Then they'll rush and break down the door, climb the walls, storm in to grab things. Wang Lin listened in silence for 2 seconds. Oh, understood. He turned around, and brought out a box of canned food made of tin with Sakura Country writing printed on the outside. Military rations brought from the Northeast stronghold. It had expired over 80 years ago, and he certainly did not want to eat it. Perfect for rewarding sun dishing. This is your reward. Wang Lin handed the canned food through the small window. Sun Dushing received the cans, hugging them, closed his eyes sparkling. A box of canned food heavy with at least a dozen cans. In this apocalypse, it was worth more than gold. President Wang look. Sun Dushing held the cans, a fawning smile on his face. I've done such a great service. Can you take me as your little brother? I can guard your home and protect you. I can be your dog. You tell me who to bite, and I will bite. As he said this, he placed the cans on the ground, truly getting down on all fours, crawling around on the ground, barking like a dog. Woof. Woof. President Wang, do I look like one? Please take me in. Wang Lin watched this scene through the screen, his lips twitching slightly. This old guy is quite good at acting. Director's son, Wang Lin drawled. Your mission is extraordinarily arduous. Sun Dushing lifted his head from the floor, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Please instruct me. You must remain deep undercover within the enemy ranks and gather intelligence for me when they strike, how many assailants they deploy, their point of origin, and the weapons they wield. You must ascertain every detail. Sun Dushing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I will fulfill my mission without fail. Rewards will not be withheld. Thank you, Director Wang. Thank you, Director Wang. Sun Dushing clutched a crate of canned goods and departed, effusively grateful. After walking several dozen meters, he straightened his back, glanced back at the villa, and allowed a self-satisfied smile to curl his lips. You fool, he muttered under his breath. Once young Master Chen seizes your villa, I'll become his most trusted Chang Yanli, and your 2 women, and those men close to young Master Chen. Perhaps if he's in high spirits, he'll even bestow them all upon me. Clutching the crate, he strode away lightfoot, as though treading on clouds, vanishing into the night. Wang Lin closed the small surveillance window and turned around. Li Taiju was already standing behind him, gripping a crossbow, eyes wide with tension. Lindsay, is what Sun Dushing said true? Wang Lin did not answer. He walked to the coffee table, picked up an ice-cold cola, popped the tab with a sharp hiss, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. Then let out a loud, resonant belch. Li Taiju watched him, anxiety deepening in his gaze. Make one more unnecessary move, and I'll kill you on the spot. Wang Lin smiled, placed the cola back on the table, and gently patted Li Tieju's shoulder. Tieju, use your head. Sun Dushing's beloved son remains in Chun Yaozu's custody. Would he truly defect to our side? His words are half truth, half deception. An assault is certain, but its method and timing remain uncertain. Li Taiju frowned. How can you be? It's a feigned defeat, a classic stratagem like those from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Just look at Sun Dushing's face. The bruises bear the unmistakable imprint of an ally's hand. A man truly beaten wouldn't smear his own blood so evenly. Li Taiju froze, then broke into sudden grim understanding. Damn it, that wily old fox. So his claims about a frontal assault, 100 attackers, and steel shields may hold some truth, but Chun Yaozu would never rely solely on such a direct approach. Wang Lin strode to the security console, pulled up a topographical map of the villa's perimeter, and traced several lines across the screen with his finger. A frontal diversion, to draw fire. Then a flanking or rear assault. That's basic tactics. What do we do then? Sleep. Wang Lin stretched languidly. Sleep, immediately. Rest fully by day, stay razor-sharp by night. Daytime temperatures soar past 40 degrees Celsius. The air itself scalds the lungs. Chun Yaozu isn't foolish enough to attack then. Nightfall. That's when the real battle begins. He turned and called upstairs, Lao Zhao. Taiju. All 3 of us. Now to bed. We face a hard fight tonight. Lao Zhao emerged from the guest room in loose cotton shorts, rubbing his eyes. Lindsay, what's happening? Guests are coming for a visit tonight. Rest well by day, so we're ready to receive them after dark. Though puzzled, Lao Zhao read the gravity in Wang Lin's expression and knew this was no jest. He nodded and retreated to his room. Wang Lin then addressed Shen Yutong and Zhou Xiaonan in the living room. Yutong, Xiaonan. You 2 keep watch from the second-floor windows during daylight. Alert us immediately at the slightest anomaly. Don't step outside. Don't open the windows. Observe only from behind the walls. Shen Yutong set aside her medical journal and nodded. Understood. Director Wang, could someone break in? Zhou Xiaonan asked, voice hushed with apprehension. No, Wang Lin replied, unwavering. With me here, no one breaches these walls. Zhou Xiaonan met his gaze, and inexplicably her fear dissolved. She nodded, took Shen Yutong's hand, and ascended the stairs. Wang Lin returned to his bedroom, lay down, and closed his eyes. Yet his mind raced ceaselessly. He believed Sun Dushing's words only halfway. Chun Yaozu's intent to attack was genuine, but 100 fighters. Even combining half-mountain villa district and half-mountain residential complex, fewer than 60 capable combatants could be mustered. Steel shields were plausible. The security team's riot shields could stop bullets. But would Chun Yaozu truly launch an attack so predictably, from the front alone? No, he'd choose another path. From where? Wang Lin opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, mentally retracing the villa's surrounding terrain, over and over. Suddenly, he sat upright. The underground garage. Beneath the villa's 3 subterranean levels, besides the safe room and supply depot, lay a garage entrance. Though situated on the villa's flank, not the main gate, if breached from there. Wang Lin sprang from bed and rushed to the surveillance room, pulling up the garage's camera feed. The iron gate stood tightly sealed. Beyond it stretched a sloped ramp leading to the half-mountain highway, flanked on both sides by blank concrete walls devoid of any surveillance. If Chun Yaozu sent men through the underground garage and shattered the floor with sledgehammers, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Taiju, he called out sharply. Li Taiju sprinted in from the next room, still clutching his baseball bat. What is it? Reinforce the garage door. Add 2 additional locks. Now, in the dead of night. Now, before dawn. Wang Lin slipped on his shoes. I'll prepare other. Li Taiju asked no further questions, shouldered his tools, and hurried toward the garage. Wang Lin stood by the window, gazing into the ashen twilight. Chen Yaozu, come in your hundreds. I'll cut them down one by one. Night has fallen. Daytime temperatures had surged past 40 degrees Celsius. The very air burned the lungs. As the sun sank, the heat gradually receded. By 8 o'clock that evening it had cooled to just above 40 degrees. Still sweltering, yet markedly cooler than the day. Having slept the entire afternoon, Wang Lin and his companions awoke refreshed and alert. Lao Zhao Taiju, dinner's ready. Wang Lin called from the kitchen. The dining table groaned beneath a lavish spread: braised pork, knuckle, steamed sea bass, roasted duck, dompa pork, garlic, broccoli, seafood soup, and a steaming bowl of white rice. Each dish was sealed under cling film, freshly retrieved from his spatial storage, still radiating warmth. Lao Zhao stared dumbfounded. Lindsay, this is too extravagant. We face a hard fight tonight. We must eat well. Wang Lin picked up his chopsticks. This is one complete set from the imperial banquet menu ordered before the apocalypse, and never touched until now. Tonight we serve it, to honor everyone. Li Taiju swallowed hard and reached for the roasted duck. Wash your hands, Wang Lin admonished, fixing him with a stern glance. Li Taiju sheepishly withdrew his hand and dashed off to wash up. Shen Yutong and Zhou Xiaonan descended the stairs and froze at the sight of the feast. Director Wang, this is terribly wasteful, Shen Yutong said. Too much food for so few people. Leftovers go in the fridge, reheat tomorrow. Wang Lin lifted a piece of braised pork, placed it in his mouth, chewed twice, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Excellent flavor. Truly worthy of imperial banquets. They gathered around the table, laughing and talking as they enjoyed the feast. Ying sat beside Lao Zhao, gripping a roasted duck leg, grease smearing her cheeks, her eyes crinkled into joyful crescents. Daddy, this duck leg is delicious. Then eat your fill, Lao Zhao said, placing another leg on her plate. Mid-bite, the alarm above the table flashed crimson, and a piercing wailing siren erupted. WOWOWO. Enemy assault. Wang Lin shot upright, dropping his chopsticks. The easygoing mask vanished instantly from his face. With a thought, 3 submachine guns materialized on the table before him, German-made MP-40s, chambered in 9mm, salvaged from the northeast fortress. Though relics of World War II, they gleamed jet black and immaculately maintained, each magazine fully loaded. Lao Zhao and Li Taiju stared wide-eyed, but no one had time to ask. Wang Lin summoned 3 more rifles from his spatial storage. Mauser Kar 98K sniper rifles, also vintage German ordnance, each fitted with precision optics, plus a dozen fully loaded magazines neatly aligned on the table. 1 submachine gun, 1 rifle. Each of you. Wang Lin distributed the weapons. Don't spare ammunition. Fire relentlessly, until they beg for mercy. Lao Zhao grasped the submachine gun. His hands trembled. He'd handled firearms in the military, but that was over a decade ago. Pulling back the bolt, he inspected the chamber, clumsy, yet technically sound. Li Taiju moved with practiced ease, inspecting, loading, racking the bolt, in under 10 seconds. Lindsay, where did you get these guns? He finally asked. Explanations come later, Wang Lin said, raising the submachine gun and striding purposefully toward the 3rd floor. For now, follow me upstairs. The 3 men ascended to the 3rd floor firing positions. Several concealed shooting apertures had been specially designed into the villa's 3rd floor by Zhao Qianxing during renovation, undetectable from outside, yet offering a clear vantage over the entire courtyard. Wang Lin peered through the aperture and drew a sharp, involuntary breath. Over 20 intruders had already flooded into the courtyard. They scaled the perimeter wall at multiple points using ladders to surmount the electrified fence. Those following immediately laid wooden planks across the top, then leapt down one after another. The courtyard teemed with bodies. Flashlight beams slashed erratically through the darkness, intermingling with shouts, pounding footsteps, and the clanging of metal. Open fire, Wang Lin commanded. All 3 pulled their triggers in unison. A staccato barrage erupted, tat-a-tat-a-tat, as 3 submachine guns unleashed torrents of bullets like a monsoon. Muzzle flashes flickered in the night. Spent casings clattered onto the ground, bouncing and scattering everywhere. The thugs had not anticipated Wang Lin's possession of submachine guns, still less such overwhelming firepower. The vanguard collapsed, instantly clutching shattered legs and shrieking in unbearable agony. They've got submachine guns. Take cover, now. Damn it. Weren't we told they only had handguns? Behind the steel plates, the remaining thugs reacted swiftly. A dozen heaved up prepositioned steel plates, hoisting them overhead to form a mobile armored shell, the so-called turtle formation. The plates were custom forged 5 to 6 millimeters thick. Bullets struck their surfaces in furious succession, spitting showers of sparks and ringing like frantic bells, but failed utterly to penetrate. Lindsay, the bullets won't pierce them. Li Taiju shouted. I see. Wang Lin ceased firing, scrutinizing the plate's thickness and structural integrity. Then from his spatial storage he retrieved 2 crates of M24 wooden-handled grenades, salvaged earlier from the northeast fortress. Each crate held 20 grenades, 40 in total. Keju catch. Wang Lin tossed one crate to Li Taiju and opened the other himself. He yanked the safety pin from a grenade, held it for 2 seconds, then hurled it decisively through the aperture. It traced a perfect arc through the air and landed squarely at the center of a turtle shell. Boom. The explosion's fireball illuminated the entire courtyard. Though the steel plates deflected shrapnel, they offered no defense against the concussive blast wave. Those huddled beneath were thrown violently backward. Nosebleeds gushed, ears roared, and trembling hands lost their grip on the plates, exposing fatal gaps. Lao Zhao finished them off. Wang Lin barked. Lao Zhao had already sighted the gap. He squeezed the trigger, tat-a-tat. A burst punched straight through. Screams pierced the air as the plate crashed to the ground with a hollow clang, revealing bodies strewn haphazardly beneath. Li Taiju mimicked Wang Lin, pulling the pin, gripping the grenade, then hurling it far, straight into the heart of the crowd gathered in the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. One detonation followed another. The turtle shells shattered into jagged fragments. Steel plates lay scattered, some twisted, some warped, while those beneath lay dead, dying, or writhing in agony, their cries rising in waves. Fall back now? They've got grenades. Damn it. This isn't a villa, it's an armory. The surviving thugs abandoned their wounded, scrambling wildly toward the wall. When ladders toppled, they climbed over comrades' shoulders. When planks flipped, they vaulted the wall barehanded. Sun lay shielded by a cluster of men, limped desperately toward the perimeter. His arm still hadn't healed. He staggered unevenly, utterly disheveled. Mr. Chun, we must retreat. If we delay any longer, every last brother falls here. His voice cracked with panic over the radio. Meanwhile, at the villa's side entrance, the underground garage, Chun Yaozu led a squad, hammering furiously at the reinforced door. Iron hammers struck again and again, clang, 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 shaking every man's palms until blood seeped from split skin. Yet the door bore only faint white dents. Damn it, what kind of door is this? Tougher than a bank vault, one lackey cursed. Break the wall. Smash the outer wall. Chun Yaozu pointed emphatically at the adjacent wall. I refuse to believe the whole villa is lined with steel. Several men swung their hammers at the surface. Clang, clang, clang. Paint chipped away, revealing a gleaming silvery metallic sheen beneath. Steel. Every inch of that wall was solid steel. Chun Yaozu leaned in flashlight beam, sweeping across the surface. His expression shifted, from fury to despair, then to stunned disbelief. Wang Lin, you spineless coward. Just how terrified of death are you? You clad the entire villa in steel. Young Master Chen, flee now. Sun Lei's voice crackled over the radio. They've got submachine guns and grenades. Chun Yaozu clenched his jaw and kicked the iron door with all his might. Ouched. He clutched his foot, face contorted in pain. His ankles swelled grotesquely, like a steamed bun, and buckled under him. Move. Move, he roared. Are you blind? Don't you see I've twisted my ankle? Support me now. 2 subordinates rushed forward, gripping him under each arm, and dragged him toward the wall. The rest raised their steel plates, once more reforming the mobile turtle shell to shield their retreat. Within moments, every able-bodied thug had vanished from the courtyard. Dozens lay sprawled across the ground, some moaning, others convulsing, many motionless. Blood pooled, thickly shimmering a deep, ominous crimson beneath the moonlight. Wang Lin scanned the courtyard through the aperture, confirming no living figure remained upright. Only then did he lower his weapon. He walked to the wall and pressed a remote. The main gate slid open slowly. Then he seized the wall-mounted microphone and spoke into the external loudspeaker. If you're alive, don't feign death. Drag every corpse outside, or I'll finish what I started. A few who'd intended to play dead, waiting for dawn to crawl away unseen, jolted upright, as if they scrambled frantically, dragging both the truly dead and the grievously wounded toward the courtyard gates. One man, leg severed, screamed all the way, leaving a long, glistening trail of blood. Another, chest torn open by shrapnel with intestines spilling forth, crawled desperately, driven solely by terror of being shot again. Within 10 minutes, the courtyard was cleared of corpses and casualties alike. Wang Lin sealed the gate and reactivated the electric fence with a press of the remote. He turned, leaned back against the wall, and exhaled deeply. Li Taiju descended from upstairs, his submachine gun still trailing thin wisps of smoke. Glancing at the carpet of spent casings, then at Wang Lin, he grinned. Lindsay, you're a reincarnated cultivator. Yet you still fight so hard. Why not just summon a meteor and crush them all? Wang Lin shot him a glare. I'm no Lu Xiao, the ultimate cheat. Lao Zhao descended, last legs trembling uncontrollably. He placed his weapon on the table and collapsed onto the floor, gasping raggedly. Lindsay, I killed someone. You killed villains. Wang Lin knelt beside him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Lao Zhao, if you hadn't, they would have killed you. And Yinyin, which would you choose? Lao Zhao clenched his teeth, silent for a long while, then lifted his head. His eyes held something new, a quiet, unyielding resolve. I choose Yinyin. Shin Yutong and Zhou Xiaonan came downstairs, faces pale as parchment. They had watched everything unfold from behind the second-floor windows. Gunfire, explosions, screams, the stuff of cinema, had just transpired before their very eyes. Mr. Wang, are you all right? Shin Yutong's voice trembled. We're fine, Wang Lin stood. Yutong, prepare the infirmary. We may need it soon. Shin Yaozu was carried back to the villa as dawn approached. His left ankle swelled grotesquely, like a steamed bun, and searing pain forced sharp, involuntary gasps from his lips. Two bodyguards lowered him onto the sofa, where he slumped against the cushions, face ashen, eyes bloodshot, and burning with fury. Where is Sun Dishing? Drag that old fool here now. Sun Dishing was hauled from his room, disheveled and bleary-eyed, still clinging to the haze of sleep. The moment he laid eyes on Chun Yaozu's livid, murderous expression, his knees buckled, nearly sending him to the floor. See, Crown Prince Chun, you summoned me. Summoned you. Chun Yaozu braced himself against the armrest and rose, limping forward until he loomed over Sun Dishing. Of course I summoned you. What in hell was that brilliant scheme you cooked up? A flesh-and-blood ruse. An undercover ploy. Did Wang Lin believe you? Did he truly believe you? He did. He even handed me the canned goods. Believed you. Chun Yaozu's open palm cracked across Sun Dishing's cheek. If he believed you, why did I lose over 20 men? Why does my ankle look like this, twisted beyond reason? Sun Dishing spun sideways and slammed into the wall, blood welling anew at the corner of his mouth. He clutched his face, voiceless with terror. Chun Yaozu, still unappeased, drove a brutal kick into his abdomen. Sun Dishing shrieked, a raw, guttural sound, as he curled inward on the floor, spine arched like a boiled shrimp. Crown Prince Chin, please let me explain. That wretched Wang Lin is cunning beyond measure. Explain. To your mother. Shin Yaozu snatched up the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Sun Dishing's skull. It shattered on impact, a jagged gash split his forehead, blood flooding down his face in thick crimson rivulets. Clutching his head, Sun Dishing writhed on the floor, howling like a slaughtered pig. Crown Prince Chun, no more. Please, no more. I'll never dare again. Never dare again. Chun Yaozu staggered back 2 steps, collapsing heavily onto the sofa, jolting his injured ankle so violently he grimaced, teeth bared. Bai Shiming. Where is Bai Shiming? Get him here now. Bai Shiming emerged from the shadows, his expression twisted, not with anger, but with abject dread. He adjusted his spectacles with trembling fingers, striving for composure, yet his shaking hands betrayed him utterly. Crown Prince Chun, I'm here. What kind of half-baked plan was that? A feint to the east while striking west. A tortoiseshell formation. Chun Yaozu jabbed a finger toward Bai Shiming's nose. Go outside yourself. Count the corpses. Over 20. More than 20 brothers lost, and not a single hair on Wang Lin's head disturbed. Bai Shiming bowed his head, voice thin and hollow. Crown Prince Chun, I hadn't anticipated Wang Lin would possess submachine guns or hand grenades. His villa's exterior walls are reinforced steel. Even the underground garage door refused to yield. This man proves far more formidable than we'd foreseen. Formidable. I pay you to tell me things are formidable. Think, act, solve. Bai Shiming clenched his jaw, then lifted his gaze. Crown Prince Chun, this is no time for infighting. Our losses exceed 20. Morale has crumbled. Our immediate priority must be stabilizing the survivors. Otherwise what? Otherwise, loyalty frays and command unravels. Shin Yaozu fell silent for several breaths. He knew Bai Shiming spoke truth. 50 men had answered his call. 20-some now lay dead. The remaining 30 followed him for sustenance, for security. Should they sense no future under his banner, only peril, they would flee. Or worse, turn. Then tell me, what do we do? Retrench. Cease all provocations against Wang Lin, for now. Heal our wounds. Rebuild trust. Then reassess. Retrench. Shin Yaozu's eyes bulged like bronze bells. I've been struck, and now I'm to cower. Where shall I rest my face? Crown Prince Chun, revenge is a dish best served after patience. Even 10 years may be too brief. 10 years. I cannot wait 10 days. He seized the water tumbler from the table and hurled it to the floor. The glass exploded in a glittering, jagged spray. Bai Shiming fell mute. Shun Yaozu paced the room, breath ragged each step, sending fresh waves of agony through his mangled ankle, his teeth grinding, jaw locked tight. He halted, pointing at Sun Dushing still coiled on the floor. Lock him away. Keep him alive, but make certain he suffers. Two guards dragged Sun Dushing out, his cries fading into the distance. Chen Yaozu sank back onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. 3 sharp, desperate drags. Smoke coiled upward, veiling his face in a hazy, ghostly shroud. By Shimming, you will remember this today. I credit you with a deed. Not a merit, but excrement. Fail me again with such folly, and I'll cast you out to feed the dogs. At the mountaintop villa, Wang Lin descended the staircase from the 3rd floor, his legs unsteady beneath him. Not from fear, but exhaustion. Those past 15 minutes had strained his nerves to breaking, flooded his veins with adrenaline. Now the sudden release left him hollowed out. Lifting an arm felt like lifting stone. Li Taiju trailed behind, remarkably alert, chattering all the while. Lindsay, about that grenade you tossed. The 3rd one veered wide, landed clear outside the wall. Lucky it hit bare earth. Imagine if it shredded the flower beds. Wang Lin shot him a glare over his shoulder. Silence. Just offering critique. Do you really need to scowl like? Li Taiju chuckled. Still, that's submachine gun fire. Flawless. 1 burst dropped 3. Back in the army, instructors drilled us controlled bursts, 3-round precise. You. Filato, like some action film hero. Plenty of ammo, so I indulge. Wang Lin dismissed him with a shrug. At ground level, he swept his gaze across the living room. Xin Yutong stood at the foot of the stairs, clutching a first aid kit. Pale, yet composed. Zhou Xiaonan crouched behind the sofa, peering out with only her head visible, cradling Yin tightly in her arms, their eyes wide, luminous like startled hares. Lao Zhao spotted Yin and surged forward, snatching her from Zhou Xiaonan's embrace, pulling her close, holding her as if she were the last warmth in a frozen world. Yin, don't fear. Daddy's here. Yin wrapped her small arms around Lao Zhao's neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder, her voice muffled but steady. Daddy, I'm not afraid. Uncle Wang said no one could break in. Lao Zhao froze, then turned slowly toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin merely shrugged, saying nothing. Yin's truly brave, Li Taiju murmured, stepping closer and reaching to stroke her hair, only for her to tilt her head away, evading his touch. Uncle Li, your hand is bloody. Li Taiju glanced down. A smear of dark crimson stained his palm. Whose blood he couldn't say. He rubbed it hastily against his trousers, then extended his hand again. Gone now. Yin hesitated, then gently tapped his palm with her tiny fingers before withdrawing once more, tightening her grip around Lao Zhao's neck. Wang Lin walked to the sofa and sank into it with a heavy, weary thud, exhaling deeply as his body settled into the soft cushions. Eyes closed, he leaned back, his mind still replaying the fierce battle just past. Xin Yutong approached and placed the first aid kit on the coffee table before crouching down to examine Wang Lin's arms and legs. Mr. Wang, are you injured? No. Let me check. I said I'm fine. Ignoring his protest, Xin Yutong lifted his sleeve and inspected his arm and forearm carefully, finding no wounds, before finally relaxing. She then turned to examine Lao Zhao and Li Taiju. Lao Zhao was unharmed. Li Taiju bore a small burn on his forearm, where a spent shell casing had struck him, leaving a smear of blood. Brother Taiju, you're hurt. Zhou Xiaonan rose from behind the sofa and rushed to his side, gently taking his arm and inspecting the wound. Good, it's shallow. Sister, shun the antiseptic. Xin Yutong retrieved iodine tincture and gauze from the first aid kit. Zhou Xiaonan dipped a cotton swab into the amber liquid and cleaned the wound with meticulous care. As the iodine stung the raw skin, Li Taiju flinched and bared his teeth. Does it hurt? Not at all. Though his jaw clenched tight, the muscles along his cheek twitched involuntarily. Zhou Xiaonan chuckled. If it doesn't hurt, why are you trembling? I'm cold. Cold. It's 40 degrees outside. How can you be cold? Cold inside. Zhou Xiaonan rolled her eyes, wrapped the gauze snugly around his arm, tied a firm knot, and deliberately tugged. Li Taiju hissed, but swallowed the cry. There, you're done. Don't move it, it'll heal in 2 days. Li Taiju flexed his arm, then leaned close to Zhou Xiaonan's ear, lowering his voice. Xiaonan, your bandaging is so gentle. Gentler even than my mother's. Zhou Xiaonan's cheeks flushed crimson. She shoved him away. Get lost. Li Taiju only grinned, unmoved. Meanwhile, Wang Lin lay stretched across the sofa, eyes closed, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. Taiju. Come here. Li Taiju rose and knelt beside the sofa. What is it? Wang Lin opened his eyes and gazed upward at the ceiling, silent for 2 long measured seconds, then asked, Are we really going to let them walk away unpunished? Just like that. Li Taiju paused, then his eyes lit up. You mean, I can't swallow this humiliation? Wang Lin sat upright, his gaze sharpening with dangerous intensity. They came to strike us, and now they think they can simply flee. No such easy escape exists. Lindsay, what are you planning? Lao Zhao strode over, cradling Yin in his arms, brow furrowed with concern. Time to show them our colors, Wang Lin replied, rising and walking to the wall where a microphone hung. He had commissioned Zhao Qiansheng to install it, a system wired directly to several large outdoor speakers covering the entire Ban Mountain Villa district and Ban Mountain residential area. Lingzi, what are you about to do? Lao Zhao's voice tightened with unease. A bounty, Wang Lin said, smiling faintly as he pressed the microphone's power switch. A sharp, grating burst of static crackled through the speakers, piercing the stillness of the night air. Ahem, testing. Good evening, or rather good morning, to all my beloved neighbors. I am your dear neighbor Wang Lin. His voice boomed across the mountain, amplified and resonant. It carried far, reaching every villa, every apartment block, even the streets at the mountain's base. Lao Zhao stared wide-eyed. Li Taizhu froze mid-motion. Zhou Xiaonan and clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief. Xin Yutong frowned, uncertain of Wang Lin's intent. As you've just witnessed, or heard, Chen Yaozu, that contemptible wretch, dared assault me. Regrettably for him, I remain very much alive, not a single hair harmed. He, however, lost over 20 men and slunk away in disgrace. Across Ban Mountain residential area, sleepless residents peered out their windows, ears pricked and listening intently. Yet this insult burns too deep to be ignored. Tell me, could you ever tolerate someone kicking down your door, stealing your possessions, or threatening your life? Never. Li Taizhu shouted in perfect instinctive unison. Wang Lin glanced at him, suppressing a grin, and nodded. Exactly. Never. So now I issue an official bounty. Each word deliberate, each syllable hammering like a nail driven deep into every listener's consciousness. Effective immediately, whoever severs one of Chen Yaozu's hands, or those of his underlings, shall receive 1 bottle of chilled water. 2 hands, 2 bottles. And yes, 3 limbs count too. 1 leg severed, 2 bottles. Li Taizhu stifled a snort, doubled over with laughter. 3 limbs. Lingzi, you're diabolical. Kill 1 man, and I'll give you an entire case of military-grade canned rations. Imported from Sakura Nation, technically expired by 80 years, but perfectly edible and surprisingly flavorful. 1 kill, 1 case. 2 kills, 2 cases. No upper limit. For Chen Yaozu's own limbs, rewards double. 1 arm equals 2 cases of water plus 2 cases of rations. 1 leg, 3 cases of each. As for his head, Wang Lin paused, deliberately. 10 cases of water, 10 cases of rations, and 1 bottle of red wine. 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild, original vintage, imported directly from Outbreak. He set the microphone aside and took a slow sip of ice-cold cola from the table. Li Taizhu sidled closer. Lingzi, this 82 Lafite, is it real or just smoke? Real. Wang Lin tilted the can, glinting condensation catching the light. Stored in my spatial ring. Several cases, in fact. When did you stock it? Before the cataclysm. Mr. Meng arranged the order for me. He picked up the microphone again, brought it to his lips. Oh, and one more thing, this bounty remains permanently active until every last one of Chen Yaozu's men lies dead. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. First come, first served. All exchanges are final. No haggling, no returns. Anonymous redemption accepted. Group purchases and shared orders permitted. He switched off the microphone, and then the main speaker power. Silence descended upon the villa. Li Taizhu was the first to break it, slapping his thigh and roaring with laughter. Lingzi, you absolute bastard. You've issued a bounty and added group orders? Are we waging war or launching an e-commerce platform? Wang Lin reclined on the sofa, legs crossed lazily. War is commerce. Lingzi, won't Chen Yaozu lash out in desperation? Lao Zhao murmured, cradling, Inin tightly, worry etching deep lines across his face. Desperate dogs leap walls, but only if the wall stands high enough. Wang Lin gestured toward the window. With his meager abilities, can he truly clear it? Xin Yutong sat quietly nearby, silent, but watchful, her gaze fixed on Wang Lin. Complex, unreadable. This man could be as cold and unyielding as stone, or as ruthless and precise as a blade. Yet regardless of his contradictions, he had granted her sanctuary, and with it the fragile, vital spark of hope to survive. Mr. Wang, will those people truly turn on their own comrades for supplies? Zhou Xiaonan whispered. Wang Lin met her gaze, then smiled faintly. Guess. Ban Mountain Residential Area, Building 7. Wang Lin's voice descended from the mountaintop, crystal clear, intimate, as though spoken directly into each listener's ear. In their hidden corners, the thug's eyes flickered, shifting, calculating, hungry. Did you hear that? 1 hand, 1 bottle of chilled water. 1 arm, 2 cases of water, 2 of rations. I've never tasted chilled water in my life. A throat audibly swallowed. Inside Chen Yaozu's villa, tension coiled, thick and suffocating. At the moment the bounty echoed across the hills, Chen Yaozu sat upstairs, wrapping his swollen ankle. Bai Shiming stood rigid beside him, breath held. Several bodyguards lingered near the doorway, exchanging furtive glances before quickly averting their eyes. Wang Lin, you son of a bitch. Chen Yaozu swept everything from the desk, glass ashtray, radio, with a furious crash. Shards scattered across the floor. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Bai Shiming spoke softly, voice trembling. Young Master Chen, now is not the time for rage. This is Wang Lin's stratagem, using others' hands to wield his knife. He seeks to fracture our unity, to turn brother against brother. I know that. Then our priority must be stabilizing morale, keeping our brothers loyal. Before he could finish, a panicked underling burst in, young Master Chun. It's bad. The 2 gate guards, they're gone. Chun Yaozu shot upright, then cried out, and collapsed back into his chair, agony flaring in his ankle. Gone? Where? I don't know. There's blood on the ground. So much blood. Chun Yaozu's face drained of color. Bai Shiming's lips quivered. It's begun. Someone has already struck. On Ban Mountain Highway, 2 shadowy figures hurried uphill, dragging a bulging sack between them. Dark fluid seeped steadily from its base, dripping onto the scorching asphalt, leaving dark, glistening stains in the moonlight. Say, do you think 2 hands will get us 2 bottles? One panted. Absolutely. Mister, Wang said, 1 hand 1 bottle. Then this sack, 4 or 5 hands plus 2 heads. How much is that worth? The one ahead paused, calculating. At least 2 cases. They exchanged a swift electric glance and quickened their pace. At the villa's front gate, Wang Lin had barely lain down when the doorbell rang again. Ding dong, ding dong. Wang Lin cursed under his breath, dragged himself up and shuffled to the door, sliding open the small viewing panel. 2 blood-splattered men stood outside, faces alight with nervous exhilaration. At their feet rested 2 swollen sacks leaking crimson onto the threshold, pooling into a small, glistening moonlit puddle. Mr. Wang, does your bounty still stand? Wang Lin glanced down at the sacks, and a subtle chilling smile curved his lips. It stands. He turned and called into the house, Taiju, bring water. Li Taiju emerged from the kitchen lugging 2 cases of mineral water and a few cans of cola. He stepped to the door, peered through the panel at the sacks, and swallowed hard. Lindsay, what's inside? Supply. Wang Lin accepted the water and passed it through the opening. 2 cases of mineral water and 2 cans of cola. Count them, enough. The 2 men unfastened the sacks and tallied their grisly contents beneath the silver moonlight. Mr. Wang, 2 hands 1 arm 2 heads. Wait, this one doesn't count. The ears were cut off. Headless ears count as half, Wang Lin stated calmly. They conferred briefly, then nodded. Fair enough. Hoisting the water, they turned and vanished into the night. Li Taiju watched them go, then looked down at the spreading stain on the ground and shook his head. Lindsay, with this move, Chun Yaozu's camp will explode tonight. Let it explode, Wang Lin said, closing the door and ascending the stairs. The louder, the better. He paused halfway up, turned, and added, oh, and tomorrow morning have Lao Zhao hose down the blood at the entrance. In shouldn't see it. Understood. At Banshan Residential Complex, Yuan Xianghe heard the news while having breakfast. Brother, did you hear? Wang Lin has issued a bounty on Chun Yaozu. 1 hand for a bottle of water, 1 life for a crate of canned goods. A young underling burst in, his face alight with irrepressible excitement. Yuan Xianghe set down his rice bowl, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and said nothing, but his eyes narrowed like those of a cat catching the scent of blood. Zhang Wei lifted his head, eyes gleaming. Is it true? Absolutely true. Last night 2 men went up with 2 burlap sacks and came back carrying water. Zhang Wei turned toward Yuan Xianghe, a wild grin spreading across his face. Brother, this is our chance. That bastard Chun Yaozu stole Chun Yanli and beat our people. Now that Wang Lin has posted a bounty, if we eliminate Chun Yaozu, we'll not only avenge ourselves, but also secure vital supplies. Yuan Xianghe did not reply immediately. He rose, walked to the window, drew back the curtain, and gazed out at the ashen sky. One question weighed heavily on his mind. Why had Wang Lin issued the bounty? Was it mere retaliation, because Chun Yaozu had crossed him? Or did he harbor some deeper hidden motive? Brother, what are you still thinking about? Zhang Wei stood step behind him and draped an arm around his waist. Opportunity knocks but once. If others strike first and take Chun Yaozu down, we won't even get to sip the broth. Do you really think Chun Yaozu is so easily taken down? Yuan Xianghe turned, gently pushed Zhang Wei's arm away, and said he commands over 30 men and possesses equipment seized from the security team. We have barely a dozen armed only with iron pipes and cleavers. With what then do we dare confront him? But we have an inside man. Zhang Wei's eyes burned with feverish intensity. Didn't Chun Yaozu imprison his son Sun Lei remains with Chun Yaozu, and Sun Lei, desperate to save his father, will stop at nothing. Yuan Xianghe's eyes narrowed further. He picked up his phone, scrolled to Sun Lei's number, stared at it for a long moment, and dialed. The call connected after 3 rings. Brother, Sun Lei's voice was hushed. Lazy, I've heard about your father. Is he all right? He's been beaten beyond recognition. That dog Chun Yaozu locked him in the basement. No food, no water, and guards beating him daily. Sun Lei's voice trembled. Brother, I know what you're planning. I'll help you, but you must swear me one condition. Speak. After it's done, I want Chun Yaozu's head. I'll cut it off myself. Yuan Xianghe paused for 2 seconds. Agreed. Then he hung up. For the next few hours, he wasted no time. He dispatched messengers to contact the remaining minor factions within Banshan Residential Complex, Lame San from Building 5, Glasses from Building 8, and Big Lu from Building 2. Each commanded a handful of followers, some 7 or 8, others only 3 or 4, enough to assemble a force of roughly 20. At 2 p.m., When the sun blazed fiercest, Yuan Xianghe gathered them all in the basement of Building 12. It wasn't that he preferred holding meetings underground. It was simply unbearable to remain outdoors in 90-degree heat. A few candles flickered in the basement, casting dim, wavering light upon every face. Lame Sen, a man in his 40s with a ruined leg, leaned against the wall, rhythmically tapping an iron pipe against the floor. Clank, clank, clank. Glasses was a lean, tall man in his early 30s wearing myopic spectacles, calm and scholarly in appearance, yet before the apocalypse, he'd been a taekwondo instructor capable of taking down 5 men single-handedly. Big Lou was the youngest, 27 or 28, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, a former soldier who'd run a barbecue stall after discharge. When the world fell, his stall vanished. And so it seemed did his sanity. He now led a gang of skewer-slinging apprentices in turf wars. Yuan Xianghe sat at the head of the room, legs crossed, lazily fanning himself with a small folding fan. His gaze swept slowly across each person present, his lips curved in the faintest, most enigmatic smile. Friends, I've summoned you today for one purpose, Chen Yaozu. Lame San ceased tapping his pipe. Glasses adjusted. You've all heard Wang Lin's bounty. Yuan Xianghe's voice was low, yet every word landed with crystalline clarity. 1 hand, a bottle of water. 1 life, a crate of canned goods. Chen Yaozu's limbs, double the reward. Lame Sen swallowed hard. Brother, you mean? Cooperation. Yuan Xianghe snapped his fan shut. We join forces. Our combined strength eliminates Chen Yaozu. Spoils will be divided according to contribution. Whoever kills Chen Yaozu takes the lion's share. Glasses pushed up his spectacles again, voice calm and measured. Brother, Chen Yaozu commands over 30 men and wields riot shields and electric batons. Our total numbers barely reach 20. A frontal assault would be suicide. Then we won't fight Hedon. Yuan Xianghe rose and strode to a crudely drawn map pinned to the wall. Though crooked and uneven, the map clearly marked Banshan residential complex and the precise location of Chen Yaozu's villa. Sun Lei serves as our insider within Chen Yaozu's ranks. He'll open the underground garage gate and guide us in from within. Lame San's eyes lit up. Truly, his father is Chen Yaozu's captive. He wants Chen Yaozu dead even more than we do. Big Lou approached the map and pointed to the side of Chen Yaozu's villa. We enter here, bypass the frontline defenses, and strike directly at his command center. Capture the bandit chief first. Exactly my thought, Yuan Xianghe said, tapping the spot with his fan. Big Lou, you lead the frontal feint. Lame San, you flank from behind. Don't let a single one escape. Glasses, you accompany me through the underground garage. We take Chen Yaozu ourselves. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. When do we move? Glasses asked. Tonight, when Chen Yaozu's men grow drowsy and their vigilance slackens. Sun Lei will open the garage gate at 1 a.m. Big Lou grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by smoke. Brother, he will return now to prepare. See you tonight. See you tonight. They dispersed. Yuan Xianghe remained at the window, watching their silhouettes dissolve into the shimmering heat haze. Zhang Wei sidled up beside him, leaning lightly on his shoulder. Brother, can we truly trust them? No, Yuan Xianghe replied, voice serene. But for now, they are trustworthy. Because Wang Lin's bounty has turned their eyes red, and when eyes burn red, all else fades from sight. After the deed is done. Yuan Xianghe smiled, a cold serpentine smile. Then it shall depend on whose hand moves faster. Chen Yaozu had no idea what scheme Yuan Xianghe was hatching. He only knew his men had already begun to flee. Within the first hour of the bounty notice being issued, he received 3 calls, each from one of his subordinates saying, Young Master Chen, something urgent has come up at home. I must leave immediately. Chen Yaozu cursed, but to no avail. By afternoon, his entourage had plummeted from over 30 to barely 20, and every pair of eyes now gleamed with feral unease like starving wolves poised to lunge and tear. By Shiming, what do you advise? Chen Yaozu sat slumped on the sofa, his ankles still swollen, his face ashen with fury. Bai Shiming stood beside him, adjusting his glasses. Young Master Chen, our most urgent priority is to release Sun Dishing. Release him? I'd sooner kill him myself. We cannot kill him, Bai Shiming lowered his voice. Sun Dishing is the director of the neighborhood office, and a master of persuasion. Release him so he may calm the masses. Tell them Wang Lin's bounty is a fraud, and anyone who answers it courts certain death. Moreover, Sun Lei still commands a few loyalists. If we push them too far, they'll desert us, and then we'll be left with no one at all. Chen Yaozu clenched his teeth, brooded in silence for a long moment, then waved his hand. Release him. When Sun Dishing was dragged from the basement, he was scarcely recognizable. His face crusted thick with dried blood, his left eye swollen shut, a ragged gash splitting his lip to reveal blackened yellow teeth. He curled on the floor, reeking of decay. Chen Yaozu glanced at him, disgust twisting his features. Wash him. Give him clean clothes. Then send him to summon everyone. All building managers must attend a meeting tomorrow. No absences permitted. Bai Shiming nodded hurriedly, but they did not know it was already too late. At 100 m, Yuan Xianghe and his men crept to the entrance of Chen Yaozu's underground garage. A hot night breeze stirred the air, but each man's back ran slick with cold sweat. Lazy, open the gate, Yuan Xianghe whispered into the walkie-talkie. A sharp static crackle answered. Then Sun Lei's hushed voice wait. Moments later the garage door rolled open from within. Sun Lei stood at the threshold, keys jangling in his hand. His face bruised, his eyes bloodshot. Where's my father? After the deed is done, you'll see him. Sun Lei ground his teeth, then stepped aside. Yuan Xianghe gestured, and Jing the bespectacled man led the vanguard inside. Kei-san encircled the compound from behind. Yu De Lu staged a frontal feint. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. Storm in, leave no one alive. Jing's voice exploded into the darkness. Over 20 men surged forward like a tide. Iron pipes, cleavers, kitchen knives, and crude spears glinting coldly under the dim garage lights. Chen Yaozu's men were asleep. 1 a.m. was the deepest hour of fatigue. Jolted awake by battle cries, they fled, half-dressed, trousers still unbuttoned. Ambush. We're under attack. They entered through the underground garage. The gate was opened from inside. Sun Lei, that traitorous dog. Sun Lei stood at the garage entrance, cleaver in hand, drenched in blood. He had already felled 2 men. His eyes burned crimson, wild as a beast's. Chen Yaozu, come out. Where have you imprisoned my father? Show yourself. Kei-san burst in from the rear of Building 5, cutting off several thugs scrambling toward the back exit. With one brutal swing, he shattered an iron pipe across a man's skull. The thug groaned once, then collapsed lifelessly. A hand for a bottle of water. Brothers don't waste a single limb. Jing charged up from the garage, kicking open the second-floor door. A former Taekwondo instructor, his leg strikes could shatter 3 wooden planks in one blow. The door crashed inward with a thunderous clang, slamming into the opposite wall and splintering into shards. Chen Yaozu, come out. Chen Yaozu bolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat. He stared at the wreckage strewn across the floor, then at the gaunt, bespectacled figure silhouetted in the doorway, and his mind erupted in a deafening roar. Bai Shiming had already fled. This calculating strategist, the very architect of their plans, had scrambled beneath the bed at the first cry of battle, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. Chen Yaozu, you won't escape today. Jing strode forward, gripping an iron pipe, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Chen Yaozu reached beneath his pillow for his gun, only to grasp empty air. He remembered. He'd handed the weapon to his bodyguard for repairs yesterday and never retrieved it. You, don't come closer. Chen Yaozu staggered backward, his injured ankle buckling beneath him. He collapsed hard onto the floor. What do you want? Supplies. Women. I'll give you everything. I want your head. Jing raised the pipe. Wang Lin promised 10 crates of water, 10 crates of canned food, and 1 bottle of Mao Dai for your skull. As the pipe descended, Chen Yaozu squeezed his eyes shut, yet the blow never landed. Woof! Woof woof! Several massive dogs burst through the doorway, the lead German shepherd towering taller than a man. It lunged, clamping its jaws onto Jing's forearm. The pipe clattered to the floor. Jing screamed, a raw guttural shriek, as blood gushed from his mangled arm bone, piercing through torn flesh. Get off! Get away! A second dog launched itself, sinking fangs deep into his thigh. A third leapt, locking its jaws around his throat. Jing crumpled, convulsed twice, and lay still. Chen Yaozu opened his eyes to the grisly, pulped corpse before him, and trembled violently from head to toe. These were his prized possessions, 3 purebred, rigorously trained German shepherds kept for years solely as personal guardians. He'd never dared deploy them, until tonight when desperation left him no choice. Attack! Tear them apart! Spare not a single soul! Chen Yaozu struggled to his feet, leaning heavily against the wall, and limped forward step by agonizing step. In the corridor, De Lu led his men in fierce melee with Chen Yaozu's guards. Spotting Chen Yaozu emerge, he raised his iron pipe and charged. Chen Yaozu, your life is forfeit. A dog lunged sideways, biting down hard on his wrist. De Lu howled. His pipe flew from his grip as he was slammed to the ground. The dog refused to release its hold. There came a sickening crack as bones snapped. A second dog pounced, tearing into his face. De Lu writhed, screaming as blood painted the floor crimson. Zhang Wei followed close behind, brandishing a kitchen knife. Seeing De Lu torn apart by the dogs, his legs turned to water. He spun to flee, only for a dog to slam into him from behind, driving him down. Brother he, save me. Yuan Xianghe stood at the corridor's far end, watching Zhang Wei fall. He raised his iron pipe, then let it drop. He stepped back, then fled. Brother he, don't abandon me. Brother he. Zhang Wei's cries were drowned beneath the dog's savage snarls. 3 dogs surrounded him, ripping at his arms, legs, face, and belly. His screams faded into whimpers. His entrails spilled across the floor. Yuan Xianghe burst from the villa into the night, drenched in blood. He ran down the mountain road past the residential complex until he reached the entrance of Building 12. He shoved the door open, rushed inside, slammed it shut, locked it, and slumped against it, gasping raggedly. I'm alive. I've survived. He laughed, a chilling, self-satisfied laugh. Chen Yaozu was finished. Zhang Wei was dead. The entire half-mountain residential complex was now his. He could consolidate the remaining factions, expand his territory, even negotiate directly with Wang Lin. But he celebrated too soon. Claws scraped against the door outside. Woof, woof. Then the gnawing crunch of teeth grinding wood. Yuan Xianghe's laughter froze on his lips. He turned, peering through the crack beneath the door, and saw a German shepherd standing there, bloodied, eyes glowing emerald green. Behind it loomed two more. They had tracked him all the way. No. Yuan Xianghe stumbled backward, knees buckling. He collapsed onto the floor. He crawled backward, reached the stairwell, dragged himself up the steps, and into his own room. He slammed the door. Dove beneath the bed hugged his head and shook uncontrollably. The door burst open, not by the dogs, but by Chun Yaozu's men. Several battered thugs stormed in, gripping iron pipes and cleavers. Trailing behind them were the three great dogs, blood and matted fur clinging to their jaws. Brother you ran fast. The leader was one of Chun Yaozu's bodyguards, a scarred face, blood smearing his lip. You brought men to slaughter our young master Chun. Our young master says courtesy demands reciprocity. Yuan Xianghe was dragged from beneath the bed, face scraping the floor, trembling violently. Don't kill me. I have supplies. I have doctors. You have dogs. The bodyguard pointed to the three massive hounds behind him. Our young master Chen says since you love dogs, these three are yours to keep. No. The dogs sprang, and Yuan Xianghe's shrieks echoed hollowly through the empty halls of Building 12. Thus the rebellion at Half Mountain Residential Complex was crushed. Chun Yaozu had won, but victory tasted indistinguishable from defeat. His forces had dwindled from over 20 to just 12, with several grievously wounded. One of his own dogs he had killed himself, after devouring Yuan Xianghe, it turned back to him baring its teeth. Chun Yaozu shot it dead on the spot. The remaining two slunk, low, cowering, motionless on the floor. Young Master Chun, we've suffered catastrophic losses. Bai Shiming emerged from beneath the bed, brushing dust from his clothes, his expression more wretched than grief-stricken. Catastrophic. Chun Yaozu sat heavily on the sofa, his ankles swelling anew. I'm alive. I'm not dead. That's enough. Yet the four great families have sent emissaries, Su Gu and Song clans, all claiming to offer aid. But they arrived only after the battle had ended. Come to aid me. Chun Yaozu sneered. They came to gloat over my ruin. Bai Shiming fell silent. Indeed, the four great families had come. Su Zian dispatched 4 bodyguards. Gu Nianxi sent 3. Song Qingshu arrived in person. Young Master Chun, are you well? Song Qingshu's tone was unnervingly placid, as if inquiring about the weather. Chun Yaozu gave him a single wordless glance. Song Qingshu neither waited nor cared. He simply turned and departed. Not a single one among the 4 great families is trustworthy. Chun Yaozu spat. Bai Shiming leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Young Master Chen, our foremost task now is to stabilize morale. Yuan Xianghe is dead, the resistance at Half Mountain is shattered, no immediate threat remains. But Wang Lin still holds the mountain, and his bounty remains active. Our men continue to desert. Then what do you propose? Negotiate peace. Bai Shiming gritted his teeth. Make peace with Wang Lin. Send gifts. Offer conciliatory words. Persuade him to rescind the bounty, or our ranks will evaporate entirely. Chun Yaozu remained silent for a long while, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Do it. Bai Shiming exhaled in relief, and turned to leave. Wait. Chun Yaozu called him back. Bring up the female physician from the basement. My temper is boiling. I need her to cool it. Bai Shiming's face paled slightly, but he bowed his head and descended the stairs without another word. After the chaotic brawl at Banshan Residential Complex subsided, the few remaining factions scattered like startled rats, each retreating to their respective apartment buildings. Lame San led his men back into Building 5. With Jing Yin dead, his subordinates were left leaderless and swiftly absorbed by Da Lu's battered remnants. Da Lu had his wrist severed by a dog, his face stitched with over a dozen sutures, his entire body was swaddled like a mummy. Yet he survived, stubbornly clinging to life. Brother San, how do we divide the supplies? A junior brother edged close to Lame San, eyes gleaming. Leaning against the wall of Building 5's lobby, Lame San winced as pain shot up his injured leg, but his mind remained razor-sharp. He had seized 3 crates of mineral water, 2 of instant noodles, 1 of canned goods, and several cartons of cigarettes and bottles of liquor from the building formerly occupied by Yuan Xianghe. First, haul everything up to the 12th floor and barricade the staircase. Lame San pointed upward. Stack debris on every landing. Bed planks, sofas, refrigerators, washing machines. Anything will do. From the 12th floor upward is our territory. Let anyone who dares ascend first wrestle through that mountain of refuse. His underlings sprang into action, knocking door to door, dragging furniture from vacant apartments, and piling it at stairwell landings. Bed frames, wardrobes, obsolete televisions, discarded cardboard boxes. All were stacked tightly, forming an impenetrable wall. Brother San, the household on the 2nd floor, still has several sacks of rice. Shall we take them? Yes. Lame San cut him off. Not just rice. Water, flour, can, good salt, sugar. Search every unit thoroughly, bring all usable supplies upstairs. Who refuses? He shook the iron pipe in his hand. Meanwhile, Delu executed the same strategy in Building 8, his bandaged arm hanging limp, the other directing his men to haul goods. His facial stitches remained unremoved, his speech whistled through gaps in his teeth, but his voice boomed with undiminished authority. Barricade the staircase. Seal off every floor above the 5th. Keep those below from climbing up. Brother Lu, there are still several households downstairs. What about them? What about them? Delu grinned, revealing nicotine-stained teeth. Let them die wherever they please. It's got nothing to do with us. The stairwell of Building 8 became choked with rubble. Torn sofas, moldy mattresses, rusted bicycles, tables missing legs, piled higher than a man. To ascend was harder than scaling heaven itself. Jing Yan's former subordinates suffered most. Leaderless rival lieutenants turned on each other over scarce supplies, brawling until blood streamed down their faces. In the end, they fractured. Some pledged allegiance to Lame Sen, others to Delu, while a few seized control of entire buildings. The Banshan residential complex had shattered entirely, transformed into a hive broken into jagged hostile fragments. Each building stood as a sovereign fiefdom, suspicious, isolated, seething with mutual hatred. Beyond the compound, the world outside raged even more violently. Chen Yaozu's people were still fleeing. On the second day after the bounty notice was issued, 5 more vanished. No one knew where they'd gone, whether they'd fled, been slain, or carried another's severed hand to trade for water. Bai Shiming knew he could delay no longer. If he did, Chen Yaozu would soon be surrounded by no one but ghosts. Young Master Chen, I'll go speak with Wang Lin. Bai Shiming stood before Chen Yaozu, bruised and swollen from recent beatings, yet his expression was resolute. Speak about what? Chen Yaozu reclined on the sofa, his ankle still grotesquely swollen, his face deathly pale. Peace talks. Chen Yaozu's eyes flared wide. Peace. I haven't lost yet. Young Master Chen, half your people have already deserted. Bai Shiming lowered his voice to a whisper, so low only the 2 of them could hear. Negotiate now, and you may still preserve what remains. Once everyone abandons you, what leverage will you hold over Wang Lin? Chen Yaozu clenched his jaw, silent for a long, heavy moment, then gave a slow, grim nod. Go, but don't disgrace me. Bai Shiming wiped the sweat from his brow and turned away. When he arrived at the hilltop villa, the sun blazed. Temperatures neared 80 degrees Celsius. He wore a long-sleeved shirt buttoned tightly to the collar. His neck drenched, the fabric darkened in a damp ring around his throat. In his hand, he carried a canvas bag containing his carefully selected gift, 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and a letter boldly inscribed with the characters seeking peace. He approached the villa gate and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The chime echoed. No one answered. He pressed again twice. Ding dong, ding dong. A red LED on the surveillance camera blinked once. Then a lazy voice crackled from the intercom. Who is it? Can a man nap in this heat? Bai Shiming hurried to the lens, forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. Mr. Wang, it's me, Bai Shiming. Young Master Chen sent me to speak with you. Speak about what? About peace. Bai Shiming swallowed hard. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Young Master Chen declares his willingness to lay down arms and forge harmony with you. Silence stretched across the intercom. Then Wang Lin laughed. Soft, measured, each syllable dripping with mockery. A misunderstanding. Bai Shiming, do you call dozens of men charging with iron pipes, cleavers, and assault rifles a misunderstanding? Do you call smashing my front door and scaling my walls a misunderstanding? Bai Shiming's face flushed crimson, but he dared not retort. Mr. Wang, we truly acted wrongly. That's precisely why I'm here, to compensate for your losses. Please look. He raised the canvas bag. We've brought you 2 cartons of genuine Zhonghua. Wang Lin stood inside the surveillance room, watching Bai Shiming's groveling face on screen, a cold, disdainful curl twisting at his lips. From his spatial storage, he withdrew a Cuban cigar, ordered by Mr. Meng, costing thousands of US dollars per box. He snipped the tip with unhurried precision, lit it with a flame, drew deeply, and exhaled a perfect smoke-ringed circle. Zhonghua. Not bad. But grandfather's old. I shouldn't smoke. Take them back and enjoy them yourself. Bai Shiming's smile froze. Mr. Wang, then tell me, what do you want? Name it, and we'll meet your demand, whatever it takes. Water. Wang Lin inhaled again. Do you think I lack water? 100 crates wouldn't even cover the bottom of my swimming pool. My pool holds 200 tons per fill. You're offering less than a shallow puddle. Bai Shiming's forehead glistened with fresh sweat. He dabbed at his brow, his voice parched. Mr. Wang, name your terms. So long as they're reasonable, we accept without hesitation. Wang Lin set aside his cigar, leaned back in his chair, and fixed his gaze directly into Bai Shiming's eyes on the screen. A cruel, slow smile spread across his lips. Bai Shiming, I've recently taken up football. Bai Shiming blinked, stunned. Football. Yes, football. And I find myself lacking a ball. Wang Lin spoke deliberately, each word a blade piercing Bai Shiming's eardrums. Chen Yaozu's head would make an excellent one. Bring it to me. Bai Shiming's face drained of color, pale as bleached parchment. His lips trembled. His hands shook. MMR. Wang, this. Not possible. Wang Lin's tone turned glacial. Didn't you say you'd accept any condition? This is my sole demand. Deliver Chun Yaozu's head, and the bounty notice vanishes. All debts between us are erased. Bai Shiming stood rigid, stone still, as if carved from marble. He knew Wang Lin was toying with him. How could he possibly sever Chun Yaozu's head? Even if he succeeded, who among Qin's loyalists would let him live? Mr. Wang, this condition is too extreme. Might we consider another? Another? Wang Lin chuckled. Very well. Then substitute yours. Your head will suffice. Bai Shiming staggered backward, his knees buckling. Wang Lin rose, strode to the wall, and retrieved his composite crossbow. He drew the string taut, slotted the bolt, and peered through the scope. His target squarely centered on Bai Shiming's image on screen, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Bai Shiming, I give you 3 seconds. 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, he left the sentence unfinished, but Bai Shiming understood perfectly. Bai Shiming spun and fled. He ran wildly, stumbled, crashed to the ground, scraped his knees, raw blood trailing down his calf. But he ignored the pain, scrambled up, and sprinted again, glancing back frantically. Shoo! Shoo! 2 crossbow bolts screamed past his ears, one embedding deep into a roadside tree, its fletching vibrating fiercely, the other slicing across his calf, tearing cloth, and drawing a thin line of crimson. Up! Bai Shiming shrieked, and ran faster still. He raced along the hillside road, dashed through Banshan residential complex, burst into Chun Yaozu's villa, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath in ragged, heaving gulps. Young Master Chun. Wang Lin, he refused. Chun Yaozu stared at his crumpled, disheveled form, his own face black as soot. What did he say? He wants your head. Bai Shiming lay prostrate, trembling uncontrollably. He said he'd use it as a football. Chun Yaozu shot upright, then cried out in agony as his swollen ankle gave way, sending him crashing back onto the sofa. He heaved ragged breaths, fury blazing in his eyes, hot enough to scorch the ceiling. Wang Lin, you bastard, you've gone too far. Young Master Chun, what do we do now? Bai Shiming crawled upright, kneeling, his expression twisted worse than grief. Chun Yaozu gave no reply. He had no answer. To fight, he couldn't win. To plead for peace, they'd rejected him outright. To flee, where could he possibly go? Outside, night draped the mountains, and atop the peak the villa lights burned steadily. Wang Lin stood on the 3rd floor terrace, gazing into the abyssal darkness below. Lindsay, that first shot. You missed. Li Taiju stood beside him, crunching into an apple with loud, crisp bites. No miss. I aimed wide. Wang Lin sipped his coffee. I wanted him crippled, not dead. Why? Because he's more useful alive than dead. Wang Lin set down his cup. Bai Shiming is Chun Yaozu's brain. Without his brain, Chun becomes a toothless tiger, powerless, doomed to extinction. Li Taiju paused, then nodded slowly, realization dawning. You mean, send him back to feed Chun Yaozu one disastrous scheme after another? Drive him straight into the grave? Wang Lin smiled, a cold, glacial thing. Men like Bai Shiming will do anything to survive. 2 bolts taught him exactly how much I fear him. Back he goes, either scheming to kill Chun Yaozu and claim my bounty, or fleeing with Chen's remaining men. Either way, Chun Yaozu is finished. Li Taiju tossed the apple core into the bin and raised a thumb. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. With that mind of yours, it's a shame you didn't go into pyramid schemes. Wang Lin shot him a glare. I'm a respectable man. Respectable. Li Taiju snickered. Respectable men keep dozens of assault rifles and hundreds of grenades hidden at home. Wang Lin ignored him and walked back inside. Tomorrow, fill in those 2 pits by the gate. It's bad luck to bury corpses there. Still superstitious. You're kicking heads like footballs. What does luck matter now? I care. I'm a decent man. The news of Chun Yaozu's weakened influence spread throughout the hillside villa district. In less than half a day, candles were lit in the study of the Su family, where Su Zian, Gu Nianxi, and Song Qingshu sat on 3 sides of a rosewood table, the tea long since cold, with no one in the mood to drink. Su Zian occupied the main seat, dressed in a deep blue polo shirt, his hair meticulously styled, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, the rhythm neither hurried nor slow, as if playing a silent melody. His study was spacious, with 3 walls lined with bookshelves, the books arranged neatly from floor to ceiling. Before the apocalypse, these books were his pride. After the apocalypse, they were merely the best fuel. Gu Nianxi sat opposite him, crossing her legs, holding a folding fan and fanning herself leisurely. She wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail with a few strands hanging by her ears, gently swaying in the breeze from the fan. Her face was lightly made up, her lipstick a dark red that looked like congealed blood in the candlelight. She did not seem like someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but rather like a young lady enjoying afternoon tea in her own backyard. Song Qingshu sat in the corner, the farthest from the 2. He wore a faded t-shirt, the collar loose, exposing his thin collarbone. His glasses perched on his nose, his eyes half closed behind the lenses, looking as if he had just woken up. In front of him lay a thick handwritten notebook filled with dense notes, weather forecasts, temperature changes, resource consumption rates, generator fuel consumption, and various survival knowledge gleaned from the internet. Before the apocalypse, he was a bookworm. After the apocalypse, he remained a bookworm, though now his bookishness had transformed into a rare survival skill. Everyone is here now, Su Zian spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. You all know about Chun Yao's situation. Gu Nianqi put away her fan and tapped the table saying, yes, I know. Over 20 people died, some got injured, and others ran away, bringing shame to their families. His disgrace is irrelevant. Su Zian's fingers ceased their tapping. What matters is that Wang Lin is far more dangerous than we anticipated. Song Qingshu raised his head and adjusted his glasses, saying, dangerous? He's just one person with a few guns. How dangerous can he be? Su Zian glanced at him, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Qingshu, do you know how much ammunition he used? At least 500 rounds of bullets and over a dozen grenades. Su Zian's voice was calm, yet each word struck the table like a hammer. This is firepower that an ordinary person cannot possess. He even had German weapons from World War II. Where did those come from? They cannot be purchased domestically. Gu Nianqi furrowed her brow. Are you saying he has connections with the military? I don't know. But regardless of his connections, we cannot sit idly by. Su Zian stood up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, with lights from the villa atop the mountain flickering in the distance. He is currently dealing with Chun Yaozu. We could be next. Gu Nianqi scoffed. Zian, are you being too paranoid? Wang Lin has a grudge against Chun Yaozu, not us. Why would he target us? Because we are under his mountain. Su Zian turned around. Because his bounty has driven everyone mad and desperate people will do anything. Because he wants the entire hillside, not just his villa. The room fell silent. Song Qingshu opened his notebook and read a series of numbers. Wang Lin's villa renovation costs 310 million, with bulletproof glass, steel plate, exterior walls, pulse electric grids, independent water and electricity, fresh air systems, and geothermal heat pumps. His resource reserves are enough to sustain at least 10 people for 3 years. He might even have the kind of space that only exists in novels. He stopped abruptly. Space. Gu Nianxi's eyes narrowed. What kind of space? Song Qingshu bit his lip and closed the notebook. Nothing, I was just guessing. Su Zian stared at him for 2 seconds without pressing further. He knew that although Song Qingshu appeared to be a bookworm, his thoughts were intricately sharp. Every word he spoke was purposeful. Regardless, we must unite. Su Zian returned to his seat. Going solo, none of us can stand against Wang Lin. But if we unite... He extended his right hand palm, facing down. Gu Nianqi looked at his hand, paused for a few seconds, then also extended her right hand to rest on top of his. Union. Song Qingshu glanced at them side and placed his hand on top. Union. Their 3 hands stacked together, the candlelight casting 3 overlapping shadows on the wall. From today onward, the Su, Gu, and Song families will form an alliance. Su Zian's voice was heavy. We will share both fortune and hardship. Anyone who betrays us will be dealt with by the other 2 families. Gu Nianqi nodded. Song Qingshu also nodded. Su Zian withdrew his hand and took out a map from the drawer, spreading it across the table. We will consolidate all resources and personnel, coordinating them uniformly. I have a generator and a water pump in my basement. Nianqi, your cold storage is still usable, and Qingshu, you have detailed consumption records in your notebook. Together, our families can sustain ourselves for at least 3 months. Gu Nianqi frowned. Consolidate resources. Why should I give you my things? Not giving me, but giving us. Su Zian looked into her eyes. Nianqi, now is not the time to quibble over this. Wang Lin has guns, grenades, and bulletproof doors. What do we have? Fighting solo will lead to dead ends. Gu Nianqi bit her lip, remaining silent. Su Zian pointed to several locations on the map. Send people to recruit the ragtag forces in the hillside community, Chong, Sandalu, and those scattered soldiers and mercenaries. They are currently fighting separately, but together they could number 20 to 30 people. We can buy them with resources and have them serve as cannon fodder. Song Qingshu pushed his glasses. Cannon fodder. Will they agree? They will. Su Zian's lips curled slightly, because they are hungry. Hungry people will do anything. Chong San received the news that night. A stranger knocked on the stairwell door of Building 5, shouting through the pile of broken bedboards and old sofas. Third brother. Someone told me to give you a message saying there's a big deal, asking if you want to participate. Chong San leaned against the wall, his leg paining him so much that he gasped. Lame San's eyes shifted subtly. Su Zian, the scion of one of the 4 great families residing deep within the half-mountain villa district. He was Chun Yaozu's neighbor, yet the 2 had never been seen interacting. What could such a man possibly want with him? Let him in. Lame San waved dismissively. The visitor was a man in his 30s, clad in a crisp black t-shirt, his posture rigid and upright, a clear sign of martial training. He stepped inside, scanning the cluttered floor and the gaunt, hollow-cheeked figures huddled in the corner, his expression unchanging. Brother San, young Master Su sent me to discuss a partnership. Partnership? Lame San chuckled. What can a cripple like me possibly offer? You have this. the man replied, drawing a sheet of paper from his pocket and handing it over. Lame San took the paper and held it under the flickering candlelight. It bore a detailed map of the half-mountain villa district. Wang Lin's villa circled in red with terse script beside it. Seize Wang Lin's villa. 3/10 of its supplies go to you. Lame San's hand trembled slightly. 3/10. Even that fraction of the supplies stored in Wang Lin's villa would sustain them for an entire year. Terms. Lame San's voice came out hoarse. Clear the perimeter. There are surveillance cameras surrounding Wang Lin's villa. You'll disable them. You'll also sabotage the electrified fence. No frontal assault. Only harassment, disruption, and relentless pressure to unsettle him. That's all. The man nodded. Young Master Su has promised 10 crates of water and 5 crates of instant noodles. Additional rewards upon completion. Lame San swallowed hard. 10 crates of water. 5 crates of instant noodles. In this apocalypse they were worth more than gold. I'm in, he said, extending his hand. The man clasped it firmly, then turned and left. Delu received even more favorable terms. When the Su family's emissary found him, he lay in bed, stitches still unremoved from his face, fresh bandages wrapped around his wrist. The pain kept him awake night after night, his temper flaring like a caged beast. Brother Lu, Young Master Su says 4/10 of Wang Lin's supplies go to you upon success. Plus 20 crates of water, 10 crates of instant noodles, and 5 cartons of cigarettes. The man placed a pack beside Delu's pillow, a token of good faith. Delu stared at the pack, his eyes reddened. He hadn't smoked in days. Done, he rasped, snatching the pack, tearing it open, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling deeply, choking on the first drag. But I have one condition. Speak. I want Chen Yaozu's life, the dog who bit off my hand. There was a 2-second silence. Then the man nodded. I'll convey it to young Master Su. Leaning back against his pillow, Delu exhaled a slow curling plume of smoke, its haze twisting through the dim candlelight. Wang Lin, wait for me. I'll make you taste what it feels like to lose a hand. Other minor warlords across the half-mountain residential complex received similar overtures. Some accepted, some hesitated, others refused outright. Those who refused awoke the next day to find their ground floor piles of scavenged debris reduced to ash. Compared to Chen Yaozu, the Su family operated with ruthless efficiency. Wang Lin remained unaware of the 4 great families' conspiracy, but he suspected it. Lately, movement at the mountain's base had intensified. In the half-mountain residential complex, Lame Sands and Delu's men moved ceaselessly between buildings, hauling goods, dismantling structures, sharpening blades, as if preparing for war. In the half-mountain villa district, lights burned longer than usual in the Su residence. Activity stirred likewise in the Gu and Song mansions. Lindsay, do you think those people are plotting something sinister? Li Taiju squatted in the surveillance room, crunching into an apple. Undoubtedly, Wang Lin replied, reclining in his chair, coffee cup in hand, gaze fixed on the monitors. Su Zian is no ordinary man. He won't stand idly by while Chen Yaozu lies broken before us. Then when will he strike? I don't know. But whenever he does, we'll be ready. Li Taiju finished the apple, tossed the core into the bin, and wiped his mouth. Lindsay, what if we strike first? Before they're fully prepared? Wang Lin glanced at him. First strike. Where? To the Su residence. The Gu estate. The Song compound. Between them they employ at least 30 bodyguards, armed with stun batons, riot shields, perhaps even firearms. We number only 3, with 3 submachine guns and a few dozen grenades. Even if we win, what then? Plunder their stores. Their combined stockpiles pale beside ours. Lose, and we vanish forever. Li Taiju paused, then nodded slowly. So we just wait. We wait, Wang Lin said, sipping his coffee. Let them come. As many as arrive, I'll kill them all. His voice was calm, so calm it might have been commenting on the weather. Li Taiju watched him and felt a sudden chill. He'd known Wang Lin for over a decade, yet had never seen that look before. Not rage, not fear, not exhilaration, but a glacial, almost merciless serenity. Like a blade honed to lethal sharpness, waiting only for blood. The operation commenced on the 3rd night. Lame San led his men under cover of darkness toward the outer perimeter of Wang Lin's villa. Each carried a long bamboo pole tipped with iron hooks or hammers, tools designed specifically to dismantle surveillance cameras. Brother San, there's one over there. A subordinate pointed toward a corner of the wall. Lame San squinted, then gestured silently. 2 men crept forward on all 4s, raised their poles, and hooked the camera's power cable. Snap! The indicator light died. Brother San, it's done. Continue. Lame San licked his cracked lips. Young Master Su said 11. Not one less. Meanwhile, Delu's crew worked to disable the electrified fence, laying thick rubber mats across its surface, stepping onto them, then using insulated cutters to sever the fine sensor wires. The rubber blocked conduction. Though pulsating current coursed through the fence, its voltage was too low to penetrate the insulation. Brother Lu, the line severed here. And here too. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his wounded hand, Delu directed his men onward. Hurry. This must be done before dawn. Inside Wang Lin's surveillance room, alarms shrieked abruptly. Beep, beep, beep. Li Taiju sprang from bed and rushed in, only to find 1/3 of the monitor screens already blacked out. Lindsay, someone's sabotaging our cameras. Wang Lin emerged barefoot from his bedroom, rifle in hand, and strode to the console, his expression darkening as he surveyed the dead feeds. How many intruders? Unknown. The cameras are blind, but at least 6 points were hit simultaneously. Wang Lin paused for 2 seconds, then pressed the intercom button mounted on the wall and spoke into the loudspeaker. Friends outside. Working overtime tonight to repair my cameras. Appreciate the effort. I'll issue your pay tomorrow morning. No reply came. His voice echoed across the silent night. No footsteps, no rustling, no breath, only stillness. Wang Lin waited a beat, then spoke again. Silence means consent. I'll assume you've come to steal. 3 seconds to vacate my territory. Otherwise. He withdrew a grenade from his spatial storage, pulled the pin, and hurled it through the firing port. It arced high, landing squarely in the empty lot beyond the wall. Boom. Firelight blazed across half the sky. The shockwave lifted dust that pattered softly against the wall like rain. Shouts erupted, then frantic footfalls receding swiftly into the distance. Wang Lin leaned against the wall, placing his pistol on the table. They fled, Li Taiju said. They fled, Wang Lin affirmed. They'll return tomorrow. They'll return tomorrow. They exchanged a glance. Neither spoke. Outside, night reigned absolute. Far away, the Su residence burned with unwavering light, a watchful, sleepless eye. Su Zian sat in his study, the same map spread across his desk, crisscrossed with crimson and cobalt arrows and circles. Gun Yinshi sat opposite him, cradling a steaming cup of tea, her gaze locked on the map. Song Qingshu sat in the corner, flipping through a notebook. Lame San reports 5 cameras disabled. Su Zian tapped the map. Delu's team took out 3. 3 remain untouched. Wang Lin threw a grenade. They dared not approach again. Gun Yinshi set down her cup. His reflexes are unervingly swift, awake and armed at midnight, ready to fight instantly. That's precisely why he's formidable. Su Zian leaned back. Yet he is not without weakness. What weakness? He's outnumbered. Su Zian's eyes narrowed. Only 3 fighters. Old Zhao counts as half. Shin Yutong and Zhou Xiaonan are useless. Ying is a child. No matter how skilled he is, he remains one man. We'll wear him down, harass by day, ambush by night, deny him rest. In 3 days he collapses. The premise of attrition warfare is sufficient manpower. Song Qingshu looked up, adjusting his glasses. Can we truly rely on men like Lame San and Delu? Trust isn't required, Su Zian smiled. Only utility. Let them die for us. While Wang Lin expends ammunition, we conserve strength. When his bullets run dry and his rations dwindle, we move in. Swift, decisive, total. Gun Yinshi studied him, her gaze shifting not to admiration but to wary vigilance. Zian, your calculation chills even me. In the apocalypse, how else does one survive? Cold is survival. Wang Lin is cold. I am colder. Su Zian rose and walked to the window, gazing upward at the villa's steady glow atop the mountain. Beyond, the glass night stretched endlessly, the villa's light burning on unblinking. Wang Lin stood on the 3rd floor terrace, coffee cup in hand, watching the scattered lights of the valley below. Lindsay, what do they even hope to gain? Li Taiju stood beside him, crunching another apple. They can't beat us, and won't flee, yet they keep coming to die. My supplies, Wang Lin replied, taking a slow sip. They're abundant. And envy is abundant too. So why not share a portion? Spare yourself the nightly nuisance. Wang Lin turned, his gaze piercing as if regarding a fool. Li Taiju flinched, scratching his head. Just a thought. Don't take it seriously. Taiju, do you know what in this world must never be shared? What? Life. Wang Lin faced the darkness below. My life belongs to me alone. Whoever comes to seize it, I will kill them. No division. No concession. No compromise. Li Taiju fell silent. He finished the apple, dropped the core into the bin, and brushed his hands clean. Fine, no sharing. I follow your lead. Wang Lin clapped his shoulder, then turned and re-entered the house. Tomorrow, repair the damaged cameras. Install 10 more, inside the perimeter wall. Understood. The alliance of the 4 great families completed its mobilization within 3 days. Each night, members from 3 families gathered in the basement of the Su residence to hold meetings, assign tasks, and rehearse tactics. Gun Yinshi brought 5 bodyguards, each powerfully built, 2 of whom had served as reconnaissance soldiers. Song Qingshu arrived with his laptop and a crate of homemade incendiary bombs. He had sourced the formula online gasoline mixed with laundry detergent and shattered glass sealed inside beer bottles. Once ignited and hurled, their destructive force rivaled that of military-grade ordnance. Su Zian commanded the largest contingent. Even before the apocalypse, he had equipped every bodyguard with electric batons and blast-resistant shields. Later, he seized several electroshock rifles and canisters of tear gas from the security force. Combined, the 3 families fielded over 30 combat-ready bodyguards, adding the hastily assembled militia from Banshan residential complex. Lame San's 7 or 8 men to lose 5 or 6, and various scattered stragglers. The total force swelled to nearly 70. 70 against 3, the odds were decisively in our favor. Su Zian stood before the tactical map in the basement, his finger tracing the crimson line. His voice was low, yet each word resonated with crystalline clarity in every listener's ear. Wang Lin's villa is impregnable from the front, bulletproof doors and windows plus a pulsating electric fence. A frontal assault is impossible, but its flanks and rear are comparatively vulnerable. Especially the roof, he continued. It is covered entirely in solar panels, but beneath them lies ordinary concrete, not armored plating. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it slowly across every face in the room. Therefore, we enter from the roof. Lame Sen leaned against the wall, his legs still throbbing, yet his eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. How do we get up there? Su Zian pointed to a location on the map. Here, on the eastern edge of the villa district, stands an abandoned tower crane left behind by the developers after construction halted and never dismantled. Its height aligns precisely with the rooftop of Wang Lin's villa. Send someone to climb it, swing across on the jib, and land directly atop the roof. Dalu clenched his uninjured fist around an iron pipe. Who climbs? Who climbs earns glory, Su Zian replied, a faint knowing curve lifting one corner of his mouth. The first to breach the villa may claim whatever spoils lie within. First choice, no restrictions. A low hum rose through the basement. Lame Sen swallowed hard. Dalu moistened his lips. Their eyes burned red, not with fever, but with the feral hunger of wolves catching wind of blood. Yet the front must simulate a full-scale assault. Su Zian's voice dropped, sharpening like drawn steel. Wang Lin is no fool. He'll detect movement on the crane via surveillance. Gu Nianxi stood nearby, arms crossed, her tone glacial. Use incendiary and smoke grenades for the faint. No advance, only bombardment. Maximize noise, maximize chaos. Draw every ounce of his attention forward. She turned her gaze toward Lame San. You and your men will lead the frontal diversion. Lame San's face darkened. Why me? My leg's ruined. I'm supposed to charge the front line. Because you are cannon fodder, Gu Nianxi replied, her words slicing like a honed blade. Cannon fodder exists to draw fire. Her voice held no malice, only absolute, unyielding logic. You will comply, or you may leave now, but first return every ration and supply you've already received. Lame San's mouth opened and snapped shut. The supplies had long been distributed among his men. What could he possibly return? His expression shifted, from outrage to helplessness, finally settling into a grim, hollow calm. Fine, he rasped, grinding his cigarette butt into the wall, his voice raw as sandpaper scraping wood. Dalu sneered beside him, the twist of his lips tugging at fresh sutures and drawing a sharp wince across his wounded face. All preparations were complete. The assault would commence at 0200, when sleep weighed heaviest upon the world. Meanwhile, Chun Yaozu plotted his own escape. Bai Shiming learned of the plan from one of Lame San's underlings, who, having attended the meeting at the Su residence, slipped away afterward to betray the alliance, to Chun Yaozu trading secrets for a single case of water. Chun Yaozu paled upon hearing the news. They're attacking Wang Lin. With this scale of operation, Bai Shiming knelt on the floor, knees grinding into stone, yet his face radiated not fear, but feverish excitement. Young Master Chun, this is a once in 1,000 years opportunity. What opportunity? The four great families have stripped their strongholds bare to assault Wang Lin. Their homes lie defenseless. We strike while they're blind, seize every last resource they've hoarded. Bai Shiming's eyes blazed like twin lanterns. The Su Gu and Song residences, each house generators, cold storage units, water purifiers, stockpiles of grain, clean water, medicine, enough to sustain us for years. Chun Yaozu's eyes flared, then dimmed. With just our dozen men, can we even break in? No breaking required, Bai Shiming whispered, leaning closer. Their garrisons are gone. At most 3 or 5 remain behind to guard empty halls. We scale the rear walls unseen, neutralize the sentries swiftly, and then take what we need methodically without haste. Once loaded, we vanish into the mountains. Somewhere even Wang Lin cannot reach. Chun Yaozu rose. His ankles still ached, yet bore his weight. He paced slowly across the floor, each step a silent agony, as if walking barefoot across broken glass. Do it. His fist crashed onto the table, sending tea splashing violently across its surface. Bai Shiming smiled, a grin wide and ravenous like a stray dog spotting a bone in the dust. At 0:00, the moon vanished behind a shroud of smog, plunging the world into absolute, suffocating blackness. Lame San led his men low and silent to the main gate of Wang Lin's villa. Each carried 2 Molotov cocktails, rags soaked in gasoline reeking sharply of volatile fuel. Lame San lay flat, peering through tangled weeds at the surveillance cameras mounted along the villa's perimeter wall. Their red indicator lights blinked steadily, unblinking watchful eyes. Brother San, when do we strike? Whispered a young underling. Lame San checked his wristwatch. 0158. Young Master Su said precisely at 0200. Wait. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. Meanwhile, Dalu and his squad crept toward the villa's eastern flank. The tower crane loomed in the darkness like the fossilized skeleton of some colossal dinosaur, its rusted steel frame groaning softly in the night wind, a mournful metallic lament. Dalu tilted his head upward, swallowing hard. His wrist remained wrapped in stained bandages, stitches still stitched his cheek, but retreat was no longer an option. Climb, he ordered, nudging the most agile of his men. Scale the crane, swing the jib over the rooftop, and cross. First inside claims first pick of all spoils. The youth looked barely 20. Before the collapse, an amateur parkour enthusiast whose greatest joy was scaling heights others dared not approach. He rubbed his palms together, gripped the corroded steel lattice, and ascended like a shadow-climbing monkey, vanishing into the abyssal dark. Below, Delu stared upward, neck, craned, palms slick with sweat. At precisely 0200 Lame San ignited the first Molotov cocktail. Flame erupted in the void, blooming like a crimson flower in the night. The bottle arced through the air, struck the iron gate with a sickening crunch, and shattered, spilling gasoline that burst into roaring flame, leaping hungrily across the metal surface with sharp crackling fury. Throw! Lame San roared. Dozens of flaming bottles soared simultaneously toward the villa, igniting walls, igniting roofs, unleashing billowing smoke and blinding fire that bathed the entire mountaintop in searing hellish daylight. Wang Lin's alarm shrieked, shrill, insistent, tearing through the silence like a blade through silk. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Lin launched himself from bed, barefoot, breath ragged, as he sprinted to the surveillance room. On-screen infernos raging, thick smoke choking the courtyard, black figures hurling fire, and, yes, figures crawling across the rooftop itself. Damn it, they're serious. He snatched the microphone, voice booming through the intercom. Taiju. Lao Zhao. Li Taiju burst from the next room, rifle clutched in hand, eyes still bleary, cursing under his breath. These bastards. Can't they let a man sleep? Are they racing to the underworld tonight? Lao Zhao scrambled up the stairs from the ground floor, rifle trembling in his grip, but his eyes were steady, resolute. Lindsay, there are dozens out there. Not just the courtyard, Wang Lin said, jabbing a finger at the monitor as he switched feeds to the eastern perimeter. There, amidst the firelight, loomed a monstrous silhouette, the tower crane's jib slowly rotating like a skeletal arm reaching toward his home. Suspended at its tip, a lone figure. They're breaching the roof. Li Taiju sucked in a sharp, horrified breath. Wang Lin whirled, withdrew 3 submachine guns and 2 crates of grenades from his spatial storage and slammed them onto the floor. Taiju, you hold the front. Lao Zhao, you cover the east. I'll take the roof. Alone. Lao Zhao's voice cracked with alarm. The roof is small. More men would only hinder me. Wang Lin unhooked a composite crossbow from the wall, slung it across his back, and drew a pistol from storage, slotting it into his belt. Hold the lower levels. Let no one pass. The roof is mine. He pushed open the door leading from the 3rd floor to the rooftop terrace and vaulted upward. Solar panels blanketed the roof, shimmering with eerie blue light in the fire's reflection. Wang Lin moved swiftly along the narrow gaps between panels, reaching the eastern edge. The crane's jib now hovered less than 5 meters above him. At its tip dangled the intruder, knife in hand, frantically attempting to secure the rope to a rooftop drain. Wang Lin raised the crossbow and aimed. A sharp thwip, the bolt pierced the man's calf. He screamed, lost his grip, and plummeted from the jib, striking the earth 4 stories below with a dull final thud. Then, silence. Below, Delu bellowed in fury. Damn it. Go. All of you, go now. 2 more figures scrambled up the crane, crawling along the jib toward the roof. Wang Lin discarded the crossbow, shouldered his submachine gun, and opened fire, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets ricocheting off steel, spitting showers of white-hot sparks. The first climber fell tumbling lifelessly from the jib. The second froze, clinging in terror, shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the frontal assault erupted in full fury. Lame San's men hurled Molotovs while surging forward. Yet the moment they neared the wall, Li Taiju opened fire from a concealed firing port. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The staccato roar of automatic fire echoed like exploding kernels, bullets biting into the earth before them, kicking up frantic sprays of dust and gravel. Men at the vanguard collapsed, screaming, bleeding, cursing, sobbing. Lame San lay prone, trembling violently, his trousers soaked through with cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated Wang Lin's firepower, or Li Tieju's uncanny accuracy. His men fell, fled, or writhed wounded. Dozens reduced to cowering shadows, unable even to touch the villa's outer wall. Fall back now? Lame San shouted into his radio, voice cracking with panic. But Su Xian's reply came. Icy, implacable, each syllable a command carved in granite. No retreat. Continue the assault. Your mission is to pin his forces entirely to the front. But young Master Su, my men are being slaughtered.